Chapter 2471. Earth Sword Falling Thunder was a secret technique, and it was a secret technique that Yang Kai knew. This secret technique was divided into 3 moves: Human Sword Revolving Annihilation, Earth Sword Falling Thunder, and Heaven Sword Star Shattering. Each move was stronger than the last, and the combined power of the 3 moves was infinite. And the one who cultivated this secret technique was Xiao Baiyi of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had fought with Xiao Baiyi in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm, and had experienced the power of this secret technique, so it was still fresh in his memory. Now that he saw someone using this secret technique in the Origin Sea, his attention was immediately drawn to it. When he turned his head, a figure in white fluttering in the chaotic battlefield suddenly came into view. Who else could it be but Xiao Baiyi? This guy had always been wearing a white robe since Yang Kai met him, looking chic and cold, but at this moment he seemed to be in a bad situation, and was being besieged. His white robe was stained with red blood, which was very dazzling. And with him was another figure that Yang Kai was familiar with, Morong Xiao Xiao. These 2 elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple were standing on top of a small island at this moment, back to back, each casting a secret technique to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The island they were on was not big, just enough for the 2 of them to settle down. Both of them were elites among elites. After not seeing each other for a few years, both of them had reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. But they were outnumbered and in an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Baiyi's body spurted blood from time to time, while Morong Xiao Xiao's hair was messy and her clothes were wet with sweat, clinging to her exquisite and plump body. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he found that the people besieging them did not block the space. In other words, Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao still had a chance to escape. However, the 2 of them had no intention of escaping. One of them looked cold and determined, while the other looked angry and indignant. They stood their ground and unleashed their power. They were fighting for territory. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that the territories occupied by Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao had obviously been targeted by this group of people. So these people had come to snatch them. Yang Kai guessed that they wanted to rely on their numbers to bully Morong Xiao Xiao, but after fighting, they realized that Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao were not easy to provoke. The gap that was deliberately left open was for Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao to escape. Besieging a city was a necessity, so they did not want to engage in a life or death battle, and only wanted to force the 2 of them away. Unfortunately, Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao had no intention of escaping, causing the battle to reach its climax. Yang Kai quickly turned around and ran in that direction. He was, after all, a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting had taken care of him in every possible way, and he had some friendship with Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao. So how could they not help him when he encountered such a situation? Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's actions, one of the long-faced old men who was besieging Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao said, "I'll give you one last chance, leave or not." Morong Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. She shouted, "You want to take our place? Unless you kill us." Xiao Baiyi did not say a word, but the long sword in his hand blossomed like a flower, his fierce murderous intent giving a silent answer. "Good, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell but you want to throw yourself into it. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless." While speaking, the long-faced old man gestured to the others with a gloomy expression on his face, obviously not willing to delay any longer. It was time to end this quickly. The others understood tacitly. Their momentum changed, and their attacks became much more decisive and fierce. Both Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao's faces sank as they felt immense pressure. The long-faced old man himself flickered and greeted Yang Kai, cupping his fists from afar and saying, "The Western Territories Pointed Star Sect is handling some matters, friend. Please give us some face and take a detour." "Oh, you're from Pointed Star Sect?" Yang Kai not only did not stop, but also sped up with a look of joy on his face. "Yes, Your Excellency is?" When the long-faced old man heard Yang Kai say this, he thought that Yang Kai was also a cultivator from the Western Territory, and could not help but look at him suspiciously, wanting to know which sect he came from. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I'm from King of Hell's Palace." King of Hell's Palace? The long-faced old man had a suspicious look on his face, because no matter how he thought about it, There was no sect called King of Hell's Palace in the Western Territory. But soon he reacted and his face sank. Your Excellency, are you playing with this old master? How could a sect use a name like King of Hell's Palace that could easily provoke hatred? Obviously, Yang Kai was just making things up. Yang Kai grinned and said, How could that be? I'm really from King of Hell's Palace. At this point, his face sank and he said in a deep voice, King of Hell sent me to take your dog lives. The long-faced old man's face changed and he shouted, You're courting death, boy. He urged the source chi in his body and quickly formed a mysterious seal with his hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to give Yang Kai a show of strength. But to his horror, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. This strange scene shocked the old man because he did not know how Yang Kai disappeared at all. In an instant, a chill came from the soles of his feet, and he could not help but wonder if he had really seen a ghost. But before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of him again. But at this time, Yang Kai was only 3 inches away from him, and their faces were almost touching. See, the long-faced old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, source chi surged out from his body, turning into a visible barrier that lingered around his body as a form of protection. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sly grin as a white lotus bud appeared in his left eye and disappeared in a flash. Blossoming lotus. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai's divine sense had greatly increased while subduing the mountains and rivers Bell. Now he could use this soul secret technique more skillfully and freely, and its power seemed to be much greater than before. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source sea. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territory's pointed star sect's Dao Source Realm cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now he told them to end this quickly, so how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror, only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these Pointed Star sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword, revolving annihilation. Earth sword, falling thunder. Heavenly sword, shattering star. Xiao Baiyi's long sword suddenly unleashed 3 secret techniques at the same time, and when the 3 swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Murong Xiao was a woman and gave Yang Kai the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings, and in an instant, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the Pointed Star sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The Pointed Star sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Yang Kai, they could not even resist. As soon as the two great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several Pointed Star sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the Source Sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying toward Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the two. "Thank you, brother, for your help. Hey, it's Brother Yang." Murong Xiao turned around and wanted to thank him, but when she saw Yang Kai's face, she immediately cried out in joy. She was still wondering who had helped her in Xiao Bai, but she did not expect it to be Yang Kai. Xiao Bai didn't say a word, just turning his head to look at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, "I've already guessed it." After all, when he fought with Yang Kai in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Kai used his Space Force, so when he noticed the fluctuation of Space Force just now, Xiao Bai guessed that Yang Kai had come. Now that he turned his head, he found that he was right. "Miss Murong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become even more beautiful." Yang Kai flew in front of the two with a smile and greeted Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao blushed and stomped her feet. "Brother Yang, you're making fun of me." "I'm not making fun of you, I'm just telling the truth," Yang Kai said solemnly. Murong Xiao's face turned even redder. Chapter 2472. Xiao Bai suddenly snorted coldly. "Flirting with my junior sister in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf or blind?" Yang Kai turned his head with a smile and said, "Xiao Bai, long time no see." Xiao Bai's face went black as he said, "I said my name is Xiao Bai Xiao. Bai. Not Xiao Bai." The veins on his forehead bulged, obviously extremely annoyed by the name of Xiao Bai. After a pause he said with a sullen face, "I heard that you are also a disciple of the temple. Although you entered the temple late, on the road of martial Dao, those who have reached the top are first. If you don't want to call me by my full name, you can call me Junior Brother Xiao. I don't want to hear the word Xiao Bai again." "I know, Junior Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai grinned. Xiao Bai's face suddenly turned white with anger. Murong Xiao pursed her lips and snickered. "Brother Yang, did you come to help because you saw our message?" "Message?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Murong Xiao asked curiously, "Brother Yang didn't see it?" Yang Kai said, "I don't have your communication beads or communication artifacts, how could I see?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his space ring. This was a golden token. It was the Azure Sun golden token that Gao Shueting had given him in Maplewood City. The holder of this Azure Sun golden token was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there were only a few disciples who possessed such a token. However, Yang Kai had never used this Azure Sun golden token since he obtained it, nor did he have the opportunity to use it. He probed it with his divine sense. Only then did he understand what Murong Xiao meant. This Azure Sun golden token had the function of a communication artifact. It allowed the disciples to communicate with each other because at this moment, there was only one message left in the token. It was the message that Murong Xiao had sent not long ago. Seeing his expression, Murong Xiao knew that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should check the information in the golden token more often in the future, because you never know when you will come across a message left behind by your junior brother or junior sister." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded and put away the Azure Sun golden token. Although he did not receive Murong Xiao's message in time, he did not receive it. However, he had come here by accident and saved her and Xiao Bai. Where is Xiaosheng? Why don't I see him? Yang Kai looked around and asked suspiciously. Since Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were together, there was no reason for Xiaosheng not to be here. But there was no trace of Xiaosheng here, and no one knew where he had gone. Xiao Bai said, "Big brother separated from us 2 months ago," saying that he was looking for a place to break through. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Oh, Xiaosheng is going to break through to the Emperor realm?" Murong Xiao said with a worried expression. "And Big Brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It's just that he hasn't had an opportunity. This time, he finally came to the Shattered Star Sea and hurriedly went to prepare. Then why didn't you follow him? Yang Kai frowned. Since Xiaosheng wanted to break through to the Emperor realm, he definitely needed someone to protect him. Otherwise, if he encountered a sneak attack, he would not be able to resist. Xiao Baiyi sighed. He wouldn't let us. We secretly followed him for a few days, but he managed to get rid of us using the cicada shedding carapace. Got rid of? Yang Kai's face darkened. But thinking about Xiaosheng's character, it was possible that he would do such a thing. It seemed that Xiaosheng did not have much confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. If he really had a lot of confidence, he would not have secretly prepared by himself and left his junior brother and junior sister behind. It was precisely because he was not sure that he would fall under the world energy baptism that he did not want Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao to follow him, lest they see a shadow in their hearts. Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao were also in the third order Dao Source realm. If they really had a shadow in their hearts because of Xiaosheng, it was very likely that they would never be able to break through in the future. Yang Kai thought of this, and Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao undoubtedly also thought of this. So both of them looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly comforted them. Xiaosheng has a strong foundation, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through. Along the way, I have already met people who have successfully broken through. Since others can do it, so can Xiaosheng. You don't have to worry too much. I hope so. Xiao Baiyi also knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only pray that Xiaosheng would be blessed. Brother Yang, you came here to find a place to refine source strength, right? Morong Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, I happened to pass by here and found that the situation here was strange, so I came to have a look. Morong Xiaoxiao smiled and said, This is the famous Source Sea. Once you find this place, you don't have to go anywhere else to find source strength. Brother Yang, you can stay here and absorb the source strength with Brother Xiao. This place is just enough for 2 people. What about you? Yang Kai asked. This island was not big, only enough for 2 people. If Yang Kai stayed, there would definitely be no space for Morong Xiaoxiao. Morong Xiaoxiao smiled gently and said, I'll stand guard for you. Xiao Baiyi said, The 3 of us can take turns. It just so happens that one of us can watch from the side to avoid being sneak attacked. Yang Kai thought for a while but shook his head and said, No, it's hard to find such an opportunity. You 2 just stay here and absorb the source strength. I'll go somewhere else to look for it. If there are any blind people looking for trouble, remember to send me a message and I'll rush over as soon as possible. Morong Xiaoxiao said. But there are no other places here, so many people are fighting for territory. No place? Yang Kai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiao Baiyi also said, Basically, there's no place left. We also searched for a long time before we found a place to settle down, but we were targeted by those people before we could even find a place to stay. It's useless for you to continue looking unless... Unless what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Morong Xiaoxiao bit her red lips and said, Unless Brother Yang has the Emperor Realm's cultivation. Why does it have to be the Emperor Realm's cultivation? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Xiao Baiyi explained, In this Source Sea, the deeper you go, the richer the source strength is, and the easier it is to absorb and refine it. So the deeper you go, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. Haven't you noticed along the way that the cultivator's cultivation at the edge is not very high? Yang Kai heard this, thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed as he said, but he still asked curiously, What does this have to do with the Emperor Realm? Xiao Baiyi said, Because in the deepest part, where the source strength is the richest, there are several cultivators from the Emperor Realm who occupy a large area. People who are not from the Emperor Realm are not allowed to get close. Many people who accidentally wandered and were killed by them. So overbearing. Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. Morong Xiaoxiao said, Although there are many places to settle down there, and the source strength is relatively richer, no one dares to go there. Brother Yang, you must not go there, or your life will be in danger. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded and did not explain too much to her. He was really not afraid of the newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Even Feng Xian, who used soul descent, was killed by him. So how could these newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea make him afraid? But I still want to look for them, if I really can't find them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before grinning sinisterly. I can go and snatch one. Morong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai broke out in cold sweat when they heard this, but thinking about the strength Yang Kai just showed, they were not too worried. Yang Kai's strength seemed to have surpassed the level of the Dao Source realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to blow up the long-faced old man from Pointed Star Sect with one punch. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Xiao Bai saw that he could not dissuade him, so he could only exhort. You have to be careful too. If there is any trouble, remember to send me a message. Yang Kai said, then cupped his fists to the two, turned around, and flew towards the deepest part of the Source Sea. Looking at his back, Xiao Bai and Morong Xiao Xiao were silent. After a long time, Xiao Bai said, hurry up and refine it, don't miss this opportunity. Morong Xiao Xiao nodded, and the two immediately sat down cross-legged. While flying, Yang Kai took out his Azure Sun Golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. This way, he could sense the fluctuations of a message immediately. Before he had been keeping it in his space ring, so he could not detect it at all. Along the way, the source strength became richer and richer. Yang Kai did not know how far he had flown, but he knew that along the way, he could see many Dao Source Realm cultivators sitting cross-legged on the islands below, refining and absorbing source strength. However, after a certain moment, no one could be seen anymore. Even if there were some empty islands below, there was no one occupying them. Instead, on those empty islands, there were some extremely miserable corpses lying there, as if they were a warning to those who came later. Yang Kai understood that these should be the masterpieces of the few people from the Emperor realm who occupied the best spots. Although this method was bloody, it was extremely effective because the people who died were the top Dao Source realm cultivators in the star boundary. Even their corpses were left here, so those who came later would definitely have to weigh their own abilities. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around and left immediately after seeing such a scene. But Yang Kai turned a blind eye and continued to rumble forward, not intending to hide at all. At a certain moment, a burst of Emperor intent suddenly shrouded him from somewhere below. Although this Emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still Emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. A Dao Source realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. A low voice sounded, and immediately, from somewhere in the Source Sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Chapter 2473. Seeing that the blood-red palm was about to reach him, Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the source chi in his body, sending out a similarly huge palm print to meet it. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk with a loud explosion, the wind and clouds changed and energy overflowed. In just a moment, the two palms disappeared, as if they had never existed. Yang Kai stood still like a mountain, quietly standing in place. Somewhere down below, there was a soft sound of surprise. A pure divine sense swept over and scanned Yang Kai back and forth, probably trying to see if he was hiding his cultivation. But no matter what, Yang Kai was still a Dao Source realm cultivator. This shocked the man from the Emperor realm who attacked Yang Kai. He really hadn't met a Dao Source realm cultivator who could take a palm strike from him. Although it hadn't been long since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had already killed 7 or 8 Dao Source realm cultivators in the depths of the Source Sea. No matter who it was, they were all killed by a single palm strike from him. The difference in strength between an Emperor realm and a Dao Source realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. But when it came to Yang Kai, it did not work. Not only did it not hurt him, it did not even make him move. The man was secretly shocked. He did not know where Yang Kai came from to have such terrifying strength. He was not this strong when he was in the Dao Source realm. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This one is just passing by and just wants to find a place to stay. Friend, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" His divine sense also swept over the man from the Emperor realm who attacked him. This guy had red hair, as if it was made of blood. His whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloody aura. Yang Kai did not know which sect he came from, or what kind of evil arts he cultivated. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of him, there was no hatred between them, so Yang Kai did not want to fight if he could. The red-haired young man looked up at Yang Kai and was silent for a long time before saying, "Go, don't appear within 1,000 kilometers of me." "Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. He cupped his fists at him and left. However, after listening to this man, Yang Kai also understood why several people from the Emperor realm could occupy a large area with the richest source strength. This guy alone occupied 1,000 kilometers, so if there were a few more from the Emperor realm like him, where else would there be a place for others? However, there was no reason in this world. If you were strong, you could be unscrupulous. If any Dao Source Realm cultivator who dared to disobey him, they would end up like the corpses on the island. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was already more than 2,000 kilometers away from the red-haired youth, but he still couldn't find a place to settle down because he discovered that some of the small islands that originally existed in the depths of this place had been destroyed by the Emperor Realm Masters who came here first. They obviously didn't want to leave a place for the latecomers to absorb the source energy, so they did such a tyrannical thing. An earth-shattering spear light suddenly rumbled from below. It pierced through the void. Ignoring the barriers of space, it instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. The piercing cold spear intent pierced through Yang Kai's skin, causing him to feel pain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sensing the power of this spear intent, he didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and took out the myriad sword, slashing it out. The dazzling sword ray came across and collided with the spear ray, creating a loud sound. A trivial Dao Source Realm cultivator can actually take this young master's blow? How strange. Only then did someone's voice come out from below. Like the red-haired young man from before, he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "You people from the Emperor Realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame?" The man laughed. "Those who dare to come here without strength can only die." He paused for a moment, then said, "You can come here. Did you pass Chigui's test?" Yang Kai's heart moved. "You mean that red-haired young man?" "Yes. He was the same as you, despicably sneak attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go." Yang Kai snorted unhappily. "No wonder." The man nodded lightly, but after a moment, waved his hand and said, "You can go. Since Chigui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. "How many more from the Emperor Realm are there? Are they all going to attack me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, "Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay." Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source chi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor Realm were not too focused on absorbing source chi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of two more people from the Emperor Realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him, and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it, there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the Source Sea, because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao Bai and Morong Xiao Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in, with Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. After sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai tried to absorb the source qi here, and was soon overjoyed because the source qi here was much purer and richer than in other places. It seemed to be easier to absorb. For any cultivator, this was simply a blessed place for cultivation. He did not rush to refine and absorb the source qi, but instead released his divine sense to check the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there was no one. With a wave of his hand, a behemoth appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to be holding up the sky and stepping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the small island sank slightly. Embodiment. Yang Kai generally did not summon his embodiment out of the small sealed world, because the embodiment's body was too big, and it was not very convenient to move around. Summoning it required too much divine sense. But now was a good time to summon it out. There was no one here, so there was no need to worry about the strange existence of the embodiment being discovered. Moreover, there was so much source qi here that Yang Kai could not absorb it all by himself. Summoning the embodiment would also give him some benefits. Previously, the embodiment told him that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck may be related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law he cultivated. Now that he was here to absorb and refine the source qi, he might have a chance to break through that bottleneck. There was no need to communicate with him. As soon as the embodiment came out, it knew what Yang Kai was thinking. It carefully sat down cross-legged and silently circulated its secret art. The embodiment also knew the star refining art. In the past, he used the star refining art to refine the source qi of the floating continent, and thus merged with the floating continent to form a huge body. The star refining art was a secret art that specialized in refining source qi, while the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law devoured everything. When these two heaven-defying secret arts collided, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing sparks would be created. After summoning the embodiment, Yang Kai did not stop. He formed a few seals with his hands and pointed at the sealed world bead, opening a gap in the small sealed world, so that the sealed world bead could absorb the source qi here to its heart's content. He wanted to make up for the world principles of the sealed world bead, so he could only pin his hopes on source qi. After observing silently for a moment, Yang Kai found that the source qi in the source sea was being crazily devoured by the small sealed world. Only then did he close his eyes and concentrate, urging the star refining art to refine the source qi himself. In an instant, this vast island seemed to have become a source of source qi devouring. The embodiment urged the star refining art, and its huge body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much source qi came, it could quickly absorb, refine, and absorb it. Needless to say, the sealed world bead was even more terrifying than the embodiment when it came to devouring source qi. Compared with them, Yang Kai's movements were like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the speed at which he refined source qi with the star refining art was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. As time passed, the commotion here grew larger and more terrifying. Constant rumbling sounds could be heard as the source strength in the source sea was sucked into the source sea, and then disappeared. The vast source sea was driven by this magical force and slowly flowed towards the island where Yang Kai was located. The movements here seemed to have affected the entire source sea, but Yang Kai, the initiator, seemed to be unaware of it. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the source sea found that something was wrong because they were surprised to see that the source sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually, the distance was getting closer and closer until the source sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire origin sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their origin sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. Chapter 2474. The decrease in the size of the source sea also caused many cultivators to fight for territory again. For a time, the scene at the edge of the source sea was chaotic. Although this situation had not spread to the depths, it was conceivable that as time passed, the cultivator who was originally in the depths would encounter similar situations, and eventually be unable to stay out of it. At the same time, on a broken star far away from the source sea. It seemed that a great battle had just taken place here. The surface of the cold star was in a mess, and the chaotic energy fluctuations had not subsided for a long time. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they could not move. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in horror at a middle-aged man standing not far in front of them. This middle-aged man was burly and had a bold appearance. He exuded an extremely uncomfortable aura, and his eyes were shining with a divine light that made people shudder. There were also several deep wounds on his body. His flesh was torn open, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed all over the ground, looking extremely shocking. However, this middle-aged man did not feel any pain at all. Not only that, he even seemed to enjoy this feeling very much as he grinned hideously. "You? Who the hell are you?" The man lying on the ground was pale as he exclaimed in horror. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at him and snorted. "Why do you know so much when you're about to die? You want to kill us?" The man was shocked when he heard this and said angrily, "My brother and sister have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this?" Originally, the two of them were absorbing the origin energy here, and were doing well. They did not expect this middle-aged man to suddenly descend from the sky and attack them without saying a word. The two of them relied on their advantage in numbers, so they weren't too afraid and began to fight with him. Who would have thought that the result would be extremely unexpected? Their brother and sister were no match for this guy at all. Although this middle-aged man was only in the third-order Tao Source realm, and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. However, this young man's strength was not at the level of a Tao Source realm cultivator at all. In just a few moves, he had knocked them to the ground and used some kind of strange secret technique to render him and his junior sister completely immobile. "You're wrong." The middle-aged man smiled strangely. That smile made one's hair stand on end. He said indifferently, "I'm not going to kill you." "You won't kill us." The woman's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she squeezed out a smile as she said, "Mister, please don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, everything is negotiable." When the man from before heard this, his eyes bulged as he looked at her in astonishment, whispering, "Junior sister, you." It was as if this was the first time he had met his junior sister. He had never thought that she would actually say such words to a strange man. There was a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. "Anything is negotiable." The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze shifted to the woman. The woman forced a smile and said, "Mister, you can do anything you want, as long as you don't kill me." When that brother heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. "What if I want to eat you?" When that brother heard this, his face turned pale. What he was afraid of really happened, but he also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. If his junior sister was willing to sell her body and appearance so that they could live, it was not unacceptable. After all, it was most important to live. If they died, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. "Eat me." A trace of blush appeared on the woman's face as she said hesitantly, "Then you have to be gentle." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be extremely excited. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, don't be fooled by this king's appearance. This king is a gentle person." As he spoke, he walked towards the woman step by step. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "Not here. Can we find a more remote place?" Although she was willing to give herself to him, she was still under the eyes of her brother after all, so she was a little embarrassed. She just wanted this middle-aged man to take her to a place where there was no one. As long as she could survive, she would let him do whatever he wanted. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It's the same wherever we are." He seemed to have some perverted hobbies and insisted on doing what he wanted to do in front of her brother. The woman understood tacitly and couldn't help but glance at the senior brother worriedly, only to find that her senior brother had his eyes closed and his head turned to the side, but his body was trembling incessantly, seeming to be extremely angry. The woman knew that her brother must be in a bad mood, but now that their lives were at stake, she couldn't comfort him and could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. The middle-aged man walked in front of her and looked down at her condescendingly. His fiery eyes were not concealed in the slightest. as if he wanted to melt this woman. The woman's heart trembled, knowing that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. "Children, don't look, close your eyes," the middle-aged man ordered lightly. The woman sighed and obediently closed her eyes, but she felt funny in her heart. Although she looked young, she was not a child. It was not like she didn't understand the matters between men and women. This man's hobbies were really strange. Only then did the middle-aged man reach out and suck her over. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and boneless waist and hugged her tightly. The woman was a little breathless in an instant and couldn't help but moan. She could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's breathing had become hurried, and that boiling hot air was blowing on her neck, causing her body to go soft and her cheeks to burn for no reason. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice that made her hair stand on end. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by a fierce beast. The woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes and turned her head. The scene of being molested and desecrated didn't happen as expected. Instead, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, his head tilted, and his mouth bit his own neck, swallowing his own blood with gurgling sounds. Not only that, the middle-aged man seemed to have used some strange secret art, and the woman clearly felt that her vitality and cultivation were quickly draining away. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fright. Only now did she know that the middle-aged man's words before were not what she thought. He was really going to eat people. "Senior Marshal brother, save me!" she cried out in terror. On the other side, her brother, who had closed his eyes and endured the shame in his heart, also noticed the abnormality and quickly turned his head. What he saw shocked him, because at this moment, the man was biting his junior sister's pink and slender neck, and his Adam's apple was constantly squirming as he swallowed her blood. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his junior sister's beautiful face was rapidly aging, and even her beautiful hair was turning white. "Brother, save me!" the woman shouted again. Lying on the ground, her brother was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He did not respond at all. Staring at this horrible scene in a daze, he only felt cold all over. "Senior brother!" In less than 5 breaths of time, the woman looked haggard, and her whole body was surrounded by death chi. After spitting out these 2 words with difficulty, the light in her eyes became cloudy and lifeless. She died just like that. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pushed her body aside. Reaching out, he touched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath, revealing a look of ecstasy. The terrible wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they had been restored to their original state. His skin became even better than a newborn baby's. The brother had been scared silly by the scene just now and had no idea what he had just seen. Seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, he hurriedly said, "Master, please spare me, master." The tragic death of his junior sister kept flashing in front of his eyes, and he did not want to die like that. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and just stretched out a hand toward him from afar, shouting in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor technique." Circulating his secret art, an extremely terrifying suction force came from the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. The brother lying on the ground felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but cry out loudly, but the vitality and strength in his body uncontrollably rushed toward the middle-aged man and was absorbed by him. "If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let you go. My eldest brother has already advanced to the emperor realm." The man lying on the ground shouted, trying to make the middle-aged man hesitate. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man sneered and said, "The emperor realm? So what? This king has not eaten the emperor realm yet. If your eldest brother really comes to avenge you, this king doesn't mind sending him to meet you. You madman, you will die a horrible death." The man was grief-stricken. After gritting his teeth and cursing a few times, his voice gradually weakened, and he followed in his junior sister's footsteps. 2 star seals flew out from the 2 corpses and imprinted on the back of the middle-aged man's hand. The star seal of this middle-aged man was the same 7-pointed one as Yang Kai's, but its light was even stronger than Yang Kai's. It seemed to be showing signs of being promoted to an 8-pointed star seal, which showed how many people he had killed in the Shattered Star Sea. After killing the two, the middle-aged man stood in place and silently sensed for a while. Suddenly, his expression became violent. He raised his hands high and roared to the sky, not feeling the slightest joy after killing, but furious. After a long time, the roar subsided. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Bottleneck, bottleneck. Why can't this king advance to the emperor realm? 700 years, this king has worked hard for 700 years, but why can't I break through? Damn heaven! Why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this." After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash. None of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king. All of you are trash." While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2475. At a certain moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. His eyes widened, and his originally furious mood suddenly calmed down, and was replaced by excitement. His body even began to tremble. "Ha ha ha ha." He suddenly laughed loudly. "The seed has matured. Finally, a seed has matured. Hoo." He shouted crazily for a while, unable to control his excitement. Soon, he summoned a warship and rumbled towards the depths of the shattered star sea. Judging from the direction he was flying, he was actually heading towards the source sea. Time continued to pass by. Although Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him, and planned to immediately withdraw his embodiment and sealed world bead once he found someone approaching him, he did not delay his absorption and refinement at all. The sealed world bead and embodiment also absorbed more and more fiercely, causing Yang Kai to tremble with fear. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. The area of the source sea had shrunk significantly compared to the beginning, and not only that, but the origin energy contained in the remaining source sea was also countless times thinner than before. Not only did the cultivator at the edge discover the problem, but even the cultivator in the depths also discovered the problem. The deepest part of the source sea was the territory occupied by the Emperor Realm. The red-haired young man who had attacked Yang Kai earlier suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw a man standing alone in the air, looking at him coldly. The red-haired young man grinned and looked back fearlessly. "You're not the one behind this?" The man looked at the red-haired young man for a while. He suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. The red-haired young man pondered. He said, "I also want to know who's behind this." The two looked at each other, and then turned their eyes in the same direction. The red-haired young man said, "The source strength seems to be flowing in that direction." The man nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That direction is where Hyoji is." Hyoji. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that this Hyoji had a great background. Even as the ruler of the Emperor Realm, he didn't dare to treat them lightly. "Do you want to go and take a look?" the person asked. The red-haired youth smiled disdainfully and said, "So this is the reason you came to me? Are all the cultivator in your southern territory so cowardly?" The man snorted but didn't deny it. He only said, "Hyoji is the son of the great emperors after all." The red-haired youth sneered. "Isn't there also a son of the great emperors in your southern territory? Why don't you look for her instead of this young master?" That person said, "She's not in the Emperor Realm yet, so it's useless to look for her. If you're scared, I'll go and check it out myself." "Who says I'm scared?" the red-haired youth said angrily. He stood up as he spoke. He said fiercely, "How dare you steal this young master's origin power? Even if it's the son of the great emperors, I'll spit it out." He flew up and flew in the direction of Hyoji. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly followed. Not long after, the two of them suddenly discovered an unusual situation. Not far away, on a vast island, there were 3 newly ascended rulers of the Emperor Realm gathered. Not only that, Hyoji, who they were looking for, was also among them. And standing in front of the 3 rulers of the Emperor Realm was a young man from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. It was unknown what these 4 people were doing at this moment. They were staring at each other, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. And what surprised the two of them was that the young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm didn't change his expression when facing the three rulers of the Emperor realm. There was no fear at all. "It's him." The red-haired youth couldn't help but exclaim softly. The other person asked in astonishment, "Do you know him?" The red-haired youth's face darkened as he replied, "This guy passed by this young master's place half a month ago and took a blow from this young master without suffering any injuries." Hearing this, the other person's face changed slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. The red-haired youth said, "This young master didn't hold back. This person is quite interesting. If he can break through to the Emperor realm, his future will be limitless. I don't know which territory he is from, but he's not from my eastern territory." The other person didn't answer, but the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the young man in the Dao Source realm. "Let's go down and take a look," the red-haired youth called out, and took the lead to fly towards the island. On the island, Yang Kai had a look of displeasure on his face. Just as he was enjoying absorbing the source strength, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching him. In a panic, he hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and his embodiment, but before he could react, 3 people from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared in front of him, all of them staring at him with gloomy faces, as if they wanted to eat him alive. These 3 people from the Emperor realm had undoubtedly just broken through in the Shattered Star Sea, so it seemed that their realms were unstable, but in the end, they were from the Emperor realm, so they had the dignity of a master. Yang Kai could more or less guess why they came to find him. It was nothing more than him making too much of a commotion by absorbing the source strength here. So others noticed it, and came to check on the situation. This was inevitable. Yang Kai didn't expect the sealed world bead and his embodiment to be able to make such a big commotion. Holding on for half a month was already beyond his expectations. In this half a month, whether it was the embodiment, the sealed world bead, or Yang Kai himself, all of them had obtained unimaginable benefits. Perhaps all the cultivator in the entire Source Sea combined would not be able to absorb as much source strength as he did. At this moment, the source strength contained in the Source Sea had also shrunk significantly, and was no longer as rich as before. 2 more people flew over and landed directly on the side. Yang Kai glanced at them and his eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted one of them. "Hey brother Wuchang, long time no see." He had some impression of the red-haired young man. Half a month ago, he was attacked by this red-haired young man. This person seemed to be called Qi Gui, and the person who came with Qi Gui was Wuchang of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, one of the top rising stars in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai was not surprised that Wuchang could advance to the Emperor realm, but he was a little surprised to meet him here. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Qi Gui immediately turned to look at Wuchang and asked, "Do you know this boy?" "I don't know him. I've never seen him before." "Don't ask me," Wuchang said with a cold face. Although he had no grudges with Yang Kai, there was no friendship between them. At this moment, Yang Kai looked like he had angered everyone, so Wuchang did not want to have anything to do with him. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Why is brother Wuchang so heartless? Back in the Four Seasons realm, we cooperated well, and the ending was a happy one. Even if brother Wuchang does not care about our old friendship, you don't have to be so cold." Wuchang said angrily, "What cooperation? It was nothing more than a mutually willing transaction. Why are you making it sound so nice?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "A transaction is also a cooperation. Didn't brother Wuchang benefit from it? You being able to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly is more or less due to me, right? Xiaosheng is still working hard to prepare for his breakthrough." He looked at Wuchang with scorching eyes, implying something. Wuchang naturally knew that he was talking about the extraordinary treasure pill, and immediately snorted coldly. "A transaction is a transaction. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Brother Wuchang, you might as well change your name to Wuqing," Yang Kai said disappointedly. Qi Gui, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, "Boy, speak clearly, what did you trade that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm?" The other 3 from the Emperor realm who had arrived first also showed interested looks. Although they had all broken through now and might not need that mysterious thing, how could something that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm be ordinary? If they could obtain some of it, It would be of great benefit to their sect. Which one of these people from the Emperor realm was not a descendant of a top master? Naturally, they had the support of a great sect behind them. What kind of boy is this? Yang Kai's face sank as he glared at Qi Gui. You red-headed ghost really don't like the way you speak. You actually called me red-headed ghost? Qi Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The others were also shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. After all, among the 6 people here, only Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the others were all Emperor Realm masters. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear and instead spoke with confidence. He was not even polite when speaking to Qi Gui. This was too shocking. One of the 3 from the Emperor Realm laughed and said, Qi Gui, you are being looked down upon. Qi Gui glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression before snorting. It's not that this young master is being looked down upon. It's that he doesn't look down upon himself. Everyone heard this and understood that Qi Gui was saying that Yang Kai did not feel inferior just because his cultivation was lower, so he spoke without the slightest scruple. I heard that he took a blow from you before? The young man in the black suit spoke again. Qi Gui snorted. That's right. This young master's attack with 70% of his strength was completely blocked by him. Oh. Another young man surrounded by black Qi raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was trying to get to know him again. 70% of Qi Gui's strength was not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could take. Even the best Dao Source Realm cultivators would definitely be seriously injured, but Qi Gui actually said that Yang Kai had completely blocked it. The meaning of this was intriguing. Haha. It seems that the people from your Ahan temple are only SOSO. The young man in the black suit laughed. Qi Gui was immediately unhappy and said angrily, You speak as if you can do anything to him. Don't tell me this little brat didn't pass through your territory. The young man in the black suit suddenly curled his lips. This person was the one from the Emperor realm who had sent a spear wave at Yang Kai. He was one of the only 2 people who had taken action against Yang Kai, and it was unknown which sect he came from. Qi Gui waved his hand and said, If it's nothing important, let's not talk about it. I want to know, what are you guys doing here? The last chubby, charmingly naive man from the Emperor realm asked. Didn't you notice anything unusual about this source sea? This person was extremely fat, and the fat on his face was piled up together, almost to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Moreover, he was not tall. And if someone were to look at him from a distance, they would probably think that this person was a winter melon. However, despite his funny appearance, this person was also from the Emperor realm. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Qi Gui answered, It's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation. Fatty said, So did we. Qi Gui was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor realm wrapped in black Qi and asked, Isn't this your doing, Hyoji? The man from the Emperor realm named Hyoji coldly snorted and said, Why do you think I did it? I guessed. Qi Gui sniffed. The strong young man said, It's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source sea is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem. As soon as this statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here? The strong young man frowned and said, The source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, Really? That can't be right? This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease in flow of source strength was clearly visible. Not to mention that Yang Kai was a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Especially his eyes. Clear and bright, without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The 5 of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken. But the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. It really has nothing to do with you? Qigui frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted. I'm just a Dao source realm cultivator. How could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Dao source realm cultivator, so how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully. The abnormality in the source sea began half a month ago. In the beginning it wasn't very big, but later on it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago. Hearing his words, the other 4 people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful, or I won't be polite to you. You won't be polite to me? The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me. He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the source sea. Wu Chang didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chang actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of this situation. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously, but he pretended not to notice and just said, Instead of getting entangled in this baseless matter, it's better to go back and absorb and refine it. Although the source sea has decreased a lot, it hasn't completely disappeared. I believe it's enough to meet everyone's needs. The fat man nodded and said, And you're right. The young man and Qi Gui didn't seem to have any good ideas, but Hyoji, the son of the great emperors, said in a deep voice, Boy, regardless of whether the change in the source sea is your problem or not, you must leave this place now. This is the Emperor Realm's territory, and with your current strength, you are not qualified to set foot here. Yang Kai turned to look at him and sneered softly. Do you think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? Since this guy wanted to drive him away, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to cooperate. Although he had taken away most of the source strength in the source sea, there was still a lot left. The world principles in the sealed world bead hadn't been completed yet, and his embodiment showed no signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm. He also hadn't sensed any opportunity to break through. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hyoji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Why don't you try? Yang Kai squinted at him. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Kai Yang in amazement. If it were any other newcomer from the Emperor realm, it would be fine. Although Yang Kai was only from the 3rd order Dao source realm, he seemed to be quite strong and had the right to be arrogant. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors, the descendant of the great emperors of the Eastern Territory's serene soul. Everyone from the Emperor realm present was afraid of him. Although they weren't timid in front of him, they still didn't dare to speak to him like this. But Yang Kai actually dared him to try. Where did this boy get the courage to speak to the son of the great emperors in such a tone? The young man was particularly stunned, thinking that this guy was a fool. Why did he have to compete with a fool just now? He slowly shook his head, feeling that Yang Kai was definitely going to die this time. If one offended him, he might not kill Yang Kai, at most teaching him a lesson, but if one offended Hyoji, how could one still be alive? Wu Chang's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. The reason he could help Yang Kai out just now was because they were both from the Southern Territory. In the Southern Territory he could compete with Yang Kai, but that was considered an internal battle, so it didn't matter if they fought to the death. But in the Shattered Star Sea, in front of the masters from the other 3 territories, he couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. But now he found that Yang Kai was simply unreasonable. Provoking the son of the great emperors like this, what good would come of it? What was hard was easy to break. This boy was still too young and impetuous. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the void was filled with cold, murderous intent. Hyoji looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead man. To his surprise, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest fear, and his burning gaze shook his mind slightly. Hyoji's face sank, and just as he was about to attack Yang Kai, a streak of light quickly flew over from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived above everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank as they looked up, wondering who this person was and why he was so arrogant. When the streak of light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, like a beast that had been starving for countless years and finally saw its prey. But soon he trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression stiff. The 6 people below were eyeing him covetously, and 5 of them were actually from the Emperor realm. He came here in high spirits, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he showed up. He was so scared that he almost turned around and left immediately. Although he didn't put the average the Emperor realm in his eyes, there were as many as 5 people here. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. "Ha!" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the newcomer in high spirits, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised because he knew this person, and he was happy because he planned to look for this person after this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Wu Mengchuan, the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, the descendant of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. The Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle method was taught to Yang Kai by Wu Mengchuan, but Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it, so he left it to his embodiment. The embodiment was happy to cultivate it, and his cultivation increased very quickly. But recently, the embodiment felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he guessed that it was because of his secret art. Perhaps, the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle method that Wu Mengchuan taught to Yang Kai was not complete. Yang Kai wanted to find Wu Mengchuan to ask about the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle method, and get the complete secret art from him. Otherwise, the embodiment's cultivation was very likely to remain stagnant. Back then, Yang Kai was only a third-order Origin King and was not Wu Mengchuan's opponent, but now he was in the third-order Dao Source realm, so there was naturally no need to fear him. Both of them had different thoughts, but they were extremely surprised to meet here. Why does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come here? The young man curled his lips in displeasure when he found that Wu Mengchuan was also from the third-order Dao Source realm. He let Yang Kai in earlier because Yang Kai had taken a blow from him. He was eager to absorb and refine the source strength here, so he didn't want to waste time and energy on Yang Kai. But now, another Dao Source realm cultivator had come to the Emperor realm's territory. Just kill him. Tigui snorted coldly. Wu Mengchuan was shocked when he heard this. Although he did not know what the 6 people below were doing, it was obvious that the 5 Emperor Realm Masters were looking at him with malicious intent. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and apologized. My apologies. This one has mistakenly intruded upon your precious land. I will withdraw now, please calm down." Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a strange expression on his face before turning around to leave. Although he recognized Yang Kai and remembered that he had taught Yang Kai the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle method in the Bone Prison, he couldn't detect any trace of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle method from Yang Kai at close range. This puzzled Wu Mengchuan, because he had sensed that the mature seed was emitting fluctuations from this place, but when he hurried over, the fluctuations had disappeared, and he was surprised to see Yang Kai. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2477. Big cousin, don't go. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai suddenly shouted towards Wu Mengchuan's position, full of enthusiasm. Wu Mengchuan staggered and almost fell from the air. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, "Who's your big cousin?" Yang Kai said sternly, "Big cousin, you're too mean. You're pretending not to know me even though you've met me here. I'll tell your mother later. Be careful that she doesn't beat you up. Wu Mengchuan was furious and said, Boy, don't talk nonsense. He's your big cousin? The well-dressed young man looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, Why doesn't he look like one? Yang Kai said, He's just like that. While speaking, he looked up at Wu Mengchuan and said, Big cousin, someone here wants to bully me. Shouldn't you stand up for me or something? Wu Mengchuan said with a dark face, Boy, if you talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you. Yang Kai immediately said angrily, Everyone wants to be rude to me. Do you think this young master is so easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll go up now and beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Seeing Yang Kai keep saying, Your mother, Wu Mengchuan was so angry that smoke came out of his body, but since there were 5 people from the Emperor realm below, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he just sneered and said, Come here if you have the guts, let's see who will beat who. Just you wait. After Yang Kai said this, he immediately flew up and threw a barrage of punches at Wu Mengchuan. Boy, you've got guts. Wu Mengchuan was furious. Although he was afraid of the 5 people from the Emperor realm below, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai come up and attack without any hesitation, he immediately counterattacked. However, he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and the 5 people below, so he didn't dare to kill him and only used 50% of his strength to defend. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound in the air as the 2 people exchanged punches and kicks. Although the scene looked very lively, in fact, no one showed their true abilities. Suddenly, Yang Kai quietly winked at Wu Mengchuan. Although Wu Mengchuan didn't know what Yang Kai meant, he had lived for so many years, so he had some understanding. While fighting Yang Kai back and forth, he cooperated with Yang Kai to quickly move the battlefield away. In a short while, the 2 of them had already left the field of vision of the 5 people from the Emperor realm. After a while, even his divine sense could no longer detect them. Humph! Hyoji snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he turned around and flew back to his original position. Although Yang Kai had annoyed him, Yang Kai was now fighting with someone. It wasn't convenient for him to chase after them. He could only ignore it. Chi Gui looked in the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and chuckled softly. This little brat found a good way out for himself. The young man nodded and said, I'm afraid that person was his helper. He was just putting on an act to get us out of here. Although Wu Cheng did not say anything, he obviously felt the same way. Although Yang Kai's attitude was tough and arrogant just now, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes, in the end, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If he really fought with Hyoji, there was no way for him to survive. Now it was just as well. If he fought with his so-called eldest cousin while escaping, Hyoji wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just that, such a scheming person would make others look down on him. Soon, the 5 people from the Emperor realm who had gathered here dispersed, but strangely enough, in the following days, they did not encounter any significant reduction in source strength. This made them even more convinced that the previous anomaly was caused by Yang Kai. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the source sea, above a broken star, 2 people stood in the air, looking at each other from a distance. One of them was burly, with a strong body and a burning gaze, like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. The other stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bright like the stars. These 2 were none other than Wu Mengchuan and Yang Kai. They had retreated from the source sea all the way to this uninhabited star, each with their own ulterior motives. I didn't expect that you could cultivate to the 3rd order Dao Source realm in such a short time. Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said with a little excitement, The secret art this king taught you is not bad, right? He thought that Yang Kai could achieve such a cultivation in such a short time, because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was too heaven-defying. As long as one could withstand the backlash of the secret art, it was extremely easy to increase one's cultivation. This young master is talented and intelligent. What does it have to do with your bullshit secret art? Yang Kai curled his lips. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and said, This king was once your sect master and saved your life. Is this how you talk to this king? Yang Kai said with a sullen face, If I remember correctly, it was this young master who saved your life. Wu Mengchuan said. Even so, but are you going to deny that this king taught you a secret art? Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became angry. You have the nerve to mention that? I have a question for you about that bullshit secret art. What? Wu Mengchuan raised his eyebrows. Is the cultivation method you imparted to me incomplete? Wu Mengchuan's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing quickened as he exclaimed. You really have cultivated a secret art. His expression was like a pervert who had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining brightly, causing Yang Kai to have goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai said impatiently, What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate it or not? Wu Mengchuan smiled slightly and said, If you didn't cultivate it, how could you have noticed this problem? Yang Kai said with a dark face, That secret art is really incomplete. You are despicable. This young master risked a great danger to release you from the bone prison and give you back your freedom. Not only did you not know how to repay kindness, you even taught me an incomplete secret art. Where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Damn it, this young master can only blame himself for being too naive to believe you, you bastard. He cursed bitterly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He had a regretful look on his face, almost wanting to buy some regret medicine to eat. Wu Mengchuan's face was filled with a cheerful smile as he waited for him to finish cursing before saying, The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete, it is complete. Bullshit. Yang Kai saw that he still did not admit it and spat at him. Wu Mengchuan easily dodged and said lightly, Boy, don't be so rude. Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young? Sorry, I was born like this. Yang Kai said with an arrogant expression. Wu Mengchuan snorted. This king won't lower himself to your level, but about that secret art, do you want to listen to this king explain it to you? Speak. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Mengchuan didn't care and said lightly, In the past, my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret art, which was an extraordinary secret art. The great emperors were able to achieve supremacy in the heaven and earth, and were invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, the tree that stood out from the rest was feared by the other great emperors, and they joined forces to kill it. It's really the heavens who are jealous of heroic talents. Yang Kai sneered. How come the version I heard is different from what you said? Wu Mengchuan glared at him and said, Do you still want to listen? If you don't want to listen, this king won't say it. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to pull his mouth, making a sewing gesture, indicating for him to continue. Wu Mengchuan snorted unhappily and continued. When my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret art, he had already noticed that there was a huge flaw in this secret art. Guess what it is? Yang Kai pointed to his mouth and made a few ahs sound, but he didn't say anything. Wu Mengchuan said helplessly, Although this secret art is heaven-defying, it goes against heaven and earth, so the backlash is extremely strong. Only those with great perseverance can cultivate it and bear the backlash, otherwise, it won't be long before they become the demon race and burn themselves to death. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, knowing that Wu Mengchuan was not lying. This was because the embodiment had once mentioned this problem, but because the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it was born with the ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities, so this drawback of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret art did not affect it much. In addition, when this secret art is cultivated to a certain limit, a bottleneck will appear. If this bottleneck is not broken, it will never be possible to advance. Speaking of this, Wu Mengchuan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, and this bottleneck is the third order Tao source realm, which is why you and I can't break through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai thought that his failure to break through was not because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret art, but he was willing to listen because he felt that Wu Mengchuan would tell him a solution to this problem soon. This guy seemed to feel that he had already defeated him, so he was now chattering away and revealing a lot of information. Sure enough, Wu Mengchuan said, In order to solve this problem, my ancestor came up with an ingenious solution. Let another person also cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret art. When this person reaches the bottleneck of the third order Tao source realm, they can devour him and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, thus advancing to the Emperor realm. His tone gradually became excited, and his face became ruddy as he said excitedly, "My ancestor is truly a peerless genius. I am not as good as him." Yang Kai said in shock, "So, you taught me the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art, because your ultimate goal was to devour me?" Wu Mengchuan grinned, revealing his white fangs. "Naturally, otherwise, do you think this king, as a descendant of my ancestor, would easily teach this secret art to others? Despicable, shameless." Yang Kai said angrily. Wu Mengchuan snorted coldly. "You are not the only one this king has taught. Over the past few hundred years, this king has found hundreds of qualified cultivator and taught them the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art. But you are the only one who has been able to cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm. As for the others, they are all dead." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete. It is just a copy." "Copy?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes, the heaven-devouring great emperor secret art created by my ancestor is divided into two types, the main one and the copy. This king cultivates the main one, while what I taught you is a copy." Chapter 2478. You've really played a big game of chess. Yang Kai was slightly shocked. He did not expect that Wu Mengchuan would teach so many people the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. However, those who cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique had all died from the backlash. After all, not everyone had a body like the embodiment. He secretly rejoiced that he had resisted the temptation back then, and did not cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. Otherwise, he would not even know how he had died. Although he was confident in his perseverance, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was too strange. Wu Mengchuan's ability to cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm was definitely not as simple as having strong perseverance. Perhaps the heaven-devouring great emperor had left behind some cultivation experiences for him to refer to. If I can recreate the glory of my ancestors, what is a few hundred years of waiting? Wu Mengchuan's body shook as he shouted loudly. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he asked, "I want to ask, what is the difference between the main version and the instance version?" Haha, the two are basically the same, but naturally there are some differences. The cultivator who cultivates the instance version is just a seed. Once the cultivator reaches the peak of the third-order Dao source realm, the seed will mature and can be swallowed by the cultivator of the main version. That way, they will be able to advance to the emperor realm. Moreover, if the seed matures, the cultivator of the main version will be able to sense the other party from a very far distance. Wu Mengchuan's tone gradually became excited. Yang Kai suddenly understood. "No wonder you could find me in the Shattered Star Sea. You could have sensed me." Previously, in the Source Sea, he had also released the embodiment, so Wu Mengchuan probably sensed it at that time. Wu Mengchuan raised his arms and shouted, "This king has waited for hundreds of years for this day. Finally, this king has seen the light of day." Yang Kai nodded. He had asked what he needed to ask and understood what he needed to know. The reason why the embodiment had reached a bottleneck, but could not break through was really because of the secret art. However, the secret art was not incomplete, but it had always been like this. He pondered for a moment, then said, "If the person who cultivated the copy devours the person who cultivated the main copy, what should we do then?" Wu Mengchuan was taken aback when he heard this, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. He grinned and said, "Young people are quite ambitious, very good. With your aptitude, if you didn't cultivate the divine technique, you would definitely become a great talent in the future. Unfortunately, you are now just a stepping stone for my advancement." "You haven't answered my question yet." Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. Wu Mengchuan snorted. "If you can really swallow this king, then you should naturally advance. What's there to ask?" "I see." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "That would be for the best." "Boy, what else do you want to ask?" Wu Mengchuan shouted in a low voice. "Ask all at once, and then we can set off on our way. This king can't wait any longer." "No more." Yang Kai grinned at him. This strange smile startled Wu Mengchuan, causing him to grit his teeth and spat. "You're deliberately mystifying things." While speaking, Source Chi suddenly surged from his body, as if he was preparing to attack Yang Kai. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. What do you want to do? Wu Mengchuan shouted impatiently. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange smile. He said, Aren't you going to ask? Why can't you sense the mature seed now? Wu Mengchuan looked stunned, thinking that this was right. He was wondering why he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the mature seed before, but after being asked this and that by Yang Kai, he had forgotten about it. Now that he was reminded by Yang Kai, he suddenly remembered. He hurriedly asked, Why? Ha! Yang Kai grinned, spread his hands, and said, Because this young master hasn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique at all. What? Wu Mengchuan was shocked. Haven't cultivated it? Impossible. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, how could he have been promoted to the third order Dao source realm in such a short time? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's expression and aura, it seemed that he had been promoted for a long time, and his cultivation was extremely dense. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, then how could he explain the fluctuations of the seed he had sensed earlier? He had clearly flown over quickly after sensing the fluctuations, and then saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, The one who has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique is someone else. Who? Wu Mengchuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. The huge figure suddenly blotted out all the light in the sky, casting a shadow over a large area. After it landed on the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth wide and looked up at the mountain-like existence, only to feel a sense of suffocation that made him unable to breathe for a long time. When this mountain-like being appeared, the feeling that had disappeared appeared once again. This time, Wu Mengchuan clearly sensed that this fluctuation was not coming from Yang Kai, but from this monster. Taking a closer look, Wu Mengchuan couldn't help but gasp. This huge monster actually had hands and feet, and its entire body was covered in a thick rock armor. It looked like a huge stone man, but this stone man also had a pair of intelligent eyes that kept rolling around. In the stone man's hand was a pitch-black war hammer that was wrapped in pitch-black darkness. The war hammer was filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura, a demon armament. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the war hammer in a daze. His heart was filled with extreme shock, and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was a demon armament, a genuine demon armament. There were still demon armaments in the world today? Shouldn't this thing have disappeared long ago? Could it be that those ancient great demons and great demons had not gone extinct yet? Did you hear what this guy said just now? Yang Kai pointed to Wu Mengchuan and asked. The embodiment waved the demon armament war hammer in his hand and said, I heard it very clearly. Devour him and you can break through the current bottleneck. Yang Kai smiled softly. The embodiment also smiled heartily. I can't wait. Saying so, he took a step forward. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a loud noise rang out, and a huge footprint was left on the solid ground by the embodiment. What the hell is this? Wu Mengchuan finally recovered and couldn't help shouting. Where did you get this thing? It was impossible for such a big monster to be taken out from a space ring. He only saw Yang Kai wave his hand, and this thing appeared on the scene. Moreover, Wu Mengchuan didn't know whether this thing was alive or not. If he said it was dead, it could speak and communicate, but if he said it was alive, it didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of life. After living for so many years, Wu Mengchuan never thought that he would be able to gain some insight today. Why do you care where I got this thing? Just accept your death obediently. If you don't resist, I can give you a quick death, but if you resist, humph. Yang Kai stood aside and sneered. You want this king to die? Wu Mengchuan's eyes flashed fiercely as he said angrily. Boy, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Who dares act presumptuously in front of this king? Speaking of this, he suddenly opened his hand, pointed it at the embodiment, and shouted, Heaven-devouring great emperor, devour for me. A mysterious power suddenly spread out and enveloped the embodiment, as if it was going to devour everything. The embodiment's huge body staggered and fell to his knees, a look of pain on his face as he let out a wail. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in a low voice, What's going on? He knew best how strong the embodiment was. The Stone Mongoose clan was born with strong bodies, and over the years, the embodiment had refined countless treasures. With the demonic warhammer in hand, he could even fight the Emperor realm head-on. If it weren't for his large body and inconvenient movements, Yang Kai wouldn't have hidden him so often. But now, such a powerful embodiment was actually knocked to the ground by Wu Mengchuan in a single exchange, and it didn't even seem to have the strength to fight back. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? How could this old thing be so powerful? Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Die, die, die. The embodiment wailed and screamed in pain. My power is being devoured. Ha 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 ha. Wu Mengchuan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness as he shouted. How dare you be so arrogant in front of this king? Watch this king devour you. Visible to the naked eye, pure energy overflowed from the embodiment and was absorbed into Wu Mengchuan's body. Wu Mengchuan's whole body became flushed, as if he had received great nourishment. Secret art suppression. Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly understood something. He no longer dared to let the embodiment stay outside and waved his hand, sending it back into the sealed world bead. On the other side, Wu Mengchuan was devouring happily, but all of a sudden, the source of power disappeared, and when he looked around, his embodiment also disappeared without a trace. His face suddenly became gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Where is that thing? Hurry up and release it, or this king will make you beg for death. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted. Old dog, you're good at scheming. Is there a natural suppression between the main and copy secret arts? Wu Mengchuan said with a sullen face. So what if there is? Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, if that's the case, then no matter how strong the cultivator who cultivates the copy is, it is just a dish in front of you. Boy, don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and release that thing. After this king breaks through to the Emperor realm, this king may be able to help you a little. Wu Mengchuan shouted impatiently. The opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm was right in front of him, but Yang Kai had hidden it away, so how could Wu Mengchuan not be anxious? He didn't even know how Yang Kai had managed to summon that thing back. If he hadn't figured it out, he would have attacked Yang Kai right away instead of discussing any conditions with him. Yang Kai snorted. The heaven-devouring great emperor was heartless in the past. He slaughtered all living beings, devoured the stars, and destroyed the territory of the great emperor, provoking the wrath of the heavens. In the end, he was killed by the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan, what do you think you can do even if you break through to the emperor realm? You will just follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Nonsense. Wu Mengchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily. The great emperors were just narrow-minded people. They were jealous of my ancestors' strength and set up a trap, but unfortunately, my ancestors still managed to defeat them. How could someone as powerful as my ancestors die so easily? At this point, Wu Mengchuan suddenly closed his mouth, and his originally excited mood seemed to have calmed down a little. Chapter 2479. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at him in horror, asking in a trembling voice, what do you mean? You don't mean to say that the master, he's not dead yet, right? Wu Mengchuan knew that he had a slip of the tongue due to his emotions just now, so he just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a murderous look on his face. A chill suddenly came from the soles of his feet, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. The heaven-devouring great emperor was a legend, but this legend was killed by the joint forces of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. But now, Wu Mengchuan actually revealed some unusual information. If it was someone else who said this, Yang Kai might not take it seriously, but Wu Mengchuan was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so his words were more or less justified. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were not dead, then all this was just too crazy. After tens of thousands of years of dormancy, what were the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor doing? And for what? Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This king didn't want to kill you so easily because you are a promising talent, but now it seems that you must die. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a deep voice as he suddenly clenched his fist and blasted it in the direction of Yang Kai. The fist intent broke through the barrier and crushed the void with infinite power. His eagerness to kill made Yang Kai feel more and more uneasy. wondering if his guess just now was correct. After Wu Mengchuan made his move, Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Because this guy's strength was extremely good. Definitely not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could compare to. It could even be said that he had surpassed the level of Dao Source Realm. Even Wu Chang and Xia Sheng, who were rising stars of the younger generation, they might not necessarily have Wu Mengchuan's heritage. As expected of the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Even if he had been cultivating on his own all these years, he was not necessarily worse than those elites. However, although Wu Mengchuan was powerful, Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he did not dodge but met it with a punch of his own. Asterisk hong long 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 long. Asterisk the sound of an explosion rang out, and the chaotic energy swam between the two of them. They collided. Wu Mengchuan was taken aback and was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's strength had also surprised him. He was well aware of his own strength. Ordinary Dao Source Realm masters were no match for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in the Shattered Star Sea, snatch so many star seals, and upgrade his star seal to a 7-pointed star seal. But it was precisely because of this that Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he shouted, "What kind of opportunities have you had over the years? It's really an eye-opener for this king to grow so quickly from an origin king back then." Although he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, but to be able to let a person become so strong in such a short period of time, Kai Yang's luck was definitely not shallow. But no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, as long as he could kill him, everything would belong to him. While he was talking, he had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fists raining down like a storm, his eyes filled with a trace of clarity. Yang Kai looked solemn as he quietly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body as he fought back fearlessly. Previously, in the Source Sea, the fight between the two was just for show, so neither of them used their full strength. Neither of them knew where the other's bottom line was. But now in this life and death battle, neither of them held back. For a time, the two exchanged punches and kicks, creating a series of clanging sounds. In terms of physique and cultivation, Yang Kai was undoubtedly superior, and coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, Wu Mengchuan quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle. Yang Kai's fists landed squarely on Wu Mengchuan's body, leaving him in a sorry state. Wu Mengchuan was also extremely shocked. He found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability. In less than 30 breaths, Wu Mengchuan's body was stained with blood, looking extremely miserable. But his eyes were extremely bright. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that something was wrong. Because if it were someone else being beaten by him like this, that person's aura would have already weakened, but Wu Mengchuan's aura showed no signs of weakening, and instead showed signs of increasing. In contrast, Yang Kai's consumption was not light. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Old dog, you're actually devouring my power." Under his careful observation, he finally found some clues. Every time his power hit Wu Mengchuan, a part of it would strangely disappear. And this part was obviously being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan laughed and said, "This king has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, and is invincible. Unless you can kill this king in a single blow, just accept your death obediently." Killing Wu Mengchuan in a single blow was absolutely impossible for an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm master. Only a master above the second-order Emperor Realm could do it. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. Wu Mengchuan's voice was fierce as he shouted, "In front of this king, you can't come and go as you please. Heaven-devouring great emperor's territory, open for me." Hong. An invisible territory field expanded with a bang, directly wrapping Yang Kai in it. In this territory field, Yang Kai found that the power in his body was gushing out of his meridians uncontrollably, turning into a trickle of energy that flowed towards Wu Mengchuan. Not only that, his vitality was also showing signs of being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. And this speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Although the embodiment also cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, his secret art was undoubtedly much worse than Wu Mengchuan's, so there was no territory field that could devour everything. In this territory field, everything was the source of Wu Mengchuan's power, and it was inevitable that he would devour it. If someone fought with him, Wu Mengchuan could easily win and kill his opponent. Yang Kai was now in this awkward situation. What a rich blood qi! What a pure origin energy! Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise while fighting with Yang Kai. Boy, you've tempered your body? Good, 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 this is a great tonic. This king will have more confidence in breaking through to the emperor realm. Yang Kai snorted. You really want to devour me? Be careful not to choke to death. As he spoke, he urged his space force, causing the surrounding void to tremble and become strange and unpredictable. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened in shock. This is Space Force. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and was shocked beyond words. But in the next moment he was overjoyed. You're proficient in Space Force. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this guy couldn't possibly. Before he could finish this thought though, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and exclaimed in horror. Bastard, you can even devour principal strength? Wu Mengchuan showed a look of ecstasy on his face as he opened his mind and body to devour everything around him, constantly praising. Wonderful, wonderful. The Space Force turns out to be so mysterious. No wonder not many people can cultivate it. By devouring Yang Kai's Space Force, he had comprehended a trace of the mysteries of Space Force. If this continued for a long time, once he really understood the mysteries of Space Force, he would definitely be able to cultivate Space Force like Yang Kai and obtain the Space Divine technique. Only now did Yang Kai truly realize the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. This secret art was really a peerless secret art, capable of devouring everything. Just think about it, no matter how mysterious the principal strength was, once it was used by someone, the one who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, could comprehend and cultivate it by devouring it. This was simply robbing, and the opponent could do nothing about it. It was no wonder that during the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was able to drag 4 top Great Emperors to the grave with him. With a secret art like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, who in this world could be his opponent? This was simply cheating. This king is a little reluctant to kill you. Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai excitedly and shouted. Boy, this king will give you one more chance. Stop here, open your knowledge sea, and let this king brand his soul brand. When this king dominates the territory of the aspiring star, and reproduces the glory of our ancestors, I will let you rule the world. How about it? Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at him, but while speaking, his hands were not idle. With a wave of his hand, he sent 2 huge moon blades towards Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up again as he stared at the moon blades, as if he had seen something novel. When the moon blades were about to reach him, he twisted his body to avoid them, licked his lips, and said with an impatient look, This king likes your space principles very much. As long as you can help this king cultivate and comprehend this principal strength, this king will not treat you unfairly. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. I only want one thing. Yang Kai sneered softly. Wu Mengchuan said with a sullen face, If it's this king's life, then forget it. Yang Kai asked, You're so smart, do your parents know? Wu Mengchuan retorted angrily, My parents died long ago. What does it have to do with them? Scorching flame. While shouting angrily, Wu Mengchuan suddenly waved his hand, and sent a stream of flames straight towards Yang Kai. This stream of flames contained the principle of fire, and seemed to be able to burn everything. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that this principle of fire was not something Wu Mengchuan had comprehended on his own. He should have devoured the principal strength of others, through the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. But even so, this divine technique should not be underestimated. Exile. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a black hole immediately appeared in front of him, and swallowed the stream of flames directly. Stubborn. Wu Mengchuan's face became angry, and he suddenly spread out his hands, releasing 2 completely different principal fluctuations. His left hand was covered in flames, while his right hand was covered in ice. The principles of ice and fire spread out, but strangely, they did not cancel each other out, but instead merged perfectly. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a low voice, "I'll let you have a taste of this king's unique 9 heavens of ice and fire." Pa. He clapped his hands together, and in an instant, the power of ice and fire erupted fiercely, sweeping through the void and shattering the world. Chapter 2480. A violent force swept out, and Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt, and was immediately submerged. Hong Long Long. The ice and fire 9-layered heaven's secret technique rolled over and gradually disappeared, its power dissipating. Wu Mengchuan, however, stood in place with a dignified expression, staring ahead. When the dust settled, Yang Kai stood in the void in ragged clothes. Although he was in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of losing his life. His expression was solemn as he formed a series of hand seals. A mysterious aura filled the air. Wu Mengchuan suddenly felt extremely uneasy, a feeling that made his heart beat wildly. For some reason, he had a feeling that time had slowed down, as if his perception was being suppressed. Everything around him seemed to have come to a standstill, and only Yang Kai's movements were as fast as lightning. A dazzling handprint suddenly formed, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clapped it towards him, shouting in a low voice, "Flowing Time Great Emperor Shuttle Art." Wu Mengchuan was shocked, instinctively sensing a dangerous aura. He wanted to dodge, but he could not move at all, and even his thoughts seemed to have frozen at this moment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique did not play any role. The dazzling handprint pressed directly towards Wu Mengchuan. At this critical moment, Wu Mengchuan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-red bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle did not look big, only about a foot tall, but as soon as it appeared, an extremely strong bloody aura filled the air. A bright red light suddenly bloomed from this bottle, and this light was so thick that it was almost tangible. Not only was the smell of blood pungent, but it also flowed out, turning into a crimson light that shrouded the front. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a blood-red sea had suddenly spread out. It filled a vast expanse of space. Hong Hong Hong. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle art blasted into the sea of blood. Monstrous waves were set off, causing the sea of blood to roil and tumble. Wu Mengchuan let out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Even though he had summoned this strange artifact, he was still inevitably hit by the divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and his face rapidly aged, seemingly seriously injured. However, his expression had calmed down and was no longer as panicked as before. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Yang Kai, Wu Mengchuan growled, "I didn't expect you to have such a divine technique." Yang Kai frowned and kept looking around. It had only been 3 breaths since Wu Mengchuan summoned the blood-red bottle, but now, the environment he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. The surroundings were filled with the thick smell of blood, and the sea of blood below was constantly churning. Bubbles appeared, and faint cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard coming from them. The surrounding space seemed to have been isolated by this sea of blood. Even though Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not detect anything beyond the sea of blood. It was as if this place had suddenly become a small world similar to the sealed world bead. It was completely isolated from the outside world. What the hell was that? Yang Kai was puzzled. The only thing he was certain of was that the blood-red bottle was an emperor artifact. Moreover, it was most likely an emperor artifact left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After all, Wu Mengchuan was not an emperor realm master yet, so it was impossible for him to have his own emperor artifact. If it really was an emperor artifact left behind by the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, then it would be a big problem. Yang Kai's face sank for a moment. Boy, what kind of divine technique is that? It's completely different from the space principles you just used. Wu Mengchuan shouted again. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and snorted. "You're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wu Mengchuan was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Boy, your tone isn't small, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing this king to use the blood spirit bottle." Blood spirit bottle? Yang Kai raised his brow, knowing that this was the name of the emperor artifact. That's right, Wu Mingchuan said triumphantly. This is an emperor artifact left behind by our ancestor. Only those with the Wu family bloodline can use it. Others can't use it at all. Although the blood spirit bottle is not the ancestor's best work, it's enough to deal with you, boy. Sure enough, this is an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor for his descendants. Yang Kai was shocked. Wu Mingchuan continued, inside this king's blood spirit bottle, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you can forget about escaping. Today you can either submit to this king or die here. Yang Kai sneered. You'd better worry about yourself first. After being hit by this young master's flowing time great emperor's divine technique, how long can you live? Although the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal did not have the desired effect, it did injure Wu Mingchuan. His gradually aging face was the best proof of this, and the principles of time that had invaded his body could not be easily resolved. The principles of time would continue to corrode Wu Mingchuan's vitality, until he eventually died of old age. What can a trivial secret technique do to me? Wu Mingchuan coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, causing the blood below him to rush towards him. As the blood flowed in, Wu Mingchuan's old face quickly regained its luster, as if he was no longer eroded by the principles of time. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that Wu Mingchuan's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. His face, which had recovered, quickly aged once more. What kind of power is this? Wu Mingchuan finally asked in shock. His method of using the blood to restore his vitality was actually treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Unless he continued to absorb the blood here, he would eventually die. After realizing this, Wu Mingchuan finally became afraid. Yang Kai laughed and sneered. Can't you devour all things? Why don't you try devouring it yourself and you'll know? Boy, you're courting death. I wanted to keep your life for my own use, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you. Wu Mingchuan was furious and waved his hand, causing the blood sea to suddenly tumble and a blood dragon to emerge from it. This blood dragon was lifelike, staring at Yang Kai with its house-sized eyes, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. To Wu Mingchuan's surprise, in the face of such a fierce attack, Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly. What the hell is this boy doing? Wu Mingchuan was bewildered. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but in order to avoid any accidents, he suddenly took action again. Several blood dragons suddenly shot out from the blood sea and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai snorted, Wu Mingchuan, your strength is also beyond this young master's expectations, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this treasure. He actually returned Wu Mingchuan's words to him. Wu Mingchuan was furious. Boy, how dare you be so arrogant? Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, what can you do? Just accept your death obediently. Yang Kai said indifferently, the one who's going to die is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell, pouring his source chi and divine sense into it. The mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size, and the complex patterns on its surface suddenly came to life, constantly moving around as a wild aura filled the air. This is... Wu Mingchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell in horror, almost biting off his tongue in shock. As a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors, he was naturally more concerned about everything that had happened in the shattered star sea than others. He knew which great emperors had fallen here, and what kind of treasures they had left behind. So as soon as the mountains and rivers bell appeared, he immediately recognized it. This is impossible, Wu Mingchuan shouted. In any case, he could not believe that Yang Kai had subdued the mountains and rivers bell. This was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuanding great emperors. It was an ancient relic that the Yuanding great emperors brought out from the ancient wild lands. However, wasn't the mountains and rivers bell suppressing the phoenix true fire and escaping into the void? Why would it appear in Yang Kai's hands? If the mountains and rivers bell was here, then where was the phoenix true fire? If this was the real mountains and rivers bell, then his life was in danger today. Asterisk Guang. Asterisk a melodious bell sound suddenly rang out, and shock waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The sound waves were mixed with a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, enough to suppress everything. The blood dragons that pounced at Yang Kai suddenly disintegrated, turning back into blood and dripping down. Wu Mengchuan's whole body shook, and he could not help but take a few steps back. When he stood still again, blood was oozing out of his ears and nose. This was the real mountains and rivers bell. Wu Mengchuan only saw a snowy white in front of his eyes, and under the shock of his mind he could no longer see anything, his head buzzing. After personally enduring the shock of the mountains and rivers bell, he no longer had any doubts. After the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell, Wu Mengchuan's body stiffened, as if he was being suppressed by an invisible force. Even the churning blood around him suddenly calmed down, no longer causing any ripples. The mountains and rivers bell's sound suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's aura changed the world. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could devour everything, then the mountains and rivers bell could suppress everything in this world. Wu Mengchuan finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly becoming much older. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Wu Mengchuan, today, this place will be your burial place, obediently accept your death. As he shouted, he suddenly waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell suddenly fell down rapidly into the blood sea, disappearing without a trace. But in the next moment, the entire blood sea began to boil, and at the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound coming from all directions. Wu Mengchuan turned pale with fright and shouted, "Stop! Stop! You will destroy this king's blood spirit bottle." This space had been sealed when he summoned the blood spirit bottle, and now that the mountains and rivers bell was pressing down, the blood spirit bottle could not bear it at all. If this continued, this emperor artifact left by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors would definitely be damaged. Yang Kai sneered. "You're about to die, yet you still have the leisure to care about the bottle." If the blood spirit bottle could be used by him, Yang Kai would not be so ruthless. After all, this was a treasure left by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and its value was immeasurable. But Wu Mengchuan had said before that this thing could only be used by those with the Wu family bloodline. So even if Yang Kai obtained it, it would be useless. So he showed no mercy. Kacha. More and more sounds came out. Wu Mengchuan's face was pale as he roared, "Stop, let's talk things over." Yang Kai coldly said, "It's pointless to say even half a word." Walla. With a sound. The blood sea that filled the world was suddenly broken, and the power that sealed the space suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2481. In the void, the blood sea collapsed, and blood splashed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light that filled heaven and earth disappeared. Wu Mengchuan stood somewhere with a pale face, as if he had lost his soul. The destruction of the blood spirit bottle had caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Coupled with the fact that he had been hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttlecock seal, he was only half alive at this moment. Spitting out blood, he staggered and seemed to be unable to even stand steadily. Yang Kai was not much better off. This was the second time he had summoned the mountains and rivers bell. After the first strike, his vision turned black, his head spun, his ears buzzed, and his heart thumped like a war drum. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand, and the myriad sword turned into a rainbow and shot towards Wu Mengchuan. Accompanied by a soft thud, the myriad sword directly struck Wu Mengchuan's abdomen, nailing him firmly to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the earth red. Wu Mengchuan struggled hard, but was unable to break free. The next moment, Yang Kai waved his hand again and released the embodiment, saying with difficulty, "I'll leave him to you." Although the embodiment did not participate in this battle, he could clearly see what was happening outside from the sealed world bead, so as soon as he appeared, he immediately came in front of Wu Mengchuan and slapped him. Rumble. The earth shook, and the place where Wu Mengchuan was standing was completely covered by the huge palm. The embodiment's eyes burst with light, like two bolts of lightning piercing through the past and present, and he shouted excitedly, "Heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique." The divine art was activated, and an extremely pure energy overflowed from Wu Mengchuan's old body. It was absorbed into the embodiment's body. Not long after, The embodiment let out a strange cry, which was mixed with great joy and excitement, and a mysterious power pervaded his huge body. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that the embodiment was about to break through his bottleneck. Wu Mengchuan was right. If the embodiment could devour him, then the embodiment could advance. This had nothing to do with who cultivated the main dungeon, or who cultivated the dungeon. It was just that Wu Mengchuan had never thought that he would end up benefiting someone else. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, he probably would not have taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique back then. But then again, who in this world could have an embodiment that could cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques without suffering any backlash? And how many people in the Dao Source realm could defeat Wu Mengchuan? Just the blood spirit bottle alone was enough to make 90% of Dao Source realm cultivators retreat. Other people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics encountered Wu Mengchuan. It was just a dish. As his mind relaxed, endless exhaustion hit him. Yang Kai forced himself not to faint. He slowly sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The Dharmakaya continued to let out excited and strange cries. His voice was like thunder. As the avatar devoured, the avatar began to devour. Wu Mengchuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if he could die at any time. Suddenly, the embodiment let out a cry of surprise, as if it had discovered something, and its huge palm slammed down. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Wu Mengchuan's body exploded like a watermelon, his flesh and blood mangled, and he couldn't be more dead. The Dharmakaya continued to devour. After a while, the Dharmakaya stopped and stood still. Her lively eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. She stood there quietly and did not move for a long time. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and after a flash of enlightenment, the Dharmakaya sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, motionless. Without the baptism of world energy or the gathering of world energy, the Dharmakaya seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep. Time passed slowly, and 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his body was still a little weak, it no longer hindered his movements. He first took back the mountains and rivers Bell and Myriad soared before looking at the Dharmakaya. Although he had been adjusting his breathing before, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the Dharmakaya, so he knew exactly what was happening over there. After observing for a while, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. This was because he noticed that the Dharmakaya's aura was constantly weakening. Not only was the aura of the Dharmakaya's body like this, but even the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were gradually becoming undetectable, as if he had really fallen asleep. Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly disturb him. After all, the Dharmakaya was not made of flesh and blood. Its promotion was very different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Without the baptism of world energy, Yang Kai didn't know if this was normal. The only thing Yang Kai could do was to provide the Dharmakaya with some source crystals, so that he could have enough world energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly took out a small mountain of source crystals from his space ring, and piled them up beside the Dharmakaya. But as soon as these source crystals were put down, they were swallowed by a mysterious force, and all of their world energy was drained and turned into dust. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He had taken out at least 30 million source crystals, but they were all gone in an instant. This kind of consumption was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't lack source crystals, so he quickly took out some more. This cycle repeated over and over again. After throwing out hundreds of millions of source crystals, all of which were high, middle, and low rank, the Dharmakaya's speed of devouring source crystals slowed down. In the following days, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the Dharmakaya's situation. Once the source crystals were consumed, he would take out some more. More than half of the wealth that Yang Kai had swindled some time ago was consumed at once. After a full month, the Dharmakaya stopped absorbing the world energy in the source crystals. At this time, no matter how many source crystals Yang Kai put around him, he stopped devouring them. Yang Kai estimated that he had reached some kind of limit. Perhaps success or failure would depend on this move. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the Dharmakaya's movements, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was slightly surprised, not knowing what had happened, so he quickly released his divine sense to investigate quietly. What he saw shocked young Kai, because a crack had appeared on the Dharmakeya's body, as if a wall that had not been repaired for many years could not bear the burden. This discovery surprised young Kai. Although the Dharmakeya had devoured Wu Mengchuan, logically speaking, it should have been able to break through the bottleneck of his secret art and obtain greater power. However, the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art was for people to cultivate, so who knew what the consequences would be if the stone mongoose cultivated it? Just as Yang Kai was feeling bewildered, the cracking sound came again, and this time it was continuous. Looking around, Yang Kai saw crisscrossing cracks all over the Dharmakeya's body. Walala star. After a while, large pieces of gravel fell from the Dharmakeya's body. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he was worried. After so many years of cultivation, the Dharmakeya's body had basically taken shape. Every part of his body was as hard as an emperor artifact, and ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. But now the things on the surface of his body were constantly cracking and falling. What's going on? Yang Kai was very anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not know what he could do to help him now. The crashing sound continued. In less than 10 breaths of time, a circle of gravel had been piled up around the embodiment. However, these gravel were very strange. After falling down, they immediately disintegrated as if they were not hard at all. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise as he stared at the Dharmakeya in a daze. He found that after peeling off the layer of gravel on the surface of his body, the Dharmakeya had shrunk a lot. Although the previous behemoth was shocking enough, it was too inconvenient to move, but now that it had shrunk a lot, the Dharmakeya would undoubtedly become more agile. Could this change be a good thing? Natural selection. The Dharmakeya was a special existence. But since it could exist in this world, it was reasonable. Its growth and evolution would definitely develop in the direction of excellence. The current situation might be the result of its evolution. Crack. Another crisp sound was heard. And Yang Kai found that cracks had appeared on the shrunken Dharmakeya's body again. With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't seem to be too nervous this time, instead quietly paying attention to the subsequent changes. As expected, after the cracks appeared to a certain extent, the layer on the surface of the Dharmakeya's body peeled off again, and his body shrank a second time. This situation lasted for several days, and the Dharmakeya had experienced 6 changes of body shrinkage. It was not until this time that it finally settled down. At the same time, the aura and spiritual energy fluctuations in his body began to rise again, eventually reaching a level that shocked even Yang Kai. This was definitely an aura and spiritual fluctuation that could only be possessed in the Emperor realm. Although there was no earth-shattering promotion process, and although there was no baptism of heaven and earth energy, the Dharmakeya now undoubtedly had a powerful strength comparable to the Emperor realm. With the support of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and the demonic war hammer, the Dharmakeya with a special physique could definitely unleash incredible power. At this time, the Dharmakeya suddenly opened his eyes. His lively eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Although he had seen the result, Yang Kai could not help but go forward and ask, "How is it?" The Dharmakeya slowly stood up. Although the embodiment had shrunk a lot after going through 6 body transformations, it was still as tall as 3 people when it stood up. It had a huge body, an extraordinary aura, and a body as shiny as a rock that had been washed by the sea for countless years. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression when he looked at it. "It doesn't feel bad." The Dharmakeya grinned, but with the naturally chiseled face of the stone mongoose, this smile looked charmingly naive. After a pause, he continued, "Although I can feel that I'm many times stronger than before, but I have to familiarize myself with this lower body first." As he spoke, he reached out and clenched his fist. The Dharmakeya's body had undergone a huge change, and he could not get used to it for a while, so he had to go through a period of adjustment. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you should familiarize yourself with it during this period of time." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and prepared to put the Dharmakeya into the small sealed world. Chapter 2482. Before entering the sealed world bead, the embodiment suddenly threw something to Yang Kai. Take a look at this thing. I snatched it from Wu Mengchuan before. Before he died, he seemed to want to destroy this thing, but I don't know what secret it holds. Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully, only to find that it was just a jade slip. However, this jade slip seemed to have been passed down from a very long time ago. Moreover, there were many restrictions placed on the jade slip. Yang Kai tried to crack them, but he couldn't find a way to open it at all. The restrictions were extremely ancient and complicated. Yang Kai studied them for a while but still couldn't figure them out. The embodiment said that he had snatched it from Wu Mengchuan, and that Wu Mengchuan wanted to destroy this jade slip before he died. It seemed that this jade slip had a great origin and should contain some secret. Wu Mengchuan didn't want Yang Kai to obtain this jade slip and unravel the secret. What kind of secret was it that Wu Mengchuan wanted to destroy it before he died, and didn't want others to know about it? Wu Mengchuan was a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and this shattered star sea was the burial place of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai thought about it, and felt that this jade slip was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Solemnly putting away the jade slip, Yang Kai jumped away from this shattered stars. After Wu Mengchuan's death, his 7-pointed star seal was obtained by Yang Kai, and his space ring naturally belonged to Yang Kai. However, there was nothing good in his space ring. The only thing in his space ring was the blood spirit bottle passed down to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, which should have been a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the mountains and rivers Bell. After devouring Wu Mengchuan's 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai's star seal still showed no signs of upgrading. Rumor had it that if one could upgrade their star seal to the highest level, the 9-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai estimated that this was just a rumor. Not to mention how many people a person would need to kill to upgrade their star seal to the peak. The inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was not something that anyone could obtain. Yang Kai had already experienced the power and terror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Even if someone obtained the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques here, it might not necessarily be a blessing. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to this matter from beginning to end. Moreover, he estimated that no one would be able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. A day later, Yang Kai returned to the Source Sea again. Last time, he ran into Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai was eager to find him to inquire about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he left the Source Sea. But now that his embodiment had broken through the bottleneck, he naturally had to return. There was still a lot of source strength in the Source Sea that he had not absorbed and refined, and he had not seen the legendary complete source strength, so how could he miss it? But when Yang Kai came to the Source Sea, only then did he realize that time had passed, and everything was very different from before. Looking around, the area of the Source Sea had been greatly reduced, and the number of cultivator who came here had increased. He did not know what had happened in the Source Sea in the month after he left. In the sky above the Source Sea, there were countless battles of various sizes. Countless cultivator gathered here, and cultivator were constantly being killed. They fell from the sky and disappeared into the Source Sea. Compared with before, there were obviously a lot more battles here. Yang Kai could not help but frown. With so many people coming to the Source Sea, it was obvious that someone had spread the news, which was why so many cultivator rushed here. This also proved that the Source Sea was indeed a good place. But with so many people, there would naturally be more disputes. In such a chaotic situation, it was very precious to be able to absorb and refine the source strength in peace. Yang Kai flew all the way here. He found that the situation was worse than he had thought. Not only were there more battles between cultivator, but the entire Source Sea was also exuding an extremely strange aura at this moment. Yang Kai clearly noticed that the Source Sea was slowly flowing in a certain direction, and this movement was even bigger than the one he had caused before. Could it be that there was someone else who had a treasure like the sealed world bead? Otherwise, how could there be such an anomaly in the Source Sea? His heart was full of doubts. However, he did not intend to stay outside for a long time. Instead, he planned to go deeper to see the situation like last time. The source strength in the depths was richer and purer, and absorbing and refining it for a day was equivalent to absorbing and refining it for a month outside. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked in a certain direction. And over there, a pair of bright eyes happened to be looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. Because the person who was looking at him was Lu Yan. A year after entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai was separated from Lu Yan and the others. Sister Hua also went out to find her own opportunities, so he had been alone and felt a little lonely from time to time. But unexpectedly, they met again in the Source Sea at this moment. Although it was a coincidence, it was also inevitable. At this moment, 70 to 80% of the surviving cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea had gathered in the Source Sea. Lu Yan and the others must have heard the news about the Source Sea, so they came here. The little girl from the Zhang family was also standing next to Lu Yan at this moment. She looked slender and elegant, and her complexion was good. When Yang Kai flew over, Lu Yan quietly poked Zhang Ruoxi and whispered something to her. The next moment, Zhang Ruoxi turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes suddenly shining. When Yang Kai came in front of her, she immediately shouted, "Sir!" Perhaps it was because she saw Yang Kai again, but Zhang Ruoxi's little face was flushed, and the corners of her eyes were overflowing with a cheerful smile. She seemed extremely happy. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened as he swept them over Zhang Ruoxi. The little girl was embarrassed by Yang Kai's gaze. Third Order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. In less than 2 years, Zhang Ruoxi had advanced from the First Order Dao Source Realm to the Third Order Dao Source Realm. And it was in an environment with thin world energy like the Shattered Star Sea. Even Yang Kai himself had to admit defeat at such a cultivation speed. Although Yang Kai had long known that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was special, and most likely contained a shocking secret, and that as long as she had enough resources, her cultivation speed would be ridiculously fast, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. On the other hand, Lu Yan's strength did not seem to have increased much. He was still in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but his aura was undoubtedly more solid and pure. During this time, without Yang Kai's care, they seemed to be doing well. Big sister Lu Yan gave me all the cultivation resources, so I was able to advance to the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Zhang Ruoxi explained in a low voice. This is all thanks to big sister Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled softly and did not speak. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have to have the talent first. Without talent, no matter how many resources one had, one would not be able to achieve so much in such a short time." Yang Kai was suddenly looking forward to what kind of achievements this little girl of the Zhang family could achieve in the future. "Master, have you seen big sister Hua during this time?" Lu Yan suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I haven't seen her." Zhang Ruoxi was a little worried. "I wonder how big sister Hua is doing during this time." The three girls often accompanied each other in the sealed world bead, so they had a deep relationship. Now that they met Yang Kai again, but without Hua Qingxi, they could not help but worry about her safety. In less than 2 years after leaving Yang Kai, Lu Yan and Zhang Ruoxi had seen too much ugliness. Many times, they had relied on Lu Yan's white tiger heaven puppet to avert danger, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Her naive edges had been worn away, and there was a faint hint of maturity. You don't have to worry too much about big sister Hua. Although Yang Kai was worried about her in his heart, he could only comfort her. Sister Hua is different from you. She's experienced in the world, and is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. She also has the 5-colored spear. Most people are not her opponent. But now many people in the Shattered Star Sea have advanced to the Emperor Realm, Zhang Ruoxi whispered. There are Emperor Realm masters but not many. Big sister Hua won't be so unlucky. Moreover, those who can advance to the Emperor Realm are all elite disciples of their respective sects. They won't bully others for no reason. After comforting them for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic. What are you doing standing here? It's very dangerous up here. Go down and find a place to refine and absorb source strength. Little sister Xiaoqi is here, Lu Yan said. Xiaoqi? Which Xiaoqi? Yang Kai looked at her blankly, not understanding who she was talking about for a while. Lu Yan pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed her finger and couldn't help but open his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Emo Xiaoqi." Who else could it be but Emo Xiaoqi? Who else could it be? The butterfly-shaped birthmark on her face was still as obvious as when Yang Kai first saw her. When Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, he only made two friends. One was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si-ran, and the other was the mischievous little girl, Emo Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, Kong Si-ran broke through to the Dao Source realm and was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, while Emo Xiaoqi suddenly disappeared without a trace one day, leaving only a strange message. "Auntie Feng is here to catch me, so I'll be leaving first." Yang Kai had seen this so-called Auntie Feng before. She was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master, and the power of her palm had shattered Yang Kai's artifact ship without injuring him at all. The wooden boat he was using now was a gift from Auntie Feng as compensation. That was also the first time Yang Kai had seen the power of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Facing such a master, Yang Kai felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, Auntie Feng didn't have any malicious intent towards him, otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be here today. Back then, Yang Kai didn't know much about Emo Xiaoqi's origins and background, only knowing that her background was definitely not small. However, after struggling and exploring the star boundary over the years, Yang Kai gradually gained a better understanding of the various great forces, allowing him to vaguely guess Emo Xiaoqi's true identity. She was the daughter of the martial beast from Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were two magical islands. One was Spirit Beast Island, the place where the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, lived in seclusion. Although it wasn't a sect, its name shook the entire star boundary, and everyone knew about it. And the second one was the legendary Dragon Island that was elusive and traceless. It was rumored that there were many dragon race living on Dragon Island, and most people didn't know its specific location, or even if it existed. However, the name of Dragon Island was still well known. Chapter 2483. Martial Beast was one of the 10 great emperors. He had enslaved thousands of beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was relatively low-key, very few people knew about his life's deeds. He had not established a sect like the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, or the Great Emperors of Serene Soul. He had simply lived in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. Emo Xiaoqi was Martial Beast's daughter, so her identity was extraordinary. Who would dare to fight with her here? If anything were to happen to her, wouldn't that be terrible? Even a guy like Feng Xian could use soul descent on his son. Once Emo Xiaoqi's life was in danger, the martial beast would also use soul descent. Who here could withstand his wrath? So when he saw Emo Xiaoqi fighting with someone, Yang Kai became anxious and said with a bitter face, "Why aren't you going to help?" Lu Yan said lightly, "We can't help." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he see clearly who was fighting with Emo Xiaoqi. The opponent who was fighting Emo Xiaoqi back and forth, seemingly evenly matched, was also a woman. What's more, she was radiant, her dress fluttering in the wind, giving her an extremely beautiful appearance. Yang Kai also knew this woman. She was the daughter of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon of Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai's face darkened. The identities of these two girls were very sensitive, and they were both daughters of the Great Emperors. Only they would dare to fight with each other. Why are they fighting? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I don't know. They looked at each other inexplicably and then started fighting, Lu Yan replied. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. However, it seemed that the two girls knew each other. They also knew the other party's identity. Perhaps it was because of the competitive nature of the young girls, which made them, who were of similar birth and status, want to compete with each other. But even if they wanted to compete, they should at least consider the time and place, right? This was the Shattered Star Sea, not a place to compete. After not seeing each other for a few years, both Emo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Dao Source realm. The aptitude of these two daughters of the Great Emperors was obviously extraordinary, which was why they could achieve so much in such a short time. Yang Kai knew that Lan Sun had inherited the Bright Moon Phantom body of the Bright Moon Great Emperors. Although Emo Xiaoqi didn't have a special physique, She was born with the ability to control all kinds of monster beasts to fight for her. Moreover, as the daughter of a martial beast, she had learned an extremely profound and mysterious secret technique, the divine technique, since she was young. At this moment, the two girls were engaged in a lively fight. Compared with Lan Sun's elegance and calmness, Mo Xiaoqi appeared much wilder. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but her entire body was as agile as a leopard. Moreover, there were traces of beast-like patterns on her face, and the aura she was exuding was extremely wild. Neither of them intended to use their artifacts, simply relying on what they had learned in their lives to compete. With just a few glances, Yang Kai knew that neither of them could do anything to the other. Lan Sun's bright moon phantom body had some kind of magical ability that allowed her figure to change constantly. Mo Xiaoqi attacked wildly for a while, but still couldn't break through her defense. When she was exhausted, she would switch from offense to defense, and Lan Sun would take the opportunity to attack. Not far away, there was a man watching nervously, shouting from time to time, "Princess, be careful, don't get hurt." Xiaochun. As Princess Lan Sun's escort, this guy was bound to appear wherever Lan Sun was. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anyone else dared to fight with Lan Sun, he would have already taught them a lesson. But Mo Xiaoqi was not an ordinary person, so even though Xiaochun had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene at all. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xiaochun felt someone flying towards him. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He looked Yang Kai up and down and snorted coldly. "It's you." He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and caused a great disturbance. Of course, Xiaochun would have a deep impression of such a person. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Xiaochun said proudly, "What's there to congratulate? This young master is a genius, so it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor realm." His shameless boasting made Yang Kai's face turn black. But then again, although Xiaochun was a bit arrogant and domineering, he did have some aptitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Xiaochun said, "I remember that you took an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. So why are you still in the Tao Source realm? TSK, isn't your aptitude a little too lacking? You've wasted that divine pill for nothing." Yang Kai smiled indifferently and said, "Yes, if I had given that extraordinary treasure pill to Brother Xiao back then, perhaps Brother Xiao would have already broken through to the Emperor realm." "Of course," Xiaochun said triumphantly, but soon he asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he looked at the battle between the two girls and said, "Brother Xiao, why are you standing here and watching? Princess Lan Sun's identity is so noble, yet you let her fight with someone else. If this matter reaches the ears of Bright Moon Master, how could he let you off so easily? If anything happens to you, it will be even worse. Hurry up and separate them." Xiaochun's face turned bitter, his previous pride and smugness suddenly disappearing as he complained, "If I could separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know who the woman fighting with the princess is?" "Who?" Yang Kai stared at him innocently. "What a country bumpkin, you don't even know who she is." Xiaochun curled his lips and said, "However, this young lady's identity is not something an ordinary person would know. Forget it. This young master will broaden your horizons today. Listen well. That young lady is the daughter of the martial beast's great emperor." "Martial beast?" Yang Kai looked surprised. Xiaochun snorted and said, "Are you afraid? Now you know why this young master can only watch but can't step forward to intervene, right? These two are both the princess and the master. If you offend either of them, you won't have any good consequences. Ha, being a man is really difficult." He sighed, a bitter expression on his face. Yang Kai said, "But you can't let them fight like this anymore. Right now, the two of them are just exchanging pointers, but once they really get angry, the consequences will be very bad. You also know that little girls have a strong desire to win. If they remain in a stalemate for a long time, It may become a life and death situation. Xiao Chun trembled when he heard this, as if he had already foreseen that terrifying scene. His face turned pale as he said, "Is there really such a thing? Don't lie to me." Yang Kai said seriously, "Anything is possible. Right now, separating them is the most important thing." Xiao Chun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "How do we do that? Her Highness the Princess won't even listen to what I say, unless I directly intervene. Then go directly intervene and separate them." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Brother Xiao, you are now also a strong person in the Emperor realm. How difficult would it be to separate two fighting little girl?" "Of course it won't be difficult." Xiao Chun snorted and looked at Yang Kai with deep meaning. He said, "But why do I feel like you are trying to frame me? Is it because I'm more handsome than you that you're unhappy about it?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai said righteously. "I am just considering the safety of the Princess Master. I am also a cultivator from the Southern Territory. Naturally, I don't want to see the Princess Master suffer any harm. The Princess Master is such a perfect person. Any harm is blasphemy to her." Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. His eyes were fiery as he said, "You are right. The Princess Master can't be hurt in the slightest. We must separate them quickly." "Brother Xiao, hurry up," Yang Kai urged. Xiao Chun grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Since you are so enthusiastic and loyal, then come with me. I will be responsible for stopping Princess Lan Sun, and you will be responsible for stopping the other princess. It's decided." While talking, he dragged Yang Kai and flew forward. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, his speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Kai was stunned and cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to trick Xiao Chun into intervening to solve this meaningless battle. But he didn't expect that this guy, who seemed stupid, was actually shrewd enough to drag him into the fray. But now that things had come to this, Yang Kai didn't have time to care so much. He could only cooperate with Xiao Chun as he said. When he got close, Xiao Chun threw Yang Kai directly towards the center of the battle between the two women while shouting, "Two princesses, please stop. Let's talk things out, don't be so violent." "Xiao Chun, your ancestor." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He never thought that Xiao Chun would be so despicable and insidious, actually using him as a hidden weapon. This was obviously done to divert Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi's attention, making it much easier for Yang Kai to intervene. In midair, Yang Kai twisted his body and stabilized himself. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only urge his source chi to protect himself. In the next moment, he rushed into the center of the battle between the two women. A few rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with Yang Kai's muffled groans. Both Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi withdrew their hands in astonishment and retreated a few dozen meters, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. Neither of the two women were indiscriminate murderers, so when they saw someone break into the battle and accidentally injure him, they immediately stopped. Mo Xiaoqi looked at the newcomer with some uneasiness, not knowing if his life was in danger, but in the next moment, her beautiful eyes lit up and the beast tattoo on her face disappeared completely. "Big brother Yang." She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy and called out tenderly. Yang Kai grinned at her and rushed over while hugging her, putting some distance between him and Lan Sun. *C. On the other side, Xiao Chun, who was rushing over after Yang Kai, couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. He was shocked and impressed at the same time. He just wanted Yang Kai to help separate the two princesses, but he didn't expect this little brat to reach out and hug Mo Xiaoqi. Did this little brat eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he be so rude to a princess master? Chapter 2484. What kind of status was Martial Beast's daughter? Even many masters from the Emperor realm had to be polite when they saw her. Yet Yang Kai dared to reach out and hug her. If this matter reached Martial Beast's ears, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the world, he would still be cut into pieces. Not to mention Martial Beast, even the princess would not let this matter rest after being molested by a man like this. That brat is dead meat. However, Xiao Chun was soon surprised to find that after being hugged by Yang Kai, the princess did not resist at all. Instead, she reached out and hugged Yang Kai's neck, pressing her tender body tightly against Yang Kai's body. Xiao Chun's eyes turned red as he felt both envy and jealousy. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Strangely, Xiaochen grinned and showed a gentle smile. While quickly approaching Lan Sun, he stretched out his broad arms to embrace Lan Sun. But just as he approached Lan Sun, before he could make a move, Lan Sun suddenly turned around and threw a pair of pink fists at him. With a bang, even though Xiaochen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still hit in the nose by this punch. However, he did not dare to use any of his strength to resist it, so he saw stars and felt dizzy. What are you doing? Lan Sun looked at him coldly and asked with a displeased expression. Nothing, nothing. Xiaochen stood in place awkwardly as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his nose. On the other side, after Yang Kai took Mo Xiaoqi to a safe distance from Lan Sun, he felt the amazing softness of the 2 lumps on his chest. He could not help but blush a little as he patted Mo Xiaoqi's back. He said, all right, let's talk first before others see us make a fool of ourselves. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped down from Yang Kai, blushing slightly as she said, Big brother Yang, it's really you. Yang Kai chuckled and looked her up and down. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown up a lot. Mo Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose. She said, Rogue. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I said I've grown up. What are you thinking? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai seriously and nodded. Big brother Yang has also become a lot stronger. When she left Maplewood City, Yang Kai was in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now they met again. Yang Kai was already in the Third Dao Source realm. Was a cultivator without a sect of his own and backing? Was extremely amazing. Mo Xiao Yang Kai's of the Beast sect, was of the Heaven of the sect. Of Heaven of Spirit of Heaven was of a sect had a martial beast sect. Spirit Chi cultivator had? To cultivate martial? Yang sect Yin Lu Yen and Zhang Ruoxi also flew over. Mo Xiaoqi smiled. When I first entered the Shattered Star Sea, I thought I would meet Big Brother Yang, but I couldn't find you even after 2 years. It wasn't until I met elder sister Lu Yen not long ago that I realized you were really here. Lu Yen knew Mo Xiaoqi. The 2 women had also met in Maplewood City, but Lu Yen was still an artifact spirit at that time. Although she was very different from her current self, her aura had not changed much. So when they met, Mo Xiaoqi quickly recognized her. Then they came to the Source Sea together. Yang Kai also knew what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at Lan Sun quietly and said, Xiaoqi, why are you fighting with Princess Lan Sun? Mo Xiaoqi glared at them unhappily and snorted. It's an old grudge. Yang Kai's face darkened. How old are you 2? What old grudge can there be? Although Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun both had powerful cultivations in the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were really young, in their early 20s at most. Only the descendants of the great emperors could achieve such cultivation at such an age. Why not? When she went to Spirit Beast Island with Master Mingyu as a guest, she snatched a very beautiful dress from me. That's it. Yang Kai's eyes widened. That's my favorite dress. Auntie Feng sewed it for me personally. I cried for many days because of it. Mo Xiaoqi cried aggrievedly. Yang Kai looked helpless, thinking that he really couldn't understand this little girl's mind. While they were talking, Lan Sun and Xiaochen slowly walked over. When they were not far away, Lan Sun looked at Mo Xiaoqi with a smile and asked, Little sister Xiaoqi, do you want to continue? Mo Xiaoqi glared at her and said, If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Who's afraid of you? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. It seems that little sister is not convinced. Mo Xiaoqi snorted. You speak as if you won. You're really thick-skinned. Lan Sun said. Isn't that so? Elder sister beat you by half a move. Mo Xiaoqi's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. You're older than me. When I'm your age, I will definitely not lose to you. The smile on Lan Sun's face suddenly disappeared as the temperature in the void seemed to drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. Yang Kai and Xiaochen shuddered at the same time, both realizing that the situation was not good. Although Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun were basically the same age, Lan Sun should be 2 or 3 years older. A 2 or 3 year difference was actually not that big of a deal, but the word old from Mo Xiaoqi undoubtedly touched Lan Sun's sensitive nerves. The 2 women, who had just stopped fighting, glared at each other as sparks seemed to fly in the void. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yang Kai looked at Xiaochen and kept winking at him. Xiaochen sniffed, wiped the blood under his nostrils, and turned his gaze to the side. Waste! Kai Yang cursed in his heart, but could only brace himself and stand up. Smiling, he said, all right, we've already fought. You two don't need to be so calculative. You two are childhood playmates. This friendship is very precious. Come, let's all shake hands, we're still good friends. Who's good friends with her? The two women gritted their teeth bitterly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Kai Yang said, even if you're not good friends, you shouldn't fight. Girls should be reserved. If you use your hands and feet, it's not proper. Emo Xiaoqi pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face. Lan Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently opened her red lips and said, Brother Yang is right, Lan Sun was wrong. I shouldn't have been so calculative with little sister. Little sister Xiaoqi, don't be angry, elder sister will apologize to you. Emo Xiaoqi directly turned her head to the side, looking like she was unwilling to talk to her. Lan Sun didn't care and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Brother Yang actually knows little sister Xiaoqi. This is really surprising. Little sister Xiaoqi lives in the Eastern Territory, and even I have only met her once when I was a child. How did Brother Yang know her? He didn't know why this girl was inquiring about this, but Yang Kai could feel a sharp glint in her eyes, so he could only laugh and say, it's just a coincidence, nothing special. Emo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, glared at Lan Sun warily and said, you old woman, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my big brother Yang? Why are you asking so many questions? As soon as this remark came out, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but cry out, covering her red lips with her little hand. Lan Sun also blushed slightly and frowned, but Lu Yan didn't seem to care. Lan Sun said, little girl, how dare you say anything without thinking? Emo Xiaoqi made a face at her and said, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why are you so nervous? Lan Sun was angry. She was just curious about how Yang Kai knew a person like Emo Xiaoqi, and the two of them seemed to be very close, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Emo Xiaoqi, so she couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, yes, elder sister has taken a fancy to your big brother Yang, and is going to take him back to master, so he can have a good son-in-law as soon as possible. Little sister, do you have any objections? This time, it was Emo Xiaoqi's turn to be dumbfounded. She looked at Lan Sun in amazement, then at Yang Kai, and suddenly stomped her foot and said, you bad woman, why do you always steal from me? When we were children, you stole my clothes, and now you want to steal my big brother Yang. Saying so, she hugged Yang Kai's arm, ignoring the fact that her plump breasts were being squeezed by Yang Kai's arm, gritted her teeth, and said resolutely, if you dare steal from me, I'll fight you. Lan Sun suddenly laughed and giggled. That depends on which one your big brother Yang likes. Does he like an unreasonable little girl like you? Or does he like a knowledgeable and understanding woman like elder sister? While speaking, she used some kind of secret technique, and her whole body exuded an extremely eye-catching aura. Xiaochen swallowed his saliva as he watched from the side, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He wished he could pluck his eyes out and stick them on Lan Sun's body. Emo Xiaoqi's face flushed with anxiety as she hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, as if she would not let go until the end of time, and said angrily, what's so great about you? What's so great about you? Auntie Feng is a million times prettier than you. Senior 9 Phoenix? Lan Sun suddenly looked serious. Emo Xiaoqi raised her head and said proudly, yes, how can you compare to Auntie Feng? With a snort, she said to Yang Kai, big brother Yang, don't pay attention to this old woman. If you like beautiful women, come to Spirit Beast Island someday, and I will introduce you to Auntie Feng. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond at all. Lan Sun looked at Emo Xiaoqi in amazement. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard what she said. She knew that this girl lived on Spirit Beast Island all year round, and was well protected by the master. She didn't even know about the matters between men and women. She cared so much about Yang Kai, but it was probably just an instinctive reaction to go against her. Why am I competing with her? Lan Sun suddenly felt bored and nodded. Compared to Senior 9 Phoenix, I am naturally not as good. Well, little sister Xiaoqi, you win this time. Mo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard this and said happily, You are not bad, although you are a little worse than me. Lan Sun shook her head with a wry smile. Chapter 2485. Would you like to go deeper and take a look? The source strength inside is extremely rich and pure. If you can absorb and refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Yang Kai quickly suggested when he saw that the atmosphere had eased. Lan Sun nodded and said, I was just about to take a look. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we go together? Since she had said so, how could Yang Kai refuse? He could only nod and say, It is an honor to be invited by the princess. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, Brother Yang, just call me Lan Sun the way you call little sister Xiaoqi. There is no need to mention the word princess again. Last time in the Four Seasons realm, she had some contact with Yang Kai. At that time, she felt that this person was extremely extraordinary, and now it seemed that she was right. Although Yang Kai was now in the third order Dao Source realm, and his cultivation was a little behind Xiao Chun and the others, Lan Sun had a feeling that Yang Kai's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Xiao Chen's. Unlike Mo Xiaoqi, who was inexperienced, Lan Sun had an extremely accurate eye for people. Immediately, the group headed towards the depths of the Source Sea together. Not long after flying, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations in front of them. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light slowly rose from the Source Sea, as dazzling as a bright moon. Incomparably clear fluctuations of source strength spread out all of a sudden. The source strength of the stars! Xiao Chun exclaimed. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up as he shouted in a low voice, It's the complete source strength of the stars! After entering the shattered star sea for so long, although he had absorbed and refined a lot of source strength, Yang Kai had not seen the complete source strength of the stars yet. The source strength he had absorbed and refined in the past few years was all in fragments. Although it was also beneficial to him, it was undoubtedly much worse than the complete source strength of the stars. When he first came to the Source Sea, Yang Kai heard that there was a complete source strength of the stars in this Source Sea. He did not expect to see it now. As soon as this complete star source appeared, even Lan Sun, the daughter of great emperors, breathed a little faster and her pretty face showed a fanatical look. It was obvious how attractive this thing was to a cultivator. However, before Yang Kai and the others could fight over anything, countless cultivators flew over from all directions and locked their gazes on the complete source of the stars. Chasing, competing, fighting, the scene suddenly became bloody. In just 5 breaths, more than 20 cultivators screamed as they fell from the sky into the Source Sea. 5 breaths later, the complete source of the stars suddenly disappeared. It was unknown who had snatched it away. The remaining people felt indignant and began to curse loudly. There really is a complete source of stars here. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene from beginning to end. The Origin Sea is a very special place. How did it form, and how did it contain so much origin energy? No one could say for sure. However, there has been a rumor about the Origin Sea since ancient times. Only a few people know about it. Lan Sun said with a solemn expression. What rumor? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. She was the daughter of great emperors Mingyu, so there should be very few things in this world that she did not know. Yang Kai had always had doubts about the Origin Sea, so when he heard her mention it, he could not help but become interested. Xiao Chun also cast an inquiring look at Lan Sun, obviously not knowing about the rumor about the Origin Sea. Lan Sun did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Mo Xiaoqi and said, It's a rumor. Little sister Xiaoqi should have heard about it from the Beast Warrior Master, right? Mo Xiaoqi's expression also became serious, which was rare for her. She nodded and said, Before coming to the Shattered Star Sea, my father did tell me something. He said that the formation of the Origin Sea was directly related to the Master, who was besieged and fell here. What? Yang Kai and Xiao Chun were both shocked. Although Mo Xiaoqi did not directly say who the fallen master was, her meaning was obvious. The heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Who else could it be but him? Lan Sun said. Back then, the master was invincible in the star boundary, acting recklessly. He even broke through the world boundary barrier and went to the territory of low-level stars. Wherever he went, the territory of those stars was destroyed, and the star sources of those cultivation stars were devoured. The territory of more than a dozen large and small stars were destroyed in his hands alone, which shows how many star sources he had devoured. Later, during the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, he was killed here, but after his death, the star sources he had devoured strangely remained, forming this vast origin sea. Is that so? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai also turned pale when he heard this and asked in amazement. So the origin sea is actually the place where the master fell? Lan Sun nodded. You could say that, but the location of the origin sea is uncertain, and it doesn't appear every time, so no one knows where the master fell. However, the formation of the origin sea should be directly related to him. No wonder there is so much star sources. No wonder even complete star sources exist. Yang Kai sighed a few times, suddenly understanding the doubts that had been plaguing him for the past few days. He had been wondering how such a strange existence like the origin sea could form in such a dilapidated shattered star sea, but after listening to Lan Sun's explanation, he understood what was going on. The heaven-devouring great emperor devoured countless star sources, but after his death, those star sources remained, and the origin sea appeared. In other words, everyone was enjoying the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperors at this moment. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "It was precisely because of the tyrannical actions of the master that many world passages were sealed by the great divine technique, by several masters. Masters in the star boundary can no longer go to low-level stars' territory at will. If not for this, the star sources would not be so rare today." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this and asked, "But why do I hear that there are still masters who can go to those low-level stars' territory?" When he was in the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai encountered a master who went down from the star boundary. Fortunately, Yang Yan was there at that time, and before that master could do anything, Yang Yan subdued him. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Although the world passages are sealed, it is not impossible to go to the low-level star's territory. I heard from my father, the master, that every star's territory has its own guardian. These guardians guard the entire star's territory and prevent the star's territory from being disturbed by powerful external forces. These guardians can enter and leave the star's territory they guard at will. If others want to enter, they can only find those extremely dangerous passages. However, these passages are extremely rare in the entire star boundary, and most of them cannot withstand too much power and can collapse at any time. If those people want to go down, they can only cut off their cultivation." Star's territory's guardian. Yang Kai's dusty memory was opened with Lan Sun's words. He had heard Yang Yan mention this term before. Yang Kai once thought that when he cultivated, he would become a guardian of the Hung Luo star field. He quickly asked, "How can one become a guardian of a star's territory?" Lan Sun shook her head and said, "I don't know. My father, the master, never mentioned it to me." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "Brother Yang, did you come from one of those stars' territory?" Yang Kai was so enthusiastic about this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that Lan Sun would think of something. Junior sister Lan is really smart. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not deny it. Is Brother Yang really a cultivator from one of those stars' territory? Lan Sun was slightly surprised, and even Xiao Chen could not help glancing at him. It was rumored that the cultivator who could come to the star boundary from a low-level star's territory all had heaven-defying aptitude and a bright future. They had always been the target of competition among the major forces. Although there were indeed many such people in the star boundary, compared to the native cultivator of the entire star boundary, the number of these people was still small. Lan Sun had only heard of them and had never seen them. No wonder Yang Kai's cultivation speed was so fast. It seems that the rumors are true, she thought to herself. While talking, the group had already reached the depths of the Source Sea. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm here, but now there were obviously many more people. Yang Kai took everyone to the island where he had landed before. only to find that the island was already full of people, and there was no place to stay. Yang Kai's face could not help but darken. At this moment, a clear ripple of origin energy suddenly appeared from a certain location. Another complete source strength of the stars has appeared. Xiao Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked over, and saw that not far away, a ray of light was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea, forming a strange scene of a bright moon on the sea. Before the source chi had fully appeared, countless cultivators had already swarmed over. This was not the end. After the complete source strength appeared, another ray of light appeared in another place, followed by a third, a fourth in an instant. The sea was densely packed with these dazzling bright moons. At a rough count, there were at least 100 of them, and more were appearing. So many. Xiao Chen's face was full of shock, but he was also extremely excited. Lan Sun, however, frowned and said with some unease, "There must be something wrong. Such a situation has never happened in the Source Sea." Yang Kai also had a bad feeling, but with so many complete source strengths in front of him, who would not be tempted? "Master!" Lu Yan called out in a low voice. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Let's grab them first." While speaking, he greeted Lan Sun and said, "Junior sister Lan, let's split up." Lan Sun nodded and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." "You too." Yang Kai nodded, then led Mo Xiaoqi, Lu Yan, and Zhang Ruoxi to rush forward. The situation in the Source Sea was extremely chaotic, and people were dying at any time. In front of them, 4 or 5 people were fighting over the source strength of the stars. These people seemed to belong to different forces, and were fighting fiercely for a while. However, no one was interested in the source strength of the stars. Yang Kai moved, and arrived in front of the source strength. Under the star refining art, he directly absorbed the source strength of the stars, and threw it into the sealed world bead. Chapter 2486. Broken star sources were already very difficult to refine and absorb, let alone complete star sources, so Yang Kai could only snatch them now and deal with them later when he had time. After succeeding, Yang Kai immediately teleported and disappeared. It was only then that the people who were fighting realized that the star sources of the stars had disappeared. Looking around, they couldn't see any trace of the thief at all. They immediately flew into a rage and cursed one after another. At this moment, Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Xiaoqi had already rushed towards the other star sources of the stars. Mo Xiaoqi no longer hid her strength. When she fought with Lan Sun earlier, she only used the secret technique she had learned, and didn't even use half of her strength. Now that she wanted to compete for the star sources of the stars, she summoned an army of monster beasts with a wave of her hand. Silver-maned lion tiger beast, heaven-escaping bat beast, red fire qilin, blue eyes black scale flood dragon. All kinds of monster beasts surrounded her, their roars rising and falling one after another as they rushed forward aggressively, scaring the cultivators in front of them into dodging again and again. Lu Yan's white tiger heaven centipede was also released. Although it might be a little inferior to the Emperor realm, it wasn't something a Dao Source realm cultivator could compete with. The unique aura of the Emperor realm made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Although Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any powerful assistance, her aura was still extremely dense. What's more, she had used some kind of secret technique to suddenly exude an astonishing aura. This inexplicable aura gave off a strong sense of oppression that not only forced the nearby cultivators to retreat. Even Mo Xiaoqi's monster beasts were trembling. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at Zhang Ruoxi suspiciously shocked. As the daughter of martial beast, Mo Xiaoqi was born with the ability to communicate with monster beast, so at this moment, she could clearly feel the panic and fear of her pet beasts. These pet beasts of hers all had extremely noble and pure bloodlines. Many of them had the bloodline of ancient holy spirits. Although their bloodlines were thin, they were still incomparable to the average monster beast. They were all personally handpicked by the martial beast. These pet beasts could even put up a fight against the Emperor realm. There would be no fear at all. However, after Zhang Ruoxi released her unique aura, these pet beasts trembled in fear, as if they were being suppressed by some innate force. Some of them even whimpered at Zhang Ruoxi. Mo Xiaoqi was completely shocked, because these whimpers were obviously trying to please her. Sometimes, when she threw a tantrum and deliberately ignored her pet beasts, They would make such noises to make her pity them, thus gaining her attention. This was a tried and tested method. But now his pet beasts wouldn't cower even in the face of the emperor realm. He was actually trying to curry favor with an inconspicuous little girl. What was going on? Mo Xiaoqi didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ruoxi before, because the latter hadn't spoken much. She seemed to be an unknown person, but after such a commotion, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly realized that Zhang Ruoxi seemed to be hiding some secret, and this secret was obviously related to Monster Beast. Her heart was full of doubts, but it was not convenient for her to ask, so she could only hide these doubts in her heart. She would find out in the future. Although the three women had different means, they were unstoppable when they joined forces. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated one after another. In a short while, they snatched a cluster of star source. Mo Xiaoqi didn't know what the three of them discussed, but she put the star's source into her space ring with a smile. Yang Kai watched from the side for a while, and felt that the three of them didn't need his attention, so he let go of his hands and feet to compete with others. At this moment, the source sea seemed to be boiling. Complete star source sources were constantly rising from below, and countless cultivators were fighting for them. Yang Kai relied on his proficiency in the Tao of space to move erratically, and with the help of the star refining art, every time a new star source appeared, he could rush to the place immediately, snatch it and run. Those cultivators who were preparing to compete for the star's source sources didn't understand what was going on. But the source sources had already disappeared. As time passed, Yang Kai galloped alone in the source sea, obtaining more and more star's source sources. His harvest alone was more than anyone else's. In such a chaotic place, speed was the most important thing, and he who was proficient in the Tao of space and could teleport, undoubtedly had an advantage that no one else had. Half a day later, the number of star source sources appearing from below the source sea gradually decreased. Every time a source appeared, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. In such a situation, even Yang Kai couldn't perform well. After several attempts, he finally snatched a source from the crowd, leaving hundreds of cultivators to suspect and fight each other. After another half a day, the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone waited for a long time, but no more star source sources appeared. It seemed that all the complete star source sources had been snatched away. But the bloody battle was still going on. All the cultivators who had snatched the star's source sources had become the target of others. For a time, screams rose one after another in the source sea, and the blood of countless elite cultivators spilled here, dyeing the source sea below red. Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times and found Lu Yan and the others above the chaotic source sea. Perhaps because they were afraid of the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Yan and the others, the three of them were safe and sound, and no one paid them any attention. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi immediately greeted him with a smile and called out, Big Brother Yang, we got a lot of sources." As soon as these words came out, countless burning gazes were cast on them from all directions. Thousands of cultivators had gathered in the source sea now, but in comparison, only a small number of people had obtained star sources. Most of them had not even seen the complete star sources. So Mo Xiaoqi's words had undoubtedly touched the sensitive nerves of these people. Mo Xiaoqi obviously knew that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Yang Kai glanced around and snorted coldly. He pushed his aura without reservation, and with a bang, the void seemed to tremble. The faces of the cultivator who was eyeing Mo Xiaoqi changed. They weighed their own strength and looked at Yang Kai's lineup before reluctantly withdrawing their gazes. Only then did Mo Xiaoqi whisper, "Each of us got 2 or 3 star sources." She had an excited expression on her face, while Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan's faces were also flushed. Obviously, they were very satisfied with their harvest. Not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Each of them had obtained 2 or 3 star sources. In other words, the 3 of them had snatched at least 7 or 8 star sources in total. Such a harvest was already very rich. If they could find time to refine them, it would be of great help to their future growth. But in comparison, Yang Kai's harvest was even greater. Although he did not count it in detail, he had snatched at least 30 star sources. A cultivation star would only give birth to one source. More than 30 star sources meant that there were 30 cultivation stars in total. And the number of sources that appeared in the entire source sea in just one day was more than 300 to 400. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperors had devoured at least 300 to 400 cultivation stars in the past to leave behind such a rich legacy after death. This kind of behavior, this kind of way of doing things, simply could not be described as heartless. We can't stay here for long. Since there are no more sources, we'd better leave first. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown. Mo Xiaoqi said, I'll follow Big Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to lead them away from this troublesome place, a strange movement suddenly came from the source sea below. The crimson seawater seemed to be attracted by something, and began to slowly rotate. After a while the entire source sea began to rotate. A subtle pulling force came, causing the faces of all the cultivator above the source sea to change. Looking over, a series of gasps could be heard. At the center of the source sea, a huge whirlpool gradually formed, and as the source sea rotated, the crimson seawater continued to pour into the whirlpool before disappearing without a trace. The vortex seemed to be able to devour the void, causing everyone who saw this scene to feel their scalps tingle, and their bodies turn cold. The seawater poured in faster and more violently. In just a few breaths, the size of the source sea had shrunk by more than half. After a while, the entire source sea disappeared. The seawater that originally filled the void disappeared, leaving only a black hole-like existence in the center. Through the black hole, a skeleton could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. It was extremely pale, and it was obvious that this skeleton had been dead for many years. It would be fine if that was all, but there was a remnant of a space ring on one of the fingers of the skeleton. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Pairs of fiery eyes stared at the space ring like locusts. Asterisk gulp gulp. Asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard. What's with this skeleton? Who died here? It looks like this person has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The Battle of Emperors happened tens of thousands of years ago. A total of 5 great emperors fell in that battle. This is the skeleton of the great emperors. That ring, it's the space ring of the great emperors. The cultivator continued to gather near the black hole. In a short while, there was a sea of people around, and bursts of discussion could be heard from all directions. Most of them were guessing which great emperors left this skeleton behind. Yang Kai, however, felt a chill in his heart. He had heard from Lan Sun that the source sea was the place where the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor fell. Now that he saw a skeleton left behind tens of thousands of years ago, he could not help but speculate. Xiaoqi. Yang Kai called out softly and cast an inquiring look at her. Mo Xiaoqi's face turned slightly pale as she said nervously and excitedly, I'm afraid this is really the skeleton of that master. Chapter 2487. Hearing Mo Xiaoqi's words, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he knew that this was not a good place to stay for long, he was reluctant to move his legs. He had gained enough benefits in the Shattered Star Sea. But when he heard that this skeleton might be the corpse of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, he could not help but feel a little greedy. Even he was like this, let alone the other cultivator. The space ring worn on the skeleton's finger had attracted everyone's attention. Get out of my way, trash. A low roar suddenly rang out as a long spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the void and heading straight for the crowd. The invincible spear intent covered a large area, and all the cultivator who sensed the spear intent turned pale, and retreated one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the long spear moved back and forth leisurely, directly clearing an extremely spacious area on one side of the black hole. Most of the cultivator had already run away when they saw that the situation was not good, but there were still a few who reacted slower, and were swept by the long spear, exploding into a cloud of blood mist before they could even scream. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked over and saw a man standing there with a spear, looking majestic and insufferably awe-inspiring. This man was tall and heroic, with extremely clear fluctuations of emperor intent lingering around his body. It's this guy. Yang Kai recognized this person at once. It was the young man with the spear he met in the depths of the Source Sea last time. Liang Qiu, you bastard, what's wrong with you? Fuck your grandfather. How dare you kill my junior brother, I'll kill you. The cultivator who had been forced to retreat shouted. Looking at the young man in the martial arts suit, some of the people who recognized him already called out his name. There were also people who shouted that they would take revenge for their junior brother, but they were only shouting, they didn't dare to actually go forward. The other party's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, so wouldn't they be courting death if they went up against him? Liang Qiu snorted coldly, rested the long spear on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "What? Not convinced? Whoever is not convinced, I'll beat them until they're convinced." He swept an imposing glance over them. All the cultivators who looked at him could not help but look away. Only then did Liang Qiu spit to the side and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash. How dare you covet the treasures of the great emperors? You really don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to die so early, quickly scram." Liang Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Even your 100 barbarian mountain can dominate the Western territory. You dare to be so arrogant in the Shattered Star Sea? Do you really think that everyone in this world is afraid of you? A shout came from somewhere in the crowd. It was hard to tell who was sowing discord in the dark. However, this person was clearly afraid of Liang Qiu and the strength of the 100 barbarian mountain behind him. So he didn't dare to reprimand Liang Qiu directly, lest Liang Qiu settle the score with him in the future. Liang Qiu sneered softly. In the Shattered Star Sea, with so many heroes gathered, my 100 barbarian mountain alone is naturally unable to become an enemy of the entire star territory. But, he raised an eyebrow and snorted, what if we include these friends? As soon as his voice fell, 7 or 8 people stood out from all directions and came to Liang Qiu's side. Hiss! There was a burst of gasps, and everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back with a look of horror on their faces. Because the 7 or 8 people who stood out were all from the Emperor realm. Moreover, each of them had a strong aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Glancing around, he found that he knew most of the 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm. Qi Gui, Hyoji Wuchang, and the fat man he had seen in the Source Sea before were naturally among them. Although Yang Kai didn't know the rest, they were undoubtedly the elite disciples of the major sects in the star boundary, who had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor realm. These people gathered together, although not many in number, had a strong deterrent force because they were from the Emperor realm. You're bullying the weak. Someone shouted angrily. Yes, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. What right do you have to drive us away? We're not leaving. Kill us all if you dare. Don't be afraid of them, there are only a few of them. We have thousands of people. Martial artists of our generation should advance courageously and never back down. Shouts came one after another. Obviously, these cultivators were unwilling to retreat. Even if they were facing 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm, they still wanted to stay here and see if there was a chance to obtain the skeleton's space ring. If they were really fated to obtain the space ring, it was very likely that they would be able to make a comeback and soar to the 9th heaven. Such an opportunity was rare, and was definitely worth the risk. Since you're not retreating, then die. Hyoji suddenly said faintly. He opened his hand and black chi suddenly filled the surface of his body. Accompanied by a burst of frightening wails, black chi shot out of his body like living creatures. As soon as the black chi left his body, it turned into ferocious-looking things that bared their fangs and claws at the surrounding cultivators. None of these cultivators were weak. Those who could enter the Shattered Star Sea were at least from the First Order Dao Source realm. And after nearly 3 years of experience, each of them had made great progress. So when they saw Hyoji take action, they were naturally unwilling to just sit and wait for death, and began to resist. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques shone brightly. But what was extremely strange was that all the attacks didn't have much effect on those evil spirits. Only a few people relied on their shocking cultivations and deep foundations to block the black chi, while the others had the black chi invade their bodies as soon as they came face to face with it. In the blink of an eye, they went crazy, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they shouted and screamed endlessly. A moment later, these shouting cultivators fell on their backs, bleeding from their 7 orifices and their auras cut off. As soon as Hyoji took action, he directly took the lives of hundreds of cultivators, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be just testing his skills and hadn't used much strength. Everyone was aghast. If it was someone else who took action, they would have dared to curse a few times and take advantage of the situation to encourage others to fight back. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Cursing him in front of his face was the same as cursing the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who would dare to do that? Let alone fight back? For a time, all the cultivators retreated in horror. Liang Qiu coldly snorted. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave and just had to suffer a little. What a bunch of wretches. Many cultivators were scolded with ugly expressions. Anger surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. Hyoji's action directly caused everyone to retreat dozens of meters, leaving only a few people around the black hole. Qi Gui, who had long fiery red hair and looked wild and unruly, chuckled and said, There are still some blind fellows who stayed. Are they not going to cry until they see the coffin? Liang Qiu snorted. Since they dare to stay, they naturally think they have the ability. Since they have the ability, they can't blame others if they are killed by me. While speaking, his pair of hawk-like eyes looked around with a malicious look, as if he was looking for someone to kill as an example to others. After looking for a while, he was slightly stunned and said, Damn, they are all really capable people. He gloomily found that the cultivators who stayed here were basically from the Emperor Realm, or were protected by the Emperor Realm. Although he was strong, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Emperor Realm. After all, his realm was not stable yet, and if he suffered a little injury, his realm might slip. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to take a glance. Soon his eyes lit up and he looked in one direction, because he saw Xia Sheng of Azure Sun Temple over there. More than a month ago when he came to the Source Sea, he met Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao. From them, Yang Kai learned that Xia Sheng was advancing to the Emperor Realm, but he didn't know where. Now he saw him, and Xia Sheng's aura was so strong that it was obvious that he had broken through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao stood next to Xia Sheng. When there were many people before, Yang Kai didn't notice them, but now that most people had retreated, Xia Sheng and the others were extremely conspicuous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Xia Sheng and the other two also looked over. When their eyes met, Xia Sheng grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi also nodded slightly at Yang Kai, but in this situation, it was not appropriate for them to greet him. In the Southern Territory, in addition to the 3 from Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Chen and Princess Lan Sun were among the cultivators left behind. Xiao Chen was now also in the Emperor Realm, and Princess Lan Sun's identity was extraordinary, so the two of them were not afraid of Hyoji and his group. Yang Kai, however, did not see Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple or Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Both of them were elites among elites in the Southern Territory. Their performance in the Four Seasons realm was extraordinary, so Yang Kai did not know why they did not come to the Source Sea. However, with their aptitude, even if they did not come to the Source Sea, their future achievements would not be too low. This was especially true for Luo Yuan. Octagonal Door was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, and was even inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. However, Luo Yuan, who came from this small sect, had heaven-defying aptitude. He was able to fight evenly with Wu Chang in the Four Seasons realm. Now that Wu Chang was an Emperor Realm Master, Luo Yuan was not far behind. There were not many people left behind, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Except for those from the Southern Territory, Yang Kai did not know the others. He also did not see Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, or Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Big Brother Yang, Big Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly poked Yang Kai and whispered, "Look, it's that old swindler." What? Yang Kai was stunned and looked in the direction of her finger. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared at the person in front of him with a look of disbelief. This? Am I seeing things? While speaking, he rubbed his eyes hard. Big Brother Yang, don't tell me you don't remember this old swindler? Mo Xiaoqi could not help asking in a low voice when she saw his strange reaction. I remember, of course I remember. Yang Kai nodded quickly, slightly absent-minded. But, why is he here? Chapter 2488. There was only one person who would be called an old swindler by Mo Xiaoqi. It was an old man who had cheated her of source crystals in Maplewood City. This old man had been in the black market of Maplewood City all year round, and had mastered the art of swindling. When the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old swindler had also entered and sold his so-called ancestral 9 Revolutions soul restoration pill to many cultivator. As an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai had never heard of the 9 Revolutions soul restoration pill. Later, Yang Kai had also dealt with this old swindler several times. The most recent time was when Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic Qi. This old swindler had come from the nearby forest city to ask for help. This old man gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There was something strange about him everywhere. Kai Yang had always felt that this old man was hiding some kind of secret. But this old man came and went without a trace, like a dragon showing its head but not its tail. Even if Kai Yang wanted to investigate, it was impossible. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually forgot about this old man. He never thought that he would see him again in this source sea. But this time, the old swindler's image was very different from before. In the past, this old swindler's clothes were ragged. His hair was dry and yellow, and his mouth was full of disgusting yellow teeth. But now this old fellow's clothes were bright, and his hair was combed well. He wore a black robe, and coupled with his benevolent appearance and gentle gaze, he actually gave off an otherworldly aura. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a person could change so much. He also didn't know where this old swindler had made his fortune in the past few years. His face was glowing with health and vigor. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that this old swindler had already reached the 3rd order Dao source realm, which was comparable to him. Yang Kai couldn't believe this discovery. When he was in Maplewood City, this old man was just an origin king. How could he have such a powerful cultivation in just a few years? How could his talent be so heaven-defying? If that was really the case, why did it suddenly erupt when he was old? If his aptitude was really so great, he should have revealed it when he was young. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the old man was strange. As he thought about it, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized a problem that he had overlooked. When Yang Kai was looking around earlier, he didn't know why he hadn't found Yang Kai's figure until Mo Xiaoqi reminded him. Or rather, he saw it. However, he didn't realize that it was someone he knew. Yang Kai found it inconceivable that such a situation would happen to him. Just when Yang Kai was wondering who this old swindler was, a loud shout suddenly came from the other side. "It's you again, you brat!" Yang Kai turned his head and saw Liang Qiu from the 100 Barbarian Mountain in the Western Territory glaring at him. He laughed coldly and said, "Where's your big cousin? He didn't come with you?" "Big cousin has something to do, so he left first," Yang Kai said casually. "Why are you looking for him?" Liang Qiu snorted. "Father has nothing to do with him. But you have something to do with him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What could possibly happen to me?" Liang Qiu said, "Boy, don't think that you can disregard all the masters in the world just because you have some ability. This young master was in a hurry to refine and absorb the source energy, so he didn't want to lower himself to your level. Now that you dare to appear here, don't blame this young master for being impolite." While speaking, he shook his spear and pointed it directly at Yang Kai. Spear intent suddenly spread out. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Qiu indifferently. "Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me?" Liang Qiu said angrily. "Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later, and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life." While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart. Because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? Humph, this young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Qiu's power and shouted righteously. You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling. Well said, little brother, we support you. Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him. The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was, or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Qiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Qiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily. Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish. His long spear shook and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void as if he had come from ancient times. Xiaosheng's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Qiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it. Not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao Source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Qiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Qiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. Big brother Yang. Mo Shaoqi was startled and hurriedly shouted, Don't be reckless. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned pale, and her body fell limply. Lu Yan raised his hand to support her with an indifferent expression. Only she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She did not think that Yang Kai was worse than those from the Emperor realm. Since Yang Kai dared to rush over like this, he must have something to rely on. Seeing that Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were about to collide, Mo Shaoqi immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. If you dare to hurt my big brother Yang, I will ask my father to slaughter your entire 100 barbarian mountain. Mo Shaoqi, who had always been docile, suddenly burst out with an unimaginable hostility. Her exposed skin was instantly covered with beast marks, making her look extremely wild. Liang Qiu laughed and said, Where did this little girl come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly before your hair is even fully grown? So what if this young master kills your big brother Yang today? As the chief disciple of the Western Territories' 100 Barbarian Mountain, he was very proud of himself. Among his peers, very few could enter his eyes. Mo Shaoqi's threat was like a breeze to him. It was nothing at all. Not only did he not fear her, he became even more ruthless. The tip of the spear was shining brightly with murderous intent. Yang Kai shouted angrily, Eat my overlord fist. While speaking, he threw a punch at Liang Qiu's spear. Is this boy crazy? He dares to fight against Liang Qiu's spear artifact with his flesh and blood? He's courting death. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid there won't be anything left of him this time. How pitiful. He thinks he has some ability, but he is so arrogant. He is destined to have a miserable end. Junior brother, you must remember, in the future, when you walk the star boundary, you must never be like this person. We are men. We must know when to yield and when not to. Big brother is right, junior brother will remember. The cultivator who had shouted in support of Yang Kai and was his strong backup, not only did not help, but also sighed in place, thinking that Yang Kai was doomed. Not only did they think so, even those from the Emperor realm thought that Yang Kai was doomed. After all, no matter how strong his flesh and blood was, how could he compete with an artifact head-on? Liang Qiu's spear was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, and was extremely sharp. Coupled with his current powerful cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could even shatter a mountain with a single strike of his spear, let alone Yang Kai's body. Xiaosheng was anxious. But he had no chance to help because Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were too fast. There was no time for him to make a move. Ridiculous. Hyoji coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. He was too lazy to pay attention to a person who was about to die. On the other hand, Mo Xiaoqi, who was in an abnormal state, made him narrow his eyes slightly as an uneasy feeling suddenly welled up in him. Boy, even if you want to die, you can't do this. Liang Qiu looked in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze and muttered. Although he was provoked by Mo Xiaoqi's words and really wanted to kill Yang Kai, seeing Yang Kai's determined posture, he could not help but hold back a little. Hong. There was a loud explosion as a bright light engulfed Yang Kai and Liang Qiu, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Liang Qiu, who thought that victory was in his grasp, suddenly widened his eyes and shook his spear fiercely, creating a series of spear flowers that suddenly covered a large area in front of him. Pung pung pung. The fist shadows that filled the sky also burst out, colliding with the countless spear shadows. Fuck. Liang Qiu cursed angrily as his face suddenly turned solemn. He desperately urged his source qi, but he still felt a huge force coming from the front, and could not help but retreat more than 100 meters. Another figure also retreated quickly at the same time. By the time the dust settled, everyone in the void was staring with their eyes wide open. The scene of Yang Kai being blown to pieces as they imagined did not happen because Yang Kai was fine at the moment. Except for the bloody flesh on his fist, there were no other injuries. The wound on his fist had also healed in an extremely short amount of time. Chapter 2489. Silence, a ghostly silence. The entire void burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked and their eyes glazed over. Was that Dao Source Realm young man really fine after taking Liang Qiu's fierce blow? Wow, it can't be right. He blocked it. My eyes have been blinded by your brilliance. Is he really a Dao Source Realm cultivator? Did he hide his cultivation? Hahaha, Liang Qiu, you've lost a lot of face this time. Liang Qiu only felt his hand go numb, his whole body go cold, and he felt dizzy in his head. He glanced at his spear in a daze, then looked at Yang Kai, and said with difficulty, "Boy, are you human?" There was a hint of horror in his voice. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could really fight back with his fist. How could he do such a thing? And he was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. I don't like what you're saying. If I'm not a human, am I a ghost? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The people of the Emperor Realm around also looked at Yang Kai again at this moment, as if they wanted to know him again. A Dao Source Realm cultivator could fight against the Emperor Realm. They had never even heard of such a thing. Even they couldn't do what Yang Kai did when they were in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How strong was this boy's physical body? He could actually fight head-on with Liang Qiu's spear, and the speed of his recovery was a bit too amazing. Previously, his fist was clearly a bloody mess, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Moreover, the blood flowing out of this kid's body was not red, but a pale gold color. That blood contained an unimaginable vitality and blood energy fluctuation. Hyoji's eyes trembled slightly. For a long time, as the son of the great emperors, he felt that he was superior, and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in his eyes. Because whether it was aptitude, strength, or background, no one in this world could surpass him. When Liang Qiu attacked earlier, he also thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he found that he was very wrong. There might be people in this world who couldn't surpass him in terms of background, but in terms of aptitude, in terms of strength among cultivators of the same level, he definitely couldn't look down on them. This Dao Source Realm young man in front of him was the best example. You are really weird. Liang Qiu looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Yang Kai snorted. Do you want to come again? If you do, this young master will accompany you to the end. No. Liang Qiu shook his head like a rattledrum. You have the right to stay here. The reason why he attacked Yang Kai earlier was because his cultivation wasn't at the Emperor Realm. Everyone who remained here was either from the Emperor Realm, or had companions from the Emperor Realm. Only Yang Kai's group of Dao Source Realm cultivators stood out. Naturally, he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. It was a good show for those who had been driven away, to let them know the serious consequences of staying here without strength. Who would have thought that it would fail? Instead, he was shocked by Yang Kai. If they continued to fight and he won, it would be an unfair victory, but if he lost, he would no longer have the face to walk the star boundary in the future. Liang Qiu had no confidence in defeating Yang Kai at all. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai cupped his fists casually. At this moment, Lu Yan suddenly shouted, "Master, there's something wrong with little sister Xiaoqi." Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light, her gaze extremely sharp. An amazing aura spread out from her tender body. This aura was somewhat similar to the mountains and rivers bell, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Everyone who sensed this aura had a slight change in expression, because no matter what it was, it would become extraordinary when it was related to the word ancient wilderness. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi was staring straight at Liang Qiu, her murderous intent so thick that it was almost tangible, causing the space around her to sizzle. Her sharp eyes suddenly became indifferent, as if she was looking down on the world with indifference and disdain, making anyone who looked at her tremble in fear. At the same time, the ugly butterfly mark on her cheek fluttered as if it was alive, flapping its wings as if it wanted to fly away. As the butterfly wings flapped, an extremely violent aura spread out, making everyone feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. "What's going on?" Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know why Mo Xiaoqi suddenly showed such an abnormality. There were no signs at all before, and he only noticed it when he heard Lu Yan's shout. "Not good." Princess Lan Sun, who was standing not far away, turned pale as she looked at Mo Xiaoqi with trembling eyes and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Liang Qiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head as he said with a guilty conscience, "Why is this girl looking at me like she wants to eat me?" Even though he had advanced to the Emperor realm, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his hands and feet go cold from Mo Xiaoqi's stare. A feeling of impending death lingered in his heart, making him nervous. "It's all because you want to deal with her big brother Yang," Lan Sun shouted, gritting her teeth. "Xiaoqi must have thought that big brother Yang would be killed by you, so she became like this in a hurry." Liang Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business. That little brat rushed over himself, so even if he dies he can't blame anyone. Speaking of which, where did this little girl come from? She was so boastful before, saying that she would slaughter my 100 barbarian mountain. What a joke." Although he was smiling, his smile was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that he was frightened. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly seemed to have become a different person, and the aura she was exuding was so amazing. Obviously, she had a great background, but he didn't know where she came from. Lan Sun glared at him bitterly and said word by word, "Her surname is Mo, and she comes from the Eastern Territory." Mo, Eastern Territory. Liang Qiu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After muttering to himself, he suddenly understood something and exclaimed in horror, "No way could she be that master's." "It's good that you understand," Lan Sun replied angrily. At this moment, she was so anxious that she felt dizzy and even the tip of her nose was covered in sweat. She looked at Mo Xiaoqi anxiously and kept calling her softly while talking to Liang Qiu. But to no avail. "Brother Hyoji, you're so mean." Liang Qiu looked at Hyoji with a sad face. "You're both from the Eastern Territory, so why didn't you warn me?" Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, and Mo Xiaoqi was the daughter of Martial Beast. The two great emperors both lived in the Eastern Territory, so Liang Qiu didn't believe that Hyoji didn't know Mo Xiaoqi, but this guy didn't say anything before, and just let him ridicule Mo Xiaoqi. Remembering that he had said before that Mo Xiaoqi's hair was not even fully grown, Liang Qiu suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If these words were to reach Martial Beast's ears, he would definitely be skinned alive. If he had known that Martial Beast's daughter was in Yang Kai's camp, how could he have done such a stupid thing? Hyoji said lightly, "Although we are both from the Eastern Territory, I have never seen her, so how could I warn you?" He really didn't seem to know Mo Xiaoqi, but he knew Lan Sun. With Lan Sun's identity, it was naturally impossible for her to lie. Lan Sun called out for a while, but when she found that Mo Xiaoqi still didn't respond, She couldn't help but stomp her feet and say, Liang Qiu, if anything happens to Xiaoqi, your 100 barbarian mountain will definitely be slaughtered. Liang Qiu's face changed, and his mood sank to the bottom. Mo Xiaoqi had said the same thing before, but he didn't take it seriously, but now that Lan Sun said it again, he had no choice but to take it seriously. It was just that, this matter really had nothing to do with him. Liang Qiu felt wronged. Junior sister Lan, what's wrong with Xiaoqi? Yang Kai observed for a while from the side, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening to Mo Xiaoqi. He only knew that her aura was getting more and more amazing, and the butterfly mark on her cheek was becoming more and more vivid. Moreover, the mark had already flown out of her cheek and was constantly fluttering around her delicate body. With the passage of time, the pitch-black butterfly rapidly changed. It was now the size of a person and looked extremely strange. Lan Sun said, Little sister Xiaoqi has unlocked the Divine Soul Seal. Divine Soul Seal? A group of people looked at her curiously, wanting to know what was going on. In his early years, the martial beast master accidentally obtained the soul of an ancient divine spirit, the heavenly illusion butterfly. The heavenly illusion butterfly's physical body had been lost, and only its soul remained intact. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time great emperor, it was extremely weak. The martial beast master signed a soul contract with it, and sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly in little sister Xiaoqi's body when she was 3 years old, so that the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could protect little sister Xiaoqi before she grew up. As a price, the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could devour a little of little sister Xiaoqi's soul to survive. This is the Divine Soul Seal. The soul of an ancient divine spirit. Liang Qiu gasped. The rest of the people's faces also changed drastically. Ancient divine spirits had always been legends, and the number of people present who had seen them with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. But now in this void, the soul of an ancient divine spirit had appeared, and it was sealed in a person's body. No one knew how strong this soul was, but inferring from the commotion caused when it was unsealed, its strength was not something these people present could contend with. And to be able to seal this soul into his daughter's body, and let it protect Mo Xiaoqi's growth. What kind of amazing cultivation did the martial beast have? Only at the most dangerous time will little Qi unlock the seal. This should be the first time she has unlocked it, so she can't control it at all. When Lan Sun said this, she glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of blame in her voice. She was also shocked in her heart. Previously, Mo Xiaoqi had shown great concern for Yang Kai, so she thought this little girl was simply acting against her, but now she knew that she really cared about Yang Kai, otherwise, she would not have unlocked her seal. She probably thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she unlocked the seal to avenge Yang Kai, but how could she have known that Yang Kai was unscathed while she herself had lost consciousness, and was being controlled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul? Chapter 2490. What's so powerful about this heavenly illusion butterfly? Can we join forces to suppress it? Liang Qiu asked nervously while wiping his sweat. Lan Sun sneered. Among the ancient divine spirits, the heavenly illusion butterfly's attack power is the weakest. It can't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast. Really? Liang Qiu was overjoyed when he heard this. If it couldn't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast, then what was there to be afraid of? With so many powerhouses present, any one of them could suppress it. Lan Sun continued, but it is naturally proficient in illusions. When it appears in its complete form, it can turn the universe upside down. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to guard against its illusions. Which ancient divine spirit is easy to deal with? Liang Qiu said with a dark face. I think I should run away. This little girl keeps staring at me, making this young master's hair stand on end. Run away? Lan Sun looked at him coldly. Where can you run to? Xiaoqi has already identified you at this moment. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. If I don't run away, am I supposed to wait for death? Liang Qiu said angrily. Lan Sun said, if you don't run away, you will be the only one to die. If you run away, everyone present will suffer first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Xia Sheng exclaimed, Princess Lan Sun, are you serious? Lan Sun said. Don't be fooled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's beautiful figure. Among the ancient divine spirits, it is also the kind that kills by nature. Then what should we do now? Hyoji asked. Although he was the son of the great emperors, he really didn't know much about the divine spirit seal. He didn't know why Lan Sun knew about this. Lan Sun was silent for a moment, then said, there may be a way to stabilize the situation. As she said this, she turned her beautiful eyes to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Although her becoming like this has something to do with me, it doesn't matter much, right? Moreover, I don't have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Lan Sun smiled faintly. You don't need to reseal it. Xiaoqi just wants you to die. If you die, maybe her emotions will calm down by themselves. You want me to die? Liang Qiu was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Lan Sun and asked, you want me to die? Why do you want me dead? Lan Sun snorted. This is the only way I can think of. Liang Qiu said angrily, a wasp stinger. A viper's mouth and fangs are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Lan Sun's proposal was naturally unacceptable to Yang Kai. It was not easy for him to advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, so how could he die so easily? Brat, watch your words. Xiaochen shouted in a deep voice. Her Highness is giving you face by asking you to die. Don't be ungrateful. Liang Qiu sneered. Then if she wants you dead, will you die? Xiaochen said. Her Highness has always been well-educated and reasonable. She would not make such a request of me. Avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, you cowardly rat. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Liang Qiu sneered. Xiaochen flew into a rage and swung the sword in his hand. Pointing at Liang Qiu, he said, today you will die whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Liang Qiu still wanted to say something, but Hyoji suddenly flashed, stood in front of him, and said indifferently, Brother Liang is my friend. Whoever wants his life will have to go through me first. Liang Qiu, who was standing behind him, did not expect that Hyoji would stand up for him at this time. His heart warmed slightly and he whispered, thank you, Brother Hyoji, but this matter is more or less related to me. I'd better run quickly. It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful. Hyoji said, although it is somewhat related to you, it is even more related to that brat surnamed Yang. Liang Qiu was startled and said, that's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat. While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai. Brat, you can't stay out of this. Yang Kai snorted. When did I say I was going to stay out of this? Liang Qiu said. Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness. Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun. Junior sister Lan, will this method work? Lan Sun frowned slightly. I don't know, maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed. Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation flew towards Mo Xiaoqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Mo Xiaoqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Mo Xiaoqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times, there was no response. So he immediately knew that Mo Xiaoqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Mo Xiaoqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Mo Xiaoqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Mo Xiaoqi's body, Mo Xiaoqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. Oh no. Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. Waste, this young master still has to run away. Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Mo Xiaoqi. After standing still again, his face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it. And it seemed that Mo Xiaoqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. Junior Sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her? Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Mo Xiaoqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. If you don't mind, how about letting this old master try? As soon as this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression, because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. You. Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before? Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. This old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled slightly. Strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year, there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Mo Xiaoqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, "Old sir, aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal?" Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Who knew what he was up to now? It didn't matter if he died or not, but if he implicated Mo Xiaoqi, or even worsened her condition, it would be troublesome. The old man smiled slightly and said, I've lived for a long time, so I've learned a little bit of everything. This old master has long sold out of spirit pills and spirit medicines, so naturally, I have to change my profession. Yang Kai asked with a dark face. Now you've changed your profession to studying seals? You know him? Lan Sun glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said. I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life-restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Xiaoqi into giving him some source crystals. Really? Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. Isn't he a swindler? What 9 revolutions soul return pill? Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away, so how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment, he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Mo Xiaoqi? Liang Qiu shouted angrily, "Old dog, get out of this young master's way." In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Mo Xiaoqi's current situation. Although the responsibility wasn't great, if something really happened to Mo Xiaoqi, Martial Beast might not listen to his explanation. So when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Mo Xiaoqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Mo Xiaoqi's situation. Mo Xiaoqi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her, but if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Qiu dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Qiu's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler. He just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm. As if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all, his pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Mo Xiaoqi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Qiu had not just attacked an old man from the Third Order Dao Source realm, but a Third Order Emperor realm master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Qiu could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. What the hell? Liang Qiu exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spear light. If it had not happened to him, Liang Qiu would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Nowadays, a Dao Source realm cultivator is so arrogant. He can easily resolve an attack from the Emperor realm. If that's the case, then what's the point of everyone trying so hard to break through to the Emperor realm? Why not just stay in the Dao Source realm for the rest of their lives? Or is this the Emperor realm fake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Liang Qiu's mind. He no longer had the joy and enthusiasm of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Instead, his face was ashen. Yang Kai was also shocked. Although he had blocked Liang Qiu's attack earlier, he still could not deny Liang Qiu's strength. If it was a life or death battle, even if he could win, it would not be too easy. After all, Liang Qiu also had extraordinary aptitude. He was the chief disciple of the Western Territories' 100 Barbarian Mountain, a 1 in a million genius. He more or less knew the power of that spear attack. Although it would not be too difficult for him to resolve it, he definitely could not do it as easily as the old swindler did. What's going on with this old man? Could it be that some master was hiding his cultivation? But on second thought, it was unlikely because when the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, only a cultivator at the Origin King realm could enter. Since this old man could enter, it meant that he was indeed at the Origin King realm at that time. Over the years, he was able to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which was already fast enough. It was basically impossible for him to hide his cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not understand how he resolved Liang Qiu's attack. Not only did Yang Kai not understand, but everyone present did as well. The shocking scene made everyone unable to calm down. But after this, no one dared to underestimate this old swindler anymore. Even if he was really a swindler, being able to resolve the Emperor Realm's attack with a wave of his hand showed that he was a capable swindler. Young man, don't be so impulsive. This old master is old and weak, and his energy is not as vigorous as yours. He can't afford to be tormented, the old man said lightly after resolving Liang Qiu's attack. Liang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. He felt that this old man was mocking his incompetence. Senior. Lan Sun looked at the old man and shouted in a trembling voice. Do you really have a way to solve little sister Xiaoqi's problem? After seeing the old swindler's amazing means, Lan Sun regained some confidence in him. In this world, there were always some strange people who hid in the wilderness and hid in the city. Usually, they did not look special, but when it came to critical moments, they would bloom with amazing brilliance. Perhaps the old swindler that Yang Kai spoke of was such a strange person. In her excitement, Lan Sun changed the way she addressed him. Although they were both from the Third Order Dao Source realm, she still called him senior. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly and said, I can give it a try. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Does Senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the Divine Spirit's soul. The old man shook his head and said, The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the Beast Martial Arts. This old master has no chance to see it. Lan Sun's expression darkened. Then what should we do? She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the Divine Spirit's soul, except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since this senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. This beast martial beast is very stingy. The words of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent echoed in Lan Sun's ears. This beast martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends. So how could he be willing to share the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the Emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundaries cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost the symbol of the Star Boundaries' supreme force. Yet in this old man's mouth, he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Sun, on the other hand, had a strange expression, because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Yang Kai heard this and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." Who? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit's soul, it would be the children of the two great emperors who shared the same status as Mo Shaoqi. Lan Sun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, "I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try?" Yang Kai glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, "Don't be so fussy, hurry up and find that person to help." The old man chuckled and said, "Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone, so the divine spirit's soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely." Seeing Yang Kai's expression becoming more and more ugly, the old man finally stopped chattering and raised his head, looking at a certain person with a solemn expression and beckoning. "You there, little girl, come and help this old master." Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a young girl standing there with a pale face, her source chi fluctuating erratically. No one knew what was wrong with her. Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement, his expression extremely strange. He didn't expect that the person the old man was talking about was actually Zhang Ruoxi. Having said that, since Mo Shaoqi's mutation, Zhang Ruoxi's situation also seemed to be a little abnormal. But because the divine spirit's soul seal was too important, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate Zhang Ruoxi's situation, only secretly telling Lu Yen to take good care of her, and to tell him at any time if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the old man was clearly beckoning to Zhang Ruoxi, asking her to come over and help. What does this old man mean? Yang Kai was completely confused. Chapter 2492. Zhang Ruoxi was stunned for a while before she realized that the old swindler was calling her. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Her face became paler and paler, and the fluctuations of power in her delicate body became more and more fierce as time passed. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Old man, you're not joking, are you?" The old swindler said solemnly, "How could this old master joke about such a thing? Then tell me clearly, how can Ruoxi help you seal the divine spirit's soul?" It wasn't just Yang Kai who had this question. Everyone had the same question. After all, Zhang Ruoxi looked unremarkable, and her cultivation was only at the third-order Dao Source realm. With so many Emperor Realm Masters present, the old swindler wouldn't ask her for help. Unexpectedly, the old swindler shook his head. I can't say. If you believe this old master, let her come over. If you don't, this old master can't do anything." Yang Kai snapped. "How can I believe you if you don't explain?" The old man spread his hands and said, "Then there's nothing you can do. When her seal is completely undone, she may have to kill in this shattered star sea for a while before the divine spirit's soul falls asleep again. At that time, you'll have to pray for yourselves." Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. This old man was deliberately mystifying, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was really annoying. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said, "Sir, if you can help little sister Shaoqi calm down, I'm willing to try. But your current situation..." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Ruoxi, but she seemed very uneasy. The aura in her body had also become strange. Although her situation wasn't as serious as Mo Shaoqi's, it wasn't optimistic either. "I'm fine." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and said, "Sir, let me go." The old swindler urged, "If you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to save her once the seal is completely undone. And I might as well reveal something to you. The situation of the two girls is ultimately due to a chain reaction. Once the seal problem is solved, the other's problem will also be solved." Yang Kai listened with a confused expression, but seeing the old liar's sincere expression, he couldn't help but believe him a bit. So he asked in a deep voice, "What harm will your method cause to Ruashi?" "It's not life-threatening. This old man only needs a drop of her blood essence." Blood essence? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he increasingly felt that the old liar was not talking nonsense. This was because Zhang Ruashi had a strange bloodline power in her body. Yang Kai had never figured out what that bloodline power was. Now that the old swindler said that he wanted to take a drop of Zhang Ruashi's blood essence, it was obvious that he knew that Zhang Ruashi's bloodline was extraordinary. Her bloodline might have some strange effect that could help him seal the divine spirit's soul. How could he see that? "All right. I agree." Yang Kai responded in a deep voice and flew over with Zhang Ruashi. A short while later, the two of them arrived before the old swindler. The old man smiled at Zhang Ruashi and said gently, "Little girl, relax, I won't hurt you." Zhang Ruashi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. The old man suddenly glanced at Zhang Ruashi again and said in surprise, "Your clothes aren't bad. Where did you get them?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked, because Zhang Ruashi was wearing a defensive emperor artifact, the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. This defensive emperor artifact was extremely valuable, and its defense was amazing. Zhang Ruashi had been wearing it since she got it. When the old man said that her clothes were good, he was definitely not talking about her outer clothes, but the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe hidden inside. What is this old man doing? How can he see through this? Yang Kai couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhang Ruashi didn't have any vigilance and just said lightly, "A friend gave it to me." "A friend?" The old man's mouth twitched obviously and he chuckled. "If you see your friend next time, help this old man say hello to him. Tell him that this old man misses him very much." Zhang Ruashi was surprised. "Senior knows him?" "I haven't seen him in a long time," the old man replied kindly. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Yang's heart was in a perilous situation. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He suddenly realized that this old man was definitely not as mysterious as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was somewhat unfathomable, because Zhang Ruashi's Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe was obtained from the Four Seasons realm, and according to her, the one who gave her this emperor artifact was the ancient divine spirit Qiongqi. Qiongqi seemed to be the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After the Flowing Time Great Emperor fell, Qiongqi had been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm until the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple. After that, Qiongqi also left the Four Seasons realm, and no one knew where he went. Qiongqi was an ancient divine spirit, and killing was his second nature. When he came out of the Four Seasons realm, he scared Gao Shueting and the others who were guarding the exit. Fortunately, Qiongqi had no intention of hurting people, otherwise Gao Shueting and the others would have died. But now this old man actually said that he knew Qiongqi. Who the hell is this old man? Yang Kai already felt that this old man was strange, but now he was even more confused. Why is such a strange person only at the Third Order Dao Source realm? How should I address Senior? Zhang Ruashi and the old man seemed to get along well, and her uneasy and nervous mood gradually relaxed. Yang Kai also quickly perked up his ears and listened attentively. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Yang Kai was at a loss because he didn't hear what the old man said at all. Zhang Ruashi nodded and said, "Junior will remember. If I meet him again, I will tell him. It's just that I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went after he gave me these clothes last time." While speaking, Zhang Ruashi suddenly swayed slightly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Kai Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. "Okay, the blood essence has been taken. You can rest for a while," the old man said with a smile. Only now did Yang Kai notice that there was a drop of blood floating above the old man's finger. That drop of blood seemed to be alive as it danced on the old man's fingertip, appearing extremely unstable. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange aura coming from that drop of blood. Yang Kai didn't know when the old man took the blood essence. The reason why Zhang Ruashi suddenly swayed was obviously because she had injured her Yuan Qi. However, a drop of blood essence was not a big deal, and she would recover after a few days of rest. After taking the blood essence, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely serious. The source qi in his body surged and wrapped around the blood essence. He then pointed his finger at Mo Xiaoqi's forehead as fast as lightning. Asterisk Chi-Chi, asterisk the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul essence suddenly became extremely uneasy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It kept flapping its wings and emitting waves of illusion. Yang Kai had suffered a big loss before, so he naturally knew how powerful this illusion was. Just as he was about to hurriedly retreat, he found that the illusion was completely blocked by Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Without encountering any resistance, the old man tapped the blood essence on Mo Xiaoqi's forehead. The blood essence burst out at once, forming a red mark on Mo Xiaoqi's forehead before it entered her body. With the disappearance of the blood essence, Mo Xiaoqi's aura quickly stabilized. The heavenly illusion butterfly was also gradually sucked into Mo Xiaoqi's body by an inexplicable suction, turning back into a brand butterfly on her cheek. With a soft groan, Mo Xiaoqi collapsed softly with her eyes closed. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and hurriedly supported her. Looking closely, he saw that Mo Xiaoqi's breathing was stable. She should have just fallen asleep and wasn't seriously injured. A shocking crisis that came inexplicably and was solved inexplicably left everyone in a state of panic for a while. After it was resolved, everyone found that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, I'm so sleepy," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said before following in Mo Xiaoqi's footsteps and fainted. "Boy, not bad at all. You have two beauties in your arms. You really make this old master envious." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile and teased. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Old sir, is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful?" The old man said, "This old master was also young once. It's not a big deal." While speaking, he winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a serious tone, "Old sir, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. In the past, I misunderstood you and thought you were a swindler, but now I know that old sir really doesn't show his true colors." Haha. The old man laughed and said, "This old master's deception is just better than others. Don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Old sir, since you can see that Ruoxi's blood essence can suppress the divine spirit soul, you must know what kind of bloodline she has. Can you tell me?" As soon as this was said, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can't tell you this. Wait until she becomes stronger in the future, then she will figure it out herself. But this old master has a word of advice." "What?" "Lead her to do good. If she does evil, then the star boundary will be in chaos," the old man said solemnly. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" The old man looked at the sleeping Zhang Ruoxi, his seemingly turbid eyes bursting with light as he said in a deep voice, "If she grows to her limit, the power she can summon will be even more terrifying than the Wukong." "Wukong? Which Wukong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The old man said one word at a time. "Heaven. Devouring. Great. Emperor." Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and say in horror, "Old sir, you know the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors?" If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Yang Kai wouldn't have known the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring great emperor was just a title, not a taboo name. Wu Mengchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu, but he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" Chapter 2493. This old man could see that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary, and even used his blood essence to seal the divine spirit's soul. He also knew Qiongqi and knew the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai would never believe that this old man was just an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. "Well, I can't tell you that either." Yang Kai was furious and shouted, "Then what can you tell me?" The old man thought for a while before reaching out and patting Yang Kai on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Cultivate well and become an Emperor Realm Master as soon as possible. The future of the star boundary depends on you." "Get lost." The old man wasn't annoyed in the slightest and just glanced at him with a smile, then turned around with a solemn expression and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, if you can listen to this old man, please leave this place quickly. This place is very dangerous, and if you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger." Liang Qiu smiled and said, "You're really interesting, old man. We naturally know whether it's dangerous or not. There's no need for you to remind us." Earlier, the power of his spear attack was easily neutralized by the old man. So he knew that although this old man was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, his strength was unfathomable, so he did not dare to underestimate him. If it were any other Dao Source Realm cultivator speaking like this, he would have already shot him. "You seem to be very knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us which great emperors left this skeleton behind?" Liang Qiu changed the topic and mentioned the skeleton hidden in the black hole. Previously, because of the sudden release of Mo Shaoqi's Divine Soul Seal, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and no one was in the mood to pay attention to the skeleton and space ring of the great emperors. But now that the crisis of the Divine Soul Seal had been lifted, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the space ring again. Liang Qiu's question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at the old man curiously, expecting him to give an explanation. The old man's expression was solemn as he said, "No matter which great emperor left it behind, it's no longer important now. Back then, during the War of Emperors, the situation was tragic, and the sun and moon were dim. Apart from a few things that were left behind, the rest of the secret treasures were all destroyed. There can't be anything good in that space ring, so please don't worry about it." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Liang Qiu coldly snorted. "I believe you." Lan Sun suddenly Yang Kai stood up and shouted. Liang Qiu glanced at her and curled his lips. Lan Sun was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperor. At this time, she stood up to support the old man, so he could not sing a different tune. Lan Sun asked, "Senior, what kind of dangers are there? If it's convenient, can you tell us?" The old man frowned and said, "Your life is in danger. Miss Lan, it's important to take your people and leave this place quickly." Lan Sun Master Lan nodded and nodded. "Since Senior Junior is Senior Junior will leave first. Take care of yourself, Senior." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he was indifferent, so she didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she just looked at the cultivators who were watching in the distance and shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters from the Southern Territory, if you believe in this Lan Sun, then I, Lan Sun, will help you. Then leave this place quickly." After saying that, she immediately flew off into the distance. Although Xiaoqun was a little unwilling, as a qualified flower protector, he naturally would not leave Lan Sun's side and also left. As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xiaosheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them. So they secretly sent a message to Yang Kai and quickly left. If it was just Xiaosheng alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. "Hyoji, you go too." The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants. No one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, it was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light towards Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed, and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Liang Qiu was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui, Wu Chang, and the others from the Emperor Realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor Realm in this shattered star sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on. But before they could even leave the shattered star sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Dao Source Realm Master, they could not underestimate him, or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Liang Qiu was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Liang Qiu very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him and shouted, "I'm fine, don't be impulsive." Liang Qiu turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Hyoji, on the other hand, looked down at his palm with a solemn expression. The next moment, his body trembled as he looked at the old man in horror and exclaimed, "You are." The old man raised a finger and made a soft hush sound with his mouth. Hyoji understood and quickly swallowed the rest of his words, cupped his fists solemnly and said, Hyoji did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before and spoke without thinking. "Master, please don't lower yourself to this junior's level." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him incredulously, shocked to the extreme. Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. His aptitude was extraordinary, and now he was in the Emperor Realm. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, only a few people could make him bow his head and submit. Even if others were stronger than him, it was impossible for them to make him say such words. But now when he faced this old man, his demeanor and tone were respectful, and even a little humble. A son of the great emperors was humble in front of an old man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, calling himself a junior. What was going on? But this way, everyone understood that the old man's previous attack was not a sneak attack, but a message to Hyoji. It was through this message that Hyoji knew his identity and became so respectful. The old man chuckled and said, "I had no choice. Young Master Hyoji, it's fine as long as you don't mind this old man acting recklessly." Hyoji said in a deep voice, "Senior is too serious." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you can take them and leave now." Hyoji said, "This junior will obey Master's order." While speaking, he glanced up and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Liang Qiu said unwillingly, "Do you really want to leave? There is still a..." Before he could finish speaking, he found that Hyoji was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling and without the slightest emotion, causing Liang Qiu's heart to skip a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Let's go, let's go." Hyoji withdrew his gaze and his figure flickered as he rushed off into the distance. Although Qi Gui and the others were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. If they stayed at this time, they would not be giving face to Hyoji. Qi Gui's Ahan Temple was also in the Eastern Territory, so if they offended Hyoji, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. After a while, almost all the people from the Emperor Realm left. Wu Chang thought about it for a long time before finally leaving as well. After all, even the descendants of the two great emperors, Lan Sun and Hyoji, were persuaded to leave by this old man, and judging from Hyoji's reaction, this old man was probably an extraordinary existence. There was no need for people like him to be alarmist. If they stayed, their lives might really be in danger. Not only did the people from the Emperor Realm leave, but a large number of the remaining Dao Source Realm Masters also left. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 Dao Source Realm Masters left. These Dao Source Realm Masters probably did not get many benefits in the Shattered Star Sea. So despite the old man's earnest persuasion, they still could not leave. The skeletons of the great emperors and space rings in the black hole were what attracted them the most. "You're not leaving?" The old man saw Yang Kai still standing in place, and could not help but frown. Yang Kai quickly said, "Tell me first, what is the situation with Ruoshi's bloodline, and I will leave immediately." The old man said, "You will find out in the future. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked like a rascal. The old man looked him up and down a few times and grinned. "Boy, you're really thick-skinned. How did Wen Zishan accept a disciple like you?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and said, "How do you know I am from Azure Sun Temple?" Ever since he arrived here, he had never divulged this piece of information. The old man chuckled and pointed to a certain place on his body. Yang Kai suddenly understood that it was the Azure Sun Golden Token he kept close to him that revealed this secret. Previously, in order to conveniently sense the information of Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao and the others, he took out the Azure Sun Golden Token from his space ring and kept it close to him. He did not expect that even such a small detail would be noticed by the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If this old master meets Wen Zishan someday, he will definitely expel you." Chapter 2494. The old man's tone was louder than the sky, as if Wen Zishan was under his command. Yang Kai snorted. "You speak as if you are the great emperors of the secular world." Temple Master Wen Zishan seemed to have been brought up by the great emperors of the secular world. If there was anyone in this world who could order him around at will, it was undoubtedly the great emperors of the secular world. However, the great emperors of the secular world were people who played around and wandered the world. They came and went without a trace, and no one knew where they were. There had been no news of them in the star boundary for a long time. The old man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Yang Kai said contemptuously, "You're so full of yourself. This old swindler might really be an extraordinary person. He knew so many secrets, knew so many people, and even made Hyoji treat him with respect. He was definitely not an ordinary person." But Yang Kai would never believe that he was one of the great emperors of the secular world. There was no other reason, because this was the Shattered Star Sea. Only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could enter the Shattered Star Sea, and the Emperor Realm could not enter at all. With the amazing cultivation of the great emperors of the secular world, it was impossible for them to come here. If they forcibly broke through the barrier and entered, it would only make the Shattered Star Sea unstable and collapse. The old man smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, he turned his head to look at the remaining Dao Source Realm cultivator and sighed. Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. The reason why these people still stayed here was obviously to get some benefits, especially now that the Emperor Realm cultivators had all left. They had lost many strong competitors, so they were a little excited. They were eager to try. After pondering for a while, the old man said loudly, "You all stayed because you wanted to get that space ring. In that case, this old master will fulfill your wish." When everyone heard this, they looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this old man meant. At this moment, the old man suddenly walked directly in front of the black hole and made some mysterious seals, causing one of his hands to shine brightly. He reached his hand directly into the black hole. This old man, what is he doing? He's not trying to take out the space ring, is he? He has such ability. Look, his hand really reached in. What's going on inside? Wow, the light is so dazzling, I can't see what's going on inside. Everyone stared at the old man's actions with their eyes wide open. Yang Kai was especially shocked. Ever since the black space ring. In other words, there was another strange space inside the black hole, but this space was extremely unstable, so even a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai did not dare to casually intrude. But this old man was actually able to reach his hand into that space. Was he too space? Space was space. Space then the space. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. After a short while, the old man suddenly let out a low shout and abruptly withdrew his hand. When the light dissipated, there was an ancient space ring in his hand. Everyone was in an uproar, staring at the ring with fiery eyes. Swallowing sounds could be heard one after another. Looking around, there was nothing on the finger of the skeleton in the black hole. He really took out the ring. He can do this. It's amazing. What's in the ring? Old man, hand over the space ring and we'll spare your life. After the old man took out the space ring, The crowd suddenly went into an uproar. While shouting, they silently urged their source Qi, ready to pounce and snatch it at any time. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Yang Kai didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, "They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them." Give it to them? Yang Kai was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, "If you want it, go grab it yourself." Yang Kai didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. "Old man, you're courting death. You threw the ring away. Just you wait. This young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring." Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. "Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner." His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Yang Kai to leave here as well. Yang Kai sneered. "Old sir, you said before that during the Battle of Emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There is nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it?" After a pause, he smiled slyly. "What's more, the space ring is still here, and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it?" The old man stared at Yang Kai. "How did you see through it? This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you." Yang Kai nodded. "Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole. So how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact they are far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space." The old man was surprised. "You have good eyesight. So you are still here because you want the ring?" Yang Kai said, "I just want to know what Ruashi's bloodline power is like. I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future." Yang Kai didn't know why, but when it came to Zhang Ruashi's bloodline power, the old man kept his mouth shut. "This old master is going to do something. You should leave this place quickly. It's really dangerous here. It doesn't matter if you die or not, but the two girls in your arms can't have the slightest accident." "Do something? What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai was stunned. The old man had already rushed straight towards the black hole with a solemn expression. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of determination and tragedy in the old man's eyes, even a hint of disregard for life and death. When he arrived in front of the black hole, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards the black hole. A layer of ripples spread out in front of the black hole, as if an invisible door had been opened. The old man directly passed through the door and rushed into the black hole. After the ripples passed, the old man's figure disappeared, and the skeleton also disappeared strangely. Looking around, only the black hole remained in place. A different kind of power fluctuation came from the black hole, one that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his space ring. This jade slip was snatched from Wu Mengchuan's hands by the embodiment when he killed him. According to the embodiment, Wu Mengchuan seemed to want to destroy this jade slip before he died, and Yang Kai didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. There was a mysterious barrier on the jade slip, and Yang Kai had tried to crack it before, but to no avail. At this moment, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the power fluctuations coming from the black hole were exactly the same as the aura on the jade slip, as if they had been left behind by the same person. The moment Yang Kai took out the jade slip, it bloomed with light, and then the barrier on the jade slip opened on its own, forming a strange resonance with the power fluctuations coming from the black hole. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly came from the black hole, trying to swallow him. Yang Kai was shocked, and his face changed wildly as he tried to leave this place. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The black hole was like the open maw of a beast at this moment, trying to swallow him in one gulp. After only holding on for a few breaths, Yang Kai was powerless. Just before he was swallowed, he waved his hand and threw the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Shaoqi into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he also took in Lu Yan. After doing this, Yang Kai's vision went dark, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling, with no light around him and no end under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had stepped on something solid under his feet. With a bang, he found himself falling into an inexplicable world. In this world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, and even the world energy was extremely thin, but the whole world was a strange red color. As far as the eye could see, there was blood flowing on the ground under his feet. This blood was extremely fresh, exuding a strong bloody smell, and was slowly converging in a certain direction. On the ground around him, there were countless broken limbs and corpses. It was a horrifying sight. These are. Yang Kai looked around for a while, and his face changed as he whispered, "The cultivator who died in the Source Sea?" The blood and broken limbs he saw were obviously left behind by the cultivator who had died not long ago, because all the broken limbs and corpses were very fresh and showed no signs of decay. They were all swallowed here. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he found it hard to believe. Chapter 2495. Previously in the Source Sea, countless cultivators fought over source strength, and countless people died. Those dead cultivators all fell into the Source Sea and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all swallowed here in the end. The jade slip no longer existed. When he had been swallowed, Kai Yang had felt the jade slip in his hand suddenly burst apart, turning into a strange energy that lingered around his body, as if it was protecting him. By the time he entered this place, the energy had also disappeared. It seemed that the function of the jade slip was to protect him from entering this place. Without the jade slip, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him if he had been swallowed here. Before Wu Mengchuan died, he desperately destroyed the jade slip. Obviously, he did not want the jade slip to fall into the hands of others and enter this place. What secrets were hidden in this place? Why did the old man enter this place? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he looked around, but found nothing. He also released his divine sense but couldn't detect the old man's aura. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the blood on the ground and rushed in the direction where the blood was converging. No matter where this place was or what secrets were hidden, the direction in which the blood was flowing was probably the source. This strange world seemed to be very big. Yang Kai walked for more than an hour, but the surrounding scenery did not change at all. If it weren't for his extraordinary perseverance, he would have thought that he was still in the same place. After an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up in a certain direction. He heard some bursting sounds from that direction. Looking around, there were some faint rays of light blooming, and some powerful fluctuations of power were transmitted from that direction. Someone was fighting over there. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he only saw the old man enter this place alone. If there were really people fighting over there, then one of them must be the old man. But who was the other person? Judging from the fluctuations of power, the strength of the person fighting seemed to be extremely high. Yang Kai didn't know how strong the old man was, but he was certain that the average cultivator in the Emperor realm was no match for him. How could someone who could fight with him in full swing be an ordinary person? How could there be experts in this godforsaken place? Yang Kai was getting more and more confused. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, he used the nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. The closer they got, the more obvious the aftermath of the battle became. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai hid behind a small hill and stuck his head out to look ahead. What he saw caused his expression to change drastically. His mind was filled with shock. The old man was indeed there, standing in the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His back carried a sense of indifference and vicissitudes, a sense of true aloofness and indifference. Not far in front of him, the skeleton that he had seen through the black hole was sitting cross-legged. However, it was different from what he had seen before. There was actually some flesh on the bones of this skeleton. Those pieces of flesh were dark red, absorbing the blood that flowed from all around, and constantly wriggling and growing. All the blood in the world seemed to be gathering towards this skeleton. At this moment, there wasn't much flesh on the skeleton, and it seemed that it had just begun to grow. Even the bones were not completely covered, but this made the skeleton look even more terrifying. The skeleton's hand formed a mysterious seal, and an astonishing suction force came from the white bones, constantly swallowing the surrounding blood. Every time this happened, the old man would launch an extremely fierce attack, blocking the flow of blood so that the skeleton could not devour it. The powerful aftermath of the attack slammed into the skeleton, but it remained motionless. This situation continued for an unknown period of time. The old man tirelessly waved his power, evaporating a large amount of the blood that had gathered. However, there was simply too much blood in this world. Even though the old man kept trying to stop it, there was still more blood coming from all directions, wanting to enter the skeleton. Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart, his face slightly pale. This was because he actually felt an aura of life from the skeleton. Although it was very weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time in the wind and rain, it was undoubtedly a life force. In other words, the skeleton was alive. No one knew which great emperors this skeleton belonged to, but according to the various clues obtained by Yang Kai, he guessed that it was the skeleton of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul was destroyed in the war of great emperors tens of thousands of years ago and could not be more dead, but now it seemed that this rumor was wrong. If this skeleton really belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it meant that the heaven-devouring great emperor was not dead, but had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. The blood that had gathered here might be the opportunity for him to wake up again. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something that Wu Mengchuan had said when he was fighting a life-and-death battle with him. He said that how could a person like his ancestor die so easily? It seemed that Wu Mengchuan knew some inside information. After all, he was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was not too strange for him to know that his ancestor was still alive. He even knew that his ancestor was hiding here, and was waiting for the right time to use the jade slip to enter this place. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai in the end, and before he died, he wanted to destroy the jade slip. Various thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was almost certain that the skeleton belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If the blood here really gathered here and allowed him to regrow his body, then the heaven-devouring great emperor might be resurrected again. In order to kill him, for great emperors died here. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were resurrected, the star boundary would be in danger. Thinking of this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly rippled out. At first, it was extremely weak, but as time passed, it gradually became stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was slowly waking up. The old man standing in the void obviously noticed this aura as well, and his expression turned solemn as his hands suddenly moved a lot faster. All kinds of incredible, but incomparably powerful secret techniques bloomed from his hands and blasted towards the skeleton. In an instant, the place where the skeleton was located collapsed, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and after a while he coldly snorted. When the dust settled, a thick wall of blood light appeared in front of the skeleton. The wall was full of cracks, and the attack just now seemed to have been blocked by the wall of blood light. It did not hurt the skeleton at all. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. A sharp gaze suddenly shot out from behind the wall of blood light. It seemed to have come from the ancient era, and it made the world turn cold. "You're awake." The old man curled his lips and said with an unhappy expression. The skeleton stared at the old man with a pair of unformed eyes, and there was a bright ghost fire flickering in his eye sockets. After staring at the old man for a long time, he opened his mouth and said in a creepy voice, "Duan Hongchen?" The old man laughed and said wildly, "Yes, it's this old master Wukong. It's rare that you still remember this old master after sleeping for so many years." The skeleton said in a cold voice, "How can this king forget your cheap face? I'm really unlucky to see you first when I woke up." Duan Hongchen smiled faintly and said, "Are you disappointed? Then who do you want to see? Tell me, this old master can disguise himself as him. You also know that this old master's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world." The skeleton was indifferent, and after a moment of silence he said, "How long has this king been asleep?" Duan Hongchen's expression turned solemn as he said, "Tens of thousands of years, but this old master can't remember exactly how long." The skeleton sighed and said, "It seems that it's really been a long time." The man and the skeleton were chatting like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and there was no tension at all. Yang Kai, who was hiding on a small hill in the distance, felt a storm in his heart. The old man called the skeleton Wukong, which meant that he was indeed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were actually not dead, but had used a mysterious secret technique to sleep in this strange space for tens of thousands of years, waiting for the moment of resurrection. If this news were to spread, the entire star boundary would be in an uproar. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was the old man's name, Duan Hongchen. Yang Kai had never heard of this name, but he had heard of another honorific title, the Great Emperors of the Mortal World. The Great Emperors of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor, Wukong, knew the old man, which meant that the two of them were people of the same era and status. Only the great emperors could match the name Duan Hongchen. Was he really the great emperors of the mortal world? Yang Kai was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. Previously, when the old man said that the next time he saw Wen Zishan, he would ask Temple Master when to expel Yang Kai from the sect, Yang Kai had even ridiculed him. Who would have thought that this ridicule would actually come true? It was possible to say that the old man was the great emperors of the mortal world, because it was rumored that the great emperors of the mortal world had always been unrestrained and unrestrained, and the style of the old man that Yang Kai knew was consistent with the rumors. The reason why Hyoji obediently left, and even showed a humble expression, was probably because he knew his identity. But what was the matter with his cultivation? The great emperors of the mortal world were extremely powerful, so how could they only be in the third-order Dao Source realm? Not only was Yang Kai puzzled by this question, but Wukong was also very curious. How did your cultivation drop so much? This old man cut off his own cultivation. Duan Hongchen smiled slightly, not caring at all. Cut off your own cultivation? Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, "You're actually willing to do this? You can't catch the wolf without risking the child." Wukong seemed to understand something and said, "Did you cut off your own cultivation to come here to find me?" Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "Of course. You may not know, but after you died, the realm barrier here became a little fragile, and the Emperor realm can't enter this place. If you want to enter, you can only do this." Chapter 2496. A hero cuts his wrist. Wukong stared at Duan Hongchen in a daze. "Amazing, this king admires you the most among all the emperors back then. You really didn't disappoint this king." Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "Same to you, you are also the one this old master admires the most." Wukong sighed. "It must have been hard for you to maintain your Dao Source realm cultivation for so many years." "You're wrong." Duan Hongchen raised a finger and shook it slowly, saying in a serious tone, "I didn't deliberately maintain my cultivation. I just cut off my own cultivation countless times." "Countless times?" Wukong exclaimed in horror, truly shocked. "You can cultivate again every time? You didn't damage your foundation?" Duan Hongchen said lightly, "It's all thanks to you. Although it was indeed dangerous a few times, I managed to survive. I remember one time when I made a mistake and lost all my cultivation. It took this old master 2,000 years to cultivate again. During those 2,000 years, this old master didn't live a good life." As if recalling that incident, Duan Hongchen had a look of lingering fear on his face. Wukong murmured with a dull look in his eyes, Was it really worth it to do this? Duan Hongchen's expression turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice. Yes. As long as I can enter the shattered star sea, find you, and destroy your soul, anything is worth it. Wukong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, It seems that you hate this king. Duan Hongchen smiled lightly and said, This old master doesn't hate you. Everyone has their own aspirations, and people who walk different paths cannot work together. It's just Qing Lian. Yuan Ding, Yen Wu and Song Hai are all dead, so if you don't die, it will be a bit outrageous. So you're here to avenge those old friends of yours? Wukong nodded in understanding. Duan Hongchen sighed softly and said, If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? This old man also feels that this matter is very troublesome. Why don't you obediently stop resisting, and let this old man send you to meet those old friends of yours? Wukong snorted coldly and said, My soul was almost scattered by you all back then. If he hadn't faked his death to escape at the critical moment, how could he have woken up today? I thought that everything was flawless. How do you know that I'm still alive? Duan Hongchen said solemnly, Your methods are indeed impressive. At that time, almost everyone was fooled by you, thinking that you were really dead. But have you forgotten that there is a person who can see through the mysteries of heaven? He saw through the past and saw the future. He was the one who told me that you weren't dead and told me to be more vigilant. Wukong's eyes flashed wildly as he said ferociously, Heaven's revelations. Duan Hongchen nodded and said, That's right. It was heaven's revelations. So every time the shattered starseed opened, this old man would come in to take a look. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and everything has been peaceful. I never thought that this time, you would finally be unable to bear the loneliness and prepare to make a comeback. It's not that this king can't bear the loneliness, it's just that the time has come. Wukong snorted coldly, seeing through the mysteries of heaven. This king also has the ability to see the past and the future. What heaven's revelations can see, this king can also see. What heaven's revelations can't see, this king can also see. Since this king has chosen to wake up at this time, naturally, I won't repeat the same mistakes. Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, That depends on how much ability you have in the past. Wukong laughed loudly. Even if it's only 1% of what it was in the past, what can you do to stop me in your current state? 1%. Wukong has also learned to talk big. Your body hasn't taken shape yet, so I'm afraid you can't even use 1% of your strength, right? This old man doesn't need to fight with you. I just need to block the blood flow to stop your resurrection. Duan Hongchen, you really want to be this king's enemy? Wukong shouted angrily. Duan Hongchen said seriously, It's you who is the enemy of the world, the enemy of the common people. If you are reborn, the star boundary will be in chaos. You're just enjoying your time in the mortal world, but you've actually learned to care about the common people. Duan Hongchen, if you dare to stop me, this place will be your burial ground. Since this old man has come in, he has no intention of leaving alive. Duan Hongchen's face was resolute, and he suddenly changed his hand seals and shouted, Break! In an instant, his aura rose to the limit, and there was no sign of it stopping. It still continued to climb, *Honglong star. A wave of qi visible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the great emperors of the mortal world, sweeping in all directions and causing the blood to churn. At the same time, Duan Hongchen's cultivation broke through from the third-order Dao Source realm directly to the first-order Emperor realm. This breakthrough was as simple as piercing through a thin layer of paper. It was unbelievably simple, and there wasn't even a world energy baptism. It happened in the blink of an eye. Good. The higher your cultivation, the more useful it will be to this king when I devour you later. Wukong was not surprised when he saw Duan Hongchen's breakthrough. Instead, he was delighted. He shouted loudly, and a concept of devouring all things spread out, enveloping Duan Hongchen in it. The surrounding blood seemed to be attracted by something and madly gathered towards Wukong's skeleton. The territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai, who was watching from afar, immediately recognized that this was the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He had used this move in his previous battle with Wu Mengchuan. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, Everything was devoured, and even the mysterious principles and concepts were not spared. The territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor displayed by Wukong was not something that Wu Mengchuan could hope for. It really had the concept of devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor's land. Just looking at it made one feel insignificant. Duan Hongchen was suddenly wrapped in the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and his aura suddenly weakened. His face changed drastically, and he clasped his hands together and slammed them forward, chanting in a low voice, "Boundless mortal world, 3,000 worries." The huge seal slammed down, and before the attack arrived, it had already set off monstrous waves in the surrounding blood. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he quickly said, "Not bad, not bad. It's a bit like back then, but it's impossible for you to defeat this king." Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, devour. As soon as his voice fell, the skeleton seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, not only devouring the surrounding blood, but also Duan Hongchen's secret technique. Wukong laughed loudly, his laughter full of disdain. Duan Hongchen's face remained impassive as he pushed his emperor qi to maintain his secret technique to resist this attack. A moment later, Wukong's body shook, and the blood flowing into his skeleton was suddenly cut off. Not only that, the regenerated flesh fell to the ground and turned into a pool of dirty water. He shouted angrily, "Old thing, you cheated!" Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Keep devouring, why did you stop? Isn't your heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique supposed to be able to devour everything under heaven-devouring great emperor? Why did you stop?" Wukong angrily said, "What kind of concept does this secret technique of yours contain? It can actually hurt this king secretly. This is unforgivable." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted. "Do you think this old master has severed his cultivation countless times over the past tens of thousands of years, just to enter the shattered star sea to find you? Since this old master is known as the mortal world, it is natural for this old master to experience the power of the mortal world. This old master is no longer the old master of the past. The power of the mortal world. The power of heaven and earth?" Wukong's eyes flashed, as if he had comprehended something, and said fiercely, "You actually comprehended a trace of the power of heaven and earth. No wonder you are so confident. Wukong, this time you will definitely die, so don't resist." What a joke. There is no one in this world who can kill this king. This king is the heavens and the earth. Those who resist this king are violating the will of the heavens and earth, and can't be tolerated by all laws. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "Wukong, you are confused. Under the heavens and earth, all living things are ants. How dare you compare yourself to the heavens and earth? The heavens will not tolerate you. I am the heaven-devouring great emperor, and the heavens will not tolerate me." Of these two great emperors, one had an incomplete body, and the other had cut off his own cultivation. Neither of them was at their peak, but in this strange world, they were fighting to the death, and did not hold back at all. When the energy surged, they were even more fierce, and the heavens and earth trembled. Their words sounded ordinary, but they seemed to contain a very deep truth, which triggered the pattern of the heavens. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his mind tremble violently, and the qi in his body was tumbling. This was the Tao. This was the heavens Tao that countless cultivators were bitterly searching for but could not touch. The two great emperors were secretly fighting with their own Tao, trying to suppress each other. In such a battle, the one with the firmer heart and deeper understanding of the heavens Tao would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai was immersed in it all at once. After carefully thinking about it, he only felt that what these two people said was very reasonable. It was like a gem, and it was priceless advice that benefited him a lot. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart moved, and a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he had understood something. The tumbling qi in his body also reached its peak at this moment. Yang Kai was shocked, and suddenly recovered from that kind of enlightenment. With an ugly expression he whispered, "Oh no." He did not expect that he would feel the opportunity to break through at this time. It had been almost 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. Recently, he had seen many new cultivators from the Emperor realm and fought with many of them. Although he was confident that his strength was not inferior to any new cultivator from the Emperor realm, he was still only a Tao Source realm cultivator. Without a high enough realm, one could never be called an emperor. He had been looking for an opportunity to break through, but unfortunately, this kind of thing could not be rushed. When the opportunity came, it would naturally come naturally. If the opportunity did not come, it would be useless to force it. And at this time, this opportunity suddenly fell on Yang Kai. If it were anywhere else, Yang Kai would have been ecstatic. He had long been mentally prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. His source Qi also showed signs of transforming into Emperor Qi, so it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Emperor realm. But there were two great emperors not far from here in a life-and-death battle, so how could he break through with peace of mind? If he was caught in the middle of the battle between these two, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to suppress it, but found that he could not at all. The feeling of breaking through was getting stronger and stronger. If he forcibly suppressed it, his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation would be lost. Chapter 2497. Now that the arrow was knocked on the string, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and scattered countless source crystals from his space ring around his body. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, emptied his mind and body, ignoring all the unstable factors, and only comprehending the fluctuations of the heavenly way brought about by the battle between the two great emperors. This kind of promotion was something that no one had ever done before in history. Yang Kai had no choice but to do so. But he soon discovered that this might be an opportunity for him, because the two great emperors' every move, and even their words carried a trace of mysterious power that coincided with the truth of the heavenly way. It was as if he was absorbing the two great emperors' perception of the heavenly way, using it as a cornerstone to spy on his own path of martial Tao. The benefits were simply indescribable. Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him, and was completely immersed in it. The source crystals around him were shaken violently and turned into dust. Pure and rich world energy escaped from the source crystals and slowly gathered above Yang Kai's head, gradually forming a heavenly vision. Oh, there's a little bug. Although the two great emperors were fighting fiercely and seemed to be distracted, at their level of cultivation, their perception was extremely sharp. They noticed the slightest movement on Yang Kai's side. Wukong took a moment to look at Yang Kai. Then his eyes flashed with disdain. A trivial third-order Tao source realm was nothing in his eyes. Not to mention when he was at his peak. Even now he could easily crush a Tao source realm cultivator like crushing an ant. How did this boy come in? Duan Hongqin was slightly surprised. This was the place where Wukong had faked his death, so the entrance to the black hole had been set up with his own unique barrier. Let alone coming in, it was impossible to even discover it. Otherwise, Duan Hongqin would not have only found this place today after so many openings of the Shattered Star Sea over the past tens of thousands of years. He already knew that the Origin Sea was Wukong's hiding place. However, he did not know exactly where it was hidden until the Origin Sea changed and the black hole formed, devouring a large amount of the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Only then was he able to enter this place. It was thanks to his understanding of Wukong that he was able to break the restriction on the entrance. If it was any other place in the Emperor realm, even a third-order Emperor realm master would only be able to look on helplessly. How did Yang Kai have the ability to enter this place? Could it be that after he entered, the restriction at the entrance loosened, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it? Duan Hongqin was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have destroyed the entrance after coming in. But he didn't know. The only reason Yang Kai could enter this place was because of the jade strip left behind by Wu Mengchuan after his death. The jade slip could be said to be a key. The person holding the jade slip would be able to ignore the restriction at the entrance and enter this place. This was what Wukong had left behind for his descendants. Everything was a coincidence. To Duan Hongqin's relief, he only found Yang Kai's trace and did not see Mo Shaoqi or Zhang Ruoxi. If those two girls were also here, then today's matter would be troublesome. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this king? Duan Hongqin, you deserve to die today. Wukong shouted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo. Asterisk a strange sound was heard as a violent wind suddenly swept out from his palm and swept towards Duan Hongqin. This wind did not seem to be an ordinary one. It actually contained the aura of the elemental sources. Wherever it swept, the world collapsed and space shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen's face changed drastically as he said in horror. You have lost your physical body, but you can still use the primordial astral wind. Wukong smiled contemptuously. The primordial astral wind is the power of the elemental sources. It is invisible and formless, and it is connected to this king's mind. Who told you that you can't use it after losing your physical body? Ha ha ha. You dare to look down on this king? You will pay the price. Even if this king is only a skeleton left, he is still not someone you can look up to. As he spoke, the primordial astral wind had already arrived in front of Duan Hongchen and was about to engulf him. At this moment of crisis, the panic in Duan Hongchen's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly rose from the ground as he shouted in a low voice, "Prison circle!" Asterisk Walala. Asterisk. A dark green light suddenly bloomed and enveloped Duan Hongchen. At the same time, the phantom image of a huge tree appeared and stretched across the world. This dark green phantom image was similar to the primordial astral wind, exuding pure elemental sources. Bang! 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 The primordial astral wind rushed over and caused the dark green tree to sway unsteadily, causing its leaves to rustle. Yet it was unable to invade Duan Hongchen in the slightest. All of its might was actually resisted and didn't injure him in the slightest. Divine Wood Barbarian! Wukong cried out in shock when he saw this scene, and he seemed to look at the dark green phantom image with slight disbelief. He gritted his teeth and roared. Duan Hongchen, you dare to play tricks on this king? Earlier, Duan Hongchen revealed a panicked expression, and Wukong thought that Duan Hongchen was unable to do anything against his primordial astral wind. But never had he imagined that in the blink of an eye, Duan Hongchen actually utilized the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian to completely block off the primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen was obviously toying with him, causing him to experience a huge drop from joy to disappointment. It was simply unforgivable. Duan Hongchen urged his Emperor Qi to support the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with a grin, "You really scared this old master to death." Fortunately, this old master was prepared, otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have failed miserably. Bastard! How dare you slander this king? Duan Hongchen, you've got guts. And isn't this primordial astral wind from that bastard Iron Blood? He has always regarded it as a treasure, so how could it have fallen into your hands? Wukong roared again and again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly his expression changed and he said, "Could it be? Iron Blood has fallen." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "Although this old master wishes Iron Blood to die early and reincarnate, what's disappointing is that that bastard doesn't even show any signs of aging. Instead, he's getting younger and younger. It's really enviable. Recently, he seems to have taken in a little disciple and spent a lot of effort to teach her, but I don't know what he's after. Disciples are meant to be deceived by their master. It's really sad to talk about it." It was unknown if he was thinking of one Zishan when he said this, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. Wukong said angrily, "Since he's still alive, why would he hand over the Divine Wood origin to you? How could he bear to?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said, "Because this old master told him that if he didn't hand over the Divine Wood origin, this old master would find hundreds and thousands of young and strong men and form a group to seduce his precious disciple. Let's see if his disciple can control herself." He obediently gave in. Wukong's face darkened when he heard this. He was speechless and said, "You can do that?" Duan Hongchen curled his lips and said, "You don't know how much he cares about his precious disciple. That little girl seems to have a special constitution and is extremely suitable to inherit his legacy. This old master has seen that little girl before. She's amazing. Young people nowadays are amazing. At such a young age, she vaguely has the demeanor of Iron Blood back then. She can kill her master with one punch. When this old master left Iron Blood Castle, he punched me. My eyebrows were cracked and my blood spilled everywhere." Wukong laughed and said, "You deserve it. I'm afraid no one in this world can be more shameless than you. You flatter me, you flatter me. Duan Hongchen smiled slightly. Wukong said, "So what if you have the divine wood origin? After all, you're not the first owner of the divine wood origin. How can you win against this old master's primordial astral wind? Whether or not I can win, I still have to try. Don't tell me this old master should just sit and wait for death?" As the two fought, they exchanged words. One moment, they acted like old friends reminiscing about the past, and the next moment, they acted like they were mortal enemies. If there was anyone else here, they would have been confused by this scene. However, the two elemental origins collided madly without rest, causing the space to shatter and fill the sky with the power of wind and wood. It was extremely shocking. The sweeping primordial astral wind was extremely powerful. Even if the Emperor realm was swept into it, there would be nothing left of them. However, the divine wood white barbarian's shadow was impregnable. No matter how strong the wind blew, it would not move. The leaves rustled as it guarded Duan Hongchen tightly. Within a radius of 100 miles, the space and line of sight had been distorted. The blood on the ground had all evaporated. This kind of competition was a competition of the two's control of their respective elemental origins. Moreover, the result could not be determined in a short period of time. With such a situation, whether it was Wukong or Duan Hongchen, it was difficult for them to back down. If Wu Guang withdrew the primordial astral wind, Duan Hongchen would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. In his current state, there was no way he could resist the attack of the divine wood origin. Whether it was the primordial astral wind or the divine wood origin, they were both treasures comparable to the true phoenix fire. Not only were they precious and difficult to find, but they were also infinitely powerful. In particular, Wu Kuang was still a skeleton at the moment, so the divine tree's origin was especially lethal to him. Once the divine tree's origin power invaded his body, he would never be able to reconstruct his body. He did not dare to let his guard down. At the beginning, he was dismissive, but now he had to treat this battle seriously. Duan Hongchen had waited for tens of thousands of years to enter this place to deal with him. How could he not be prepared? And judging from the results, everything that Duan Hongchen had displayed was deliberately aimed at him. The two great emperors were fighting fiercely here. Although they knew that Yang Kai was still advancing to the emperor realm, they did not intend to pay attention to him. They did not even deliberately restrain the aftermath of their attacks. Wukong did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but Duan Hongchen had no choice. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and had the idea of protecting him as much as possible, he could not spare the slightest thought to consider other things when fighting the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He could only do his best to fight against Wukong. Chapter 2498. While the two great emperors were fighting fiercely over there, Yang Kai was gradually entering a good state. Traces of emperor intent spread out from his body. At first, it was not obvious, but as time passed, this emperor intent became clearer and clearer. To advance to the emperor realm, condensing one's own emperor intent was the most basic standard. Only by having one's own emperor intent could one touch the threshold of the emperor realm and open the door to the supreme martial Tao. Rich world energy gathered above Yang Kai's head, forming an extremely terrifying world energy manifestation. The dense world energy gathered into a cloud, as if the sky was about to collapse. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed through the cloud of world energy, giving off a deafening rumbling sound. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. In his mind, all the experiences of his life flashed. It was not that he wanted to recall them, but these experiences appeared in his mind involuntarily. He could not control them at all. Joining High Heaven Pavilion, cultivating hard, but not finding the right way. Being bullied by many brothers, but unwilling to give up on pursuing the martial Tao. Occasionally obtaining the wordless black book, peeking into the inheritance of the demon god, soaring to the heavens from then on. Fighting in Central Capital, walking Tongxian Realm, entering the Starfield Corridor, breaking through Hung Luo Starfield, entering the Star Boundary, passion with Su Yan, tenderness with Xiaoning Chang, emotional entanglements with Shanqing Luo, friendship without discord with Shuiyu, tirelessly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, the road to the Tao, accompanied by beauty, although occasionally lonely, there were thoughts in his heart. In this life, no regrets, no resentment. On this road, no hatred, no regrets. No demons in the heart, no external force can invade. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars, and he let out a long roar. The tumbling chi in his body reached its peak in an instant. Kacha. A dense sound suddenly came from all over his body. His bones, meridians, flesh and blood wriggled to the limit at this moment. His meridians became wider and tougher, and his flesh and bones became more solid. Even his divine sense. It also seemed to have expanded a lot. Rumble, in the sky, a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket suddenly struck down. It contained the power of the heavens and seemed to be able to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it blasted towards Yang Kai's head. Along with the lightning, there was also an incomparable amount of spiritual chi. It was as if it wanted to drown Yang Kai. Crack! As Yang Kai's body trembled violently, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular body. His skin was cracked, and blood was flowing out. The Supreme Martial Emperor. The Heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. Only by enduring the condemnation of the Heavenly Tao, and withstanding the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Only then could one truly advance to the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven and countless elite cultivators had fallen at this stage, their souls scattered. This was also the reason why there were so many Tao Source Realm cultivators in the entire star boundary, but so few in the Emperor realm. Those who could truly advance to the Emperor realm were those who were extremely firm in their own path of martial Tao, and would not be disturbed by external forces. They were those who could go against the current, firm in their beliefs, and not waver in the slightest. The world force baptism in the Emperor realm was more terrifying than any that Yang Kai had encountered before. When the first strike fell, Yang Kai was already injured. However, his physical body was extremely strong, and the golden blood in his body had an extremely strong self-healing ability, so his cracked skin quickly began to repair itself. The world energy that poured into his body was also swallowed up by him at once, causing his aura to increase instead of decrease. Before his injuries could recover, the second baptism had already arrived. Compared to the first one, the second one was even more terrifying. As the lightning fell, the aura of extinction spread out, making Yang Kai smell the scent of death. He focused his mind and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He formed seals with his hands and urged his strength to resist. Hong Long Long. Yang Kai's injuries suddenly worsened. His entire body was dripping with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The raging world energy invaded his body, rampaging through his flesh and meridians, making him suffer unspeakably. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the world energy that poured into his body as much as he could while constantly comprehending the heavenly way, sweeping away the barriers that blinded his eyes and prying into his own path of martial Tao. Hong Hong Hong. The third wave of baptism came crashing down without stopping. In the distance, the two great emperors who were doing their best to resist could not help but be attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. After watching for a while, Wukong's eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted in a low voice, "This little brat is not simple." He was one of the great emperors of heaven, devouring great emperor, the strongest master in the star boundary since ancient times. He did not dare say that there would be no one to surpass him in the future, but there was definitely no one before him. Even though he was also one of the great emperors, he did not put them in his eyes. For him to say that Yang Kai was not simple was already an extremely high compliment. He is indeed a little strange. Duan Hongchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in agreement. If he was simple, how could he have suppressed the Emperor realm with just a Tao Source realm cultivation? If he was simple, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly in just a few years? Duan Hongchen and Yang Kai had known each other for some time now. Although they did not have a deep relationship, Duan Hongchen's vision was extremely good. Ever since he saw Yang Kai in Maplewood City, he felt that he would become a great man in the future. Although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, he found that he had still underestimated this boy. Hongchen, when you and I broke through to the Emperor realm, was there such a phenomenon? Wukong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchen grinned. If the world energy baptism was as terrifying as this when I advanced to the Emperor realm, there would be no bustling world great emperor in this world. Wukong nodded lightly and said, This boy has the characteristics of great emperors. Duan Hongchen laughed and said, I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later. Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, Whatever you say. You won't have the chance to see it anyway. Wukong's voice turned cold. Are you so confident that you can kill this king? Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice. This old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely. Good, since you've said so. This king won't be polite when dealing with you. As he spoke, Wukong's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hongchen also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the Emperor realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This. Duan Hongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Is this brat courting death? Ha! Wukong laughed loudly. He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. Hongchen, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this. Duan Hongchen heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, What a pity, what a pity. Normally, when he saw this scene, he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking, and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. Golden divine dragon source. Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. Impossible. Duan Hongchen also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the golden dragon phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the golden divine dragon source? Wukong shouted. For some reason, he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hongchen was absent-minded for a while before he said, How would this old man know about this? The golden divine dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the golden divine dragon source still exist in this world? Teeth. Wukong's hollow eye sockets twitched like will-o'-the-wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hongchen suddenly became alert, and turned his head to glare at Wukong. Wukong coldly snorted. Even if this king has any plans, I'll have to kill you first. While the two were talking, the golden divine dragon roared towards the sky, facing the terrifying world energy head-on. From the dragon's mouth, an unparalleled suction force emerged, sucking in the world energy in large mouthfuls before transmitting it to Yang Kai. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly lessened a lot. Previously, he had felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he had been forced to use the golden divine dragon source. But he had not expected it to have such a miraculous effect. It could resist the world energy. This golden holy dragon origin source was truly extraordinary. As the dragon's mouth continued to swallow, the aura in Yang Kai's body grew stronger and stronger, and his strength increased exponentially. He could not help but feel a sense of heroism, and his entire spirit seemed to have been refreshed. He did not know what it was like for others to break through to the Emperor realm, but he felt that if the other emperors from the Emperor realm he had encountered before had done the same, they would have all died long ago. He was probably the only one who could cause such a huge commotion when breaking through. Chapter 2499. Time passed slowly as the golden divine dragon continued to devour the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, while Yang Kai's strength was also growing steadily. As a result, the power of heaven and earth became weaker and weaker. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the heavenly vision above Yang Kai's head was swept away, and everything returned to normal. The thunder and lightning no longer existed, and the cloud pressure phenomenon that seemed like the sky was collapsing also disappeared. The surrounding world energy and world energy were all sucked into Yang Kai's body. Although he remained motionless, the bones in his body crackled, transmitting a joyful aura. This time, the promotion seemed to have passed peacefully. Wukong and Duan Hongchen were both dumbfounded and lost in thought for a long time. Yang Kai, however, did not feel the slightest joy. Not only that, but he also felt a faint sense of fear. This feeling was even stronger than when he had just broken through, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. He clearly felt that his realm had not truly reached the Emperor realm, but had instead stopped at the threshold of the Emperor realm, only one step away. What's going on? The heavenly vision from my breakthrough has already disappeared, and I've also survived the terrifying world energy baptism, so why haven't I broken through to the Emperor realm? While Yang Kai was puzzled, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, a magnificent and awe-inspiring aura suddenly emerged from the heavens and earth, turning into a stream of light and falling straight towards Yang Kai's head as fast as lightning. Kai Yang's complexion changed greatly. In front of this magnificent and overwhelming qi, he felt as if he was unable to resist it. It seemed that after the stream of light fell, he would not be able to resist it. It was as if the moment it fell, he would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the aura that fell gave him a familiar yet strange feeling, as if he had vaguely seen it somewhere before. World energy. Wukong and Duan Hongchen both cried out in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared in Yang Kai's direction. The two great emperors' emotions instantly became extremely complicated. They didn't know what Yang Kai had done to actually draw upon the power of heaven and earth when he ascended to the Emperor realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth was an extremely special and mysterious power. The origin was even more profound and mysterious. The great emperors were proficient in all kinds of law powers, and when they fought, they could use the power of law origin as easily as blowing off dust. However, no one could underestimate the power of heaven and earth. That was the power of heaven and earth. Under the heavens and earth, all living beings were ants. If heaven and earth wanted you to live, you would live. If heaven and earth wanted you to die, you would die. Even characters like the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors could not completely control the power of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Duan Hongchen was able to secretly injure him earlier. Duan Hongchen had been constantly severing his cultivation for tens of thousands of years, wandering on the path of martial arts, and struggling in the mortal world. It actually allowed him to comprehend the power of the mortal world. This power of the mortal world was also a kind of power of heaven and earth. Naturally, it could cause harm to the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors. Even so, Duan Hongchen's power of the mortal world still couldn't compare with the true power of heaven and earth. Once the power of heaven and earth appeared, it was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. No one could resist it. That boy was dead for sure. The two great emperors thought that they had witnessed the birth of a genius, but they didn't expect it to be such an ending. They couldn't help but sigh. Under such a power of heaven and earth, how could Yang Kai resist? The golden divine dragon phantom roared to the sky. It rose to the sky, wanting to fight against heaven and earth. A stream of light fell. The golden divine dragon phantom suddenly disintegrated and disappeared, but its momentum didn't diminish as it continued towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked up, his eyes cold. The vast sea torrent revealed its heroic nature. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became incomparably clear, and his whole person was incredibly calm. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell was suddenly summoned. The simple mountains and rivers bell expanded in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. The complex patterns on it also seemed to come to life, flowing vividly. A kind of aura that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly filled the air. The mountains and rivers bell. Duan Hongchen's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in horror. The mountains and rivers bell, this is Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell. Wukong was also so shocked that the ghost fire in his eyes flickered wildly. He didn't even care about fighting with Duan Hongchen as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Since Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm, the strength he had shown and the means he had used had shocked the eyes and minds of the two great emperors. In the past, the two of them would never have dared to imagine that a single person could have so many good things on him. The Golden Divine Dragon was the ancestor of the dragon race. It was rumored that it had long been reduced to ashes, but its source strength had appeared in Yang Kai's body. Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure, a treasure that even the great emperors coveted. During the War of Emperors, Yuan Ding had used his last bit of strength to throw it into the void, and since then, it had disappeared. At this moment, it was blooming with a strange brilliance in Yang Kai's hands. Who is this little brat? How can he be so favored by heaven and earth? However, in this way, the two great emperors somewhat understood why his breakthrough to the emperor realm would attract the world force to target him. In the process of his growth, he must have had infinite opportunities and great blessings, but the heavenly way was fair and just. On the path of martial arts, there were gains and losses. The better the opportunities and the better the cultivator's aptitude, the greater the resistance they would encounter during their breakthrough. The two were directly proportional. No one could explain why, but there had never been an exception since ancient times. It would be outrageous if a person who possessed the Golden Divine Dragon source strength and the mountains and rivers bell did not attract the world force to target him. After realizing this, the two great emperors no longer felt the slightest pity for Yang Kai, because the tribulation he had experienced was inevitable. Even if it did not appear at this moment, it would come to him in the future. It was only a matter of time, and there was no way to avoid it. The previous baptism of the world force was just an appetizer. This bombardment of the world force was the real ordeal. If Yang Kai could survive, he would definitely soar to the sky, but if he could not, he would be reduced to ashes. Wukong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you think he can survive? Duan Hongchen swallowed his saliva and asked. Wukong's Adam's apple also moved, but as a skeleton, there was no saliva to swallow, so he said lightly, the mountains and rivers bell's sound can suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the world. Among all the emperors back then, this old master admired you the most, but the one I feared the most was Yuan Ding, because he had the mountains and rivers bell. Is this why you risked your life to be the first to severely injure him? Wukong coldly snorted. This king wanted to kill him, but unfortunately you got in the way and ruined this king's good deed. What happened back then is already in the past. Let's change the subject. Duan Hongchen grinned. Wukong said, if Yuan Ding personally used the mountains and rivers bell, this world force would not be able to do anything. The mountains and rivers bell can suppress the world force, which is the nemesis of the world force. But this kid, how much of the mountains and rivers bell's power can he use? Duan Hongchen said seriously, so you think he will definitely die? Wukong said, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Duan Hongchen rolled his eyes and said, then how about we make a bet? What bet? What bet? Wukong asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchen pointed his finger. Let's bet whether he can survive or not. What if he lives? What if he dies? If he dies, this old master will kill himself in front of you and detonate my divine soul. If he lives, you have to do the same. As soon as he said this, Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Duan Hongchen, you want to kill this king so badly? You don't hesitate to use your own life as a bet? Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, This old master said that even if my divine soul is destroyed today, I will drag you to the grave with me. I don't care about my life, so what is this old master afraid of? Wukong's eyes kept twitching, obviously very angry. Scared? Duan Hongchen smiled contemptuously and glanced at him. Don't try to provoke this king. Wukong snorted coldly. This king has never been afraid of anything since he was born. So you agree to it? Wukong snorted. This king's life is in my control. Others can't decide for me. Duan Hongchen laughed. Wukong, oh Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so cautious. It seems that you have changed a lot after being asleep for tens of thousands of years. If it were you in the past, you wouldn't say this. What would this king have said in the past? Wukong looked at him coldly. Duan Hongchen said, if it were you in the past, you would definitely have agreed and then secretly killed that little brat. In your eyes, is this king such a despicable person? Wukong snorted coldly. Despicable or not, you don't know in your heart, yet you ask me. While the two great emperors were talking, the stream of light formed by the world force was already very close to Yang Kai, but after Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers bell, the speed of the stream of light was greatly reduced. The mountains and rivers bell's suppressive aura seemed to have a great effect on it. However, Yang Kai was under a great deal of pressure at this moment. The consumption of using the mountains and rivers bell was enormous, and even though his strength had improved a lot compared to before, Yang Kai was still unable to bear it. Moreover, watching an attack that could threaten his life slowly descend would be a great psychological deterrent to anyone. Yang Kai knew that if he couldn't stop the world force, he would undoubtedly die. Shrouded in the aura of death, Yang Kai had never felt so uncomfortable and difficult as he did at this moment. Quang, quang, quang. The mountains and rivers bell continued to emit sounds, and the suppressive force became more and more violent, but it still couldn't stop the stream of light from falling. Instead, it shook Yang Kai, making him bleed from his mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that the stream of light was getting closer and closer to him, and that the mountains and rivers bell could no longer stop it, Yang Kai's mood sank to the bottom. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood what this inexplicable force was. This was the world force. This was the will of heaven and earth. No wonder it was somewhat familiar. He had used the world force before. After understanding this, a very bold idea popped up in his mind. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Through a mental connection, a strange force suddenly emerged from the sealed world bead and blasted towards the world force. Chapter 2500. The power born from the sealed world bead was very similar to the world force, and the two could almost be said to come from the same source. Another world force? Wukong exclaimed in shock. How can this little brat control the world force? Where did he get it from? Duan Hongchen was also surprised. Not to mention Yang Kai, who had yet to break through from the Emperor realm. Even those who had reached the Third Order Emperor realm many years ago could not control this kind of power. Only great emperors could comprehend the world force, and only great emperors were qualified to control a trace of it. The Third Order Emperor realm was the pinnacle of the martial Tao, and the cultivation of the great emperors did not jump out of this category, but the difference between them and ordinary Third Order emperors was their comprehension of the world force. Those who could comprehend the world force were qualified to become great emperors, and they could suppress ordinary Third Order emperors. But now, Yang Kai could actually control a trace of the world force. Although this trace of power paled in comparison to the world force, like the difference between a father and son, it was undoubtedly the world force. The two great emperors were deeply shocked. Even more so than when they saw the golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell. Is it because of that bead? Wukong looked at the sealed world bead with burning eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. If not for his scruples about the world force, he would have released his divine sense to investigate it carefully. It was also because of his scruples that he did not know what kind of artifact the sealed world bead was. If Wukong could discover this, so could Duan Hongchen. He stared at the sealed world bead with a frown, comparing it with the many famous artifacts in his memory, but he found that none of them matched. He had never seen this artifact before. This was a very strange thing. Duan Hongchen had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to not know of any famous secret treasures in the star boundary. But now one of them had appeared before him. However, no matter what the hell this bead was, Yang Kai's ability to control the power of heaven and earth was definitely related to it. Could this also be a prehistoric unique treasure? Duan Hongchen was shocked when he thought of this. But he quickly denied this conjecture, because it was very easy to identify a primeval treasure. The aura that came from the primeval couldn't be concealed at all. And this was the case for the mountains and rivers bell. The interior of the sealed world bead was a small world of its own. Since it was a small world, it naturally had the power of heaven and earth. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's mind was connected to the sealed world bead. Naturally, he could draw out the power of heaven and earth from the sealed world bead to fight against the calamity. However, the sealed world bead was only a small world. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real world. The difference between the two world forces was strong and weak. It could be distinguished at a glance. Hong Long Long. The sealed world bead's world force surged forward to meet the world force. Soon, it collided with the true power of heaven and earth. Yang Kai watched nervously. If he couldn't resist even this, then he only had one last trump card left, which was to undo the seal on his demonic qi, and use his ancient great demon body to resist this calamity. However, after doing this, Yang Kai didn't know if he could reseal the demonic qi. It had been several years since the last seal was undone, and the firmament tree planted in the sealed world bead had accumulated a lot of sealing power. Logically speaking, it should be enough. After all, it was in the medicine garden. 1 year of the firmament tree's growth was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. With hundreds of years of sealing power, how could it not be able to seal the demonic qi? However, there was also a drawback to doing this. Every time the seal was undone, more sealing power would be needed to reseal the demonic qi. Yang Kai discovered this drawback last time, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use this trump card. Who knew if there would be a time when the sealing power of the firmament tree was insufficient, resulting in it being unable to seal the ancient demonic qi, causing him to fall and lose his consciousness. Yang Kai never dared to underestimate the pure demonic qi of the ancient great demon. The world shook and the universe collapsed. This strange space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Wukong and Duan Hongchen both paled. The two world forces collided, sending out shockwaves beyond imagination. It was as if two worlds had collided, and the world had changed in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world force produced by the small sealed world gradually melted away. It was obviously no match for the real world force. However, in the process of its melting, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This discovery made Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. After the sealed world bead's world force completely disappeared, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He constantly formed seals with his hands, desperately stirring up his source qi. His knowledge sea opened wide, and his spiritual energy leaked out like a tide. The mountains and rivers bell shone brightly, and the suppressive aura became more and more intense. The remaining world force seemed to be struggling, but under Yang Kai's desperate struggle, it was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell. Hong. With a loud explosion, the mountains and rivers bell fell not far in front of Yang Kai. The light on its surface gradually faded, and the remaining world force was suppressed and sealed, unable to move. The shock waves gradually subsided, and everything returned to normal. At the same time, the weakened Yang Kai felt a different feeling. With a wave of his hand, he threw out countless source crystals, which exploded into powder and turned into pure world energy. Yang Kai's body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. His weak aura climbed steadily, and soon reached the peak of the Tao Source realm, but it still didn't stop and continued to rise. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cracking sound coming from his body. Immediately afterward, his whole body became light, and a comfortable feeling spread from his limbs to his bones. The source qi in his body also underwent a magical change at this moment, and even his overused knowledge sea was filled up in an instant. The whole world seemed to be very different from before. Kai Yang felt as if he had been reborn. From head to toe, every piece of his flesh and blood was pulsing, containing an extremely terrifying power. Emperor intent spread out. It was clear and distinct, as if it was real. The Emperor realm. It had been several decades since he started cultivating at the age of 13, and he had reached the Emperor realm today. He had experienced countless life and death tribulations, and although there was still a long way to go before he reached the true peak, Yang Kai truly had the qualifications to reach the peak today. With a surge of emotions, he let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He actually succeeded. Wukong was shocked. At least you have foresight. Otherwise you would have to commit suicide in front of this old master right now. Duan Hongchen couldn't help but curl his lips, a look of annoyance on his face. Although he had proposed a bet before, unfortunately, Wukong was cautious and didn't agree. If he had agreed, there would have been a good show to watch. How could he have succeeded? Wukong's face was extremely ugly. As the heaven-devouring great emperors, the #1 person in the star boundary since ancient times, he felt that it was impossible for anyone to surpass him, no matter in which aspect. But today someone had done it. Even though it was just the movement of advancing to the Emperor realm. Although there were many difficulties when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, it was far less terrifying than what he had seen today. This boy had encountered such hardships when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, so he could imagine how bright his future would be. Duan Hongchen had said before that he would surpass him in the future. He had thought it was just a joke, but now it seemed that it might really come true. He had so many rare treasures, and his own strength and aptitude were also extremely outstanding. How bad could such a person be in the future? Wukong couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. For the first time in his life, he felt inferior to others. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he turned to look at Duan Hongchen and shouted, "Old thing, you dare to do such a thing? How shameless!" He didn't know what Duan Hongchen had done to him secretly, but Wukong instantly flew into a rage. Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "It seems that you really care about that boy. You didn't even notice this old master's trick, but it's too late now." Saying so, Duan Hongchen urged his Emperor Qi, and the divine wood white barbarian source that had been enveloping him suddenly turned blood red. The divine wood white barbarian source was a wood attribute source. It was originally a lush green color, but now it had somehow turned blood red, giving off an extremely strange aura. "How dare you devour the vitality I worked so hard to collect?" Wukong shouted, looking at Duan Hongchen in disbelief. "You've used the white barbarian source so fiercely, you'll definitely destroy it. How will you explain it to Iron Blood then?" Duan Hongchen said solemnly, "Iron Blood knows that this old master won't go back. So he'll let this old master do whatever he wants with this divine wood source. Without so much vitality, I'd like to see how you'll reconstruct your body. With your skeleton that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, you won't be able to do anything." Impudent. All of you want this king to die, but this king will show you that he's still alive. Wukong roared hysterically. Duan Hongchen sneered. "You're powerless to reverse the situation. Just accept your death obediently. This old master will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. I promise you won't be lonely." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hongchen's figure moved and directly rushed towards Wukong. While he was in midair, the Emperor Qi in his body violently surged, giving off an extremely uneasy aura. Self-destruct. Wukong's eyes twitched violently. For the first time in his life he understood the meaning of fear. Even when he was besieged by great emperors, he did not panic like this. But when he saw Duan Hongchen rushing towards him so resolutely, he could not help but tremble in fear. Although Duan Hongchen was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he still had the heritage of great emperors. If he self-destructed like this, Wukong would definitely not be able to withstand it. If that happened, he would really have to go to the Yellow Springs with him. "How dare you push this king to this extent? Duan Hongchen, don't think you'll have an easy time." As Wukong shouted, he suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands. The ancient astral wind that filled the space between him and Duan Hongchen suddenly became restless, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Duan Hongchen's face sank. He understood that Wukong had been forced into a corner and was about to explode the ancient astral wind. The ancient astral wind was a wind attribute source, so if it exploded, its power would be unimaginable. What a pity. I don't know if that little brat named Yang Kai can survive the aftermath, but now that the arrow has been knocked, Duan Hongchen can only hope that Yang Kai will survive. Chapter 2501. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a terrifying explosion. The world was filled with white light, and nothing could be seen anymore. Duan Hongchen, who was rushing towards Wukong and preparing to blow himself up, suddenly frowned as an extremely uneasy feeling surged from the depths of his heart. Because Wukong had blown up the primordial astral wind one step ahead of him. What is he doing? Before he could figure it out, the aftermath of the shattering world had already spread in all directions. This was the impact of the primordial astral wind's self-destruction. Wherever the violent astral wind passed, everything turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Even this strange world suddenly collapsed, with cracking sounds coming from every corner. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Not good. Duan Hongchen seemed to have realized something, and hurriedly reached out to madly press a few key acupoints on his body, immediately stopping the self-destruction. Asterisk huff huff huff. Asterisk the astral wind blew, blowing him from side to side, like a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the divine Wood Bai Yi's source strength had been guarding him, providing him with a little protection. Even so, his clothes were torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Releasing his divine sense, he clearly noticed that Wukong's skeleton had disintegrated after the primordial astral wind's self-destruction, gradually turning into dust. This skeleton that belonged to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was finally completely destroyed today. In other words, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wukong, would never be able to reconstruct his body again. However, Duan Hongchen did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that the situation had become even more serious. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. This strange world finally could not hold on, and completely collapsed. A huge black hole formed, and in less than 10 breaths, it swallowed everything here and then disappeared with a slight flicker. In the void corridor connected to the black hole, Yang Kai was dizzy and drifted along with the flow, a look of lingering fear on his face. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was rejoicing in his new strength and the transformation of his Emperor Qi, the aftermath of the battle between the two great emperors actually destroyed this strange world. He didn't even have time to escape before he was sucked into the void corridor by the black hole. Even though he was very far away from the battlefield of the two great emperors, he was still heavily injured at this moment. After being swallowed into this place, it took a long time for him to gradually recover. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened between the two great emperors. Previously, all his attention had been on the breakthrough and promotion. By the time he noticed that something was wrong, everything was already a foregone conclusion. What happened to the great emperors? Was he dead or alive? Duan Hongchen had a deep relationship with the Azure Sun Temple. After all, Temple Master Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongchen, and Yang Kai was also a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Naturally, he would be concerned about his situation. Even without this layer of involvement, the great emperors of the secular world had no regard for life and death. For tens of thousands of years, they had constantly cut off their cultivation and entered the shattered star sea to search for Wukong. Their approach of caring for the common people was enough to make people respect them. The terrifying power just now was very likely to be produced by something exploding. The only thing Yang Kai could think of was that the great emperors of the secular world chose to self-destruct in order to perish together with Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression darkened, feeling that the great emperors of the secular world had really perished. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Taking out some healing pills from the space ring, Yang Kai ate them like eating beans, then sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense to check his situation. Looking at himself, Yang Kai was suddenly startled. because when he used his divine sense, he noticed that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him, and that gaze was not coming from around, but from inside his body. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Condense!" The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. In his knowledge sea, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing quietly above the tumbling seawater, looking around with great interest, a look of wonder on his face. Yang Kai looked at the figure, gritted his teeth with an ugly expression and shouted, "Wukong!" Hearing the shout, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person's appearance was dignified, as if he had a natural noble majesty, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although Yang Kai had never seen this person's face, he still recognized his identity at a glance. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't even noticed how the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had broken through the defenses of his knowledge sea and broken into this place. If it weren't for the other party having no intention of hiding at all, he likely would have been kept in the dark. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and his soul tremble. Wukong was also a soul avatar at this moment, but his soul avatar was even tougher than Yang Kai's, almost corporeal. "Junior, this king's name is not for you to shout." Wukong coldly snorted and suddenly sent an invisible shockwave towards Yang Kai. This shockwave was obviously a soul attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai's face changed and he waved his hand, raising the seawater below to form a protective barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into the seawater, stirring up the entire knowledge sea and not calming down for a long time. Yang Kai's face paled as he took a few steps back, staring at Wukong vigilantly, and quickly said, "Wukong, get out of here, otherwise don't blame this young master for being impolite." Wukong's soul avatar suddenly appearing in his knowledge sea gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him stay here. Letting him spy on some of his secrets was a small matter, but he was afraid this guy had some ulterior motive. "Impolite to me?" Wukong glanced at Yang Kai and sneered. "These words sound new, I haven't heard them for a long time, but since this king has come, he naturally won't leave easily." "What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wukong chuckled and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Junior, you seem to be a smart person. Don't tell me you don't know the purpose of this king's visit?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. What he feared most really happened. Wukong said, "This king's body has been destroyed by that old fart in Duan Hongqian. Without a body, no matter how strong this king is, he is just a wandering soul. Junior, your body is good, this king likes it very much. Obediently hand it over to this king, and this king will take you to witness what is called the peak of the martial Tao." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "You want to possess me?" Wukong coldly snorted and said, "Why make it sound so unpleasant? This king just needs a body. If you cooperate, this king won't devour your soul and let you stay here, but if you don't cooperate, this king doesn't mind letting you know what the gap in strength is." Yang Kai sneered. "This is my knowledge sea. Are you sure it's okay for you to boast so shamelessly?" Wukong looked at him in astonishment, then slowly shook his head and said, "Stubborn." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but turned his head to look around again. After a moment he nodded and said, "Junior, the strength of your soul is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to the ordinary the Emperor realm, and it's actually a mutated soul fire, which is in line with this king's requirements. It's really surprising that you can cultivate to this level." He acted like he was the host, openly commenting, not caring about how Yang Kai felt. Yang Kai wanted to sneak attack him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This kind of old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his strength and means couldn't be measured by common sense. If the sneak attack failed, the situation would be even more passive. While looking around, Wukong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he fixed his gaze in a certain direction and whispered, "That island." He stared blankly at the seven-colored island floating in his knowledge sea, revealing a look of suspicion and surprise as he looked at it seriously. After a long time his body suddenly shook as he exclaimed, "Soul-warming lotus! It's actually the soul-warming lotus. Even though Wukong was experienced and knowledgeable, and was even known as the #1 master in the star boundary, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional at this moment. He stared at the 7-colored soul-warming lotus with a fiery gaze and said with a bitter expression, "Junior actually has the soul-warming lotus." Young Kai coldly said, "Don't make a fuss." Wukong laughed loudly and said, "I really didn't expect that this king would be able to see the soul-warming lotus here. In the past, in order to find it, this king had walked through countless stars' territory, but to no avail. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." Why are you so happy? It's not yours." Young Kai looked at him contemptuously. "It'll be this king's in a bit." Wukong seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule. He greedily looked at the soul-warming lotus for a while before nodding. Good. With this soul-warming lotus, this king can perfectly fuse with your body. There's no need to worry about any backlash. In time, it won't be difficult for this king to return to his peak." He seemed to have foreseen the light of the future, and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around again. When he saw the sky full of stars, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, "Junior, I didn't expect you to have so many good things." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he said, "You know this thing?" He was naturally referring to the star in the sky full of stars. This star was obtained by Yang Kai a long time ago. Each of the stars here corresponded to the stars in the Hungluo star field. When Yang Kai was wandering in the Hungluo star field, he used the star in the sky above his knowledge sea to identify directions and paths. Otherwise, with such a large territory, he would definitely get lost without any guidance. It was just that he never understood what this star was and why it corresponded to the entire territory. At this moment, when he heard Wukong say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but want to inquire. Wukong glanced at him with a smile and said meaningfully, "You should have come to the star boundary from the territory of the lower plains, right?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "That's right." There was no need to deny this, so he readily admitted it. Chapter 2502. "That's right," Wukong nodded. "This star should be something you obtained from that territory." "You can see that?" Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Wukong smiled. "It's not that this king has good eyesight, but that such a star can only be born in that territory." "Why is that?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Although he couldn't wait to drive Wukong out of his knowledge sea, it was rare for him to encounter someone who could answer his questions, so he naturally seized the opportunity to ask clearly. It wouldn't be too late to drive him away after he finished asking. Wukong pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. In this world, all things have an origin. Grass and trees have grass and wood origins, divine spirits have divine spirits origins, and even those bright stars have stars origins. The power of origins is the source of power, infinitely mysterious and infinite. The world force is the power of heaven and earth, a power that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If a cultivator like us can learn a thing or two about it, we will benefit immensely. Yang Kai listened attentively with a meticulous expression. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor was a person who was condemned by many, it was undeniable that his strength was obvious to all, so it was an extremely rare opportunity to listen to his lecture. Wukong stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky above his knowledge sea and said lightly, "This star is also an origin." Yang Kai whispered, "This is also an origin?" Wukong smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, and it is not an ordinary origin, it is the origin of the territory of this star." "The origin of the territory of this star?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. Wukong said, "You can think of it as the origin of the entire territory of this star. With your current ability, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to refine it. If you can refine it, you will find that it has infinite uses, but you probably won't have this opportunity." "The origin of the territory of this star?" Yang Kai muttered repeatedly, then asked humbly, "What's the use of refining it? Can it be like the origin of the stars of this star, bringing benefits to a cultivator like me in terms of cultivation?" Wukong snorted. "This is only a small part of its use. If a cultivator has a complete origin of the stars of this star, then his cultivation speed will be much faster than other cultivators, because the origin can help a cultivator to comprehend many things. Such a starting point, for example, a cultivator with a complete origin, a cultivator with a complete origin. The origin of the stars of this star is 10 times, or even hundreds of times more than a complete origin of the stars of the star. He Wukong's SS he had the complete origin of the stars of the stars of this. The benefits were not small, but now Wukong was saying that the origin of the stars of this star's territory was hundreds of times more powerful than the origin of the stars of this star, which naturally shocked him. In addition, if you can refine the origin of this star's territory, it is equivalent to having the entire star's territory recognize your existence, and you can become the master of this star's territory. Everything within this star's territory will be under your control, and you can decide whether to live or die with a single thought. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the same as being a star master?" When he was Shadowed Star Master, he could control the entirety of Shadowed Star. He could control the situation on Shadowed Star with a single thought, and could even travel to any location on Shadowed Star, regardless of the barriers of space. According to Wukong, if he could become the master of this star's territory, he could also have many of these conveniences. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming excited. The star in his knowledge sea was the star of Hung Luo star field. If he could completely refine it, if he could fully refine it, he could become the master of Hung Luo star field, and control the entire Hung Luo star field in his hands. You can say that. It's just that the effects are magnified many times over. Wukong nodded before changing the topic. However, it is not so simple to refine the origin of a star's territory. This king destroyed countless stars' territory in the past, and found several stars' territory origins, but never succeeded in refining them. Why is that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wukong grinned and said, "Because the stars' territory origins were unwilling to accept this king. This king swallowed them all in a fit of anger." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Wukong continued, "If the star's territory origin still exists, no matter how badly damaged the entire star's territory is, there will be a day when it will be restored. However, if the star's territory origin is destroyed, then this star's territory will truly be finished, just like a person's soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will never be able to reincarnate." Outrageous. Yang Kai spat. Wukong coldly snorted. Those who dare to resist this king, no matter what they are, never have a good ending. While speaking, he coldly looked at Yang Kai, containing a great pressure, as if he was warning Yang Kai of something. Yang Kai pretended not to see, and was about to ask some more secrets when his expression suddenly changed. Wukong said lightly, "All right, enough with the small talk. This king is in a good mood, so he casually chatted with you. Now obediently offer up your body, and this king can spare your life." Yang Kai laughed and said, "If you want my body, take it yourself." Wukong slowly shook his head and said, "Seeing that you are a promising talent, I wanted to spare your life, but since you are so stubborn, there is no need to keep you alive." Saying so, he waved his hand, and in an instant, an arrow-like attack suddenly took shape and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai's face changed and he was alarmed. His entire knowledge sea tumbled, and the seawater below rose up, forming a strong barrier in front of him. Wukong snorted. "This king is the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Even if I have been weak for tens of thousands of years, my strength is not something a junior like you can resist. If you don't want to suffer, then don't make such useless efforts." As if to prove what he had said, when the attack came, all the defenses along the way were unable to stop it at all, and were all shattered. Yang Kai only felt a tearing pain in his soul, and quickly retreated, while constantly using his spiritual energy to resist. Hong Hong Hong. After a while, Yang Kai flew around his knowledge sea several times before the arrow-like attack was resolved. His face was filled with difficulty and his soul avatar was somewhat dim. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Fighting in this knowledge sea, no matter who won or lost, Yang Kai would not have it easy because this was his knowledge sea and everything that was destroyed here was related to him. You can block this king's attack, but can you block this king's second or third attack? Wukong looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and raised his hand, preparing to launch another terrifying attack. Yang Kai did not show much panic on his face and just looked at Wukong playfully. Compared with an old monster like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years, this young master is indeed a bit tender. But even if this young master is not your opponent, others may not be. Others? Wukong furrowed his brow when he heard this. Just as he was wondering who Yang Kai was referring to, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the figure appeared, it slammed its palm towards him. Wukong did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on him in such a place, and was caught off guard. With a loud bang, Wukong let out a muffled groan and his soul avatar flashed wildly as he hurriedly fled. After regaining his footing, Wukong looked back with a pained expression, and when he saw the appearance of the person who had launched the sneak attack on him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, didn't you blow yourself up? Why aren't you dead?" The person who had strangely appeared behind Wukong and launched a sneak attack on him was none other than the great emperors of the secular world. Yang Kai did not know what kind of communication he had with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had quietly let his soul avatar in. In the knowledge sea of a newly promoted cultivator in the emperor realm, the soul avatars of two great emperors were gathered. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "As soon as you stuck out your butt, this old master knew what you were going to do. Before this old master blew himself up, you blew up the astral wind in order to interfere with this old master's vision and perception, and use your golden cicada shell shedding technique. Your skeletal body has been destroyed, so if you want to continue living, you can only use possession, and there is only one person here who can allow you to possess. If this old master could not guess that you were here, then this old master would be an idiot." "Bastard!" Wukong shouted with a ferocious expression, no longer as calm as before. With his ability, it would be easy for him to possess Yang Kai, but now Duan Hongchen's soul avatar had also come in, so his wishful thinking could not be carried out. If he wanted to possess Yang Kai and regain his own body, he would have to first get past Duan Hongchen. This old man looked like he would rather die with Wukong than let Wukong off easily. Wukong was terrified. "Wukong, you will die today whether you want to or not. It is not up to you." Duan Hongchen coldly looked forward with a resolute expression. Previously, in order to kill Wukong, he was even willing to use self-detonation, so his words now carried a lot of weight. "After tens of thousands of years of friendship, you can't even tolerate this king." Wukong roared with a sullen face. Duan Hongchen's eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said indifferently, "It is not this old master who cannot tolerate you. It is you who cannot tolerate yourself. Since ancient times, those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. If you had wholeheartedly done good in the past, how could today's situation have occurred?" "Don't preach to this king," Wukong roared and said angrily. "This king sees the world more clearly than you do. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Hongchen, don't make things difficult for this king today. This king will not cause trouble for you in the future. This king will also not touch anything related to Duan Hongchen." Duan Hongchen said indifferently, "Are you begging for mercy?" Wukong's expression turned ruthless as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't look down on this king. This king is only giving you a chance to choose." Duan Hongchen sighed and said, "It seems that we really have nothing to say. This is really a sad thing." At this point, the two great emperors suddenly fell silent. They just looked at each other, and when their gazes collided, there seemed to be sparks dancing. The seawater below seemed to be disturbed as it kept bubbling. Yang Kai said with an ugly expression, "You two, if there is anything you want to say, why don't you go out and talk about it?" This was his knowledge sea, and these two people looked like they were going to fight here. Yang Kai felt a little scared. How could his knowledge sea withstand a fight between great emperors? If they really fought here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, these two people's leg hair was thicker than his thigh. He wanted to chase them away, but he was powerless. Chapter 2503. Whether it was Duan Hongchen or Wukong, both turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Yang Kai looked at the two bitterly. "Can't you give me some reaction?" Wukong said coldly, "Tell him to get lost. and I'll leave this place immediately." Duan Hongchen shouted in a low voice. "You have the nerve to say such words to fool a child, Wukong. You're getting more and more shameless." He spat at Wukong, then looked straight at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you have to be patient. Today, the two of us are going to fight to the death here. If your soul is destroyed because of this, it can only be said that your luck is not good. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll benefit immensely." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Forget it, Senior Hong Chun. You can do whatever you want. This junior will take care of himself." Duan Hongchen laughed and said excitedly, "Good with your words, this old man can do his best." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pointed at Wukong. Wukong's expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Are you serious?" Duan Hongchen's face was cold and he said coldly, "Do I look like I'm playing with you? This is really infuriating, Duan Hongchen. Don't think you can leave this place alive today. Even if this king's divine soul is injured, this king will destroy your soul. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the famous heaven-devouring great emperors. After being cornered by Duan Hongchen again and again, and even his divine soul was chased into this place, Wukong also had no way out, and when he shouted, he had to give it his all. As they spoke, the two of them were already fighting. In an instant, the sea of knowledge was turbulent, and the sea was set off monstrous waves. The two figures crisscrossed back and forth in the sky above Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, and they were locked in a fierce battle. This was a battle of divine souls. It was more dangerous than an ordinary life and death battle. The moves used by the two of them were all divine sense secret techniques, and as their divine senses collided, rings of light visible to the naked eye burst out one after another. Yang Kai's sea of knowledge was completely unstable. As soon as Duan Hongchen made his first move, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered and directly arrived at the center of the island transformed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Soul Lotus's power. Seven-colored light shone brightly, enshrouding him within it. Two great emperor-level soul avatars were fighting in his knowledge sea, so no matter how well he hid, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed, because he himself was the battlefield, and the only thing he could rely on was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In the past 7 to Hongchens, to the territory to the other star territory in the past, and Yang Hong, was in Hong Yang. To the Hong Sea Soul to search, in Hong and in the past Hong and to Hong Yang. Was to Hong Yang in his. Under the cover of the seven-colored light, it was like a solid defense. The aftermath of the two great emperors' bombardment only caused ripples to appear on the seven-colored light, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really afraid that even the soul-warming lotus wouldn't be of any use. If that were the case, then he really would be doomed this time. However, even with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai still had a splitting headache. His soul avatar was constantly trembling uneasily, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every attack by Duan Hongchen and Wukong, it was like a sharp blade cutting into his body, inevitably causing him some wounds. The soul-warming lotus played a wonderful role. When the tearing pain came, a gentle force would spread throughout his body, like an invisible hand, gently soothing Yang Kai's pain. It allowed him to settle down in a very short period of time. Gradually, Yang Kai also got used to this feeling. He no longer felt much pain, and began to focus his attention on the two great emperors. He didn't need to observe too much, as every move of the two great emperors was imprinted in his mind, and he could see it clearly. If it were any other place, Yang Kai definitely couldn't do this, but this was his knowledge sea, and everything was within his perception. No matter how fast Wukong and Duan Hongchen were, or how fierce their moves were, he could clearly feel them. Yang Kai watched in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of them, because the two great emperors were using all mysterious and unparalleled soul secret techniques, as well as the wonderful use of soul power. No wonder Duan Hongchen had said that if he was lucky enough to survive, he would benefit immensely. So it was like this. In this situation, no matter how the two great emperors used their secret techniques, it would be difficult to escape Yang Kai's observation. Moreover, Yang Kai could completely understand the mystery of their secret techniques. which was much more effective than the careful teaching of a close master and disciple. It was like being enlightened. It was as if the two great emperors were doing their best to teach Yang Kai all kinds of divine technique, without holding anything back, and Yang Kai could learn it as soon as he tried. After watching for a while, Yang Kai was greatly shocked, because he found that his understanding and use of soul power was simply not on the same level as the two great emperors. He could use the same amount of soul power to break a boulder, but the two great emperors could split a mountain. This was the difference between them. Yang Kai was excited, knowing that this rare opportunity had given him a very high starting point. Even if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm, and was still in the third order Dao Source realm, the strength he could now display was several times stronger than before. If soul power could be used so wonderfully, then Source Chi was naturally the same. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Senior Hongchen, don't hold back, this junior is fine." After watching for a while, he found that Duan Hongchen was completely at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong, forcing him to constantly retreat above his knowledge sea. It was not that Duan Hongchen's soul power was inferior to Wukong's, but Duan Hongchen was still a little cautious and did not dare to use too much soul power, so he did not want to implicate Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by his bold words just now. Since a person had the heart to care for the common people, he would naturally care about any life. Hearing this, Duan Hongchen took a moment to glance at Yang Kai, and after seeing the seven-colored soul-warming lotus transformed into an island, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Good, now this old master has no more worries. He obviously saw the soul-warming lotus's true form at a glance and knew that with the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai, even if he and Wukong fought fiercely, Yang Kai would not be affected too much. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, turning the situation around in an instant. He fought back and forth with Wukong, enjoying himself very much. More and more violent attacks were launched, causing Yang Kai's knowledge sea to become turbulent. But his soul avatar was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so no matter what happened to his knowledge sea, he would not suffer too serious injuries. Yang Kai gradually became immersed in the mysterious soul secret technique and the use of soul power, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if a new door was slowly being pushed open in front of him, allowing him to see the dazzling light inside. The two great emperors also became fiercer and fiercer, both of them riddled with wounds. Above their soul avatars, light flashed wildly, both winning and losing. This was a battle of life and death. Without seeing life and death, there would be no stopping. As time passed, the power that the two of them displayed gradually weakened. Clearly, it was because they had exhausted too much of their strength and were heavily injured. The tumbling knowledge sea began to gradually calm down, no longer as crazy as before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the mysterious feeling, suddenly heard a low shout in his ear. "Boy!" Yang Kai was startled and immediately pulled himself out of the state of enlightenment. Looking over, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned, because at some point, the two great emperors who were fighting to the death had stopped. The two soul avatars were intertwined, each of them using some kind of secret technique to seal the other's movements. It was as if two wrestlers had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted into a twist. The two soul avatars were dim, and their auras were weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. Duan Hongchen's expression was solemn and Wukong's face was gloomy, but neither of them was willing to let go of the other. "What is Senior's command?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. "Use your strongest soul secret technique to attack us, preferably one that can destroy our souls." Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Wukong's expression also became cold as he glanced at Yang Kai and snorted disdainfully. "Duan Hongchen, you're an old fool. What kind of secret technique can a trifling newly promoted Emperor Realm Master use to hurt us?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said, "This boy is not an ordinary person. Since you dare look down on him, I'll teach you a lesson." Wukong said disdainfully, "Then this king will have to wait and see." Duan Hongchen snorted. "Boy, what are you hesitating for? This old thing wants to see what you're capable of. Why don't you open his eyes?" Yang Kai hesitated. "Senior." Duan Hongchen didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "If Wukong is reborn, The tragedy from tens of thousands of years ago will happen again. This old master has waited for tens of thousands of years for today's opportunity, and has long been prepared to perish together with him. If we miss today, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Boy, don't let this old master down. Duan Hongchen used some kind of secret technique when he shouted, but his resolute voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in Yang Kai's ears and stirring his emotions. As their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly feel the pleading look in Duan Hongchen's eyes and the determination in his heart. Yang Kai was filled with awe and respect as he slowly stood up from the soul-warming lotus and walked towards the two. When he was above the two, Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, do you have any words for Temple Master Wen?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said in a carefree manner, "No need, he knows what this old master has been doing all these years." Yang Kai nodded, bowed and said in a deep voice, "Then senior, have a safe journey." Duan Hongchen smiled and closed his eyes. Wukong didn't say a word and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a disdainful expression. Obviously he didn't think he could really kill him. "Saber, come." Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade seemed to be able to sense his inner turmoil and buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound. Chapter 2504. A Soul-Type Emperor Artifact. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the long saber in Yang Kai's hand, and could not help exclaiming, "Emperor artifacts were rare, let alone soul-type emperor artifacts. Among 1,000 emperor artifacts, there might not even be one that could be used by one's soul, which showed how precious they were." Wukong also did not expect that Yang Kai would have a soul-type emperor artifact. He did not know where this boy had hidden this long saber in his knowledge sea before, but he did not notice it. This was a little troublesome. A soul-type emperor artifact specialized in damaging one's soul, and with the help of Yang Kai's rich and pure spiritual energy, it might really be able to cause some damage to him. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, Wukong still showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "A good treasure, but it's still not enough to kill this king." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he wiped the soul-splitting saber with his finger, causing it to stop buzzing. He pointed the soul-splitting saber at Wukong and shouted coldly, "This treasure is called the soul-splitting saber. To be able to die under this saber, Wukong, you can consider yourself lucky." Ha ha ha. Wukong could not help but laugh. He was amused by Yang Kai's shameless boasting and clicked his tongue. This king does not deny that this emperor artifact may pose a threat to this king, but if you want to kill this king, boy, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Yang Kai joked. "In that case, please wait and see, heaven-devouring great emperor master." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the calm sea water below to roar and tumble again, pouring into the saber. In an instant, the soul-splitting saber released a dazzling brilliance. But this was not the end. Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. He kept slapping the soul-splitting saber. Might and murderous intent filled the air together, so thick that it was almost tangible. Wukong's expression slowly turned solemn as he secretly urged his spiritual energy, as if he wanted to make some kind of protection. Clang! A clear and strange sound was heard. The soul cutter's saber momentum seemed to have been pushed to the limit. It kept jumping in front of Yang Kai, trying to escape from Yang Kai's control. He slashed at the enemy. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he muttered, "Heaven-breaking strike." A mysterious power emerged and enveloped the soul-severing blade, covering the dazzling soul-severing blade with a layer of light golden film. The soul-slicing saber's aura suddenly increased by several times. What kind of secret technique is this? Wukong turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming. As one of the great emperors, he was naturally able to sense the changes in the soul cutter. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to increase its power by several times. If the power of the soul-slashing saber had surprised him before, he was now truly terrified, because he clearly felt it. The power of that soul-type emperor artifact was enough to threaten his soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor! The name of the person who will kill you is Yang Kai." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the soul-severing saber suddenly turned into a streak of light, shooting towards the two great emperors like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if a round sun was falling, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-breaking strike was a secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tianyan in the Divine Ascension Mirror in the Azure Sun Temple. Tianyan was only a soul avatar. He didn't have a physical body, but his cultivation was at the level of the great emperors. Because he didn't have a physical body, he spent his entire life studying the power of the soul, so his soul secret techniques were more powerful than those of Wukong and Duan Hongqian. The heaven-breaking strike was especially terrifying. Normally, Yang Kai would use his soul to nourish the soul-severing saber, accumulating its power, and unleash it when needed. The lethality of this secret technique was simply unimaginable. Although he had to start accumulating power again every time he used it, this secret technique could often play a decisive role in a crucial moment. The soul-severing saber was a soul-type emperor artifact, so it was most compatible with the heaven-breaking strike. The two could almost be said to complement each other. A mere ant wants to kill this king. Wukong roared hysterically, no longer showing any of his previous disdain and contempt. Yang Kai's attack was enough to make him take him seriously. As he spoke, he desperately circulated his power, trying to break free from Duan Hongqian's grip. However, how could Duan Hongqian let him do as he wished? He laughed maniacally as he said, "Wukong, stop struggling. Isn't it great that the two of us can go to the Yellow Springs together? We can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." Scram! Wukong shouted, his strength becoming extremely unstable. Duan Hongqian's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill him, so he could only do his best to restrain his figure and prepare for the terrifying attack. A sun-like light descended and directly enveloped the two great emperors' soul avatars. Wukong's screams immediately rang out, mixed with Duan Hongqian's muffled groans. It seemed that neither of them had a good time under this attack. After Yang Kai displayed this move, he immediately turned around and fled to the island formed by the soul-warming lotus, once again urging the seven-colored light to envelop him. Hong long long. A huge shockwave erupted, causing his entire knowledge sea to boil. Monstrous waves continued to spread in all directions, and at the center of the attack, a huge crater was formed. Yang Kai felt a splitting headache. Using his own secret technique and artifact to attack his own knowledge, sea was something Yang Kai had never even considered before, but today he had no choice but to do so. The damage caused by this attack was even more intense than the previous battle between the two great emperors. Yang Kai suddenly felt himself being overwhelmed by pain and felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. Hong hong hong. The shock waves continued to spread, seemingly continuing until the end of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the terrifying movement gradually subsided, and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, and his first reaction was to investigate the situation of Wukong and Duan Hongqian. But after sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. Inside his knowledge sea, only Duan Hongqian's soul avatar was floating awkwardly. At this moment, a huge gash had appeared on his soul avatar from his shoulder blade to his lower abdomen, almost splitting it in two. Traces of pure spiritual energy were escaping from the wound, causing his aura to weaken. Looking around, Yang Kai asked with difficulty, "Where's Wukong? Has his soul been scattered?" Yang Kai replied with an ugly expression, "He escaped." When he was investigating earlier, he clearly felt that someone had torn through his spiritual energy defenses and escaped. Since Duan Hongqian was still here, it could only be Wukong who escaped. Hearing this, Duan Hongqian's face changed and he struggled to stand up, shouting in a low voice, "Boy, send me away." Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, sending him out of his knowledge sea. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he almost fell down. Although he also wanted to investigate whether Wukong and Duan Hongqian would fight again, his current situation forced him to give up on this idea. No matter what happened to others, if he didn't adjust his breathing, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. This time, the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea had benefited him greatly, but it had also left him with many scars. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a gentle light, and under his urging, It constantly radiated around his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged knowledge sea and damaged soul avatar. After half a day, Yang Kai felt that his situation had stabilized slightly. Only now did he have the ability to continue moving. Yang Kai immediately sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea and back into his body. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai found that he was still in the void corridor, drifting along with the flow, not knowing where he was going. Not far in front of him, Duan Hongchen was sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully probed his condition, discovering that Duan Hongchen was still breathing, but it was extremely weak, and even the fluctuations of Emperor Qi in his body were almost imperceptible. It's good that he's not dead. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he didn't hold back when he used the soul-splitting saber earlier, he was really afraid that he would kill Duan Hongchen while killing Wukong. Although this was the request of the great emperors of the secular world, how could Yang Kai bear to kill a respected great emperor? He and Duan Hongchen were both here, so where was Wukong? Wukong's physical body was definitely destroyed, and his soul avatar was definitely severely injured, so where could he go in this void corridor? If he ran around in this place, he would sooner or later be swallowed up by the void. Even if he was once the strongest master in the star boundary, there was no way he could continue to survive with such a broken body. From the looks of it, the odds were against Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. After carefully examining Duan Hongchen's condition, Yang Kai couldn't help worrying. Duan Hongchen's aura was so weak at the moment, it seemed that he would die at any moment. If he didn't think of a way, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Yang Kai quickly took out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, apologized, and opened Duan Hongchen's mouth, stuffed these pills into his mouth, and then circulated his strength to help him refine them. As soon as he circulated his strength, Yang Kai immediately found that something was wrong. Because the strength in his body was actually extremely pure Emperor Qi. There was no trace of impurities. What's going on? Yang Kai was both surprised and overjoyed. Any cultivator would have to spend a lot of time transforming their source Qi into Emperor Qi after breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could avoid this process. It could take as little as a few years, or as long as a few hundred years, just like how a new Dao Source Realm cultivator would need to transform their source Qi. But he had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm. So why had all the source Qi in his body been transformed into Emperor Qi? Yang Kai recalled carefully. When he had just broken through, his source Qi was indeed rapidly transforming into Emperor Qi, but before he could feel it, he was swept into the void corridor. And then Wukong invaded his knowledge sea. By the time he came out, his strength had been completely transformed. He didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but this was a great thing for anyone. Perhaps it had something to do with the tribulations during his breakthrough, or perhaps it had something to do with the insights he had gained from the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. But overall, this had saved Yang Kai at least several years. Chapter 2505. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yang Kai calmed his emotions and focused his attention on Duan Hongchen again. Duan Hongchen's situation was not optimistic. Even after taking so many healing pills, he still could not stop his aura and vitality from weakening. Yang Kai understood that it was not that the pills he refined were ineffective, but rather that Duan Hongchen's injuries were too serious. Not to mention the injuries caused by his heaven-breaking slash. Even his previous battle with Wukong was not light. This was definitely not something that could be healed by his spirit pills. This is bad. Yang Kai's mood was heavy. Seeing that the bustling world great emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where even his light of life was about to be extinguished, Yang Kai could no longer care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed the void, and when he opened his hand again, there was a green leaf in his palm. This green leaf had clear veins and was verdant, just like a piece of top-grade jade, and contained an unimaginable vitality. When Yang Kai grabbed it, it was as if he was grabbing a living creature of flesh and blood. The strength of its vitality was shocking. A leaf from the immortal tree. Yang Kai was forced into a corner, and could only take a leaf from the immortal tree as a last resort. The immortal tree was the same as the soul-warming lotus, a precious treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world. And there was only one in this world, not a second. Immortal source liquid was born from the immortal tree, and was known as one of the three great divine waters. It had the bizarre effect of regenerating flesh and bones, and reviving the dead. It was a sacred healing treasure that no pill could compare to. Unfortunately, although Yang Kai had the immortal tree, he did not have immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid he collected when he obtained the immortal tree had long since been used up. Since immortal source liquid had such a miraculous effect, how could the immortal tree's leaf not? Yang Kai didn't know if the leaf could save Duan Hongchen's life, but seeing the great emperors of the human world dying, Yang Kai had no choice but to make this choice. After plucking the green leaf, Yang Kai immediately threw it into Duan Hongchen's mouth, at the same time circulating his emperor qi to help him refine it. Suddenly, a green light bloomed from the dantian in Duan Hongchen. Then, the green light shone brightly and completely enveloped Duan Hongchen. Yang Kai was taken aback by this sight, but he could clearly feel that this green light contained an astonishing life aura. Under the cover of this green light, all of Duan Hongchen's wounds, big and small, were healing at an extremely fast speed. The originally extremely weak aura also began to slowly increase. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing. The immortal tree's leaf did indeed have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and this effect seemed to be even stronger than the immortal source liquid. Yang Kai didn't need to help Duan Hongchen anymore. All he needed to do was stand guard for him. The green light bloomed with a different kind of brilliance in this dim void corridor, as Duan Hongchen's aura gradually stabilized, and his blood began to flow through his body. Gradually, a clear and distinct heartbeat could be heard from his chest. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the green light gradually dissipated. Duan Hongchen was no longer in any serious condition, but for some reason he still hadn't woken up. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From the moment he broke through to the Emperor realm until now, he had hardly had a moment to catch his breath. During his breakthrough, the World Energy Baptism and the World Force had formed an inexplicable black hole that swallowed him whole, followed by the Wukong sneaking into his knowledge sea in an attempt to possess him. Duan Hongchen had followed suit and fought with it. From beginning to end, Yang Kai's nerves were extremely tense. It was only now that the dust had settled that he truly relaxed. Staring at Duan Hongchen in front of him in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly felt that everything was unreal. The names of the great emperors shook the star boundary, and had always been legendary figures. They were elusive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them even once in their lifetime. Since Yang Kai came to the star boundary, he had constantly heard people mention the 10 great emperors. Everyone who mentioned them had a look of reverence and worship on their faces, as if the great emperors were the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai also didn't expect that he would meet the great emperors in this shattered star sea, and 2 of them at once. What was even more bizarre was that these 2 great emperors were extremely ancient existences, yet they were still fighting a life and death battle in front of him. One of them was even known as the most vicious man in the star boundary since ancient times. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was his fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, the eyelids of Duan Hongchen, who was sitting in front of him, moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out in a low voice, "Senior Duan." Duan Hongchen looked at him with a complicated look and asked with a heavy expression, "What did you give this old master to take? How could it pull this old master back from the gates of hell?" Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. I obtained a spirit pill a few years ago when I was cultivating. I don't know what kind of spirit pill it is, but I thought it was pretty good, so I gave it to Senior." It wasn't that he didn't trust Duan Hongchen, but the immortal tree was too shocking, so it was best not to reveal it. He believed that with Duan Hongchen's previous state, there was no way he could discover what he had given him. "Boy, you're a fool." Duan Hongchen suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare dodge and took the hit head-on, grimacing in pain as he said with an innocent expression, "Senior, why did you hit me?" If it weren't for the great emperors in front of him, and if it weren't for him disregarding life and death and dragging Wukong down with him, Yang Kai would have already violently resisted. But being hit for no reason, Kai Yang's heart was filled with grievances. In order to save Duan Hongqian, he had even plucked a leaf from the immortal tree. One had to know that there weren't many leaves in total. He didn't know if plucking a leaf from the immortal tree would cause any damage. If the immortal tree was damaged because of this, Yang Kai wouldn't even have a place to cry. Duan Hongqian put on a pained expression as he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself. But in the end he slapped himself and sighed heavily. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart, so he tentatively asked, "Senior, you don't have a problem here, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the melon seed on his head. "If you want to say that this old master is crazy, then just say it. This old master won't hit you." Duan Hongqian coldly snorted. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I wonder who hit me when I opened my eyes," but he only thought about it and didn't dare say it out loud. "You shouldn't have saved me, you made a mistake." Duan Hongqian sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his entire life. Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, I don't like what you're saying. Senior is willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the world, so what does it matter if Junior saves your life?" Duan Hongqian was extremely angry, and was about to say something when suddenly, a look of great pain appeared on his face, followed by a twisted expression. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, "Senior, what happened to you?" Duan Hongqian did not answer, but his entire body was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to investigate, and found that there was nothing wrong with him, but he suddenly felt very strange, wondering what was wrong with the great emperors of the secular world. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Duan Hongqian laughed loudly, and there was a sense of pride in his laughter that was completely different from before. He looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and praised. Not bad, Junior, this king must thank you." This king was almost turned into ashes. Sure enough, the heavens didn't forsake me. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai suddenly jumped back, creating a distance between him and Duan Hongqian. He looked at Duan Hongqian seriously for a moment before a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and shout, "Wukong!" "Oh!" Duan Hongqian looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer as he said lightly, "You saw through this king's identity with just a few words? Junior, you have good eyes." "Is it really you?" Yang Kai's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He looked in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "You actually possess Senior Duan?" "Not really." Wukong shook his head. "Then what is the meaning of this situation?" Yang Kai asked fiercely. He was sure that the one talking to him at this moment was undoubtedly the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, but heaven-devouring Great Emperor was using Duan Hongqian's body. If this wasn't possession, then what was? What made Yang Kai feel the most inconceivable was that he had actually succeeded in possessing Duan Hongqian's body. How could he have succeeded? Duan Hongqian was one of the great emperors, and the strength he had shown before was not inferior to his. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wukong to possess Duan Hongqian's body. Before Wukong had time to answer, Duan Hongqian's face suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and twisted expression, and his body trembled violently. After a while he calmed down. The aggressive gaze from before disappeared, and was replaced by a peaceful look. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess, but he still asked tentatively, "Senior Duan?" Duan Hongqian gently nodded while gasping for breath. "It's me." What the hell is going on?" Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and asked blankly. Duan Hongqian sighed and said, "After that old thing escaped from your knowledge, see, he sneaked into this old man's body and wanted to possess it. How could this old man do as he wished? Naturally, a fight was inevitable, but both of us were exhausted and scarred. Neither of us could do anything to the other. If this had continued, this old man could have fought to the death with him, but what?" Duan Hongqian glared at him and said, "But I don't know what you gave this old man, but the two of us regained our strength. Not only that old thing Wukong also used a secret technique to coexist with this old man's soul, forcibly occupying half of this old man's body. This. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. "Is this really possible?" Chapter 2506. Duan Hongqian snorted. Do you think the title of heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors is just for show? If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to kill him in the future. After saying this, he laughed again. No one in this world can kill this king. 2 sentences, 2 different tones. It was as if Duan Hongchen had schizophrenia. Yang Kai snorted. Shut up. Duan Hongchen turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, Boy, if you have the guts, I dare you to say that again, do you believe? Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, don't say anything fierce. This young master has just advanced to the emperor realm, and can already make you suffer. When this young master becomes one of the great emperors one day, destroying you will be as easy as spitting. Quickly, let Senior Duan come out and talk. Wukong only spat out one word before Duan Hongchen seemed to have taken over his body again, helplessly saying, Boy, you saw it too. Now this old master's body not only contains my own soul, but also Wukong's soul. This old master can't even self-destruct now, and I can't drive him away. From now on, this old master will be neither human nor ghost, so what's the point of living? Yang Kai listened with cold sweat, hurriedly comforting him. Senior, don't be so discouraged. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the heavens arranged it this way, there must be a reason. What reason? Tell this old master. If it's really reasonable, this old master won't blame you for saving my life. Yang Kai was bitter. How could he have known that saving Duan Hongchen would lead to trouble? Moreover, he was just comforting him, so how could he say anything reasonable? However, he only pondered for a moment before saying, Senior Duan, think about it. Wukong's soul is now in your body. Although it will cause you a lot of inconvenience, in other words, you can monitor him anytime and anywhere in the future. With you watching over him, Wukong won't be able to cause any trouble, and he won't be able to cause any harm to the star boundary in the future. Duan Hongchen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. Yang Kai said with a smile. Since the 2 seniors are going to share the same body in the future, I'm sure you'll be happy. Come, let's hold hands and be good friends in the future. Duan Hongchen snorted and said, I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore. If this old man gets the chance, I'll still self-destruct. Wukong, you have to be careful. Don't let your guard down. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what Wukong, who was hiding in Duan Hongchen's body, was thinking. It wasn't easy for him to possess half a body and allow his soul to survive, but he had to constantly be on guard against the self-destruction of the owner of this body. It was tiring just thinking about it. Okay, now that we're done here, let's go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai stood up and said. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Why? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Duan Hongchen said, The place where Wukong was previously hiding was the center of the Shattered Star Sea. When I fought with him, that place was destroyed. The Shattered Star Sea also collapsed at that time. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, The Shattered Star Sea collapsed? What about the people in it? Although Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Shaoqi were all taken into the small sealed world, Yang Kai was still in the Shattered Star Sea. But Huaqing Si was still in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were still Xiaosheng, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Baiyi, as well as thousands of elite disciples from the 4 territories of the star boundary. If these people died because of the collapse of the Shattered Star Sea, the Yuanqi of the star boundary would be greatly damaged, and it would take 100 years to recover. Duan Hongchen said, You don't have to worry about that. When the Shattered Star Sea collapsed, they were already expelled, so there won't be any danger to their lives. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. But from now on, there will be no Shattered Star Sea, and the cultivator in this world will have one less place to gain experience. Duan Hongchen said with some regret. Although Wukong, an extremely dangerous character, had always been hidden in the Shattered Star Sea, and no one knew when he would suddenly appear and bring danger to the star boundary, it was undeniable that the existence of the Shattered Star Sea had created a lot of the Emperor realm for the star boundary. Just by looking at the situation of the Shattered Star Sea this time, It could be seen that some cultivator with enough heritage and good aptitude had already been promoted to the Emperor realm. Even if some cultivators did not promote in the Shattered Star Sea, they might still have a chance after returning to their respective sects and entering seclusion for a while. It was conceivable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, the Emperor realm would continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In fact, every 100 years after the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, such a situation would occur, and new cultivators of the Emperor realm would be born constantly. There's nothing we can do about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are gains and losses in everything. If we can solve the hidden danger of Wukong, it's worth it even if the Shattered Star Sea collapses. Duan Hongchen looked at him and said, "You're right." While speaking, he slowly got up and said, "All right, let's leave here first. Let this old master take a look. This is a void corridor. If we want to leave this place, we must first find a weak space barrier." He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He saw Yang Kai's body rippling with strange energy fluctuations as he waved his hand in front of him, causing a crack to suddenly appear. "You're proficient in the Tao of space?" Duan Hongchen's mouth was wide open, and his eyes shone. He was extremely shocked. Yang Kai's previous performance was already shocking enough, but he never expected that he was also proficient in the divine technique of the Tao of space. If he was not proficient in the Tao of space, how could he break open this void corridor so easily? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first find a weak point in the space barrier, and then blast it open with brute force. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had to be very careful when blasting the void corridor, lest he collapse it and be trapped in the void. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just some insignificant skill. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior." The corners of Duan Hongchen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, "Duan Hongchen, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again." Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior Duan, please go first." Duan Hongchen nodded lightly, and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Yang Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground, and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Duan Hongchen, who came out before Yang Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Yang Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked around for a while before asking, "Senior Duan, what is this place?" He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the Northern Territory where he entered the Shattered Star Sea, because the Northern Territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Duan Hongchen pondered for a while and said, "This should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the Shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao Xiao from Yin Lisheng. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. "Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory?" Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Just a little personal matter." Duan Hongchen didn't continue to ask and nodded. "In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, remember to be upright and have a clear conscience." Yang Kai said solemnly, "This junior will remember Senior's instructions." After that, he asked, "Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple?" Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, This old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries. Yang Kai said. This junior will remember. Duan Hongchen nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Duan Hongchen was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul in his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Yang Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately, he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Yang Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Yang Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Yang Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Yang Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Then his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, in order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, he didn't have time to investigate at all. It was only now that he found the time. Chapter 2507. As soon as he entered the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He looked around in horror and exclaimed, How did this place become like this? Although Yang Kai was mentally prepared that the trace of world force he extracted would have a certain impact on the small sealed world bead, he didn't expect it to be so huge. At this moment, the small sealed world bead was in a complete mess. Ravines crisscrossed the ground, as if the great battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong had taken place here. The flowers, grass, and lush trees that could be seen everywhere in the past had disappeared in large swaths. Even the rich world energy had dimmed a little. The entire small sealed world bead looked lifeless, as if the end of the world had come. Yang Kai's heart bled when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the sealed world bead on Shadowed Star, this space artifact had provided him with many conveniences and saved him from danger many times, but he didn't expect it to become like this at this moment. The embodiment stood beside Yang Kai with a distressed expression and said, Wukong said that the world force is the world's source strength. You extracted a trace of this world's source strength, so naturally, there won't be any good results. What about Lu Yan and the others? Are they alright? Yang Kai asked in surprise while releasing his divine sense to check the situation of Lu Yan and the others. The embodiment said, They are fine, but Ruoxi and Xiaoqi are still asleep. I don't know when they will wake up. Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, arriving at the place where Lu Yan and the others were. He found that, as the embodiment said, Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Xiaoqi were still asleep. Previously, Mo Xiaoqi's emotional outburst triggered the divine soul seal. Later, Duan Hongchen took a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence and sealed it, causing her to pass out directly. The two girls were probably like this because they had overexerted themselves. At this moment, their breathing was stable. Although they were asleep, they were fine. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai was relieved. He then shifted his divine sense to the medicine garden and found that the immortal tree, firmament tree, and the exotic flowers and grasses he planted in the medicine garden were not affected. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the immortal tree and firmament tree were affected, Yang Kai had no place to cry. Fortunately, although the small sealed world bead, it was still a blessing. How can I repair this small sealed bead? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was also proficient in the Tao of space, this small sealed world was not something he could refine. Even if he wanted to repair it, he didn't know where to start. In the Source Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of source strength, which filled the world at this moment. But because of the damage, the world energy and source strength stored in the small sealed world bead were constantly flowing out. One could imagine what would happen if he didn't think of a way. Sooner or later, the world energy and source strength would all flow out. At that time, the small sealed world wouldn't be able to provide Lu Yan and the others with a good place to cultivate. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the small sealed world bead became like this was because he had extracted the world energy from this world. In the final analysis, it was because he had lost a trace of its world energy. If he could make up for this lost trace of world energy, the small sealed world bead should be able to recover. World energy filled the entire world, but those who weren't great emperors couldn't comprehend it. Yang Kai couldn't comprehend it either, but he had ready-made world energy. It was suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. If he flooded the small sealed world with the world energy under the mountains and rivers bell, would there be any miraculous effects? The suppressed world energy was much larger than the one he had extracted. If he used it well, not only could he repair the small sealed world bead, but he might also be able to make the small sealed world bead even better than before, perfecting the world principles here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but get excited and couldn't wait to give it a try. Anyway, if he didn't work hard, this small sealed world would become a broken world sooner or later. But if he succeeded, the benefits were self-evident. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's figure flickered and reappeared in the oasis. Then he waved his hand and released the embodiment, Lu Yan, and the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Xiaoqi. What orders does Master have? Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't release all of them from the small sealed world. Once he did, it must be something important. Yang Kai said solemnly, I want to repair the small sealed world bead. It's not necessarily safe for you to stay inside. Repair the small sealed world bead? A trace of doubt flashed in the embodiment's eyes, but he soon reacted and whispered, Are you going to use the suppressed world energy? Yang Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, This is the only possibility. I have to give it a try. The embodiment pondered for a while and said, It's an opportunity. But before that, Lu Yan, I want to give you something. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yan with burning eyes. What about the Phoenix True Fire? Lu Yan's breathing paused slightly. So you felt it? Yang Kai grinned. After collecting the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai threw it into the small sealed world bead. Lu Yan could naturally feel it after entering the small sealed world bead. The Phoenix True Fire was a remnant of the martial flame Great Emperors, and was the source of the fire phoenix. Lu Yan's body was a fire attribute artifact spirit, so there was naturally a subtle connection between the two. What's more, Lu Yan had refined a Luan phoenix feather. Whether it was the fire phoenix or the Luan phoenix, they were all branches of the Phoenix clan, and came from the same source. Lu Yan could refine the Luan phoenix feather, and had a trace of the Luan phoenix's divine technique, so there was no reason why he couldn't refine the Phoenix True Fire. However, it must be accompanied by great danger, and his soul could be destroyed at any time. Yang Kai said solemnly, Lu Yan, the Phoenix True Fire is the source of the fire phoenix. If you succeed in refining it, you can inherit the inheritance and memories of the fire phoenix bloodline, and truly be reborn. In time, it is not impossible for you to become a true fire phoenix, but you must know the dangers involved. If there is even the slightest mistake, you will definitely be burned to death. Before Yang Kai could finish, Lu Yan said, Master, I am ready. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and looked at her seriously for a while before nodding. You can choose your own path. Since you are mentally prepared, I won't say anything more. Just be careful. Lu Yan pursed her red lips and said softly, If Lu Yan fails to refine the Phoenix True Fire, please don't be sad for me, Master. Lu Yan is just an artifact spirit incarnation who gave birth to sentience by chance. I have been able to follow Master for so many years, and have been taken care of in every possible way. I have long been satisfied. This servant has lived a life like a human, and that is enough. When it came to emotional parts, her eyes turned slightly red. However, because she was a soul puppet, she couldn't shed a single tear. Yang Kai said softly, It is my honor to be able to know you and accompany you all the way. Don't think too much, you will succeed. Lu Yan nodded firmly and said, I will definitely not disappoint master. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he suddenly urged the golden divine dragon source in his body. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind him, and bared its fangs and claws. Yang Kai reached into the sealed world bead and grasped fiercely, directly pulling out the phoenix true fire. Above the dragon claw, the phoenix true fire was like a living little phoenix, fluttering its wings as if it wanted to fly away, but it was firmly bound by the golden divine dragon source. Catch! Yang Kai shouted and slowly pressed the phoenix true fire towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan took a deep breath and her expression instantly became tranquil as she opened her mouth and swallowed the phoenix true fire. Immediately afterwards, her figure flickered and she flew towards the depths of the desert like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, an extremely scorching fluctuation of power came from the other side, and a ball of fire burned fiercely. From the yellow sand, a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense and carefully observed the situation. If he had any other choice, he would not have let Lu Yan refine the phoenix true fire at this time. He originally planned to wait until Lu Yan was a little stronger before giving the phoenix true fire to her, but now that the sealed world bead was seriously damaged and would collapse sooner or later, it was no longer suitable to store the phoenix true fire in it. As for the phoenix true fire, it could only be stored in the sealed world bead. A space ring could not contain it at all. Once the sealed world bead collapsed, this precious phoenix true fire was very likely to be swallowed into a void crack, never to be found again. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only choose to let Lu Yan refine the phoenix true fire at this time. However, Yang Kai was also fully prepared. It would be best if Lu Yan could successfully refine the phoenix true fire. But if the refining process was not ideal, he would directly intervene and use his golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. Presumably, Lu Yan's life would not be in danger. He did not tell Lu Yan about these plans because he did not want Lu Yan to have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if the refining failed, it would not matter. Only in this way could Lu Yan's potential be forced out. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Because Lu Yan, who was refining the phoenix true fire, was burning up. The phantom of the fire phoenix appeared behind her small body and stared at her coldly with its majestic phoenix eyes. Obviously, it was unwilling to be refined like this. Fortunately, Lu Yan was a soul puppet and a fire attribute artifact spirit. She had even swallowed the sun's true fire over the years, so she had a strong resistance and adaptability to this scorching power. She constantly urged her own strength to resist the terrifying power of the phoenix true fire. She was not in a hurry to refine and swallow it, instead releasing her divine sense to constantly communicate with the phoenix true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this, realizing that he seemed to be worrying too much. Lu Yan was not a child and had her own thoughts and ideas. If she communicated with the phoenix true fire like this, it was very likely that the phoenix true fire would recognize her as its master and allow her to refine it without any danger. The most important thing now was how to make the phoenix true fire recognize her. Yang Kai stared at her intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Chapter 2508. Amidst the raging flames, the earth was scorched, and the flowing yellow sand melted before it even touched the flames. Where Lu Yan stood, the desert within 1,000 feet radius had turned into a magma-like zone, scorching hot and terrifying. A huge fire phoenix phantom stood behind Lu Yan, its majestic phoenix eyes looking down at her with disdain and ridicule. Wrapped in the phantom, Lu Yan didn't use any strength to resist, allowing the flames that could burn all things to burn her, a look of pain on her small face. 2 divine senses were communicating in the void. One was as weak as an ant, while the other was as strong as heaven and earth. The contrast was extremely obvious. It was unknown what kind of communication was going on between the two, but the powerful divine sense belonging to the fire phoenix suddenly became violent, and with a cry, the flames burned even more fiercely. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently, and he almost couldn't help but take action. Although Lu Yan was a spirit puppet, which was different from ordinary people. It was unknown how long she could last under the burning of the phoenix true fire. If she couldn't hold on, she would inevitably be burned to ashes. But just before Yang Kai took action, he glanced at Lu Yan as if he had sensed something and stopped abruptly. He found that although Lu Yan's expression was painful, there was peace between her eyebrows. Two contradictory emotions appeared on the same face, which was very strange. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Although it wasn't as loud and clear as the phoenix cry, it was still crisp and pleasant. Immediately afterward, a strange bird with a red body and an extremely long tail suddenly flew out of Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan's true body. Yang Kai watched with a dignified expression. Although the yellow sand in the sky blocked his vision, he could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Lu Yan hadn't shown her true body for a long time. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first met Lu Yan, she had met him in this appearance. At that time, Yang Kai thought this was a fire spirit, but later he learned that she was just a tool spirit of a crafting furnace. Unless she was forced to, Lu Yan would never show her true body. As soon as the strange bird appeared, it swayed upward, riding the clouds and the wind, and instantly came to the head of the fire phoenix. It kept flying around it. The flame phoenix cried out incessantly as its flaming feathers unfurled. A monstrous wave of heat swept out in all directions. Lu Yan's body was like a small boat in the middle of a storm, each wave crashing down on her, threatening to drown her at any moment. The fluctuations of divine sense communication had never stopped since the beginning as Lu Yan kept trying. Yang Kai didn't know what Lu Yan was doing during this period of time. He only saw her flying around the fire phoenix. Strange divine soul ripples spread out. Slowly, the irritable phantom of the fire phoenix calmed down, and its flaming feathers also folded, but its disdainful eyes were still full of disdain, as if the whole world was nothing in its eyes. Seeing this situation, Lu Yan moved a little closer to the fire phoenix, as if trying to let it accept her. Although the process was slow, there were not many changes. After a long time, Lu Yan finally landed on the head of the fire phoenix, and gently combed its feathers. At the same time, the fire phoenix also slowly closed its majestic phoenix eyes. Was this a success? Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure what kind of situation this was. However, it was reasonable to say that Lu Yan had an extremely high success rate in refining the fire phoenix's origin source. Her success rate was much higher than anyone else's because Lu Yan was a fire attribute artifact spirit, and could be considered to have the same origin as the phoenix true fire. The monstrous pressure slowly withdrew. The huge phantom of the fire phoenix also slowly retracted into Lu Yan's body. The scorching power suddenly lost its source and dissipated, leaving only the red magma and half-solidified yellow sand on the ground. Lu Yan's body also returned to her body with the phantom of the fire phoenix. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense and saw Lu Yan's current situation. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, because at this moment, Lu Yan seemed to have been burned for countless years. Her whole body was charred, and the outline of a human being couldn't be seen at all. Her hair had also disappeared. All that could be seen was a human-shaped object that looked like black charcoal. Even the body of a spiritual puppet was burned like this. Any other cultivator would have turned into ashes long ago. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He resisted the urge to help, but was ready to take a leaf of the immortal tree at any time. Lu Yan's weak divine sense fluctuations came from the charred human-shaped object. Traces of crimson energy suddenly diffused from her body. The crimson energy was like a burning flame, dazzling everyone's eyes. It had both a terrifying aura that could burn all things, and an incredible vitality. True Phoenix Fire. It was said that the true Phoenix Fire was immortal. Every death was just a nirvana in the cycle of reincarnation. It was this magical true Phoenix Fire that allowed them to create such a legend. Therefore, in the true Phoenix Fire, there was both endless destruction and abundant vitality. Destruction was for the enemy, and vitality was for oneself. Soon, Lu Yan was wrapped up by the crimson energy, and the crimson energy gradually solidified into a rock-like existence. Looking at it, Lu Yan seemed to have transformed into an egg half the height of a person at this moment. On the surface of the eggshell, there were countless extremely complex patterns, as if they contained a great secret. Yang Kai was curious and took a few more glances, only to feel a pair of extremely majestic eyes suddenly appear in his knowledge sea, coldly glaring at him, causing his knowledge sea to tumble and tremble. He was so scared that he quickly looked away. That pair of majestic eyes were the eyes of the fire phoenix. Yang Kai didn't know why it appeared in his knowledge sea, but he knew that if he continued to look at it like this, he would be attacked by an invisible secret technique. This should be the inheritance of the Phoenix clan. And those patterns should be the secrets of the Phoenix clan. Anyone who tried to pry into it would not have a good end. But like this, Kai Yang's mood relaxed a lot. Because since the egg wrapped in Lu Yen had something of the Phoenix clan, it meant that Lu Yen had successfully made the true Phoenix fire accept her. With the protection of the true Phoenix fire, even if Lu Yen was seriously injured, it was impossible for her to die. All he needed to do now was wait. Wait for the moment when Lu Yen was reborn, and witness the magical scene. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Lu Yen would refine the true Phoenix fire so quickly. Although it seemed very anxious, it was still a daunting experience. He secretly sent a message to the embodiment, asking him to pay more attention to the situation of Lu Yen, and to contact him immediately if anything went wrong. The embodiment naturally agreed. Yang Kai then entered the small sealed world again. The problem of the true Phoenix fire was solved, so the next thing to solve was the small sealed world. Radiating his divine sense in all directions, Yang Kai quickly understood the situation of the small sealed world. This time, after extracting a trace of world force, the damage caused to the small sealed world was not small. 1/3 of the entire small sealed world was a mess. Many places were no longer separated from the heavens and earth, as if they were still in a state of chaos. These places were constantly collapsing and spreading in all directions. Looking at this situation, if left alone, the small sealed world would collapse completely in less than a month. At that time, the immortal tree, firmament tree, and so on would all be finished. Although Yang Kai could move them away in advance, Yang Kai couldn't be at ease with these kinds of treasures, especially the immortal tree. Once others learned about it, he was afraid that the entire star boundary would be plunged into a bloodbath. So in any case, Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the small sealed world as soon as possible, not for anything else, but for the immortal tree and firmament tree to continue to be safely hidden inside in the future. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a big bell suddenly appeared in front of him. Ancient exotic artifact, Mountains and Rivers Bell. Perhaps because it was suppressing a trace of world force, this Mountains and Rivers Bell had not shrunk, and the mysterious pattern on the bell was constantly flashing as a primordial force swept in all directions. When Yang Kai summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he could clearly feel that the suppressed world force was constantly colliding with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. After staring at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a long time, Yang Kai formed a few seals with a serious expression. The Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly buzzed, and the primordial force that was enough to suppress the world force also revealed a crack. The mighty force of heaven and earth that had been suppressed was like a cat that had smelled fish. It turned into a stream of light and broke free from the crack at an extremely fast speed. *1. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky, and there seemed to be an extremely strong will growing above Yang Kai's head, exuding a destructive aura. Yang Kai's body was pressed down. When he was breaking through before, Yang Kai was bombarded by the world force, and he was unable to resist it at all. But now he was different from yesterday. Now he was the real deal of the Emperor realm. His Emperor Qi was vigorous and pure, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. What's more, this was the small sealed world, where he dominated everything. Even if it was a little damaged, it could not change this fact. He looked up coldly, staring at the stream of world force that had turned into a stream of light, and with a single thought, the power of the entire small sealed world was mobilized. It was as if countless invisible hands were attacking from all directions, firmly grasping the stream of world force. The stream of light buzzed and struggled, but it could not move at all. This stream of world force was indeed the source of the outside world, but after all, it was only a trace, so how could it compete with the power of the entire small sealed world? This was like a cheetah and a cat. The cheetah was fierce, But how could a single hair of the cheetah be more powerful than a cat? After imprisoning the world force, Yongkai suddenly sat down cross-legged and radiated his spiritual energy around, instantly enveloping the entire small sealed world. Soon Yongkai felt a strange sensation. He felt that he had become the embodiment of the small sealed world. He was the small sealed world, and the small sealed world was him. Chapter 2509. After connecting with the entire small sealed world, Yongkai immediately understood that his previous idea was correct, because the small sealed world was transmitting a very eager message to the imprisoned world force, eager to use it to repair its broken place. This was the world will of this small sealed world. It was like the instinctive reaction of an injured person seeing a healing pill. Yongkai rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. His eyes were closed tightly, but his hands were constantly casting mysterious seals. He didn't know what these seals were, and he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was just responding to the world will of the small sealed world. His body responded involuntarily. He slapped out a series of seals and blasted them on the imprisoned mighty force of heaven and earth in midair. Soon, the mighty force of heaven and earth that was like a stream of light was densely packed with seals. At the same time, the world force that was struggling to break free stopped struggling. At a certain moment, Yongkai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Release!" As soon as his words fell, the imprisoned world force suddenly burst open, turning into smaller streams of light, like fireworks exploding in the sky, blooming with extremely dazzling beauty. They broke down into countless streams and radiated to every corner of the small sealed world. The streams of light dispersed and hid in the small sealed world, disappearing one by one. The broken small sealed world seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment, and the whole world hummed with excitement. The broken place stopped collapsing, and the world was separated again. Everything was clear, and the chaos was no longer there. As time passed, the ravines in the earth were smoothed out again, and the devastated small sealed world began to change its appearance. The lifeless small sealed world. Inexplicably, there was a trace of invigorating vitality. The large amount of broken source strength that had been swallowed in the source sea before seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes at this time, quickly integrating into the small sealed world, turning into traces of clear world principles, strengthening the foundation of the small sealed world. The wind rose, the clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed, rain fell, and sprouts sprouted. The entire mysterious small world seemed to have received a new lease of life, and was brimming with vitality. Even the exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden began to sway gently. The entire process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When all the dust settled, Yongkai suddenly felt that his mind had been severed from the small sealed world bead, awakening from that wonderful feeling. Looking around, the mysterious small world was still the same mysterious small world, but the bleak scene was no longer there. Compared to before, he was even more outstanding. Yongkai could clearly feel that the world principles in this small sealed world had become more complete. Although it was still not comparable to a real great world, it was much better than before. The world force can actually make a small sealed world evolve. Seeing this, Kai Yang's eyebrows rose up in joy. His small sealed world had never been perfect, something Yongkai also knew, but he didn't know how to make the small sealed world the same as the great world. However, after a series of attempts, Yongkai seemed to have found some useful information. Just a single strand of world force was enough to cause such a huge change in the small sealed world. The world principles were also much more complete, so if more world force was brought in, wouldn't the small sealed world be completely perfect? At that time, this place would become a cultivation holy land. When one reached the limit of their cultivation, they could also receive a baptism of world energy here and break through. However, world force was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was impossible to comprehend it unless one reached the level of great emperors. With Yongkai's current first-order emperor realm cultivation, he could only sigh and lament. However, Yongkai finally had a direction, so he was still very excited. After thoroughly inspecting the small sealed world again, he found that there were indeed no more hidden dangers in this small sealed world. In fact, it was even better than before. Yongkai was really relieved. I wonder how Lu Yen is doing outside. With a thought, he flew out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world. Big Brother Yang. As soon as he appeared, Mo Xiaoqi's call reached his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and found that Mo Xiaoqi and Zhang Ruoxi had both woken up. Their complexions were quite good, and there were no hidden dangers. With a slight smile, Yang Kai said, "You're awake." Mo Xiaoqi asked, "Big Brother Yang, why did you come to the Purple Mountain Desert? Is the Shattered Star Sea closed? What happened after that? Who helped me to seal my divine soul? I didn't hurt you, did I?" She asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, with a nervous and uneasy look on her face. It seemed that she knew that the reason she lost consciousness was related to the divine soul seal being unsealed. But she had no memory of what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment standing not far away in amazement and asked, "You didn't explain to her?" The embodiment shrugged and said, "They just woke up, so I didn't have time." Yang Kai nodded and gave a brief account of what happened after she went berserk. Of course, he didn't dare to mention the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong, as it would be too shocking. As for the Shattered Star Sea's closure, he only said that he didn't know. After hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi patted her chest in fear and sighed. "It's good that I didn't hurt you. If I did, Xiaoqi would never have the face to see you again." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Don't undo the seal casually in the future. The power of the divine soul is too terrifying. With your current strength, you won't be able to control it." Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, "I know." Zhang Ruoxi didn't have a chance to interject until now. She glanced worriedly not far away and asked, "Sir, what's wrong with Sister Lu Yen now? Why do I feel that her aura is so weak?" Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and found that the phoenix egg was still the same as when he left. There wasn't much change, so he said in a deep voice, "This is her opportunity, don't worry." While speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, there were too many things that shocked him on this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Whether it was the mountains and rivers bell, the phoenix true fire, the resurrection of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or the great emperors of the secular world, who cut off their cultivation for tens of thousands of years, they were all rare occurrences. But what puzzled him the most was Zhang Ruoxi. Duan Hongchen took a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence and resealed Mo Xiaoqi's divine soul seal. Moreover, Duan Hongchen's interest in Zhang Ruoxi also made him very concerned. The great emperors of the secular world asked Yang Kai to lead Zhang Ruoxi to do good, saying that when she cultivated to the peak, she could summon even more terrifying power than Wukong. Once she did evil, it would be a disaster for the star boundary. If he didn't know Duan Hongchen's true identity, Yang Kai might have thought that he was exaggerating, but after knowing that Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors of the secular world, Yang Kai didn't dare to think so. There was no reason for a person who could disregard his own life for the world to scare him. What kind of bloodline does this little girl of the Zhang family have to make Duan Hongchen treat her so seriously? Moreover, in the Flowing Time Temple, the divine spirit Qiongqi gave Zhang Ruoxi a pink cloud's phoenix robe. How could an ordinary person have such a privilege? Encountering a fierce beast like Qiongqi, it would be a miracle if one didn't get swallowed whole. How could one obtain a defensive emperor artifact from it? There's also that strange space spirit jade, which can only be activated by Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Thinking of the space spirit jade, Yang Kai suddenly felt that it was time to give it to Zhang Ruoxi. After all, this was a treasure passed down by the Zhang family's ancestors. In the past, Zhang Ruoxi wasn't strong enough to unlock the secrets of the space spirit jade, but now that Zhang Ruoxi was in the third order Dao source realm, she should be able to make progress. Yang Kai didn't really care about the secrets hidden in the space spirit jade, but it might be able to unlock the mysteries of Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little tempted. Curiosity killed the cat. The more Duan Hongchen tried to hide it, the more he wanted to know about Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. "Sir, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Ruoxi found that Yang Kai had been staring at her with burning eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. She couldn't help but lower her head and blush slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Ruoxi has become a big girl." Compared to when he first met Zhang Ruoxi, she had indeed grown a lot. Moreover, the best years of her teenage years were by Yang Kai's side. It could be said that Yang Kai watched her grow up. This reminded him of Lin Yun. This little girl went to the star boundary with young inflammation. When she left, her body hadn't grown up yet. Calculating the time, she should be about the same age as Zhang Ruoxi. At that time, young inflammation said that Lin Yun was very suitable to inherit the mantle of a friend of hers. Yang Kai wondered how the little girl was doing after so many years. There was also young inflammation. Yang Kai had been in the star boundary for so long, but he hadn't heard any news about young inflammation, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, young inflammation should be a master of a generation, so there was no reason for him to be so obscure. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be a different kind of brilliance in her shyness. Mo Xiaoqi joined in the fun and said, "What about me? I'm not a little girl anymore." Yes. Yang Kai nodded quickly, turning his mind back from his memories. "Big brother Yang, where are you going next? Can you take me with you?" Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, a look of excitement on her face. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course I can take you with me, but aren't you afraid that Auntie Feng will come and take you back? Auntie Feng doesn't seem to like you running around outside." Mo Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose and said, After she took me back last time, I was locked up on the island to cultivate. It was so boring. Now that I'm finally out, I won't go back so soon. Moreover, we just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, so Auntie Feng definitely doesn't know that I'm here. When I have enough fun, I will naturally go back." "Does the Beast Warrior Master know that you are so capricious?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, "Big brother Yang, you guessed it?" Yang Kai laughed. "You have such a strong cultivation at such a young age, so you must have an extraordinary background. You are also proficient in enslaving monster beast. You claim to be from the Eastern Territory and mention the word island from time to time. If I didn't know that you were from Spirit Beast Island, wouldn't I be an idiot?" Chapter 25:10. Mo Xiaoqi shyly said, "Big brother Yang, Xiaoqi didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just that my father Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You don't need to explain, I understand." Mo Xiaoqi was obviously afraid that her father's name was too scary, so she had never mentioned her identity to Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had pointed it out, she was somewhat uneasy. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Beast Martial Master is the master of beast martial arts, and you are you. The one I know is the mischievous Mo Xiaoqi, not the daughter of a martial beast." Mo Xiaoqi heard this and thought seriously for a while, then suddenly showed a relieved smile. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents, making her look very beautiful. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ruoxi also called out in a low voice, "Sir." While speaking, she urged her source qi uneasily and looked up into the sky vigilantly. "Ruoxi can sense it." Kai Yang glanced at her in amazement, discovering that her pair of beautiful eyes were emitting an extremely cold aura, completely different from her usual gentle and weak self. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and felt that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was a bit strange. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared in the calm sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Then the ripple spread out rapidly and became more and more obvious. Soon, the space in a certain part of the sky distorted and a clear and strange energy fluctuation came from there. Space Force. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such clear space force in this place. It was clear that someone had torn space and crossed over from a very distant place. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of space force, this person's use and research of space force was no worse than his, perhaps even better than his. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. Although he didn't know who was coming, if someone could tear space and cross over, their strength was definitely extraordinary. Who is it? Why did they come here? Yang Kai didn't dare to take them lightly. While quickly putting away his embodiment, Yang Kai secretly urged his Emperor Qi to be on guard. If he was alone, he could just leave here and hide quietly to observe, but now he had Zhang Ruoxi, Mo Xiaoqi, and Lu Yan, who was inside the phoenix egg, so he couldn't leave. Mo Xiaoqi also noticed the anomaly in the sky, and after letting out a scream, her beautiful face turned pale as she dodged. She hid behind Yang Kai's back like a mouse meeting a cat. Her delicate body trembled as she whispered, "Big brother Yang, let's run quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Yang Kai's face darkened. "It's too late to run now." Crash. The sky was torn apart like an invisible beast. It opened its beastly mouth, wanting to devour someone. Under the close attention of Yang Kai, a foot suddenly stepped out of the dark crevice. Dong, although the foot was stepping on the void, Yang Kai felt as if it was stepping on his heart. His face paled slightly, and his aura instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. So strong. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock, even though he already knew that the person who came would not be weak. But it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated the strength of this person. This guy is definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master. And not just any ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. After that foot, a figure slowly walked out of the crack, as if he was leaving his home for a walk, his face calm and relaxed. Leisurely and carefree. Only then did Yang Kai see the appearance of the person who came. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an extraordinary temperament and a smile on his face, looking harmless to humans and animals. After this person appeared, he only glanced around slightly before fixing his gaze on Yang Kai with a strange smile. Gudong. Although Yang Kai knew that he could not be at a disadvantage in terms of aura, he could not help but gulp. Being stared at by this person, Yang Kai felt like a lamb being stared at by a hungry wolf. Every part of his body involuntarily trembled. This was not the end of it. After this middle-aged scholar appeared, another figure walked out of the void crack. Unlike the middle-aged scholar's leisurely stroll, the second person who appeared was like a burning flame. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. This was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her chest was full. Her waist was graceful. Her red lips were as bright as gems, suffused with a peculiar luster. Her skin was as white as porcelain, so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and any man who saw her would involuntarily have endless fantasies. Especially that head of fiery red hair. It gave people a strong visual impact, making people unable to move their eyes away. Fuck. Why is it her? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue, and could not help but curse in his heart. Because he actually knew this beautiful woman. She was the Auntie Feng that Mo Xiaoqi often mentioned. Yang Kai did not know this Auntie Feng's name before, but when Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun quarreled in the Shattered Star Sea, Lan Sun mentioned her name. Spirit Beast Island's Jiufeng. Although she was not one of the 10 great emperors, the name Jiufeng still shook the star boundary. Few cultivators with higher cultivation did not know her name. If this beautiful woman was Jiufeng, then the identity of the other middle-aged scholar was also obvious. Li Wuyi. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burst with light as he looked at Li Wuyi without any hesitation. Although this was the first time he had met Li Wuyi, Yang Kai had long heard of his name because Li Wuyi was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary. He was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Mo Xiaoqi had also said before that she would introduce Yang Kai to Li Wuyi and let him worship Li Wuyi as his master to learn the mysteries of the Tao of space. After realizing that these two were masters from Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai quickly understood why they were here. They were clearly here for Mo Xiaoqi. But how did they know that Mo Xiaoqi was here? Moreover, they directly tore space and arrived here precisely. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and realized that they must have done something to Mo Xiaoqi that allowed the people from Spirit Beast Island to sense her location. That was why Li Wuyi and Jiufeng came here together not long after they left the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder Mo Xiaoqi hid behind me as soon as she saw the vision in the sky and urged me to run away. It turns out that she saw someone coming to catch her at a glance. Li Wuyi, you bastard. How dare you leave this old lady in a void crack? Do you know that this old lady was almost swallowed by the void undercurrent? As soon as Jiufeng appeared, she grabbed Li Wuyi's clothes, lifted him up, and shouted angrily. Li Wuyi was a top third-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment he was like a powerless chicken, letting Jiufeng carry him without even having the guts to resist. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he said with an embarrassed expression, "There are juniors watching from below. If you do this, I will lose face." Face. Jiufeng glared at him and shouted tenderly, "Face is something you earn yourself, not given by others. If you want face, you have to treat this old lady better, understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Li Wui nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and begged, "Can you put me down first? This is a disgrace to a gentleman." "Gentleman?" Jiufeng sneered and said furiously, "What is that? Can it be eaten?" Li Wui immediately put on a long face and looked pitifully in Yang Kai's direction. "Xiaoqi, save me. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me." Mo Xiaoqi hid behind Yang Kai and kept muttering to herself, "Next time you dare to leave this old lady in a void crack, this old lady will break your third leg." Jiufeng gritted her teeth with a fierce look on her face. Li Wui involuntarily clamped his legs together and hurriedly said, I won't do it again. Please spare me, great aunt." Only then did Jiufeng throw Li Wui away as if he was a piece of trash. Her tone changed, and her demeanor changed greatly. She said shyly, "Really, don't you know that I'm afraid of the dark?" After saying this, she turned her beautiful eyes and glanced down before fixing them on Yang Kai and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, little brother, we meet again. It seems we are fated to meet." Yang Kai swallowed hard, his expression extremely stiff. For a long time, the great impression Auntie Feng had of the great emperors in his mind was collapsing inch by inch as cracking sounds kept coming from the depths of his heart. He cupped his fists with a black face and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Li and Senior Jiufeng." Li Wui smiled, a subtle cold light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Just now, did you see anything?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Just now, space force surged and distorted the void." Although this junior tried his best to see, his strength was too low and he couldn't see anything. "I am ashamed." Hearing this, Li Wui raised his brow and the cold light in his eyes dissipated. He nodded and said, "You are worth teaching. This king often heard Xiaoqi mention you on the island. I heard that you are also proficient in the Tao of space?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior is too kind. This junior has only studied a little about the Tao of space. Naturally, this junior wouldn't dare to show off in front of an expert like Senior Li. If there is an opportunity, this junior would like to ask Senior for advice." Li Wui was delighted and beamed with joy. "Good, very good. If you go to Spirit Beast Island in the future, this king will teach you a unique divine technique." Yang Kai was overjoyed and took advantage of this opportunity, saying, "How about today?" Li Wui was still smiling and said lightly, "Boy, you are too shameless. This king's divine technique is not something you can learn just because you want to." Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Senior is so stingy and doesn't have the slightest intention to help this junior. This junior is very unhappy. Whether you are happy or not is none of my business." Li Wui laughed, "This king is happy." Chapter 25:11. Yang Kai snorted. "This brat likes to talk nonsense when he's unhappy." Perhaps today's events will be compiled into 12 Chapter S and 36 Chapter S, and passed on to the storytellers of the major restaurants and tea houses in the Eastern Territory, so that they can spread Senior Li's peerless prestige. I've even thought of the title, The Daily Life of Spirit Beast Island's 9 Phoenix and Her Servant. What do you think, Senior Li? Li Wui was furious. "Didn't you just say that you didn't see anything? How can a junior's words be so untrustworthy?" Yang Kai said leisurely, "I suddenly saw something." "You're so despicable." Li Wui was shocked. Yang Kai said lazily, "People are all forced." 9 Phoenix giggled on the side, seemingly extremely happy. Good, good, good." Li Wui spoke incoherently, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yang Kai. "You force me to do this, so this king will have to teach you a lesson. Brat, take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stream of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand to grab the stream of light. When the stream of light entered his hand, he paused slightly, rolled his eyes, and quietly put away the object in his hand. "Now you know how powerful this king is. Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense and ruin this king's reputation." Li Wui snorted coldly. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Senior Li's cultivation is profound. This brat is inferior to you. I hope Senior Li can forgive me for offending you earlier. Li Wui said casually. This king is magnanimous. Why would I lower myself to your level? Nine Phoenix looked at the two coldly. She curled her lips and said, You two are having fun. Li Wui laughed. I just taught a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. This Li is all ears to avoid young people being too arrogant. This Li is all ears. Nine Phoenix snorted coldly and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she showed a hint of admiration. The last time we met, you were just in the First Order Dao Source realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you've already advanced to the Emperor realm. This queen has misjudged you. No matter who it was, to be able to advance from the First Order Dao Source realm to the First Order Emperor realm in such a short time with a solid foundation, without the slightest sign of instability, and pure and rich in pure energy, could be called a genius. Senior's praise is unwarranted. Junior being able to reach this step was also a coincidence, Yang Kai said modestly. Jiufeng said, but the First Order Emperor realm is only the beginning of the peak of the martial Dao. If I want to pry into the pinnacle of martial arts, I will have to work even harder. I cannot be arrogant and impatient. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he quickly said, Junior will remember Senior's advice. Although Jiufeng had only said a few words that didn't hurt her, her strength had already reached her level. If she didn't really think highly of Yang Kai, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. He was afraid that she wouldn't even bother to say a word to him. Her encouraging and warning Kai Yang like this was already giving him a lot of face. Nine Phoenix nodded gently, obviously very satisfied with his attitude. Then she narrowed her phoenix eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Her sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Kai's body and stare at Mo Xiaoqi who was hiding behind him. She said coldly, Are you still not coming out? Mo Xiaoqi pouted when she heard this. She walked out from behind Yang Kai unwillingly. Her eyes drifted as she looked left and right, as if looking for an escape route. Nine Phoenix was both angry and amused. Do you think Uncle Li and Auntie Feng can't find you just by hiding like this? Do you think you're blind, or do you think we're blind? Mo Xiaoqi said angrily, You're so strong, isn't it the same no matter where I hide? You still dare to talk back? Nine Phoenix raised her eyebrows and shouted, If you don't teach me a lesson in 3 days, I think you're itching for a beating, little girl. Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and looked at Li Wui pitifully. She said with a tearful voice, Uncle Li, Auntie Feng wants to hit me. You have to uphold justice for me. She dares. Li Wui was furious. His aura suddenly surged. His previous submissive expression was swept away and became as dazzling as the sun. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He was slightly aware of the huge gap between him and these veteran top masters of the Emperor realm. Nine Phoenix snorted and glanced sideways at Li Wui. Li Wui snorted. Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. If she really dares to hit you, You'll what? Nine Phoenix looked at him coldly. Li Wui immediately grinned. I'll catch Xiaoqi and let you beat her to your heart's content. Asterisk creak creak. Asterisk Mo Xiaoqi, who was standing next to Yang Kai, ground her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At this moment, Li Wuyi's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Mo Xiaoqi with a solemn expression. Then his face changed drastically as he whispered, Xiaoqi, did you break the seal? What? Nine Phoenix was also shocked. She flashed to Mo Xiaoqi's side, grabbed her, and observed her carefully. After observing for a while, Nine Phoenix found that Mo Xiaoqi had indeed broken the Divine Soul seal. Her beautiful face turned pale as she asked, How did you break the seal? Did you encounter some kind of life-threatening danger? Which bastard dared to do this to you? Her aura, which belonged to the peak of the Emperor realm, suddenly spread out. Her tender body exuded an extremely violent aura, as if she would kill at any moment. Yang Kai was careless and was directly knocked back several meters. He felt the blood and qi in his chest roil, and he almost couldn't breathe. Zhang Ruo, she exclaimed, and retreated even further than Yang Kai. Who was it? Tell Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng will go and destroy his entire family now. Nine Phoenix's murderous intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Li Wuyi also walked down from the sky. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Although he didn't say a word, his murderous intent was even more obvious than Nine Phoenix's. Mo Xiaoqi's Divine Soul Seal was her last trump card. It was absolutely impossible to break it unless she encountered some life-threatening danger. Now that there were signs of it being broken, in other words, she must have been in life-threatening danger in the Shattered Star Sea. These two masters had watched Mo Xiaoqi grow up, so how could they tolerate anyone trying to harm her? So when they noticed that Mo Xiaoqi had broken the Divine Soul Seal, both of them were filled with murderous intent. Mo Xiaoqi naturally didn't dare to tell the truth when she saw their terrifying expressions. She could only stick out her tongue and say, "No one wants to harm me. I accidentally broke it." "Impossible." Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. "Master personally sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul with the burning moon rainbow flower seal. There is only one condition to break it, and that is that your life is in danger." Li Wuyi also said, "Xiaoqi, be a good girl and tell Uncle Li and Auntie Feng what happened." "It's really nothing. I accidentally broke it." Mo Xiaoqi waved her hand repeatedly. Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. She knew that Mo Xiaoqi must have a reason for being so insistent. She couldn't find out the truth from Mo Xiaoqi, so she could only turn to Yang Kai and say coldly, "Boy, since you appeared here with Xiaoqi, it means that you were traveling together in the Shattered Star Sea. Tell this queen what happened." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Seniors, please understand. The reason why little sister Xiaoqi broke the seal was because of me." "Because of you?" Li Wuyi frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did you try to kill Xiaoqi?" "But this is impossible. Although Xiaoqi is simple and naive, she is not a fool. If Yang Kai really tried to kill her, why would she still be with him? She would have run as far away as possible." Nine Phoenix said with a cold face, "Speak clearly." Yang Kai nodded, sorted out his thoughts a little, and explained why Mo Xiaoqi had mistakenly thought that his life was in danger. So she suddenly became emotional and unsealed her divine soul. After listening, Nine Phoenix and Li Wuyi couldn't help but look at each other. They never knew that Mo Xiaoqi could unseal her divine soul because someone else's life was in danger. But now that they thought about it carefully, the master only said that Xiaoqi would unlock the seal once she felt that her life was in danger, but he didn't say that it was Xiaoqi's own life. It seemed that Xiaoqi attached great importance to this little brat in front of her, almost raising him to the same level in her heart. So when he was in danger, the seal was unsealed. As their eyes met, Nine Phoenix and Li Wuyi both understood each other's thoughts, and a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, but he didn't dare to say anything. Then how was the divine soul resealed? This seal was not left by the master, but seems to be an extremely clever method. Could it be you were the one who sealed it? Nine Phoenix asked in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Junior doesn't have such ability. It was someone else who sealed the divine soul." "Oh." Li Wuyi suddenly became interested. "There is someone among the younger generation who can seal the divine soul? Let's hear it. Who is this little brat with such ability?" "That person is not a junior. That person is." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a while, his lips wriggled and he softly spat out 3 words. Li Wuyi and Nine Phoenix were both taken aback, their expressions shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai said faintly, "There is no need to doubt. This person is the master you are thinking of." "Impossible." Nine Phoenix screamed. "The Shattered Star Sea cannot be entered from the Emperor realm. No matter how strong that master is, it is impossible for him to break this restriction." Li Wuyi also said with a solemn expression, "Yes, and that master is elusive. Why would he go to a place like the Shattered Star Sea? Although source strength is good, that master might not even care about it." Yang Kai said, "If others ask, this junior will not tell them in detail. After all, this matter is of great importance, but since the 2 seniors are from Spirit Beast Island, this junior will not hide it. I hope that after the 2 seniors return to Spirit Beast Island, you can tell what happened in the Shattered Star Sea to the master of Martial Beast Island, so that he can think of a way. Think of a way? What way? Nine Phoenix looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a puzzled look on her face. Boy, what are you trying to say? Li Wuyi also looked at him strangely. Chapter 25:12. Next, Mo Xiaoqi and Zhang Ruoxi only saw Yang Kai's lips moving constantly as he sent a message to Li Wuyi and Jiufeng with a solemn expression. After these two top masters of the Emperor realm heard Yang Kai's words, they reacted violently. Shock, astonishment, horror, solemnity, reverence, regret, all kinds of expressions flashed across their faces. From time to time, Li Wuyi and Jiufeng would interrupt and ask a question, and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. What are they talking about? Mo Xiaoqi asked Zhang Ruoxi quietly. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Mo Xiaoqi said, Actually, I'm very curious. Do you know what happened in the Shattered Star Sea after I fell unconscious? Zhang Ruoxi still shook her head and whispered, I fainted almost at the same time as you. When I woke up, I was already here. The two little girls looked at each other, and suddenly felt a subtle feeling of sympathy for each other. After a while, Li Wuyi said solemnly, I can't believe such a thing happened. Jiufeng also had a solemn expression and said, This matter really needs to be told to the master. That master's situation is not optimistic. I'm afraid he won't have a good time in the future. Yang Kai sighed. Senior Duan left not long ago, but he didn't say where he was going. It would be best if the martial beast master could find him. Senior Duan is willing to sacrifice his life for the world, and this junior respects him greatly. I can't bear to see him suffer in the future. Jiufeng said solemnly, Don't worry, my master will definitely not sit back and do nothing. After returning to Spirit Island, I will report this matter in detail. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He said, Thank you, senior. With the help of the martial beast, they should be able to find Duan Hongchen. Perhaps he would have a way to solve Duan Hongchen's current awkward situation. I really didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen in the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder the elite cultivator in the 4th territory was suddenly expelled from the Shattered Star Sea without any warning. Before coming here, the master had said that something must have happened in the Shattered Star Sea. I didn't think it would be such a big change. Li Wuyi sighed. Fortunately, they are all safe and sound. If they all died because of the change in the Shattered Star Sea. As Jiufeng spoke, she shuddered and did not dare to continue. She changed the topic and looked at Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. Kid, when we came here just now, there was something that made this queen very concerned. She pointed at the place where the phoenix egg was and said in a deep voice, Why did this queen sense it? There's the aura of the true phoenix fire. Li Wuyi exclaimed in shock. Phoenix true fire? After he finished speaking, he immediately looked over there. When he saw the complicated patterns on the phoenix egg, he could not help but gasp and exclaim, The inheritance of the phoenixes. Yang Kai looked at Li Wuyi in surprise. He asked, Senior actually knows it? His knowledge was attacked by a strange secret technique, because he was spying on this pattern. Only then could he confirm that this was the inheritance of the phoenixes. He did not expect Li Wuyi to recognize it at a glance. Li Wuyi stared at it in a daze for a while before saying, Spirit Beast Island has records about the phoenixes, and... At this point, he glanced at Jiufeng faintly and did not continue. Jiufeng asked, Is this the real true phoenix fire? Yang Kai nodded, Yes. I heard that there is a remnant of the true phoenix fire in the Shattered Star Sea, which was owned by the great emperors Yanwu. Since you just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, could it be? Jiufeng was very thoughtful and quickly deduced some information. Yang Kai did not hide it. He admitted, Senior is right. The true phoenix fire does come from the Shattered Star Sea. It is also a remnant left by the great emperors Yanwu. Although she had guessed it, Jiufeng could not help but gasp when Yang Kai admitted it. She looked at the phoenix egg with some envy and jealousy. This queen also went to the Shattered Star Sea in the past, trying to find the true phoenix fire, but in the end, she found nothing. I didn't expect to see it today. After a pause, she frowned and said, Since it has become a phoenix egg, it means that someone has refined the true phoenix fire? This person can make the true phoenix fire recognize his existence. Who is he? Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Xiaoqi answered, "It's elder sister Lu Yan." Oh. Jiu Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she whispered, "That artifact spirit." Judging from her expression and tone, she seemed to have heard Mo Xiaoqi mention Lu Yan before and knew that Lu Yan was an artifact spirit. She couldn't help but exclaim, "A trivial artifact spirit can be recognized by the true phoenix fire. It seems that this is really destiny. Once she is reborn, she can inherit the Phoenix clan's inheritance and really have a chance to become a member of the Phoenix clan." Yang Kai's heart moved as he said, "Senior Jiufeng seems to know the Phoenix clan very well." No. Jiufeng glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "Did I say something wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Big brother Yang, Auntie Feng has an extremely pure Phoenix clan bloodline. In this world, except for the real Phoenix clan members, no one knows the Phoenix clan better than her." What? Yang Kai was shocked. Senior Jiufeng has the Phoenix clan bloodline. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but after thinking about it carefully, Jiufeng's name had the word Phoenix in it. And her scorching power was very consistent with the fire Phoenix, and she came from a place like Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Senior, since you have the Phoenix clan bloodline, may I ask when my friend will be able to break out of her egg and be reborn?" Jiufeng frowned and said, "It's hard to say, but I want to know. If this queen didn't come here, what would you do?" "What would I do?" Yang Kai was stunned and immediately said, "Wait. Wait." Jiufeng looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Wait here for a year and a half." "A year and a half? Why is it taking so long?" Kai Yang was shocked. "Is it long? It may be a year and a half, or it may be 10 years, Jiufeng sneered. "Do you think it's easy to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Although your friend seems to have been recognized by the Phoenix True Fire at this moment, and has turned into a Phoenix egg. But this is just the beginning. If you want to really refine it and completely possess the Phoenix True Fire, there is still a great test. If your friend can't hold on, she will only be burned to death. Even if she can hold on, she won't succeed in a short time. Even if she succeeds, how will she control the Phoenix True Fire? How will she learn the Phoenix clan's inherited secret skills?" Yang Kai listened with a solemn expression. He realized that he had thought too simply of the matter. He fully thought that it would not be long before Lu Yan reappeared in front of him, but after hearing Jiufeng's words, he realized that he had underestimated the danger. Since Jiufeng had the Phoenix clan bloodline, she must know the Phoenix clan very well. She must be right. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." Jiufeng said, "Even with my guidance, you can't do anything. You don't understand the Phoenix clan's inheritance. If you don't understand the mystery of the Phoenix True Fire, you can't even protect her." Yang Kai said, "Senior, please explain it clearly. I should understand." Jiufeng glanced at him and snorted coldly. "If I give you so many ingredients, can you cook a table full of delicious food?" Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his head and said guiltily, "It's not a problem to roast them." Mo Xiaoqi walked up. She shook Jiufeng's arm. She said, "Auntie Feng, Sister Lu Yan is a very good person. If you can help her, please help her." Jiufeng glared fiercely at her and said, "Don't give me that. I haven't settled the score with you yet. All you think about is going out to play all day long, but you don't care about your cultivation at all. If your Uncle Li and I didn't come to look for you this time, would you have run away again?" Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and said, At worst, you can help Sister Lu Yan this time. I'll go back to the island with you to cultivate, and won't come out until I reach the Emperor realm, okay?" "Oh." Jiufeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Mo Xiaoqi and said, "You said it yourself." Mo Xiaoqi closed her eyes and said with a look of desperation, "Yes, it's mine." "That's a good deal." Li Wuyi smiled slightly. Jiufeng also smiled and said, "Since you said so, Auntie Feng naturally can't stand by and do nothing." Mo Xiaoqi snorted. "You won't act until you see the incentive. Auntie Feng, you're so bad." Jiufeng chuckled and looked at her with interest. "It's not too late to back out now. At worst, your Uncle Li and I will take you back by force. It's the same." Mo Xiaoqi was exasperated and stomped her feet. I hate you. Jiufeng's smile faded as she looked at Yang Kai and said, if you don't mind, I will take the Phoenix Egg back to Spirit Beast Island and cast the Phoenix Clan's secret technique to protect her. Take it back to Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help but glance at the place where the Phoenix Egg was. Jiufeng said, you can also go to Spirit Beast Island. Although Spirit Beast Island doesn't have many guests, since you are Xiaoqi's friend, you can stay on the island for a while. I believe Master won't refuse. Mo Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted, yes, big brother Yang, come with me to Spirit Beast Island. Our Spirit Beast Island is very beautiful. She had an expectant look on her face and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai couldn't bear to look at her, so he looked at Jiufeng and said, according to Senior's estimation, how long will it take for Lu Yan to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Jiufeng said, at least a year. Legend has it that the great emperors of Yanwu took 5 months to refine the Phoenix True Fire. A year is the most conservative estimate, and this is under the premise that everything goes smoothly. A year. Yang Kai sighed and said, then Senior can take her away. As for Spirit Beast Island, Junior will go there when he has the chance. Right now there are still some things to deal with. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi looked disappointed. Jiufeng nodded and said, don't worry, since this queen has promised you to protect her, I naturally won't hide anything. This queen also wants to see what magical changes will happen when an artifact spirit refines the Phoenix True Fire. At the end of her words, she looked expectant and excited, her beautiful eyes exuding an extremely dangerous light. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and directly pulled the Phoenix Egg in the distance over, wrapping it in her Emperor Qi. As if sensing something, the strange patterns on the Phoenix Egg began to squirm as if they were alive. Vaguely, a very faint cry came from the Phoenix Egg. Chapter 25:13. Purple Mountain City was an inconspicuous city among the tens of thousands of cities in the Eastern Territory. It was located near the Purple Mountain Desert. Due to the harsh environment and barren land, this city was not very prosperous. Its existence was just a transit point for many cultivator entering the Purple Mountain Desert. Many cultivator liked to enter the Purple Mountain Desert for experience, so Purple Mountain City was naturally the best place for them to recuperate. The overall strength of the cultivator in the city was not too high, but it was not low either. It was stronger than Maplewood City in the past. Most of them were Saint Kings. Although there was no the Emperor realm, there were still many Dao Source Realm cultivators. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi came all the way from the Purple Mountain Desert. They were travel-worn, so they casually found an inn to stay in. The Phoenix Egg that Lu Yan had turned into had been taken away by Jiufeng and Li Wuyi. Yang Kai was not worried about Lu Yan's safety. Jiufeng and Li Wuyi were both famous masters in the Star Boundary, and they were also Martial Beast subordinates. Coupled with his relationship with Mo Xiaoqi, Yang Kai believed that Jiufeng would definitely take good care of Lu Yan, and would not harm her. Yang Kai was only worried that Lu Yan's refining of the Phoenix True Fire would not go smoothly. However, he was now in a hurry to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, so he had no time to accompany Lu Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely go to Spirit Beast Island together, and stay there for a year. This was the first time Zhang Ruoxi had gone out to experience the world with Yang Kai. In the past, no matter where Yang Kai went, she had always been properly placed in the small sealed world and cultivated in seclusion. But now Zhang Ruoxi had a strong cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source realm, so she had enough strength to protect herself. Cultivation was not like building a cart behind closed doors. Yang Kai, who had been through thorns all the way, had a deep understanding of this. So he weighed the pros and cons. So he brought Zhang Ruoxi with him. This way, the little girl of the Zhang family could see more of the local customs of the Star Boundary, which would definitely be beneficial for her future growth. Zhang Ruoxi was naturally overjoyed. She was in high spirits along the way, her little face blushing, like a bird released from its cage. Look, everything is new. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had passed on all his cultivation experiences to Zhang Ruoxi. Although this little girl was usually quite silly, her talent in cultivation left Yang Kai speechless. Zhang Ruoxi was often able to draw inferences about many key cultivation questions. And if it weren't for Yang Kai's profound foundation, he wouldn't have been able to answer her questions. He racked his brains to confirm his own cultivation path. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of her. While teaching Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai didn't forget about his own cultivation. Now that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he was barely worthy of the title of master. Although the Emperor Qi in his body had been completely transformed due to various accidents, it had only been a short time since he had broken through. His understanding of the use of his own power and the Emperor realm, there was still a gap between them and the veteran forces of the Emperor realm. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the martial Tao was limitless. Yang Kai looked up to a high mountain and felt his blood boil. Especially when he recalled the battle between the two great emperors, the monstrous power that was set off with every move they made. Yang Kai couldn't stop. He was looking forward to the day when he could reach such a level, or even surpass it. After arriving at Purple Mountain City, Yang Kai found an inn at random and asked for 2 rooms to stay in. Then he casually placed some restrictions in his room. There weren't many masters in Purple Mountain City. He was the only one in the Emperor realm, so he wasn't worried about being troubled by anyone. However, it was always unpleasant to be disturbed during cultivation, so restrictions were inevitable. After placing the restrictions, Yang Kai reached out and took out something from his space ring. It was a blue stone about the size of a longan and had an extremely irregular shape. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. Apart from its strange color, its appearance was ordinary, and it didn't have strong energy fluctuations. It seemed to be an extremely cheap refining material. However, this blue stone was made by Li Wuyi. Previously, Li Wuyi stretched out his hand and sent a stream of light towards Yang Kai. The thing that Yang Kai grabbed was this blue stone. Along the way from the desert of Purple Mountain, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully examine the mystery contained in this stone. Only now did he have the opportunity to calm down and figure it out. Placing the stone on his palm, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it with a solemn look on his face. Soon, his expression became startled as his divine sense rushed out and wrapped around the stone like invisible threads. Yang Kai's expression became one of extreme shock, amazement, excitement, and admiration. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the surface of this blue stone was intact, its interior was fragmented. The reason for all of this was that the inside of this stone was filled with countless tiny hair-like void cracks. These void cracks were almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense, he would have missed them. The void cracks in this stone were definitely not made by Li Wuyi in advance. Most likely, when Yang Kai asked him to teach him the divine technique, Li Wuyi casually made them. Even so, it was enough to shock Yang Kai. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to create so many tiny spatial cracks within a rock without damaging it. This required extremely precise control over the Tao of space, as well as an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Yang Kai had a lot of space secret techniques, including Moonblade, Exile, and Nihility. He could even use the principles of space to instantly freeze a certain area of space. This use of space force and the divine technique were all comprehended by him without any guidance from a good teacher. He thought that his attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep. But at this moment, after observing this blue stone, Yang Kai realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. A frog at the bottom of a well. At the very least, he couldn't do what Li Wuyi did. He couldn't control the Tao of space so delicately, and he couldn't create so many void cracks inside the stone without damaging its surface and keep it intact. Admirable, truly admirable. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. Although he had long heard that Li Wuyi of the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary, Yang Kai had always thought that he wasn't too far behind. But today he had finally opened his eyes. If the Tao of space could be said to be a painting, then Li Wuyi was the most outstanding painter. With just a splash of ink, a wonderful painting appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was natural and unconstrained, giving people a sense of awe. As for Yang Kai, although he could also paint, he was much worse than Li Wuyi. He still had a long way to go. Every tiny void crack in this stone contained Li Wuyi's understanding and application of the Tao of space, and from the outside to the inside, it was gradually becoming more and more profound. The void cracks on the outside were relatively rough and seemed to be extremely unstable, as if they could collapse at any time, but the deeper inside, the more exquisite and stable the void cracks became. Yang Kai examined the void cracks layer by layer, and discovered that Li Wuyi seemed to have perfectly presented his growth in the Tao of space in front of him, without the slightest concealment. These void cracks were simply the crystallization of Li Wuyi's life's work. He had unreservedly transformed it into a brand of void cracks in this stone, and handed it over to Yang Kai. This kind of thing was many times more valuable than learning the space divine technique from Li Wuyi. This was equivalent to Li Wuyi imparting his entire legacy to Yang Kai. But how much Yang Kai could comprehend would depend on his own talent and hard work. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he used his divine sense to investigate the centermost position of the stone. The next moment, his breathing stagnated and his heart beat wildly. He discovered that at the centermost position of this stone, there was a very small black hole. It was just like the black hole he had formed using the banishing secret technique, had shrunk countless times. Although this black hole was so small that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, it still gave off the impression that it could swallow all things. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe it, it was completely swallowed up. This was simply divine skill, uncanny craftsmanship. If the previous void cracks had already shocked Yang Kai enough, then the appearance of this last black hole made him feel deeply shocked and increasingly aware of the gap between himself and Li Wuyi. In terms of the Tao of space, Li Wuyi was indeed far ahead of him, and was not someone he could compare with at the moment. Yang Kai was filled with awe. It was simply beyond his imagination that such a small stone could contain so many mysteries. After recovering from his shock, Yang Kai devoted all his attention to this stone as if he had gone mad. He wanted to peel off the mysteries contained in this stone layer by layer, and absorb all of Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space. In an instant, Yang Kai forgot everything and was completely immersed in the mysteries of this stone, unable to extricate himself. He examined the spatial rifts one by one, feeling their stability and hidden mysteries, experiencing the process of their formation. It was as if he was going to break Li Wuyi apart and study him as he pleased. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, as Yang Kai studied this stone, Li Wuyi's growth in the Tao of space seemed to be vividly displayed in front of Yang Kai, allowing him to experience the process of Li Wuyi's gradual growth in the Tao of space, as if he was a fish in water. In the beginning, Yang Kai was still comprehending Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space and learning his exquisite techniques. But as time passed, Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with learning other people's things. He would first comprehend Li Wuyi's attainments and understanding of the void cracks, then overturn them and try to transform them into his own capital. Yang Kai forgot to eat and sleep, completely forgetting himself. Although his strength did not increase and his eyes became deeply sunken and bloodshot, making him look like a madman, his eyes were extremely bright and his spirit was extremely excited. During this period of time, his growth in the Tao of space was greater than what he had gained in the past 10 or even 20 years. He clearly felt that he had taken a big step forward on the road of the Tao of space. Chapter 25:14. A sense of unwillingness to admit defeat lingered in Yang Kai's mind, making him study the blue stone day and night, completely forgetting everything else. At first, Zhang Ruoxi, who lived next door, would come to visit every now and then, wanting to ask when Yang Kai would leave Purple Mountain City, but as time passed, she found that Yang Kai had not appeared. She guessed that Yang Kai should be in secluded cultivation, so she did not dare to disturb him. She stayed in the inn with nothing to do, so when she was bored, she would leave the inn and wander around the city. Now that she was in the third order Tao source realm, her cultivation was not low, although there were some cultivator in Purple Mountain City, whose strength was on par with hers. She was not afraid at all. During this stroll, she immediately found a novel thing. After plucking up the courage to try it once, she immediately fell in love with it. During the days when Yang Kai was in seclusion to study the stone, she would go to a certain place every day and stay there for a long time before returning to the inn. Time flew by and a month passed. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his head with a calm expression, and withdrew his divine sense from the stone. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had exhausted all his energy and overdrawn his mind. But Kai Yang's eyes were still as bright as the stars. After a month of nonstop study, Yang Kai finally understood all the mysteries contained in the stone. He witnessed Li Wuyi's growth with his own eyes and gained a lot from it. In terms of his attainments in the Tao of space, he took a big step forward. It was not until now that he realized that the various space secret techniques he had comprehended before were not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. This made Yang Kai very happy. If he could improve it, it meant that the power of his space secret techniques could still be increased, which was exactly what he needed now. After advancing to the Emperor realm, the enemies he would face in the future would definitely be stronger. The Tao of space had always been one of his trump cards, and it played a vital role in many situations. There was a loud crash. The blue stone in his hand suddenly shattered. It turned into powder and slid down Yang Kai's fingers like a pool of quicksand. This stone was filled with countless void cracks and a black hole. Yang Kai had been constantly releasing his divine sense to investigate it during his research, so it was already his limit to last until now. Fortunately, Yang Kai had absorbed all the essence left in the stone by Li Wuyi, so even if it broke at this moment, he did not have much regret. Suddenly Yang Kai slapped his forehead and whispered, "Oh no!" It was only at this moment he remembered that he seemed to be too immersed in the Tao of space. That was the reason why he came here in the first place. Yang and now and then, Yang to earth and day. He quickly released his divine sense, wanting to ask Zhang Ruoxi to leave Purple Mountain City with him. But he did not expect that in the next room. There was still a cup of tea on the table. Steam was still rising from it. Yang Kai's figure flickered, broke through the void, and came directly to the next room. He reached out to test the temperature of the tea and muttered to himself. She should have left less than half a cup of tea. Where did this little girl go? He had been in seclusion for a month, so it was normal for Zhang Ruoxi to go out for a walk. But since he was sure that she was not in danger, Yang Kai was not very worried. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Purple Mountain City in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found Zhang Ruoxi's figure on a high platform in the city, and it was an extremely vigorous figure. Yang Kai could not help but have a strange expression. After thinking for a while, he casually threw some source crystals on the table as payment for the inn. Then he used his space secret technique and left the room directly. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure appeared next to a ring called the Rising Dragon Arena in Purple Mountain City. He appeared without a trace and no one noticed. Except for a few nearby cultivator who looked at him strangely, no one else noticed him. Even the few cultivator who looked at him only showed a puzzled expression and immediately looked away. The construction of this ring was extremely sturdy. It was surrounded by a barrier-like curtain, allowing the cultivator who competed in the ring to fight to their heart's content. Such arenas existed in many cities. When martial artists cultivated, they were willing to repay their debts of gratitude and enmity. They were determined to forge ahead. Naturally, many conflicts would occur. If a conflict occurred in the wild, it would naturally be a fierce fight. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. But in a place like a city, one could not take people's lives at will, unless it was an extremely chaotic city. Every city had its own set of rules. As the saying goes, without rules there would be no order. Although Purple Mountain City was located on the edge of the desert, it was not an exception. A cultivator who had a conflict in the city could go to the ring to sign a life and death agreement and compete to the death. Even if there was no grudge, they could still go to the ring to compete. Gradually, the existence of the ring became a place for many cultivator to pass the time. In the ring, the cultivator could compete with others to their heart's content and improve their combat ability. The cultivator who did not compete in the ring could also watch the battle from the surrounding seats and learn from it. When Yang Kai arrived, the seats near the Rising Dragon Arena were full. Not only that, there were many cultivator who did not have a seat. They each summoned their secret treasures and stayed in the void, watching the ring. There were at least tens of thousands of people gathered here, and all of them were staring at the two cultivators competing on the ring with fiery gazes. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration. And when there were dangerous moments, they they would exclaim in surprise. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator's battle to attract so many people to watch. Only the battles of highly prestigious and famous cultivators would attract the interest of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, one of the two people fighting in the ring was Zhang Ruoxi. However, Zhang Ruoxi was different from the gentle and weak image she usually displayed in front of Yang Kai. Now, she was dressed in a tight suit that outlined her well-developed curves. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, making her look extremely capable and experienced. Her aura was also extremely fierce, like a ferocious beast that had been released from a cage. Her entire body was suffused with a baleful aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Her opponent was a middle-aged man who also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. He cultivated some kind of secret technique, but his whole body was covered in a blood-red light. His aura was also extraordinary. At this moment, the two people were fighting fiercely in the ring. When their source chi collided, it made a rumbling sound, and the barrier on the ring flashed wildly. This girl from the Zhang family actually came to the ring. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Where did she get the courage? She usually blushed when talking to strangers, so how could she have the courage to come to this place and be the center of attention? Moreover, her aura was completely different from usual, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power was very strange. All her changes were related to her bloodline. However, her opponent seemed to be an extremely powerful figure. He must be very famous in Purple Mountain City. Otherwise, how could he attract so many people to watch the battle? Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was secretly speculating, some people's voices came from all directions. Today's battle will be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end. What's the suspense? Of course, it's Bloody Hand Gushan. Although Gushan doesn't belong to any sect, he has been wandering around Purple Mountain City since 50 years ago. He has a very high reputation and strength here, especially in the arena battle. He has never met a worthy opponent. All the enemies who have fought with him have been defeated. He is the golden signboard of Purple Mountain City. He can cultivate to the third-order Dao Source realm without a sect? This Gushan is really amazing. If he joins a big sect, won't it be just around the corner for him to become an emperor? Hehe, you don't know about this. I heard that Gushan found an ancient cave abode in the desolate Purple Mountain, and obtained an extremely profound inheritance. That's why he doesn't need to join any sect. A few years ago, a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm from Ahan Temple passed by here. I don't know what conflict he had with Gushan, but the two fought in the ring. Guess what happened? What happened? What else? Of course Gushan won. The cultivator from Ahan Temple was knocked out of the ring in less than 10 moves. Gushan is so strong that even a disciple from Ahan Temple was no match for him. Ahan Temple was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, second only to Serene Soul Palace in terms of status, so the cultivators who came from it were definitely quite strong, not to mention an elite disciple with a third-order Dao Source realm cultivation. Of course, he was able to defeat an elite disciple from Ahan Temple a few years ago, and his strength seems to have improved again after a few years. It's not difficult for him to defeat a little girl. Otherwise, why do you think so many people came to watch today? Everyone is here because of Gushan's fame. Little girl. Another person snorted coldly. This friend is really interesting. Do you dare to call her little girl in front of that Rakshasa girl? If you do, I'll call you ancestor. Cough cough. The cultivator who thought highly of Gushan coughed violently and almost coughed out tears. Rakshasa girl? The man looked at the speaker and asked in confusion. Is this woman also a very famous person? The third person glanced at him and said, Friend, you've only been in Purple Mountain City for a few days, right? The man chuckled and said, I've only been here for 3 days. I heard that there are many opportunities in the Purple Mountain Desert, so I came to try my luck. I just happened to be in time for this grand event, so I came to watch the fun. 3 days, no wonder you don't know. The third person nodded slightly and said, The woman in the ring isn't simple either, but everyone calls her Rakshasa girl. I don't know her real name. Is she very strong? More than strong. The third person snorted. She's invincible. 20 days ago, she suddenly appeared in this ring. With only 3 moves, she beat a cultivator of the same level to the point that he spat out 3 liters of blood and fainted. Her moves are extremely clean. Isn't that crushing? That's right, it's crushing. Chapter 25:15. It was a battle between 2 cultivators of the same level, but the winner was decided within 3 moves. It was indeed a one-sided battle. Every day after that, this girl would come to the Rising Dragon Arena to fight. None of her opponents could last more than a cup of tea's worth of time. Her aura was sharp and fierce, so everyone called her Rakshasa's daughter. I didn't know this girl was so powerful. That person's eyes lit up as he exclaimed and looked at the arena with great interest. Rakshasi is indeed powerful, but Gushan isn't weak either. I still think Gushan will win. The person who spoke earlier was unconvinced. The third person sneered. Gushan is indeed powerful. He has a solid foundation and abundant origin power. But he's definitely no match for Rakshasi. What makes you say that? That's right. My friend, you are being too presumptuous. Look at the situation in the arena. It's clear that Luoshan is being suppressed by Gushan. Gushan is no less ferocious than that girl. The third person glanced at the arena leisurely and said calmly, I have my reasons for saying that. What do you think, friend? Let's hear it. Gushan's strength has reached his limit. Unless he can break through the Emperor realm, he won't be able to improve his strength for the rest of his life. However, Lady Shura was different. She rarely fought with others before, and she had never used her powerful strength. She was growing with every battle on the Rising Dragon Arena. Compared to 20 days ago, she was more than just a little bit more powerful. I wonder if you guys have noticed the fight between her and Gushan. In the beginning, she was at a disadvantage. But now, she's looking for a chance to fight back. If I'm not mistaken, she's growing rapidly in this battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before she surpasses Gushan and knocks him out of the Rising Dragon Arena. After hearing what this person said, the other 2 people nodded. The other 2 thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. They couldn't help but admire him and said in unison, Friend, you're right. It seems that Gushan may not be her opponent. But where did this girl come from? She looks like she's in her early 20s. Did she cultivate some secret technique to retain her youthful appearance? This girl has a fierce aura. But he still has a childish air about him. He's obviously still young. Friend, you seem to know Rakshasi very well. Have you studied her? The corner of that person's mouth twitched as he said slowly. Yes, because her first opponent was me. The other 2 people looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect him to be the cultivator who vomited blood and fainted after being beaten by Rakshasi in 3 moves. It was awkward for a moment. On the spectator stands, many people were talking about this Rakshasa girl and wanted to know which sect she came from. However, her moves were so strange and unpredictable that no one could guess what she was from. What's more, there was no trace of her using an artifact at all, so naturally it was impossible to infer her identity from it. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stared at the ring, his mood somewhat strange. And all the cultivators in Purple Mountain City were afraid of her. His impression of Zhang Ruo, she wasn't like this. She was a completely different person from the little girl in the arena. He suddenly had a feeling that he had raised a dormant fierce beast for the past few years. It was usually very obedient in the cage, but once it was released, it would set off a bloody storm. The battle in the arena was in full swing. The cultivator who was beaten by Zhang Ruoxi in 3 moves in her first match may not have a high cultivation base, but his eyesight was extremely good. Perhaps he had endured humiliation for the past 20 days, and had been studying Zhang Ruoxi, so he could clearly see Zhang Ruoxi's terrifying growth. Gushan and Zhang Ruoxi went from having the upper hand in the beginning to being evenly matched to being at a disadvantage. The change in attack and defense was extremely obvious. Neither of them used their artifacts. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have her own artifact, only a close-fitting Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. However, she didn't activate the defensive power of this Emperor artifact at the moment. Gushan was a famous figure in Purple Mountain City. If a little girl didn't use her artifact, He would be embarrassed to take it out even if he wanted to. Various secret techniques collided in the arena. The energy was so intense that layers of ripples were constantly sputtering out from the light curtain. Compared with Gu Shan's steady attacks, Zhang Ruoxi's style was agile and elegant. She seemed to have an extremely keen fighting instinct. Yang Kai had never seen or even heard of all kinds of secret techniques that she used. He didn't know when and where she learned them. The blood-red light on Gu Shan's body was constantly shaking and gradually dimming. Even his aura was fluctuating. A strong opponent. Gu Shan's heart trembled. Although he had long heard that the little girl who made the cultivator in Purple Mountain City suffer in 20 days was quite strong, Gu Shan didn't know that he had underestimated her until he actually fought her. In particular, his opponent's growth in battle had simply shocked him to the core. She had gone from being at a complete disadvantage to being in control of the battle in such a short time. He was afraid that she would really win in a while. Seeing that the blood-red light on his body was about to be completely extinguished, Gu Shan gritted his teeth and took a step back. With a flip of his palm, a tiger-headed warhammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Little girl, use your artifact. If you don't use your artifact now, you won't have a chance." He had a determined look on his face. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death. Although he had no enmity with Zhang Ruoxi, he had always been fighting in the vicinity of Purple Mountain City. He had always been very famous and was known as the strongest person below the Emperor realm. If he was defeated by a little girl today, how could he continue to stay here in the future? He could only use his most powerful trump card, his only trump card. However, he still kindly asked Zhang Ruoxi to use her artifact as well, so that he wouldn't take advantage of her in battle. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoxi just shook her head slowly and said indifferently, "I don't have an artifact." What? Gu Shan's eyes widened, and then he was furious. You should have a bottom line when you look down on others. He thought that Zhang Ruoxi was looking down on him. After all, which cultivator didn't have their own artifact? What's more, Zhang Ruoxi was a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. With such strength, how could she not have an artifact? However, he didn't know that Zhang Ruoxi was telling the truth. The strength of this little girl from the Zhang family had improved too quickly. Although Yang Kai wanted to help her find an artifact, the grade of the artifact was too low to keep up with her cultivation speed. If the grade was too high, she wouldn't be able to refine it. What's more, Zhang Ruoxi had always been cultivating in the small sealed world, so she didn't need to use an artifact. As a result, she only wore the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe from head to toe. But in Gu Shan's view, this was an insult. She obviously wanted to fight with him barehanded. Furious, Gu Shan shouted angrily, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. She didn't want to defend herself. She just looked solemn, as if she was ready to go all out at any time. With a roar, Gu Shan's entire body suddenly swelled up, turning into a round fatty. Then he activated all of his source energy and crazily poured it into the tiger head warhammer. The roar of the tiger shook the whole audience, as if the king of the jungle had rushed out of the jungle, with a determination to defend his territory to the death. "Activate your artifact," Gu Shan shouted again while urging the power of his artifact. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "You asked for it." Gu Shan was furious. Gu Shan flew into a rage. His fat body suddenly shrank as he poured all his power into the tiger-headed warhammer. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Above the arena, a bright light burst out as a lifelike giant tiger suddenly rushed out, pouncing straight at Zhang Ruoxi with a world-destroying momentum. Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have noticed the ferocity of this move. Her face turned serious, and she pointed all 10 of her fingers, turning them into finger swords. The finger swords let out incessant sizzling sounds as they met the monstrous momentum head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in the arena. The sound of explosions continued, and dazzling light burst out, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening in the arena. They only knew that this battle had reached the point of life and death. The huge energy impact completely distorted the light curtain of the arena. Everyone in the stands exclaimed, horrified by Gu Shan's world-destroying attack. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to seeing how Luo Shamv would deal with this move, or if she would be turned into ashes by it. Pairs of eyes widened as they looked at the arena. After a long time, the terrifying energy gradually dissipated, and the light receded. The scene in the arena was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Why is Gu Shan alone? Where is Luo Shamv? Where did she go? Is she hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Gu Shan? The arena is so small, how could she hide? Look, there are pieces of clothes on the ground. They are the clothes that Luo Shamv wore before. Is Luo Shamv is dead? She was smashed into pieces? Gu Shan won. In the stands, the noise was like a wave, rising and falling one after another. Bursts of exclamations, excitement, regret, pity, and curses could be heard. Luo Shamv, a master who rose like a comet in Purple Mountain City, was smashed into pieces by Gu Shan after only 20 days of glory. It was indeed a pity. Many cultivator who secretly supported and liked Luo Shamv cursed Gu Shan, thinking that he had an unfair advantage and used such a cruel artifact against a young girl. Gu Shan stood in the arena. His body was extremely weak. After using that move, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He stood in place with a strange expression, staring blankly at the pieces of clothes on the ground, without the slightest joy of victory. Chapter 25:16. The way he won this battle was too strange, because he clearly felt that his attack was mostly neutralized by Luo Shamv, and the remaining power was not enough to kill her. Moreover, although there were fragments of clothes left on the arena, there was no trace of blood. Even if she was really smashed to pieces, there should at least be some blood and flesh residue, right? But in fact, there was nothing left. That girl is not dead, Gu Shan concluded in his heart. But if she's not dead, where is she? Is it really like what the people in the stands said? Is she hiding somewhere and preparing to launch a sneak attack on me? Thinking of this, Gu Shan's face changed. He hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Luo Shamv hiding. It was not until a long time later that Luo Shamv did not appear again that Gu Shan accepted the cheers for his victory with a blank face. 10,000 miles away from Purple Mountain City, on the wooden boat, Yang Kai flew all the way with Zhang Ruoxi as fast as lightning. After exchanging the last blow with Gu Shan, Yang Kai flashed into the arena and brought Zhang Ruoxi out. The outcome had been decided, and there was no need to continue fighting. Gu Shan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but Zhang Ruoxi was fine. As long as Zhang Ruoxi got close to Gu Shan, she could easily throw him out of the arena. He was already in the Emperor realm, and with the help of his space secret technique, the strength and vision of the cultivator in Purple Mountain City could not detect any clues at all. This led to the illusion that Zhang Ruoxi had been smashed to pieces. After being brought out by Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi's fierce aura suddenly disappeared. She became very obedient. Standing quietly on the wooden boat, she kept looking at Yang Kai's back with timid eyes, fearing that he would be angry with her for acting recklessly during this time. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She, who had never fought with anyone before, felt her blood boiling when she stepped onto the stage. Every bit of pain and every drop of blood that flowed out of her body made her feel incomparably satisfied. It seemed that fighting to the death was her favorite thing to do. Every time she came back from the arena, she would be annoyed. She felt that she should not be like this. Why did she have to fight with others? Why did she have to fight with others? She secretly warned herself that she would never go to the Rising Dragon platform again. However, on the second day, the restlessness in her heart made her involuntarily take a step forward and head to the arena as Rakshasa's daughter. She accepted the challenges of one cultivator after another and blasted them all down. She enjoyed the joy of fighting with others. Winning or losing was not what she cared about. What she enjoyed was the process. She was a little afraid of herself. She felt that there was a devil sealed in her body. Do you like to use swords? Yang Kai suddenly asked without turning his head. Zhang Ruoxi shuddered. She was startled. However, he quickly reacted and said, I don't know either. Yang Kai said, I noticed that you liked to use your finger sword when you fought with Gu Shan, and I sensed a strong sword intent from you. He paused for a moment before asking, have you used a sword-shaped artifact before? No, Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered. I've never used an artifact before. That's strange. Yang Kai looked suspicious. Although Zhang Ruoxi's finger sword was not yet proficient, it was extremely powerful. Moreover, the sword intent that shrouded her was not fake. If she was not a cultivator who had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, it was impossible for her to have this kind of power. Among the masters that Yang Kai had seen, the one with the strongest sword intent was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Chen Wenhao. He had an emperor artifact, the flowing water sword. Yang Kai still remembered the 3,000 sword principles. Yang Kai also occasionally used a sword. The myriad sword was a broadsword, but it was not his strength. The moves he used were all secret techniques of the myriad sword itself. They were not even 1,000th of Chen Wenhao's. However, Zhang Ruoxi's sword intent was completely natural and extremely fierce. Right now, she was like a piece of unpolished jade. If she could unleash all her potential, the brilliance she could bloom with would be absolutely shocking. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. When Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Great Realm, a huge woman's figure appeared behind her more than once. He did not know who that woman was, but every time, she would open her mouth and suck in the heavenly vision caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, making Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough extremely easy. When that woman appeared, she was holding a huge long sword in both hands, which was extremely shocking. Perhaps, the reason why Zhang Ruoxi possessed sword intent and involuntarily used her finger sword was related to that phantom. Although this was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it was very likely. Since Zhang Ruoxi liked to use swords, Yang Kai felt that he could let her refine the myriad sword. The huge woman phantom was holding a wide long sword in both hands, and the myriad sword was also of the same type, so Zhang Ruoxi should like it. However, the myriad sword was not Yang Kai's own after all. It was an ancestral treasure of the Qin family in Maplewood City. When Old Man Qin gave the myriad sword to Yang Kai, he made it very clear that one day, when Qin Yu was able to break through to the Emperor realm, it would not be too late for Yang Kai to return it. Therefore Yang Kai thought about it and decided to dispel the idea. It was not good to take someone else's things and give them away. It seemed that it was time to look for a broadsword-type Emperor artifact. Among his companions, Lu Yan obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Hua Qingxi obtained the Five-Colored Spear, and even the embodiment obtained the Demonic Warhammer. Which one of them was not an Emperor artifact? Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Sir, I'm sorry. Ruoxi shouldn't have made such a big mess without your permission. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly plucked up her courage, lowered her head, and admitted her mistake. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm not blaming you. What are you sorry for? Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in surprise, Sir, you're not angry? Yang Kai smiled and said, You decide how to walk your own path. You don't have to care about what others think. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. Let me ask you, were you happy fighting in that arena? Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded heavily without thinking. Then did you kill anyone? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, I beat them down every time. I didn't kill them. Then do you feel guilty? Zhang Ruoxi thought about it seriously and shook her head. No, their skills are not as good as others, and since they entered the ring, they naturally had to be mentally prepared to be beaten down. Ruoxi also entered the ring with such thoughts. That's right. Kai Yang nodded. If you think it's right, then it's right. In the future, when you grow up, it's inevitable that there will be people who will point fingers at you and make irresponsible remarks about you. If they make sense, you can listen and accept them with an open mind. If they are unreasonable, you can just treat them as farts. The most important thing is here. Kai Yang reached out and pointed at his chest. I understand. Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded and suddenly showed a flower-like smile and said happily, It's really good to travel with, sir. Half a month later, Yang Kai had gone deep into the Eastern Territories hinterland after several twists and turns. During this time, he and Zhang Ruoxi had been traveling together. They had crossed countless rivers and mountains on the road, experienced the local customs, and taught Zhang Ruoxi cultivation, so they weren't lonely. Zhang Ruoxi's growth was extremely fast. Although her cultivation realm hadn't improved much, She had made great progress in controlling her own strength. This had a lot to do with her fighting on the Rising Dragon Arena in the past 20 days. Fierce battles could often stimulate a person's potential and allow them to grow quickly. Although Zhang Ruoxi had grown in the previous battles, more experience and lessons had settled down and accumulated in various parts of her body. During this period of traveling with Yang Kai, she had turned all the accumulated experience and lessons into nutrients. She constantly recalled the battles in the arena, and it was difficult for her to stay in the same place. Yang Kai saw this in his eyes but didn't comment on it. On this day, Kai Yang's figure suddenly came to a halt as the wooden boat came to a halt in midair. "What's wrong?" Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly asked, at the same time releasing her divine sense to cover the surroundings. She thought they had encountered some danger, but after looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. When she looked at Yang Kai again, she saw him take out a golden token with a strange expression on his face. His divine sense enveloped the token. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed and became extremely pale. Zhang Ruoxi was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. She had followed Yang Kai for so long, but she had never seen him so angry. Obviously, something big had happened to make Yang Kai so angry. That golden token. What is it? Why did Mr. have such a big emotional fluctuation after checking it out? Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask. Then, Yang Kai's terrifying divine sense spread out like a tide, covering a large area in an instant. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something. His figure flickered, and he broke through the void with Zhang Ruoxi, disappearing directly. When she reappeared, Zhang Ruoxi found that she and her master were already several kilometers away, hovering in the void. Below them, a group of cultivators was besieging a monster beast that resembled a tortoise and a tiger. This monster beast had a rich demonic qi, and seemed to be at the peak of the 11th order, which was equivalent to the peak of the Dao Source realm in terms of cultivator cultivation. Among the group besieging it, there were only 3 Dao Source realm cultivators. The rest were all Saint Kings. Even the 3 Dao Source realm cultivators didn't have high cultivations, only in the 1st or 2nd order. They seemed to be some small sects elders who had brought their disciples out for experience, but somehow, they encountered this monster beast. It was very common for disciples to travel together in groups. Most of them would have some elders with higher cultivations accompanying them. First, they would protect the disciples, and second, they would inspect the disciples' cultivation results. If it wasn't necessary, these elders wouldn't show up easily. There was already a torn corpse lying on the ground. The cultivator who was still alive looked nervous and frightened. They were more or less injured. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they weren't the monster beast's opponent. Chapter 25:17. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared with Zhang Ruoxi, the monster beast went berserk and opened its mouth to bite one of the first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was unknown whether the first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was at the end of his rope or was caught off guard, but he couldn't avoid the monster beast's bite in the abdomen. Blood gushed out, and the cultivator screamed miserably. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly waved his fist with an indifferent expression. With one punch, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant demonic beast suddenly howled in grief. Immediately after, a hole appeared on its fat body. Blood and internal organs flowed out, and it instantly died. The cultivator who was bitten by the monster beast still hadn't recovered from the shock. He struggled desperately, roaring and shrieking miserably. The other 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators, on the other hand, noticed something. They raised their heads and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai, then glanced at the dead monster beast. Their hearts trembled as they realized that they had encountered a master. Although Yang Kai looked very young, he could kill a peak 11th order monster beast with one punch. He was at least a master from the Emperor realm. The 2 didn't dare to neglect. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and were about to thank him, but Yang Kai interrupted them directly and shouted in a low voice, "Where is Earth City?" The 2 were taken aback. One of the men in a purple robe quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Master, fly 5,000 kilometers in this direction, and you will reach Earth City." Although he couldn't see through Yang Kai's true age, since he was a master from the Emperor realm, it was right to call him master. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he pointed. The next moment, a layer of ripples appeared in the air. He and Zhang Ruoxi instantly disappeared from the sight of this group of people. After a long time, someone asked in a low voice, Am I seeing things? 2 people just came here? I saw it too. Brother, you didn't see wrongly. He even killed that green-furred tiger turtle and saved junior martial uncle. Ah, young martial uncle is injured. Hurry up and get the spirit pill. Little martial uncle, hang in there. Don't die. A group of seemingly inexperienced youngsters immediately gathered around little martial uncle, who had been bitten by the azure-haired tiger turtle, and hurriedly treated his injuries. Only the other 2 Dao Source Realm Masters remained standing in place, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, unable to calm down for a long time. The 2 of them had no idea how Yang Kai came here and how he left, even though their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. However, the master of the Emperor Realm had mysteriously disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that the corpse of the green-furred tiger tortoise was still here, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This was the Emperor Realm. It was the pinnacle realm that all cultivators in the astral boundary yearned for and revered. In the past, they were also high-spirited and hot-blooded, thinking that they could take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor Realm in their lifetime. But as they grew older, they were trapped by inferior aptitude and poor resources. They could only wander between the first and second order Dao Source realms. The flowing time Great Emperor had worn away the sharp edges in their hearts, leaving behind a comfortable mentality of muddling along. Turning his head to look at the younger generation in the sect, they were as vigorous as he was in the past, but how many would survive after a few hundred years? Even if they survived, where would they stop? On the wooden boat, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit, and his speed was a little faster than before. That token is the Azure Sun Temple's disciple token. In addition to representing the identity of Azure Sun Temple's disciple, this token can also be used as a communication artifact to allow disciples to communicate with each other. I just received a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. Yang Kai stood on the wooden boat and explained to Zhang Ruoxi. Since meeting Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao in the Source Sea, Yang Kai had been keeping the Azure Sun Golden Token in his arms. His original intention was to be able to perceive the messages of Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao at any time, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't use it after that. However, Yang Kai didn't throw it back into his space ring. Anyway, it didn't matter if he kept it in his arms and it wouldn't affect his movements. Who knew that in the distant Eastern Territory, Yang Kai would receive a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. The message was very short, only a line of words. Earth City, Azure Sun Pavilion, help. The other party was obviously an Azure Sun Temple disciple to be able to send this message to his golden token. But Yang Kai couldn't figure out how the other party came to the Eastern Territory and what kind of danger they encountered. After all, Azure Sun Temple was a sect in the Southern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. But since it was a message asking for help, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he hurriedly found someone to inquire about the location of Earth City. It was his first time in the Eastern Territory, so he didn't know where Earth City was. Fortunately, there was a group of people nearby, so Yang Kai immediately teleported over. Although I don't know what happened over there, if there is a battle later, take care of yourself, Yang Kai exhorted. Earth City was definitely a city, and since it was a city, there might be a master guarding it. Although Yang Kai had been promoted to the Emperor Realm, he wasn't so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. If he really had to fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Zhang Ruoxi. Now that he had warned her clearly, she could act according to circumstances later. I understand, Zhang Ruo nodded heavily. Sir, please feel free to do as you wish. Ruoxi won't be a burden to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Anxious, he sped up. Earth City, located in the hinterland of the Eastern Territory, was considered one of the most important cities in the entire Eastern Territory. Compared to Purple Mountain City, it was undoubtedly much more prosperous. Earth City was surrounded by abundant resources, attracting many cultivators to settle down here. Many cultivators came and went, bringing more and more prosperity to this place. The city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong, was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with many capable subordinates. Since he took charge of Earth City 50 years ago, he had been keeping the entire city in good order. The laws in the city were strict, and few people dared to break the law. Zhu Hong had even laid down 81 rules in Earth City. Anyone who dared to violate them would be punished equally, ranging from being whipped through the streets to being executed by dismemberment. His iron blood methods and fair attitude made the entire Earth City love and respect him. At this moment in the city, in front of a shop called Azure Sun Pavilion, a group of cultivator wearing the uniform of the city guards blocked the entrance. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was sitting leisurely in a tea house not far away, sipping tea leisurely. His pair of hawk-like eyes were constantly sizing up everyone who passed by the shop, as if he was vigilant of something. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding crowd. They were all discussing what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done to attract people from the City Lord's mansion to come here and surround it. Azure Sun Pavilion was just a small shop, and the things it sold weren't anything special. Many spirit pills and artifacts were bought from others and then resold, so there wasn't much profit to be made, just barely managing to keep itself afloat. Anyone who had dealt with the Azure Sun Pavilion would know that apart from the shopkeeper, there were only 2 clerks left in the pavilion. These 2 clerks were also gluttonous and lazy fellows who didn't do their jobs properly. Often when guests came to visit, they would still be sleeping soundly at the table, not taking the initiative to entertain them. Over time, the cultivator who was familiar with Azure Sun Pavilion would not patronize this shop. If it weren't for the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion surrounding it, many people would not know that such a shop existed in the city. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done, since it had attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard Army, it definitely wasn't a good thing. All the cultivators who passed by the shop's entrance avoided it like snakes and scorpions, staying as far away as possible. It was as if they would be tainted with bad luck if they approached. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked out of the crowd and went straight to Azure Sun Pavilion. This man and woman didn't look very old. The man had a tall figure and steady steps. Although he wasn't very handsome, he was extremely resolute and dressed like an ordinary young man. The woman, on the other hand, was a national beauty. She looked soft and weak as she followed behind the young man. She was even younger, seeming to be in her early 20s. Because the Azure Sun Pavilion was surrounded by the city guards, there was no one around it. At this moment, this man and woman walked straight over, attracting the attention of many people. The Dao Source Realm Master who was sipping tea in a nearby tea house narrowed his eyes as a bright light burst out from them, carefully sizing up the man and woman. He quietly released his divine sense, but strangely, he couldn't detect the cultivation of these 2 people. In an instant, the Dao Source Realm cultivator's face turned solemn. He was a master from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so for him to be unable to detect their cultivation, they were either from the Emperor Realm, or had some kind of artifact to hide their cultivation. Such a man and woman were definitely not from the Emperor Realm, so they must have some kind of strange artifact. To have such an artifact, the other party didn't seem to be simple. But who were these 2 people? Why did they come to Azure Sun Pavilion? While he was pondering, the man and woman had already arrived in front of the city guard cultivator. They looked at him in surprise and shouted, "What are you doing? Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Hurry up and make way." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding city cultivator was shocked. This person dared to insult the city guards. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How could he live? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee the scene of this person being thrown into the city's prison and being tortured. Everyone was shocked and moved further away. As expected, the guards blocking the entrance of the Azure Sun Pavilion were enraged. One after another, they cast burning gazes at the young man. The leader coldly snorted and said, "Friend, watch your words. Insulting us is not a small crime." The young man was amused when he heard this. He grinned and said, "Insulting people is a crime? You speak as if you haven't insulted people before." The city guard leader said, "According to the law set by the City Lord Master, I can take you away at any time, put you in the prison and whip you 80 times. So serious?" The young man was shocked and his face turned pale. The city guard leader looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Now you know fear?" Chapter 25:18. The young man chuckled and said, "Master, don't be so serious. I was just speaking casually just now. I didn't mean to scold you. Okay, I'm going to buy something in this shop now. Can I trouble you to make way?" It was unknown what kind of magic this casual sentence had, but after a moment of hesitation, the leader of the guards actually moved aside and allowed the man and woman to enter the store. The other guards of the city lord's mansion looked at their commander with strange expressions. They wanted to ask questions, but didn't dare to act rashly. They were all full of doubts. What the hell? In a tea house not far away, the Third Order Dao Source Realm, who was in charge of monitoring Azure Sun Pavilion, jumped 3 feet high and hurriedly released his divine sense to ask the guard leader, "What's wrong with you?" Lord Jia. Hearing this person's voice transmission, the guard army commander's expression immediately turned solemn. "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in? How dare you disobey this king's order? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I let someone in." The guard leader was shocked when he heard this, but soon he remembered what he had just done. In an instant, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned pale. How could I let someone in? He didn't know what happened just now. Although his mind was clear, he couldn't resist the young man's words and obediently made way for the young man to walk straight into Azure Sun Pavilion. If it weren't for Master Jia's voice, he probably wouldn't have remembered. A soul attack. When Master Jia saw the guard leader's face, he knew that he must have been hit by a soul secret technique, causing him to lose control. "Master Jia, what should we do now? Do you want me to bring people in and capture that person?" The guard commander asked in a low voice. "No hurry, this person seems to be very powerful. And I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe he really is just here to buy something. Let's take a look first," Master Jia replied. "Yes." In the shop, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the shop was really small, and there weren't many goods in it. They were placed in a mess, and their value was not high. Near the counter, there were 2 shop assistants with low cultivation. At this moment, both of them were frowning as if their parents had died. From time to time, they would glance at the guards outside and unconsciously murmur, "It's over, it's over, it's over. I don't know what the shopkeeper did, but he's done for." The nerves of these 2 men seemed to be extremely tense as they didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi walked in. Yang Kai glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the back of the shop and walked straight to the backyard. Through a corridor, they came to a place that looked like a small garden. In front of the inner room, Yang Kai stood still and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A woman's voice suddenly came from inside. She sounded extremely tired and haggard, as if she hadn't rested for many days. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I'm here to buy something." The woman inside was silent for a moment and then said, "My shop has been in some trouble recently and is temporarily closed. Please go back." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This young master came all the way from the Southern Territory just to buy something. How dare you ask me to go back?" Southern Territory. A low voice suddenly came from inside, followed by a gust of wind. The door creaked open and a haggard young woman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This young woman looked to be around 27 to 28 years old. She was well dressed, and although her beauty wasn't outstanding, it was still very pleasing to the eye. However, something must have happened to her recently, so her eyes were slightly bloodshot and sunken, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely bright. She looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see a flower in him. Are you really from the Southern Territory?" the young woman asked nervously. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's right." He could see at a glance that this young woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and her aura seemed to be a little weak. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she definitely couldn't display her full strength. He didn't know if it was because she didn't work hard enough or because something went wrong with her cultivation. "What proof do you have?" the young woman asked, still worried. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out his Azure Sun golden token, waving it in front of her. The young woman's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, and the little bit of vigilance disappeared. as if she had seen a family member. Her nervous expression immediately relaxed and she said, "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and led Zhang Ruoxi into the room. The young woman looked outside worriedly and made sure that no one was hiding nearby before she closed the door and waved her hands, placing many barriers. After she was done, Yang Kai looked at her with a gloomy face and said, "What kind of trouble have you encountered? Why are you acting like you're facing a great enemy? And what's with those people surrounding the shop?" The young woman didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she solemnly took out a token from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai with both hands. This token looked exactly the same as Yang Kai's Azure Sun golden token, but Yang Kai's token was gold while hers was bronze, symbolizing the difference in status. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the grades of Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens, he could guess at the moment. Gold should be the highest grade, and there should be silver below it, followed by bronze. There was a difference of 2 grades between the two. "Brother, this disciple is Lu Wen. Her master is Elder Chen Qian, Elder Chen Qian." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He knew Chen Qian, one of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. She was a First Order Emperor Realm Master, and was mainly in charge of the logistics and supplies of the entire Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had dealt with her several times, but this Elder Chen always gave people a cold feeling, and was not easy to communicate with. "Brother, are you Brother Xiaosheng?" Lu Wen looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth and snorted. "Can Xiaosheng be as handsome as me?" Lu Wen heard this and couldn't help but have a strange expression, as if she didn't expect this brother to be so narcissistic. Blushing, she asked, "Then are you Brother Xiao Bai? Yang Kai said with a black face, "I'm not Xiaosheng nor Xiao Bai. My name is Yang Kai." "Brother Yang." Lu Wen frowned, as if she was very unfamiliar with this name. Yang Kai said, "Since you are a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, how can you not recognize Xiaosheng and Xiao Bai? These two are the most elite disciples in the temple." Lu Wen said embarrassedly, "Junior sister, I left Azure Sun Temple a long time ago and haven't been back in all these years, so I haven't seen these two brothers." Yang Kai said in surprise, "Is that so? Then why did you come to the Eastern Territory and open a shop here?" Lu Wen replied, "I came here to perform a task from the temple. The shop was open for convenience. I reported all of this to Honored Master and received her support." "Let's hear it," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Although the temple is a sect in the Southern Territory, it also needs to inquire about various kinds of information in the other 3 territories, so in each territory, there are at least 7 or 8 people to as many as 20 to 30 fellow disciples collecting all kinds of information and regularly reporting it to the sect. Junior sister is in charge of this in Earth City. We generally conceal our names and identities, and unless our lives are in danger, we are not allowed to reveal our origins. "Is there such a thing?" Yang Kai said in surprise. Lu Wen smiled and said, "Brother Yang must be an elite disciple of the sect, so you don't need to know these things. You just need to cultivate and become stronger. These things are generally taken care of by those disciples who are not very talented and have no hope of cultivating in their lives. Taking care of these things must take a lot of energy and time, so it would delay their cultivation. Naturally, the elite disciples couldn't take care of it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Wen smiled slightly. "It's nothing, Brother Yang. The sect will be more prosperous when you are strong, and we will have a place to live. It's not only our Azure Sun Temple, but also the other great sects. Many disciples will go to various places in the star boundary to inquire about information." "What trouble have you encountered?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Wen's expression darkened and said, "It's not me who has encountered trouble, it's Elder Gao." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder Gao? Which Elder Gao?" After asking, he was shocked and whispered, "Gao Shueting, Elder Gao." Yang Kai's face changed and said, "Elder Gao has come to the Eastern Territory." "Yes, and now her life may be in danger. What's going on?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. Lu Wen said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll tell you in detail." Under Lu Wen's explanation, Yang Kai understood what was going on. It has been more than 20 years since Lu Wen left Azure Sun Temple and came to Earth City. She has been inquiring about all kinds of information here, and passing it to the sect. In order to facilitate her work, she opened a shop here. This shop was not to make money, but to hide her identity, so the shop was not operated diligently and was extremely messy. Half a year ago, Luwen bought half of an animal skin from a destitute cultivator. The person who sold it to her said that it was passed down from his ancestors and contained ancient secrets. Luwen naturally did not believe such nonsense, but seeing the destitute and pitiful person, she was moved and bought the animal skin. But after buying it and studying it for a long time, she had no clue. Feeling strange, she sent the animal skin back to Azure Sun Temple through a special channel along with the information she had obtained during this period. 3 months ago, Gao Shueting suddenly came to Earth City and asked her about the animal skin. Only then did Luwen realize that the animal skin might really have a great origin and seem to hide some secrets. Otherwise, how could it attract a master like Gao Shueting to come here? Since the sect elder asked, Luwen naturally told her everything she knew. Unfortunately, Gao Shueting did not find any useful clues from her. In the following period, Gao Shueting had been studying the secrets hidden in the animal skin, and would leave Earth City for a while from time to time. Luwen did not know what she was doing. Chapter 25:19. Until a month and a half ago, Gao Shueting suddenly told her that she had some clues, but she needed to work with others to crack it. That day, she left some cultivation resources behind and left Earth City, disappearing without a trace. 7 days ago, the Azure Sun Pavilion was suddenly surrounded by the City Lord's Mansion's guards. Those guards didn't say what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done and just surrounded it, not allowing anyone to enter. Speaking of this, Luwen was suddenly shocked and asked, "Brother Yang, how did you come in? Those City Lord's Mansion people should still be outside." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If I want to come in, how can those scum stop me?" After a pause, he frowned and said, "Elder Gao left here a month and a half ago, saying that she wanted to work with others to crack the secret of the animal skin. But 7 days ago, this place was surrounded by the City Lord's Mansion people for no reason." Luwen said anxiously, "So junior sister suspects that Elder Gao may have encountered some danger. The reason why they surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion is because they are afraid that I will pass some information to the outside." After all, Elder Gao did not hide her whereabouts when she went in and out of the Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago, so it is easy to find out that she is related to the Azure Sun Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You are right. If this is the case, then Earth City must be involved." Luwen said sadly, "Junior sister really had no other choice but to use her own token to send a message. Even in a desperate situation, she really did not expect senior brother Yang to come." Yang Kai said, "I also passed by because I have something to do." If Yang Kai hadn't passed by Earth City by chance, Luwen wouldn't have been able to summon anyone. After all, this was the Eastern Territory. It was very far away from the Azure Sun Temple. The people of the temple would not come here for no reason. Although Gao Shueting had a cold temperament, she had always been good to Yang Kai. She personally handed the Azure Sun Golden Token to Yang Kai, and even had the idea of accepting Yang Kai as a disciple and teaching him cultivation. Now that Gao Shueting might be in trouble, Yang Kai certainly couldn't stand idly by. Of course, this was just a guess. It could also be a misunderstanding, but the fact that the City Lord's Mansion's people had surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion was more or less a blatant lie. If it weren't for Gao Shueting, why would they surround this place for no reason? In that case, the City Lord's Mansion must be closely related to this matter. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, his thoughts gradually smoothing out. Luwen said, "Junior sister also guessed the same. Elder Gao said before that she wanted to find someone to work together to crack the secret on the animal skin. Only City Lord Zhu Hong is a First Order Emperor Realm Master. If Elder Gao is looking for someone to join forces with, Zhu Hong is the best choice." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. "Since we have a suspect, it will be much easier. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do?" Luwen looked at him with an evil smile. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. "What else can we do? Naturally, we have to ask him face to face." Yang Kai snorted softly. Luwen was shocked and said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, who has been in this realm for more than 40 years. He is extremely powerful and has an Emperor artifact. Although brother is an elite disciple of the temple, I'm afraid that if he goes up against the Emperor realm, I'm afraid. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very obvious. She felt that Yang Kai was no match for Zhu Hong. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister Lu, don't worry. Zhu Hong is nothing to brother." After a pause, he ordered Zhang Ruoxi, "Take junior sister Lu and leave Earth City through the back door and wait for me outside the city. Since this has happened, there is no need to stay here any longer. Junior sister Lu should return to the temple as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Zhang Ruoxi looked solemn. Only then did Yang Kai's figure flicker and suddenly disappear. Lu Wen was stunned, shocked and anxious. She had clearly told Brother Yang that Zhu Hong was a master from the Emperor realm. Why was he still so hot-blooded and impulsive? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly and said, "Sister, don't worry about my sir. Zhu Hong is no match for him." "Sir?" Lu Wen looked at Zhang Ruoxi in amazement and said, "Sister, are you not a disciple of the temple?" Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, "I'm just a member of a small family. Sir didn't abandon me and kept me by his side to guide my cultivation. That's why I have today's achievements." Ah. Lu Wen was shocked. She could sense that Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and Zhang Ruoxi was stronger than her. That meant that she was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. But such a master was only taught by Brother Yang? He was no worse than the elite disciples of those big sects. "What's Brother Yang's cultivation?" Lu Wen asked in surprise. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. She felt honored and said lightly, "Sir is already an Emperor Realm Master." Lu Wen was completely shocked. Her eyes, which had been hazy for a long time, gradually shone brightly. The darkness and anxiety in front of her were swept away. Outside Azure Sun Pavilion in the tea house, Master Jia stared at the entrance of Azure Sun Pavilion with his eagle-like eyes. He unconsciously lifted the teacup in his hand and brought it to his mouth. He didn't know the origins of the man and woman who had entered Azure Sun Pavilion earlier. He had asked his subordinates to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. It seemed that they had just entered the city today. This made Master Jia vigilant. He was afraid that the man and woman really had something to do with the city lord's instructions. He didn't dare to miss any details. His mind was completely immersed in Azure Sun Pavilion. Suddenly, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart, as if some danger was approaching, causing his heart to beat wildly. Before Master Jia could react, he suddenly noticed a person appear out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head and looked, his eyes widening. He saw the young man from before sitting in the chair opposite him, looking at him with a smile. "Pooh." Master Jia couldn't hold back and sprayed a mouthful of tea at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the tea mist changed direction, directly spraying Master Jia's face. Hurriedly standing up, he wiped his face and stared at Kai Yang with great vigilance, his heart filled with shock. With his cultivation, he didn't notice how this young man appeared in front of him. If this young man wanted to harm him, wouldn't he be able to take his life at will? Thinking of this, Master Jia broke out in cold sweat. "Sit." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake, making Master Jia shudder. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and sat back down. His expression was extremely difficult, as if there were countless needles under his butt. "How should I address you?" Yang Kai asked. "Jiaxi." "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Yang Kai gave a perfunctory reply. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Master Jia, you should know why this young master is looking for you, right?" Jiaxi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. "This young master must be joking. This Jia is leisurely making wine and tea here, but I wonder if this young master—" His words suddenly paused as he stared at the palm-sized artifact in Yang Kai's hand and whispered, "This shield." Jiaxi's eyesight was naturally good. He could tell at a glance that the grade of the shield in Yang Kai's hand was not low. It seemed to be a Dao Source grade high rank, and it was a defensive artifact. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Even though he had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm, he could not help but breathe a little faster. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk Yang Kai stretched out his hand and squeezed it. The shield was like a rock that had been eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years. It directly turned into dust and fell from his fingertips, scattering all over the ground. What shield? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. We were talking, so why did you raise the shield? Jiaxi was sweating profusely and trembling all over as he said nervously, Nothing. Yang Kai snorted. Master Jia seems to be a smart person. It shouldn't be too tiring to communicate. This young master has a few questions, and would like to ask Master Jia to answer them. Jiaxi hurriedly said, This young master may ask anything. Although this Jia is not talented, he has lived here for many years and knows Earth City like the back of his hand. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. His eyes turned cold as he asked, Who asked you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion here? Jiaxi said with difficulty, It's the City Lord's master. Why did Zhu Hong ask you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion? Jiaxi said, The City Lord's master just said that if any suspicious person came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion, he was to be arrested immediately. He must not be allowed to leave Earth City. Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted. The City Lord's master sure is awe-inspiring. Jiaxi was shocked and hurriedly said, This Jia is just following orders. Please calm down, young master. Yang Kai asked, Then do you know which force owns Azure Sun Pavilion? Jiaxi said, I didn't know before. A few days ago, the City Lord's master asked me to inquire about the details of Azure Sun Pavilion. Only then did this Jia know that it is a shop opened by a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. You even managed to find this out. Senior Jia is truly amazing. Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Jiaxi trembled violently and said with a sad face, I was just following orders. Yang Kai interrupted him and said in a deep voice, Then have you seen such a woman in the City Lord's mansion? While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and the Emperor Qi in his body surged, condensing an image of Gao Shueting in front of Jiaxi. Jiaxi glanced at it and shook his head blankly. I haven't seen her, but I heard from this subordinate that this woman often came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago. This Jia followed her clues and found out about Azure Sun Pavilion. Yang Kai frowned and said, You haven't seen her? According to his and Lu Wen's conjecture, Gao Shueting should have asked Zhu Hong to join forces to decipher the secrets on the animal skin. So she should have been in and out of the City Lord's mansion. Since Jiaxi was Zhu Hong's confidant, there was no reason he hadn't seen her before. But judging from Jiaxi's expression, he wasn't lying. Could it be that Gao Shueting really didn't look for Zhu Hong? Then who was she working with? Did the City Lord's mansion have anything to do with this matter? If it wasn't for Gao Shueting, why would they monitor and surround Azure Sun Pavilion? Yang Kai was puzzled. Chapter 2520. Jiaxi observed Yang Kai's expression and faintly realized something. He gulped and said, Young master, there is something this Jia doesn't know if he should say. If it's nonsense, then don't bother. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Jiaxi said, 1.5 months ago, Elder Zhu Tianqing came to see the City Lord's master, and the next day, the City Lord's master left Earth City. Zhu Tianqing? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, Who is that? Jiaxi replied, He is one of the 10 great elders of the Emperor realm of Brahma Holy Land. He has always had a close personal relationship with the City Lord's master. Brahma Holy Land? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He naturally knew about Brahma Holy Land. It was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. In terms of status, it was similar to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. The two holy sons he met in the Shattered Star Sea, Zhang Xian and Zhang Hao, were from Brahma Holy Land. Their cultivation aptitude was really good. If it weren't for their bad luck of meeting him, they would have most likely broken through to the Emperor realm in this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Zhu Tianqing was just one of the 10 great emperors of Brahma Holy Land. It seemed that Brahma Holy Land lived up to its reputation as a top sect. Its comprehensive strength was above Azure Sun Temple. What is Zhu Tianqing's cultivation? Yang Kai had a vague feeling that Zhu Tianqing should have a great relationship with Gao Shueting. He is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Jiaxi had already said so much, so naturally, he wouldn't hide anything. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Judging from the strength Yang Kai displayed when he crushed the Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Jiaxi didn't think his body could be as strong as that shield. Yang Kai nodded. He raised a finger. Last question. Do you know where Zhu Tianqing or Zhu Hong is now? Jiaxi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said uneasily, I really don't know. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Jiaxi turned pale with fright and said with a long face, City Lord Master didn't tell me anything before he left. I really don't know. He paused for a moment and then said in fear, But if this young master really wants to know, I can tell you. This lowly one can help you look into it. Investigate? Yang Kai snorted. Didn't you say that Zhu Hong didn't tell you anything before he left? How did you find out? Jiaxi trembled as he replied. This humble one can ask the young city lord or the city lord's wife. The two of them may know something. If it doesn't work, this humble one can ask Elder Zhu's disciples. To be honest, this humble one has a good personal relationship with Elder Zhu's disciples. Perhaps they know where Elder Zhu is now. How long? Yang Kai asked coldly. For hours. No. 2 hours should be enough. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble Master Jia. Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here. Jiaxi suddenly jumped up and rushed out without stopping, as if something was chasing him from behind. But he had just moved his feet. Yang Kai casually made a mark on his body. Jiaxi's face changed wildly. He looked at Yang Kai in horror, feeling as if the place where he was hit was burning, and the pain was unbearable. Don't be nervous. This is just a secret technique of this young master. It's called the wrong bone and tendon separation seal. It won't have any effect on you in a short time. Yang Kai smiled innocently. How long will it take? Jiaxi asked in a trembling voice. If this young master doesn't remove the seal within 24 hours, your bones will be separated, your meridians will be broken, and your life will be worse than death. At the end of Yang Kai's voice was cold, like a cold wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory, making people's hair stand on end. Jiaxi's face turned ashen, but the other side's fist was bigger than his, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After a while he stamped his feet and left as fast as he could. Yang Kai called the waiter of the tea house and asked him to bring him a new pot of tea, leisurely sipping it. It didn't take an hour at all. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jiaxi suddenly returned. So fast. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and praised. Master Jia really has outstanding ability. This intelligence work is well known. You must be the right-hand man of the city master. Jiaxi smiled flatteringly. It was just luck. Before the city master left, he revealed some information to the city lord's wife, so it was easy for me to find out. You can even find out about the city lord's wife? TSK, isn't your city lord's head a little green? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Jiaxi's expression changed. Young master, please don't joke around. This Jia also found out the information from the city lord's wife's maidservant. It's not what you think. All right, Yang Kai responded lazily and said with a serious expression. Tell me the answer I want. Jiaxi said. The city lord's master said that he's going to Dragonbone Wilderness, but I don't know where exactly. Dragonbone Wilderness. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly. Jiaxi said. This is this Jia's limit. I can't find out any more information. Young master you. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and patted him on the shoulder saying, Understood. Let's part ways here. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became absent-minded, and then disappeared. Jiaxi's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly said, That bone dislocation seal. But there was no trace of Yang Kai. For a moment, Jiaxi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, cursing Yang Kai in his heart for not keeping his promise and burning the bridge after crossing the river. How shameless! But soon, Jiaxi realized that something was wrong because the burning sensation quickly disappeared. Using his divine sense to investigate himself, he found nothing unusual. Only then did Jiaxi realize that Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder just now and should have removed the seal. Jiaxi was overjoyed, but he couldn't help shivering and quickly moved quietly towards the city gate, ready to leave Earth City immediately. Today he revealed so much information to Yang Kai. No matter what the final result was, he couldn't stay in Earth City any longer. If the City Lord Master returned safely, he would definitely be traced back to him. At that time, the crime of leaking information was not something he could bear. Even if the City Lord Master didn't return, God knows if Yang Kai would come to trouble him again. So Jiaxi thought that the only thing he could do now was to run as far away as possible. It would be best if he could escape the Eastern Territory and hide in another large territory. Outside the city, Yang Kai easily found Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Wen. After inviting them to board his wooden boat, Yang Kai asked Lu Wen for information. Where is the Dragonbone Wilderness? Lu Wen pointed in a direction and said, this way, about 2 days' journey. After a pause, she asked in surprise, Elder Gao is in the Dragonbone Wilderness. It's very likely, Yang Kai responded in a deep voice, but I don't know the specific location. Is that damn place big? Big, very big. Lu Wen nodded. Rumor has it that it is an ancient battlefield where many people died. The yin qi there is extremely rich. Many cultivators like to experience and explore there. Occasionally, a lucky person can find some extremely ancient treasures and make a fortune. Especially in the center, where the yin qi is so dense that even the Emperor realm doesn't dare to approach it easily. Rumor has it that there are bones of the dragon race there, so everyone calls it the Dragonbone Wilderness. Oh. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow and grin. Then let's go to the center and see the situation there first. The wooden boat was extremely fast. It was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight artifact, and with the help of Yang Kai's space divine technique, it was as if it was shuttling and jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed hundreds of kilometers. Lu Wen didn't notice this anomaly at first, but after she calmed down, she realized that there was something wrong with this speed. She couldn't help but be shocked, and her confidence in Yang Kai grew. In just half a day, Yang Kai had arrived at the Dragonbone Wilderness. He saw a desolate death qi below him that stretched for an unknown distance. Some strange yin qi was swirling around like a whirlwind, and when it sensed the aura of living beings approaching, it actually gathered around them. This was only the periphery of the Dragonbone Wilderness, so the yin qi was extremely weak. It couldn't even get close to Yang Kai and the others before it was left far behind. Yang Kai had no intention of getting entangled with the yin qi. While going deeper, he spread out his divine sense like a sea, penetrating every corner that he could detect. He didn't know whether Gao Shueting was in the Dragonbone Wilderness or not, but this was the only clue he could find so far, so he could only follow it to the end. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already entered the hinterland of the Dragonbone Wilderness. Along the way, Yang Kai found that this was indeed a good place for a cultivator to gain experience and cultivate. If he was still in the Dao Source realm, this would be a good place for him to gain experience, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, there was no point in cultivating here. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes focused in a certain direction. He saw a few strong cultivators standing there, looking around vigilantly, as if they didn't want anyone to come close. Not only that, there seemed to be something wrong somewhere in the space over there. This made Yang Kai suspicious, and he controlled the wooden boat to rush over there. Who goes there? Before Yang Kai could get close, a loud shout came from that direction. Halt! If you dare to come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite. Another person's voice came, containing a strong threat. Yang Kai didn't care about this. The wooden boat rushed forward and arrived in front of those people in an instant. Impudent! You're courting death. Several loud shouts rang out, followed by the radiance of several secret techniques. A ferocious power bombarded the wooden boat. Lu Wen was so scared that her face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, stood behind Yang Kai indifferently, turning a blind eye to the attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a few explosions rang out, but the impact that everyone had expected did not come. Instead, on the other side of the wooden boat, the people who had attacked let out loud cries, as if they had been attacked. Then there were muffled groans, and some people directly fell to the ground. Lu Wen's eyes widened, but she couldn't see what Yang Kai had done. Chapter 25-21. The few cultivators who had attacked Yang Kai were even more horrified, their faces ashen. They were all quite strong, otherwise they wouldn't have come so deep into the Dragonbone wilderness, but even though they had made the first move, they were still beaten senseless. Who the hell is this guy? Horrified, all of them stared at the wooden boat with wide eyes. You are Yang Kai. One of the short and stout men immediately exclaimed after seeing Yang Kai's face. The others also stared at Yang Kai in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Huh. Yang Kai was stunned, retracting his gaze from the anomaly in space and glancing down, frowning. Do you know me? The few cultivators below looked extremely unfamiliar. He was sure he had never seen them before, but how did they know him? Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he was not so arrogant that his name had spread to the Eastern Territory. The short and stout cultivator knew he had misspoken and immediately closed his mouth, unwilling to say another word. But his eyes were full of hatred and anger as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he had a great hatred for him. Brother Yang, these people are Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples of Brahma Holy Land. Lu Wen suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai. In the eastern region, she was mainly responsible for collecting all kinds of information, so she was not unfamiliar with the background of these people. She immediately recognized their origins. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he nodded. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples, good. Very good. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples were here. This meant that Zhu Tianqing should also be nearby, and according to the information revealed by Jiaxi, Zhu Tianqing was very likely to be with Zhu Hong. After finding these two people, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to find Gao Shueting, and couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, as if he had figured out something, he grinned at those people. Did Yin Lusheng tell you about my identity? Although Yin Lusheng had suffered a great loss in the Shattered Star Sea, he had not died. He had made a deal with Yang Kai, and after signing a soul contract, he had been taken out of the void by Yang Kai in exchange for revealing some information. With the soul contract, even if Yang Kai wanted to kill Yin Lusheng, he was powerless and could only watch him leave. They were experts from the Eastern Territory that Yang Kai met in the Shattered Star Sea. There were only a few of them. Hyoji Chigue, and the others would not be so bored as to spread his image and identity everywhere. Only Yin Lusheng could do such a thing. He probably guessed that he would come to the Eastern Territory to look for Xiao Xiao, so he notified the people of Brahma Holy Land in advance. As a result, he was recognized by several Brahma Holy Land cultivator as soon as he showed up. This brat was truly despicable. He actually wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. However, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm. It was exposed by Yang Kai. The short and fat cultivator no longer denied it. He gritted his teeth and snorted. Yes, it was Netherworld Sect's brother Yin who told us about you. What else did he say? Yang Kai asked with a smile. The short and fat cultivator shouted. He also said that the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died tragically at your hands. Yang Kai nodded and said, So it seems that your Brahma Holy Land is looking for my whereabouts everywhere, right? The short and fat cultivator snorted. The two holy sons were the future hope of my Brahma Holy Land, yet they were cruelly killed by you. Do you think this holy land will let you off easily? If you know what's good for you, you will obediently follow us back to the Holy Land to meet the elders and Holy Master. Perhaps you will be dealt with lightly, but if you are stubborn, my Brahma Holy Land will chase you to the ends of the earth. No matter where you hide, you will not escape death. Yang Kai said lightly. You probably won't be able to see whether I die or not. But whether you die or not is up to this young master to decide. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the short and fat cultivator and the others changed drastically, and they all stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Yang Kai's gaze swept past them and looked at the void not far behind them, and asked in a deep voice, Is Zhu Tianqing there? The short and fat cultivator was shocked and shouted, What are you talking about? His face was full of panic, as if he was trying to hide something. Yang Kai snorted coldly, stepped out, and stood directly above the heads of these people. Immediately, He formed a seal with both hands, and the space principles around him surged. The short and fat cultivator and the others suddenly turned pale. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe, and the blood in their bodies stopped flowing, let alone resist. The Emperor Realm. It was not until this moment that they realized that Yang Kai was actually a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. The short and fat cultivator trembled violently, recalling how he had boasted shamelessly in front of a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm just now. He suddenly felt a chill from head to toe, and his whole body trembled. No wonder Yang Kai had easily resolved their joint attack just now. It turned out that this guy had already advanced to the Emperor Realm. The gap between their strength was huge. How could they be a match for him? But how could a newly advanced Emperor Realm master have such power? The short and fat cultivator did not even feel such a powerful aura from their master, Zhu Tianqing. Was he more powerful than master? But how was this possible? Master had advanced to the Emperor Realm many years ago. His foundation was solid, and his realm was stable. How could a newly advanced cultivator compare to him? What was going on? Just as the short and fat cultivator was confused, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared somewhere in the void, under the erosion and interference of Yang Kai's space principles. As the ripples spread, a pitch-black passageway suddenly appeared. The passageway was long, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. In front of the passageway's entrance, there was an extremely simple beast skin imprinted in the void, exuding a strange power. It seemed that the existence of this beast skin was the only thing that could completely open the passageway. It was like a key. That's... Lu Wen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pointed to the animal skin. It's the animal skin I found before. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that he had found the right place. But he did not expect that there was a small world hidden here. And the way to open this small world was on the animal skin. No, this animal skin is a little too big. It's twice the size of the one I found. Lu Wen suddenly frowned. Yang Kai said lightly, because you only found half of it, and there is another half here. I think the reason why Elder Gao wants to find someone to work together to crack it is because she realized that the animal skin is incomplete, so she wants to find the owner of the other half of the animal skin. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed and he lowered his head to look at the short and fat cultivator below. Let me ask you, does the other half of the animal skin belong to your master? These words sounded extremely ordinary, but Yang Kai had actually used his spiritual energy to do so. He had witnessed the battle between the souls of the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. He had benefited a lot from that battle, so his ability to use his soul was much better than before. Coupled with his already powerful spiritual energy, it was a piece of cake for him to get some information from a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Sure enough, although there was a flash of struggle on the short and fat cultivator's face, he still could not resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy, and replied mechanically, yes. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, more than a month ago, a woman came here to cooperate with your master? Yes. What is your master's plan? Master went to find Zhu Hong, the city lord of Earth City, who has a good relationship with him. They are going to work together to deal with that woman and swallow the treasures here. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked angry. Murderous intent surged out, and a layer of frost covered his body. He snorted heavily. What's the difference between cooperating with that woman and cooperating with Zhu Hong? Either way, the treasures here will be divided equally. Why would Zhu Tianqing do something unnecessary, and even offend a master of the same level? The short and fat cultivator replied honestly. Master said, that woman is primordial Yin and has great strength. If I can subdue her and refine her primordial Yin, I can break through to the second-order Emperor Realm. It is not easy to find a first-order woman in the Emperor Realm, especially one with primordial Yin. Compared to the treasures here, Master is more interested in her. You've got guts. Yang Kai roared, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. The short and fat cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he recover from the soul oppression, and realized that he seemed to have just revealed some incredible information. He was horrified. The other cultivators also had ugly looks on their faces, but due to their inferior strength, they didn't even dare to make a sound. Sir, there's no time to lose. You should go in quickly. Zhang Ruoxi urged worriedly, glancing at Zhu Tianqing's disciples with her beautiful eyes, her demonic intent surging as she said in a cold tone, "Leave this to me." Yang Kai nodded and snorted coldly, "Kill them all." Zhang Ruoxi shouted, "Yes." Although there were as many as 5 cultivators in the short and fat cultivators group, there were only 2 from the third-order Dao source realm. Moreover, the short and fat cultivator's soul was injured by Yang Kai, so he could only exert half of his strength. Among the remaining 3, 2 were second-order Dao source realm cultivators, and 1 was from the first-order Dao source realm. Based on Zhang Ruoxi's previous performance in the Purple Mountain City arena, it would take some effort to deal with them, but it shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Zhang Ruoxi had a defensive emperor artifact like the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about her safety. If the little girl wanted to become stronger, then a life-or-death battle would be the best cornerstone for that. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to bully the weak. Leaving these people to Zhang Ruoxi to deal with would be of great benefit to her growth. After giving the order, Yang Kai stepped forward and directly came to the front of the void. He stretched out his hand and pressed slightly on the animal's skin. Under the surge of space force, his entire hand disappeared into the darkness, and then his whole body was gradually swallowed up. If it were someone else, they might not be able to enter this void corridor. However, this place had been opened and was previously hidden by some unknown method. In addition, Yang Kai was extremely proficient in the Tao of space, so entering it was as easy as entering his own courtyard. Chapter 25-22. In the dusky small world, the rich world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, giving off a milky white halo that filled this small space. At a glance, it was as if the entire space was stuffed with cotton. This entire small world was only about a dozen kilometers in radius and did not seem to be naturally formed, but rather the result of someone's refinement. It was unknown which ancient master had created this small world. A variety of medicinal fragrances floated in the air, and they were extremely rich. On the ground of this small world, there were more than a dozen separated medicine gardens. Most of the medicine gardens were empty, and there were many traces of harvesting on the ground. It seemed that someone had harvested all the spirit medicines here. This small world was actually an ancient medicine garden. One could only imagine how many spirit flowers and rare herbs were planted in the original medicine gardens, and how much medicinal properties and ages had accumulated over the years. Only 2 medicine gardens were still intact, covering an area of 2 to 3 kilometers. In these 2 medicine gardens, spirit flowers and rare herbs that were as old as 10,000 years could be found everywhere, thriving and thriving. The rich medicinal fragrance in the air was emitted by the spirit medicines in these 2 medicine gardens. A faint golden light curtain appeared around these 2 medicine gardens, which seemed to be a layer of barrier. At this moment, Gao Shueting's hair was messy, her pretty face was pale, and her aura was weak. She was sitting cross-legged somewhere in the medicine garden, closing her eyes to heal herself. The Emperor artifact, Blazing Yang Mirror, was suspended above her head, emitting a soft light that enveloped her. On her snow-white dress, crimson flowers of blood blossomed. On her waist and abdomen, there was a half-foot-long wound that dyed her clothes red. She seemed to have just fought a great battle, and her emperor chi was almost depleted. Even though she was healing herself, her tender body could not help but tremble slightly. Although there were countless precious spirit grasses and rare herbs here, they could not help her recover her combat strength in a short time. Outside the golden screen of light, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. There was a person who held the flaming ocean of star aspect saber, and he was ceaselessly controlling saber lights to blast towards the barrier of light. Every single strike emanated a world-shaking bang, and it struck the barrier of light to the point it shook indeterminately, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. However, no one knew where this light curtain came from. Although it looked extremely weak, it was actually extremely sturdy. Even after being attacked by the man with the long blade for so long, it still remained intact. This was a restriction light screen. It seemed to have become the biggest barrier separating this person from Gao Shueting. This person was so angry that he screamed like a madman. Suddenly, Gao Shueting slowly opened her eyes, looked indifferently at the person attacking the barrier, and said indifferently, Zhu Tianqing. This consort has known you for several hundred years. But I didn't expect to see your true face until today. It's really surprising. Zhu Tianqing said angrily. Bitch, don't be so noisy. Once I break this restriction spell, I'll take good care of you. A trace of disgust and anger flashed in Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes, and she shouted in a low voice, Give up. This consort will not let you touch a single hair on my head, even if I destroy my own meridians and self-destruct. Zhu Tianqing snorted coldly. That depends on whether you have the chance. You are seriously injured now, and it is extremely difficult for you to even move your lower body. Once you break this restriction spell, the rest is not up to you. Gao Shueting said angrily. This consort is an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. If I die here today, you will be hunted down by my Azure Sun Temple in the future. Zhu Tianqing smiled coldly and snorted. Azure Sun Temple is indeed amazing. This king also admires the strength of Temple Master Wen Zishan. But so what? Your Azure Sun Temple is just a tyrant in the Southern Territory. This is the Eastern Territory. No matter how strong Temple Master Wen's divine technique is, how can he run wild in the Eastern Territory? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Haven't you heard of this saying, Elder Gao? This king is not afraid of being tracked down and retaliated by your Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes flashed with despair when she heard this. Now that she was seriously injured, she could only hide in this medicine garden. Fortunately, there was a barrier left by an ancient almighty here that she had successfully activated. However, she was not sure how long this barrier would last after so many years. Once Zhu Tianqing really broke the barrier, she would have absolutely no power to fight back. She secretly made up her mind that if the barrier was really broken, she would immediately self-destruct. Even if she died, she would not destroy her innocence. In her beautiful eyes, that cynical smile, that lazy tone, and that infuriating attitude could not help but appear. The fierceness in Gao Shueting's eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of gentleness. What does it matter if I was raised by you? Since the age of 18, I am no longer a child. Hateful that even if I cultivate to the Emperor realm, I am still just a little girl in your eyes. I have never been treated like a woman. If there is an afterlife, I will never be raised by you. I will definitely grow up healthily, and then stand in front of you again as a woman. Brother Zhu, have you rested enough? If you have, why don't you come and help? Zhu Tianqing could not help but feel a little anxious after attacking for a long time. He turned his head and said to another person sitting cross-legged not far away, recuperating and healing from the Emperor realm. This person was the city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong. The cultivation of the three people here was almost the same. They were all first-order Emperor realm masters. If they really fought, their strength would be on par with each other. The reason why Gao Shueting was so seriously injured was not that she was weaker than Zhu Tianqing, but because Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong outnumbered her. A fight between cultivators of the same level was extremely dangerous. Gao Shueting was able to injure one of the opponents in a 1 versus 2 situation, which was a sign of her strength. At this moment, Zhu Hong's face was pale as well. A large seal engraved with countless ferocious beasts was placed beside him. His aura fluctuated unsteadily, and as he breathed in and out, the flesh on his body squirmed and wriggled. The wounds on his body were gradually healing. It was unknown what kind of strange art he was cultivating. Hearing Zhu Tianqing's call, Zhu Hong opened his eyes and frowned. Brother Zhu, before coming here, you didn't tell me that we were going to deal with an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Zhu Tianqing smiled and said, Why? Is Brother Zhu afraid? Azure Sun Temple is indeed as famous as my Brahma Holy Land, but it is a sect in the Southern Territory. Why is Brother Zhu afraid of them? Zhu Hong said, Indeed, Brother Zhu is not afraid. Brahma Holy Land is a big family and Azure Sun Temple is powerful, but after this, Brother Zhu only needs to hide in the Holy Land. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they can't do anything to you. But this Zhu is different. This Zhu is just a city lord. If Temple Master Wen Zishan really comes to the Eastern Territory, how can this Zhu compete with him? I'm afraid that I will be killed easily. The corner of Zhu Tianqing's mouth twitched as he said, Brother Zhu, you're worrying too much. We've done this without anyone knowing. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they don't have any evidence. Brother Zhu, what are you afraid of? Zhu Hong shook his head and said, It's best to be careful. Brother Zhu, you have a big backer behind you. I'm afraid you don't understand the difficulties of people like us who don't belong to any sect. Zhu Tianqing sneered. At this point, Brother Zhu isn't thinking of backing out, is he? Zhu Hong pondered for a moment and said, Not really. After all, I joined forces with you to injure Elder Gao. Even if I want to back out, I'm afraid I can't. Zhu Tianqing said, Since you understand, then what are you hesitating for? Zhu Hong said, Brother Zhu told me that there was a great opportunity here, and that the benefits would be split 50-50. This Zhu agreed without hesitation, but now it seems that the 50-50 split is not as good as it seems. Zhu Tianqing was taken aback and said, How can that be? This is an ancient medicine garden with countless exotic flowers and grasses. After dealing with this slut, I'll split all the spirit medicines with you. Don't you trust this Jew's credibility? Zhu Hong grinned and said, The spirit medicines can be split 50-50, but what about the primordial yin qi? How can Brother Zhu share it with me? Zhu Tianqing's expression became strange when he heard this, and he asked in a daze, How can we split it? The primordial yin qi was not like other things and could not be divided at all. Zhu Hong suddenly said, Brother Zhu, you have been stuck at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm for many years. This Zhu heard that in order to improve your cultivation, you seem to have cultivated a dual cultivation secret art, and collected the primordial yin qi of many women. Even your 2 legacy disciples were not spared. If you accept this Elder Gao today, won't Brother Zhu break through the shackles and advance to the Second Order Emperor realm? Zhu Tianqing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when Zhu Hong exposed his privacy, especially when Zhu Hong said that he didn't even spare his 2 personal disciples. This matter was extremely secretive, and he did not know how Zhu Hong knew about it. I think I understand Brother Zhu's meaning. Zhu Tianqing nodded and snorted a little unhappily. If Brother Zhu wants to make a condition, just say it. You and I have known each other for many years, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Zhu Hong raised his brow and chuckled. Brother Zhu, please calm down. This Zhu is just telling the truth. If Brother Zhu can really break through the shackles, this Zhu will naturally do his best. Cultivation in the Emperor realm is extremely difficult, and breaking through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Brother Zhu can reach the Second Order Emperor realm, it will be a blessing from the heavens, not something that can be brought by taking some pills. Speak human, Zhu Tianqing said impatiently. Zhu Hong looked embarrassed and said, This Zhu wants a 30-70 split of the spirit medicines here. You take 30 and I take 70. Zhu Tianqing's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily, Brother Zhu, isn't your appetite a bit too big? The spirit herbs here were all at least 10,000 years old, and were all emperor-grade spirit herbs. No one knew which ancient almighty had planted them, but many of them had long been lost to history. They were all treasures in the outside world, but you actually want 70% of them as soon as you open your mouth. How about you take 30% and Elder Gao will be yours, while I take 70%. Zhu Hong smiled and said, Why would I want Elder Gao? Although she is a beautiful woman, she has thorns all over her body. This Zhu can't afford to enjoy her. Besides, I'm just negotiating with Brother Zhu. Chapter 25-23. 40-60 Absolutely no more, Zhu Qingtian said coldly. Zhu Tianqing said with a cold face, Although this Zhu will most likely break through to the Second Order Emperor realm after this matter is settled, Brother Zhu's breakthrough will be just around the corner if we obtain so many spirit grasses and medicines here. You definitely won't lose out in this distribution. Zhu Hong pondered for a moment, before a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, All right, we'll do as Brother Zhu says. 40-60, Zhu Tianqing definitely had a slight advantage, but he was an elder of Brahma Holy Land after all. If he could break through to the Second Order Emperor realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. If Zhu Hong gave him face now, it would be easier to get along with him in the future. On the other side, Gao Shueting could not help but tremble with anger when she heard the two start to divide the benefits in front of her. But she did not even have the strength to protect herself now, so there was nothing she could do even if she was angry. 40-60? I'm afraid that's a little inappropriate. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Both Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing trembled violently as they looked towards the source of the voice in horror. Zhu Hong, who was healing his injuries, stood up directly as the Emperor artifact 10,000 Beast seal beside him flashed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. This place was a small world hidden in a crack in the void. If it were not for the two halves of the animal skin to activate the barrier, it would be impossible for anyone to come here. They could only come in because they had activated the barrier on the two halves of the animal skin. But now there was one more person here. Even though Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing were masters of the Emperor realm, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle at this moment. Did we run into a ghost? The two of them muttered in their hearts. On the other side, Gao Shueting, who had a look of despair on her face, suddenly trembled after hearing this voice. A strange brilliance bloomed in her gray eyes. She focused her vision and looked to the side. At some point, a young man had appeared a few dozen meters away from the three of them like a ghost with a smile on his face. If he had not taken the initiative to speak, none of the three would have noticed him. Who is it? Zhu Hong shouted. Zhu Tianqing also frowned as he scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense without concealing it. After discovering that he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he was slightly relieved. No matter how this man came in and what his purpose was, as long as his cultivation was not higher than Zhu Tianqing's, Zhu Tianqing was not too afraid. City Lord Zhu Elder Zhu, Yang Kai smiled and cupped his hands at the two of them, as if they were very familiar with each other. It's been a long time. Zhu Hong's expression was one of surprise as he stared at Yang Kai seriously. However, he discovered that this person's face was extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a lowly name, not worth mentioning." Zhu Hong was so angry that he felt dizzy, but he knew that the other party was unwilling to reveal his name. There was no point in continuing to ask. His expression changed and he growled, "How did you get in?" When Zhu Tianqing and Gao Shueting joined forces to enter this place, Zhu Tianqing had quietly left a secret door behind. It was this secret door that allowed him to enter this place, but how did Yang Kai come in? Did he also use that secret door? No. Only Zhu Tianqing and I know how to break the secret door. No one else can know about it. Not to mention that Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples are guarding outside. If this person had appeared here without a sound, then the people outside would most likely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong was shocked and glanced at Zhu Tianqing discreetly, only to find that he was indifferent, not at all worried about the safety of his disciples. "Friend, your divine technique is amazing. This king admires you for being able to find this place." Zhu Tianqing looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Although he was praising him, there was no admiration on his face. He got straight to the point and said, "Friend, you just said that a 40-60 split is a bit inappropriate. Do you have any good ideas?" Yang Kai said lazily, "I don't dare say I have a good idea, but I have a small suggestion." "I'd like to hear the details," Zhu Tianqing said with a sullen face. "I want everything here. You two can go back to where you came from. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Presumptuous. Zhu Hong was furious. He thought this young man was here to get a share of the treasures. If that was the case, he could just pinch his nose and accept it. It wouldn't be too late to settle accounts with him later, but he didn't expect this guy's appetite to be so big. Then why did he work so hard to follow Zhu Tianqing here, and even offend an elder of the Azure Sun Temple? He couldn't accept such a proposal no matter what. Both of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really fought, who was afraid of who? What's more, he was in cahoots with Zhu Tianqing, while Yang Kai was alone. Zhu Tianqing also looked angry and coldly snorted. "Little friend's tone is not small. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly?" Yang Kai's face also darkened and his eyes turned cold. "Old thing, watch your words. If you anger this young master, don't blame this young master for not respecting the old and loving the young." Good. Zhu Tianqing was so angry that he laughed. Then this king would like to see how much weight you have to boast so shamelessly. Stop putting on an act here. Yang Kai laughed as he looked at the other party contemptuously and said, Elder Jew, not to mention you don't know this young master. Your disciples exposed this young master's identity as soon as we met. Even your disciples know me. Yet you, as an elder of Brahma Holy Land, are pretending to be meeting me for the first time? TSK, you're clearly harboring unfathomable intentions. Oh, Brother Ju, you know this boy? Zhu Hong looked at Zhu Tianqing in surprise. Being exposed by Yang Kai, Zhu Tianqing's face couldn't help but turn ugly as he quickly said, Yes, this boy's name is Yang Kai. He killed Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian in the Shattered Star Sea. His enmity with my Brahma Holy Land is absolutely irreconcilable. The two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died at his hands? Zhu Hong was shocked. He had also received the news that the Shattered Star Sea was inexplicably closed, and he also knew that Brahma Holy Land had suffered a heavy loss this time. The death of the two holy sons was a great blow to Brahma Holy Land's Yuan Qi. These two holy sons were cultivation geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years, and were highly valued by many elders of Brahma Holy Land. They were the future of Brahma Holy Land. However, something happened in the Shattered Star Sea that caused them to fail to return safely. It wasn't until now that Zhu Hong knew that the two holy sons had died at the hands of this young man named Yang Kai. But soon, Zhu Hong realized one thing and asked with a strange expression, Since this boy has entered the Shattered Star Sea before, doesn't that mean he has just advanced to the Emperor realm? Yes, that should be the case. Zhu Tianqing nodded lightly. Zhu Hong laughed and looked at Yang Kai mockingly. Boy, your courage is admirable. You have just advanced to the Emperor realm, and yet you dare to yell in front of this city lord and elder Jew. Unfortunately, your IQ is limited. Having just advanced, one should enter secluded retreat to consolidate one's cultivation. If one's cultivation is unstable, it is very likely that one will fall from the Emperor realm. Yet this boy not only didn't enter secluded retreat, he even ran around. Zhu Hong didn't know what his elders had taught him. In an instant, in Zhu Hong's eyes, Yang Kai had become an arrogant and ignorant junior. His previous surprise was swept away, and he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Zhu Hong's words and looked at Zhu Tianqing. Elder Zhu, there is something I want to clarify with you. What is it? Zhu Tianqing asked with a cold face. Yang Kai said with a smile. You said that Zhang Hao died at my hands, and I have no objection. I did kill him, but Zhang Xian's death has nothing to do with me. Moreover, before Zhang Xian died, he begged me to kill Zhang Hao to avenge him. Alas, I don't know what kind of conflict there was between these two holy sons that made them want to fight each other to the death. I'm a very soft-hearted person, so of course I have to satisfy a dying man's wish. So I killed Zhang Hao for Zhang Xian so that he could die in peace. Bullshit. Zhu Tianqing was furious. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian were very close. Although they were not biological brothers, they were closer than real brothers. How could Zhang Xian let you kill Zhang Hao? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhu Tianqing took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and said coldly, Since you have entered this place, then what about those good-for-nothing disciples of this king outside? I don't know, I'm afraid they're all dead, Yang Kai grinned. He was very confident in Zhang Ruoxi. Even if she couldn't beat him, with the help of the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe, Zhang Ruoxi wouldn't be injured, but if the terrifying power hidden in her bloodline was forced out, then Zhu Tianqing's disciples would suffer. In short, Zhu Tianqing's disciples were most likely doomed. Good. 2 holy sons died at your hands, and so did several of this king's disciples. Since you've delivered yourself to me today, then don't even think about leaving this place. Zhu Tianqing was furious, and murderous intent surged from his body. As he spoke, he circulated his emperor qi, and a strong emperor intent spread out. The broken world principles in this small world buzzed, and the burning sea of stars saber in his hand trembled slightly, releasing a dazzling saber light. Zhu Hong was even more direct. Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Tianqing were at odds, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Relying on his alliance with Zhu Tianqing, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. What's more, Yang Kai looked so young, and he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, so what was there to be afraid of? During this period of time, many rising stars had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea, breaking through to the Emperor realm and reaching the Emperor realm. But how could these newcomers from the Emperor realm be compared with a veteran master like himself? It would be more likely for them to go back and cultivate for another 30 or 50 years. As Zhu Hong's Emperor Qi surged, roars came from the 10,000 Beast Seal, filling the small world. Then, streams of light rushed out of the 10,000 Beast Seal, turning into one strange monster beast after another in mid-air. The auras of these monster beasts were strong, and they were at least at the early stage of the 11th order. With the infusion of Emperor Qi, the monster beast shot out of the 10,000 Beast Seal in a continuous stream, rumbling towards Yang Kai. Chapter 25-24. The 10,000 Beast Seal was a rare treasure that could seal the soul of a monster beast and release it to fight against an enemy. The sealed monster beast's soul retained most of the divine technique of the monster beast when it was alive. The more souls sealed, the stronger the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal would be. Since Zhu Hong was promoted to the Emperor realm, he had been hunting monster beasts all over the Eastern Territory. Now the number of monster beast souls sealed in the 10,000 Beast Seal numbered at least 1,000. Most of them were 11th order, and there were also more than a dozen powerful 12th order monster beast souls. This was not the strongest form of the 10,000 Beast Seal. The strongest form of the 10,000 Beast Seal could seal 10,000 monster beast souls. If he went all out, an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for him. It was also by relying on the 10,000 Beast Seal that Zhu Hong could unify Earth City and become the high and mighty city lord. But after all, he was injured first. Although he had adjusted his breathing for a while, he had not recovered to his peak, so he could not fully display the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal. The monster beast souls he released were all 11th order. But this was enough. As long as he could delay Yang Kai's actions a little and create a flaw, he believed that Zhu Tianqing would teach this brat the consequences of offending a master. He had done this when he joined forces with Zhu Tianqing to deal with Gao Shueting, so he was familiar with it. Hong Long Long. The endless monster beast army bared their teeth and roared at Yang Kai. There were all kinds of monster beasts flying in the sky and running on the ground, and all of a sudden, they gathered into a terrifying army of monster beasts. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately knew that the 10,000 Beast Seal should be an incredible artifact. However, although the army of monster beasts was aggressive, he was not afraid. His hand shook. The myriad sword was leisurely unsheathed, and as it swung, it slashed out like a waterfall, heading straight for the army of monster beasts. Those are the souls of monster beast. They don't have physical bodies, so normal attacks won't have any effect on them. Be careful of sneak attacks. Gao Shueting's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Although she was hiding in the restriction to recuperate, it was inconvenient for her to move. But that didn't stop her from watching from the perspective of a spectator. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared, she was really shocked and anxious. He was surprised that he could meet Yang Kai in this place, and anxious that Yang Kai would come to this damned place. Regardless of his aptitude, he was still young after all. Even if he had great abilities, he was no match for Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. She had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two people, and naturally knew how powerful they were. If even she was no match for them, how could Yang Kai resist? Perhaps in the future, Yang Kai's achievements would surpass the two of them, but not now. Her first thought was to tell Yang Kai to run away. But on second thought, the reason why Yang Kai appeared here was probably because of her. She didn't know how he got the news that she was trapped here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? At this moment, he was already here. He probably wouldn't run away even if he wanted to. After realizing that Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Venerable, Gao Shueting was deeply shocked. She remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was just in the First Order Dao Source Realm. He came to the Azure Sun Temple with Qin Chaoyang with the Secular World Token to ask for a place to enter the Four Seasons Realm. In just a few years he had already reached the Emperor Realm, which was the same as her cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed might not be unmatched in the future, but it was unprecedented in the past. Her aptitude was also extremely good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to spy on the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But how long did it take her to cultivate from the First Order Dao Source realm to the Emperor realm? 50 years? 100 years? It had been so long that she had forgotten. Even her own master, the Temple Master Wen Zishan, could not compare with him. Those geniuses in the sect were like fireflies competing with the bright moon in front of Yang Kai's cultivation speed. What kind of opportunity did he get in the Shattered Star Sea? How could he grow to such a level? While Gao Shueting was shouting, Zhu Tianqing had already flown above Yang Kai's head while his attention was attracted by the 10,000 Beast seal. With a swing of his blade, the burning sea of stars blade suddenly burst into a sky full of stars and directly enveloped Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt as if he was standing in the middle of a vast starry sky, feeling extremely small and insignificant. This moment of spiritual energy interference made Yang Kai's movements slightly sluggish. By the time he reacted, the violent blade had already reached his chest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank slightly, and a trace of panic and horror flashed across his bright eyes as he was directly hit by the blade. In the next moment, the monster beast army rushed over and crushed the place where Yang Kai was standing. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai was directly torn to pieces by the violent momentum. Ah! Gao Shueting exclaimed, her pretty face suddenly turning pale. Although she felt that with Yang Kai's current strength, it was impossible for him to be Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong's opponent. She did not expect him to die just like that. Her tender body trembled as she could not accept this reality. A strong sense of self-blame and anger surged up in her heart, causing her beautiful eyes to instantly turn red. Yang Kai came here to find her, but he died here because of her. How could Gao Shueting not feel guilty? With the cultivation speed and heaven-defying aptitude that Yang Kai had shown before, as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to blossom into a dazzling light in the star boundary, becoming a rising star of the star boundary and shaking the world. But now all of this was gone. A young man with a bright future died here because of her. He did not even get to experience the power of the Emperor realm. Overconfident. Zhu Tianqing withdrew his blade, stood in the void and sneered. What? All bark and no bite. This city lord thought this boy was very powerful, but it turns out that he's just an embroidered pillow. Zhu Hong also laughed. If he had known that this boy was so weak, he would not have needed to take action at all. Zhu Tianqing alone could easily crush him, wasting the strength he had painstakingly recovered. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. They are blindly arrogant after making a little achievement, but they don't know that there is always someone better than them in this world. Brother Zhu is right. Such a person should be taught a lesson. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. You too are right. Why don't you tell this young master how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out again, and this time, it came directly from behind Zhu Hong. Brother Zhu, watch out. Zhu Tianqing's face changed drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed, the corners of his eyes almost tearing. He saw that Yang Kai, who should have been smashed to pieces under his and Zhu Hong's joint attack, was standing behind Zhu Hong unscathed. The broadsword in his hand, which was exuding the fluctuations of an emperor artifact, was emitting an extremely dangerous aura as it stabbed toward Zhu Hong's back. Zhu Hong did not notice it at all. Zhu Hong was scared out of his wits. Even with his powerful cultivation in the emperor realm, he did not even notice how Yang Kai appeared behind him. He looked in disbelief at the place where Yang Kai had been, only to find that the torn Yang Kai was just an afterimage. Oh no! Zhu Hong's heart sank. He had no time to escape or turn around. As he shouted, he pushed his emperor chi and a layer of dazzling light appeared around his body. The light on his back was especially dazzling. It was obvious that he had pushed his emperor chi to the limit. The next moment, a violent impact came. Zhu Hong only felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembling, which made him extremely uncomfortable. An indestructible aura directly blasted a hole in his emperor chi and hit his back. With a cry, Zhu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the force of the attack, his figure flickered and he quickly rushed forward, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. Artifact armor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and stared at the place where he had attacked Zhu Hong. From the torn clothes, he saw a light blue scale armor. The grade of this artifact armor was not low. Coupled with Zhu Hong's powerful cultivation, Yang Kai's sneak attack had failed to achieve the desired effect. "Junior, how dare you attack this city lord?" Zhu Hong turned around and roared at Yang Kai, his face pale. If he hadn't been wearing an artifact armor, even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. What's wrong with this little brat? He has only just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how can he be so strong? That secret technique of his had actually deceived both me and Zhu Tianqing. "Brother Zhu, you stay on the side. This king will teach him a lesson." Zhu Tianqing saw that Zhu Hong was injured again and his aura was a little unstable, so he did not force him to join forces with him. Instead, he just let him stay on the side. As he shouted, the burning sea of stars saber rolled up layers of blade qi and attacked Yang Kai like a wave. Zhu Hong nodded heavily, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. He silently urged the power of the 10,000 Beast seal, and controlled the monster beast's soul to rush towards Yang Kai again. Being attacked by a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master was simply a great humiliation. How could he be a man if he did not avenge this? The two great emperors joined forces and their power was monstrous, like the wrath of gods. Gao Shueting, who had just been relieved, became nervous again. She was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai suddenly came back to life. She knew that she, like Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong, had underestimated Yang Kai. But now he was going to fight two people at once. How could he compete? Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, flipped her hand, and took out a jade bottle from her space ring. She opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red spirit pill that reeked of blood. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and was about to put the spirit pill into her mouth. "Elder Gao, don't." At this moment, Yang Kai's anxious cry rang out. Gao Shueting was taken aback and looked up at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion. "You're already injured. If you take this mad blood pill and forcefully stimulate your potential, I'm afraid it will damage your foundation. Don't take it. Moreover, the quality of this mad blood pill is so low that there will be great hidden dangers after taking it. Which bastard alchemist refined this for you? It's simply irresponsible." As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult situation under the joint forces of the two great emperors, but his clear voice still reached Gao Shueting's ears, surprising her. She did not know how he could still spare some attention to care about her. Chapter 25-25. The Mad Blood Pill was a Dao Source grade high-rank spirit pill. It wasn't difficult to refine it, but it was difficult to find the materials. The materials needed to refine this kind of spirit pill were all priceless emperor-grade spirit herbs. Gao Shueting had collected enough materials by chance, and was able to ask someone to refine one for her. She carried it with her in case of an accident. Once she took this spirit pill, her potential would be fully stimulated, and her first-order Emperor Realm cultivation might be able to exert the strength of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This was her last trump card. When she was attacked by Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing together, and was in a desperate situation, she endured and did not take it. But now, seeing that Yang Kai was in danger, she couldn't hold back anymore. But as soon as she took out the spirit pill, she was stopped by Yang Kai. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. How could she not know that consuming this mad blood pill would bring great harm to her? Perhaps it would cause her foundation to become unstable. Perhaps it would cause her cultivation to drop, or even cause her meridians to break and her dantian to explode. But at this moment, she had no other hope except for the mad blood pill. "Little brat, you still have the mood to care about others? Take care of yourself first." Zhu Tianqing roared as the burning sea of star saber in his hand slashed out a series of saber waves, as if he wanted to cleave a star field in this place. He attacked mercilessly, forcing Yang Kai to dodge without being able to fight back. Although the situation was in his favor, Zhu Tianqing had a very strange feeling for some reason. It made him feel like something bad could happen at any time. "Elder Gao, disciple is fine. Don't take the mad blood pill." Yang Kai's erratic voice came from all directions. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. Seemingly influenced by Yang Kai's confident words, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't take it. Be careful and don't try to be brave. If you can't beat them, retreat to my side immediately. Yang Kai laughed and said, Disciple is no longer the same as before. Two trivial first-order Emperor Realm Masters are nothing in my eyes. Junior, you are too arrogant. Today this king will teach you how to behave. Zhu Tianqing flew into a rage, his aura rising again. Zhu Hong's face was also livid. Although he did not say a word, he worked harder to stimulate the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's figure came to a halt and suddenly froze at a certain spot. A pair of bone-chilling eyes stared at Zhu Tianqing. Zhu Tianqing could not help but shudder under Yang Kai's gaze. He did not know why, but he could not help but want to run away immediately. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Zhu Tianqing pushed his saber wave towards Yang Kai. Thousands of rays of light blossomed, and the sky shattered. Yang Kai said coldly, I'm afraid you are not qualified to teach this young master how to behave. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers, and a series of long and narrow moon blades flew out leisurely. There were dozens of these moon blades, and they crisscrossed in midair, directly forming a large net, as if to envelop the heaven and earth, and moving forward in a net. Li Wuyi had given him a stone that contained the mysteries of space. During that 1 month, Yang Kai had absorbed all the mysteries of the space force contained in this stone like a leech. Now his attainments in the Tao of space had taken a step forward, and he was much more proficient in using space force than before. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the dark moon blades flew out like a shroud of darkness that could devour all things, annihilating the thousands of lights in an instant. Even Zhu Hong's monster beast souls were cut into pieces. He lost dozens of them all at once. What kind of divine technique is this? Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright. He could clearly feel the deadly threat from the crescent blade net. He knew that if he was hit by this kind of divine ability, he would either die or be seriously injured. How could he dare to face Ying Qifeng head-on? He could not wait to run as far away as possible. In a hurry, he condensed another blade light in an attempt to resist. But he was horrified to find that no matter how many blade lights he condensed, he could not stop the dark net in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the dark net was in front of him. Zhu Tianqing's face turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to escape. At this moment, a kind of world principle that seemed to freeze the world suddenly descended, making him feel like there were mountains in all directions, firmly squeezing him in place. Space principle. Zhu Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed. He finally remembered some information revealed by Yin Lusheng from the Netherworld sect. Yin Lusheng once said that this boy named Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. But Zhu Tianqing did not take it seriously. The Tao of space was one of the most difficult forces to cultivate in the world. How could anyone be proficient in it? In the entire star boundary, countless people wanted to achieve success in the Tao of space, but how many were successful? Only Li Wuyi from Spirit Beast Island had succeeded. Yang Kai was just a junior. So even if he had really mastered the Tao of space, he would not be able to use it against the enemy. But at this moment, Zhu Tianqing finally understood that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were simply beyond imagination. Even if he was not as good as Li Wuyi, he was not far behind. What was there to fight? As everyone knew, a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was the most difficult to kill because even if they could not win, they could still escape easily. No wonder he could enter this miniature world. As a cultivator from the Emperor realm who was proficient in the Tao of space, entering a miniature world that had just been opened was as simple as breathing. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Zhu Tianqing's mind like a bolt of lightning. His hands and feet were cold all over. At this critical moment he bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura soared. At this critical moment of life and death, he used an extremely powerful secret technique. It was this secret technique that allowed him to move his body. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk there was a strange noise, accompanied by Zhu Tianqing's miserable scream, and blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. Zhu Hong was shocked. Looking around, he was stunned. He saw that one of Zhu Tianqing's arms had been cut off at the shoulder. The incision was neat and clean, as if it had been carved by a knife. From the cut, He could even see Zhu Tianqing's heart beating violently. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk Zhu Hong sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was going on? He clearly saw that Yang Kai was suppressed by Zhu Tianqing, so how could Zhu Tianqing be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? He couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. The monster beast souls that flew out of the 10,000 beast seal were also disturbed, and began to scurry around like headless flies. Yang Kai, we'll meet again someday. This king will remember you. One day, this king will tear you to pieces to avenge my severed arm. Zhu Tianqing roared with a ferocious face, then turned around and flew toward the entrance. He wanted to escape from here, but it had to be said that this was a wise choice. Now that his arm had been cut off by Yang Kai and he was seriously injured, his strength had been somewhat affected. It would be extremely unfavorable for him to continue fighting. Moreover, Yang Kai was a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, so there was no chance for him to kill him. Naturally, he could only escape first. Return to the Holy Land first and gather all the masters in the Holy Land. As long as Yang Kai is still in the Eastern Territory, even if the entire Eastern Territory is turned upside down, we must find him, set up a barrier, and tear him to pieces. Zhu Tianqing secretly swore in his heart, his whole body erupting like a volcano, raging with anger. Looking at his fleeing back, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face, but instead of chasing after him, he stood in place and looked at him playfully. Zhu Hong was stunned for a moment, but he also knew that things were not going well. He quickly put away the 10,000 beast seal, and followed after Zhu Tianqing. He was already seriously injured, and now that Zhu Tianqing had run away, wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed here? He cursed in his heart. His hundreds of years of friendship with Zhu Tianqing had gone to waste. This guy didn't even say goodbye to him when he was running away. That was too unkind of him. These days, the only person you can trust when you go out is yourself. The two, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast. This pocket world was not big, so they arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Zhu Tianqing had one of his arms cut off, but he could only endure the excruciating pain. He made a hand seal with one hand and constantly struck out seals toward the entrance. He had already left a secret door before coming in, so that it would be convenient for Zhu Hong to follow him in, and for him to leave this pocket world later. But now, even after striking out seals one after another, the entrance did not open. Zhu Tianqing's face changed and suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have realized something and could not help swallowing his saliva. Zhu Hong did not understand and urged vigorously, "Brother Zhu, hurry up and open the entrance. What are you waiting for?" Zhu Tianqing said sadly, "It can't be opened." "How can that be?" Zhu Hong was shocked, wishing he could slap Zhu Tianqing to death. It was intolerable for him to drop the ball at such a critical moment. Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind the two, looking at them with a smile, and said indifferently, "After this young master came in, I completely sealed the entrance. Without this young master's unique technique, no one can open this place again." "What?" Zhu Hong was horrified. How do you have such a divine technique? How could an ordinary person be able to seal the entrance to a pocket world just like that?" Zhu Tianqing's face was ugly, and his heart kept sinking as if it had fallen into an abyss. He said bitterly, "Brother Zhu, this kid is proficient in the law of space." Zhu Hong was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "We'll meet again? Elder Zhu, this young master likes to finish things today. Just now, you said you would teach me how to behave. Come on, hurry up and teach me. This young master is waiting." Zhu Tianqing's imposing manner fell to the bottom. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai, his mouth was full of bitterness, as if he had eaten a basket of Chinese gold thread. He could not refute a single word. His eyes dimmed, and he said dejectedly, "Little brother, today's matter is our fault, but it's not to the point of no return. Why don't we just disperse like this?" Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This young master doesn't know how to behave. Are you going to teach me or not?" Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Why do you have to be so aggressive? If you won't teach me, I will." Chapter 25-26. Little brat, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Kai ferociously. Seeing this, Zhu Hong also chimed in. Yes, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you are only one person. Brother Zhu and I may be able to defeat you. Even if we can't defeat you, can't we self-destruct? Yang Kai curled his lips. You speak as if you have a chance to self-destruct. While speaking, his expression turned solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with both hands. Mysterious seals suddenly condensed, and a very strange aura suddenly filled the air. Boy, what are you doing? Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that danger was about to befall him. Yang Kai said coldly, What am I doing? Of course I'm preparing to release a big move to kill you all. To tell you the truth, once this young master uses this move, you won't be able to fight back and are destined to be slaughtered by me. If you really want to self-destruct, do it as soon as possible. You won't have the chance to do so later. Hiss. Both Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong gasped and staggered back. Yang Kai's words were serious, but his face was full of murderous intent. They were very afraid. However, who would do something like self-detonation unless they had no other choice? Most of the time, it was just a verbal threat to serve as a deterrent. They never thought that this boy would be so indifferent and even talk nonsense about what kind of big move he was going to release. However, the seals he was forming were indeed mysterious and unparalleled. Even with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's eyesight, they could not see through them, but they were certain that this move was powerful. Brother Zhu, let's fight. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth. There was a look of determination on his face. Okay. Zhu Hong also knew that there was no way out at this moment. Yang Kai was so aggressive that it seemed like he wanted to kill them all. If he and Zhu Tianqing continued to be timid, they would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent. Only by fighting to the death could they have a chance of winning. While speaking, both of them fiercely circulated their emperor qi, their auras sizzling. The wound on Zhu Tianqing's shoulder was bleeding profusely due to the surge of power. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and no one knew how many liters of blood he had spurted out. Suddenly, the two's aura reached its peak. Countless roars of exotic beasts came from the 10,000 beast seal, while the blazing ocean of stars blade buzzed incessantly. Yang Kai's hand suddenly, slowly, he slapped his hand down with a solemn expression. The flowing time great emperor is like a shuttle, the grass and trees wither and flourish, like a dream. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the time great emperor. S of the seal was. It completely enveloped Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. Both of the two. Time seemed to fluctuate in their eyes, and the scene of reincarnation flashed past. In that instant, they seemed to have spent countless years. Their peak aura gradually fell with the passing of the flowing time great emperor. Their skin rapidly aged, their vitality gradually withered, and even their hair turned white. In just a moment, the two turned from peak to old men, their eyes glazed over, as if they could die at any time. The flowing time great emperor was the divine technique of the great emperors. How could the severely injured Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong resist when it involved the principle of time? When Yang Kai was still in the third-order Tao Source realm, he used this technique to deal with a wisp of a third-order Emperor Realm Master's soul descent technique. Now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, his strength was even stronger than before. After one move, the two completely lost their fighting strength. Get your ass in here. Yang Kai snorted coldly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took the two who had lost their ability to resist into the small sealed world. In the small sealed world, the embodiment had been waiting impatiently. As soon as he saw Yang Kai throw the two in, he pushed his power and covered the two with one hand, yelling fiercely, "Heaven-devouring great emperor technique." What awaited Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing was nothing more than being sucked dry. The stagnant time flowed again, and peace was restored in the small sealed world. Inside the medicine garden's barrier, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, unable to recover for a long time. The flowing time great emperor's seal had also affected her to a certain extent, causing a moment of confusion in her mind. By the time she recovered, Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing had disappeared. He only saw Kai Yang turn around and fly towards him. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded and subconsciously opened the medicine garden's barrier. It was not complicated to control this barrier, otherwise, she would not have been able to hide here in the first place. Elder Gao, how are your injuries? Young Kai came to her side and asked hurriedly. Gao Shueting looked up at him with a slightly complicated look on her pretty face, as if she was trying to get to know him again. A few years ago, there was a huge gap in strength between her and this young man, but now, it seemed that she really needed to look up to him. Elder Gao. Seeing that Gao Shueting did not say a word, Yang Kai could not help but call out again. Gao Shueting retracted her gaze and coughed lightly. Although it's not light, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine after resting for a while. What about those two? Were they beaten to a pulp by you? But even if they were beaten to a pulp, there should be some traces left. It was as if those two had disappeared for no reason. They're dead, Yang Kai grinned. Elder Gao, don't worry about them. They're just two pieces of trash. Gao Shueting nodded with relief and sighed. You've grown a lot, more than Master expected. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, It's all thanks to the guidance and love of the various seniors that I have today. Gao Shueting said lightly, It's your own hard work. It has little to do with others. As she spoke, she coughed a few more times. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Elder Gao, it's more important for you to heal your injuries. I'll stay here to protect you. Okay. Gao Shueting did not say anything more. She immediately closed her eyes and adjusted her breath with all her strength. When Yang Kai was fighting with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing, if she had a trace of power that she could use, she would not have just sat here and watched. It was obvious that her injuries were very serious. Now that the disaster had been eliminated, she naturally could not waste any more time. Gao Shueting's breathing soon stabilized. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to look around. This small world had been completely sealed by him. He did not open it. No one could come in, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about Gao Shueting at all. But this ancient medicine garden was able to arouse his great interest. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 herb gardens here. Each herb garden had at least 300 stalks of spirit herbs planted in it. These spirit herbs were all at least 10,000 years old, emperor-grade spirit herbs. Yang Kai was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Wow, the rainbow aurora ganoderma. This is the main material for refining the emperor transformation pill. It even gave birth to a small rainbow ganoderma. This is at least 50,000 years old. Heavenly mysterious thunder flower. Hiss, the stamen is golden. This. How can the Alcade Bodhi fruit be the size of a fist? How did it grow? Grand essence dragon saliva grass. This thing is not extinct. 9 song jade flower. In Yang Kai's eyes, the spirit herbs were like beauties who took off their clothes and swayed their bodies, showing their best sides. It made him happy and excited. His eyes were shining with green light. As an alchemist, this was the happiest thing. Fields of mature spirit herbs were placed in front of him for him to pick and collect. This feeling was not something an alchemist could understand. He kept shuttling back and forth in this herb garden, dancing with joy. If he was not afraid of disturbing Gao Shueting's healing, he would have laughed wildly. There were so many emperor-grade spirit herbs here, but they only occupied 2 herb gardens. There were more than a dozen herb gardens here, but the others must have been collected by Gao Shueting and the others. In other words, most of the spirit herbs were in Gao Shueting, Zhu Tianqing, or Zhu Hong's space rings. What he saw was only a very small portion. Many of the spirit herbs he saw were rumored to be extinct, but they were still blooming with vitality here. Ha! Suddenly, Kai Yang's expression changed as he stared at a fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. This fruit tree was shining brightly, as if it was carved from the most exquisite jade. It was beautiful and crystal clear. On the fruit tree, there were 3 white stamens and a fist-sized fruit. The shape of this fruit was extremely peculiar. It was like a small person that had been shrunk countless times. At a glance, all 4 limbs, a body, and a head were complete. Not only that, there were even clear facial features on the head. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely fiery, and a storm was set off in his heart. He exclaimed, "Flesh incarnation fruit." There was actually a flesh incarnation fruit here. Yang Kai rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. This was definitely a flesh incarnation fruit. Exactly the same as the information recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sun Mu, the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. The flesh incarnation fruit was the main material for refining the flesh incarnation pill. The flesh incarnation pill, on the other hand, was a heaven-defying spirit pill that could reconstruct the body. If a cultivator was killed, but his soul was not destroyed, he could use the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his body and live again. This effect was not even possessed by the immortal tree. Although the immortal tree could regrow flesh and bones, revive the dead, and even make people immortal, it could not reconstruct the body of a soul. This showed the heaven-defying effect of the flesh incarnation fruit. This object, like the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree, only existed in ancient records. No one had ever seen one with their own eyes. Yang Kai never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the flesh incarnation fruit in this ancient medicine garden. Having the flesh incarnation fruit meant that he could refine the flesh incarnation pill, and having the flesh incarnation pill meant that he could fulfill his promise to Tianyan. In the Divine Ascension Mirror, Senior Tianyan, whose strength was comparable to the great emperor's, had been a soul avatar ever since he was born. He had never had his own physical body. When Yang Kai was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he told Tianyan that one day, he would find a flesh incarnation pill for him, and refine a flesh incarnation fruit, so that he could experience what it was like to have a physical body. He would be able to break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror, and see the outside world. Tianyan seemed to be very interested in this matter, but how could the flesh incarnation fruit be so easy to find? And now, one of them had appeared in Yang Kai's vision. Chapter 25-27. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he wrapped his hands with Emperor Qi, and carefully grabbed the flesh incarnation fruit. After a short while, he gently plucked it and the flesh incarnation fruit immediately fell into his palm. Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into the jade box he had prepared beforehand, and set up several barriers before putting it into his space ring. Phew! Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With this flesh incarnation fruit, he had great hope of refining the flesh incarnation pill. But before that, he had to improve his alchemy skills first. Although he was now an emperor-grade alchemist, he had not refined many emperor-grade spirit medicines. Refining the flesh incarnation fruit in a hurry was not likely to succeed. In this world, there might only be one flesh incarnation fruit. If the refining failed and the raw materials were destroyed, Yang Kai would definitely be traumatized and it might even affect his future alchemy skills. Fortunately, there were so many emperor-grade spirit medicines here that he could choose some relatively low-value spirit medicines to practice on. He believed that in the future his attainments in alchemy would be higher, and at that time, he would be confident in refining the flesh incarnation pill. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that all the spirit medicines in this medicine garden were priceless, but there was nothing like the flesh incarnation fruit that amazed him. He immediately began to collect them. There were 2 whole medicine gardens and hundreds of spirit medicines. It took Yang Kai more than an hour to collect all of them. There were about 20 left in place, including the flesh incarnation fruit tree. There were 3 white flowers on this fruit tree. If it lived for hundreds or thousands of years, it might bear new fruit. However, Yang Kai had some concerns. He did not dare to touch these 20 spirit medicines. After doing this, Yang Kai glanced at Gao Shueting, and found that she was still recuperating, and it seemed that it would be a long time before she woke up. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world bead, and took out Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's space. Unsurprisingly, inside the 2 space rings, there were a large number of emperor-grade spirit medicines that had just been collected, which should be the products of this ancient medicine garden. In addition, there were many valuable treasures in their space rings, allowing Yang Kai to make a fortune. Their emperor artifacts, the Burning Sea of Star Saber and 10,000 Beast Seal, also fell into Yang Kai's hands. As for the Burning Sea of Stars blade, although it looked powerful, Yang Kai didn't like using blades, so he didn't have any thoughts of refining it. What's more, even if he refined this emperor artifact, it didn't increase his strength by much. The 10,000 Beast Seal, on the other hand, piqued Yang Kai's interest. This thing was not like an ordinary emperor artifact. It seemed to be able to seal the soul of a monster beast. When fighting, one only needed to release their soul to defeat the enemy. It didn't consume much of his energy. This could be given to Zhang Ruoxi, although Zhang Ruoxi seemed to prefer swords. However, the power of the 10,000 Beast seal wasn't small, so it was definitely a good treasure for her. As long as Zhang Ruoxi could refine it, her strength would definitely improve significantly. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and erased Zhu Hong's soul brand from the 10,000 Beast seal. Not long after, a brilliant light flashed and the 10,000 Beast seal became gray and dull. He casually threw it into his space ring, planning to give it to Zhang Ruoxi after he left. After waiting for a while, he saw that Gao Shueting still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai simply took out his alchemy furnace and found some emperor-grade spirit herbs to refine pills on the spot. One day later, Yang Kai, who was concentrating on alchemy, suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he glanced to the side while his hands continued to refine pills. Sure enough, he saw Gao Shueting looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Gao Shueting seemed to understand that she had disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy, and a look of guilt appeared on her face. She didn't dare to say anything and just motioned for him to continue. When an alchemist was refining pills, it was taboo to be disturbed. Gao Shueting had long known that Yang Kai was an alchemist. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill back in the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, when she saw Yang Kai glance at her, she knew that her gaze must have disturbed Yang Kai's concentration. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, Yang Kai wore an indifferent expression and said with a grin, "Elder Gao, please wait a moment. Disciple is about to finish refining the pills. I'll come back to talk to you after that." While speaking, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he immediately immersed himself in alchemy again, surprising Gao Shueting. A series of mysterious pill-condensing seals appeared from Yang Kai's hands. These seals seemed to be extremely profound and actually contained a trace of the heavenly way. Gao Shueting's heart shook violently as a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. She found that Yang Kai's alchemy technique could actually cause her to ponder deeply about the martial Dao heavenly way, allowing her to integrate everything she had learned on the path of martial Dao. This was simply incredible. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple naturally had its own emperor-grade alchemist. Although there was only one, it was still an emperor-grade alchemist. Gao Shueting had once been fortunate enough to watch the emperor-grade alchemist refine pills from a distance, but compared with Yang Kai's alchemy technique, the alchemist in the temple was simply unbearable and clumsy. If that alchemist was like a child waving a hoe in the field, then Yang Kai's alchemy was like dancing under the moonlight with a long sword. There was simply no comparison between the two. Who did he learn alchemy from? How did he achieve so much at such a young age? Not only that, but he had also advanced to the emperor realm. Gao Shueting's heart shook. She suddenly found that those so-called genius disciples were all overshadowed by Yang Kai's current achievements. Perhaps even the children of the great emperors could not compare with him. Time seemed to pass very quickly, but also very slowly. Just as Gao Shueting was immersed in this strange enlightenment, the feeling that caused her to resonate with the heavenly way and martial Dao suddenly disappeared. She was slightly surprised and fixed her eyes again, only to see Yang Kai forming a seal and shouting, "Condense!" Ding ling ling. Suddenly, a crisp and pleasant sound came from the small alchemy furnace. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied with the result of this alchemy. Gao Shueting was surprised. Although she was not an alchemist, she knew that this furnace of spirit pills should have been successfully refined. From the fragrance wafting from the alchemy furnace, it could be inferred that this furnace of spirit pills was an emperor-grade spirit pill, and their quality should not be low. Even so, he was still not satisfied. To what extent did he have to be satisfied? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the alchemy furnace. Under the vibration, 3 round rolling fragrant spirit pills flew out from the alchemy furnace and were drawn into a jade bottle by Yang Kai. After taking a look, Yang Kai curled his lips and casually threw them into his space ring. He then turned his head and looked at Gao Shueting with a smile. I've kept Elder Gao waiting. How are you feeling? I've mostly recovered, Gao Shueting replied. It wasn't a fatal injury to begin with. After a pause, she asked curiously. How did you know I was here? You even came to find me directly. Yang Kai said. It was junior sister Lu Wen who sent me a message. He briefly explained what happened after he passed by Earth City and received Lu Wen's message. After Gao Shueting heard this, she smiled and said, It seems that I'm not destined to die yet. I didn't expect you to pass by Earth City at this time. As soon as she smiled, thousands of pear trees bloomed and the whole world dimmed. She was a cold woman who rarely smiled. At least, Yang Kai had never seen her smile since he had known her for so long. So, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Gao Shueting noticed his strange look and quickly restrained her smile. Her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai said, Elder Gao, you should smile more. It's so beautiful. Impudent and glib-tongued. Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Yang Kai grinned and said, I can guarantee that if you smile at Temple Master Wen like this, he will definitely be bewitched by you. Gao Shueting snorted. He won't be bewitched. The first thing he will do is ask me if I've become the demon race while cultivating. Then he will stuff a heart-guarding demon-expelling pill into my mouth, and I will spit it in his face. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and said absent-mindedly, Temple Master Wen is so unromantic. Thinking of this scene, Yang Kai was speechless, but judging from Gao Shueting's tone, it seemed that this had really happened. His forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly changed the topic. By the way, Elder Gao, this disciple has prepared a small thing for you. A small thing? Gao Shueting was surprised and asked suspiciously, What is it? Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. This. Gao Shueting took it and opened the bottle cap to take a look inside. She immediately saw a round, dark red spirit pill in the jade bottle, exuding a strong bloody smell. A blood frenzy pill. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. She had a blood frenzy pill. When she saw Yang Kai being besieged earlier, she wanted to take a blood frenzy pill to stimulate her potential to help him, but Yang Kai stopped her in time. Therefore, she recognized it at a glance. This is a high-rank blood frenzy pill, and its effect is 30% better than the one you had before. Moreover, after taking it, as long as you stop circulating your secret art within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, there won't be many sequelae. You'll be able to recover after a lot of rest in the future, and it won't damage your foundation. This disciple can only refine a high-rank blood frenzy pill for now. You can keep it for now and don't use it unless necessary. When I refine a better one in the future, I'll exchange it for this one. A better one. Gao Shueting was speechless. This was already a high-rank blood frenzy pill, so what could be better? After that, it would be a supreme-rank blood frenzy pill, followed by a blood frenzy pill with pill veins and pill clouds. It wasn't something that could be refined at will. Yang Kai said that her blood frenzy pill was of inferior quality, so she didn't know which trash alchemist refined it. He was obviously afraid that her foundation would be damaged after taking that blood frenzy pill, so he refined another one for her. Thinking of this, Gao Shueting's heart warmed. Chapter 25-28. It wasn't difficult to refine a mad blood pill. What was difficult was finding the materials, because all the materials required were emperor-grade spirit herbs, and many of them were very rare and difficult to find. Gao Shueting had gathered the materials for the mad blood pill by chance and found an emperor-grade alchemist in the temple to refine it, but in the end, only one pill was produced, and it was a low-grade one. Yang Kai now gave her a high-grade mad blood pill, so its value was naturally incomparable. Glancing at the dregs on the ground, Gao Shueting immediately understood that Yang Kai must have refined many furnaces and found the best one to give to her. Elder Gao, throw away the mad blood pill you gave her. That thing can't be taken, Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Shueting nodded and took out the jade bottle containing the mad blood pill from her space ring, poured out the spirit pill, and with a shake of her hand, directly crushed it into powder. She then put the one Yang Kai refined back into the bottle and looked at him. Are you relieved now? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and winked. Next time, if Elder Gao wants to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill, Don't hesitate to look for me. This disciple is skilled in alchemy and can give you a 20% discount. Gao Shueting laughed. You're already an Emperor Realm Master, so don't be as shameless as that surnamed one, lest others see you as a joke. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, It turns out that Elder Gao has been treating Temple Master Wen as a joke. Gao Shueting snorted lightly and turned her head to look around before changing the topic. I see that there are still some spirit herbs in this medicine garden. Why didn't you take them? What are you going to do with them? After she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly she said, I understand. You alchemists generally don't cut the weeds and root out the roots when collecting spirit herbs. Instead, you deliberately leave some as seeds, right? Yang Kai said, There is indeed such an unspoken rule, but that is for some immature spirit herbs. This medicine garden has existed for a long time, so all the spirit herbs are ripe and can be harvested. Then why did you leave some here? Gao Shueting was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. These spirit herbs can't be touched. In this world there are some spiritual medicines that, once plucked, will not disappear. No matter how well preserved they were, they would lose their spirit chi in an extremely short period of time, and become withered grass. Therefore, most of the time, when these spirit herbs were needed, they would be freshly picked. Elder Gao, some of the medicinal herbs you collected before were of this type. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this and hurriedly searched her space ring. Not long after, she took out 2 spirit herbs that had lost most of their aura. He said regretfully, That's true. These 2 spirit herbs were the ones she had collected here before, but she didn't expect that in just a little more than a day, so much of their medicinal properties would have disappeared. If another 2 to 3 days passed, she was afraid that they would really turn into withered grass. Then wouldn't it be a pity for these spiritual herbs? Gao Shueting said as she looked at the 20 or so spirit herbs that were still there. Every single spirit herb here was extremely rare. It's nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said insincerely. The other spirit herbs were one thing. If they couldn't pick them, they could just leave them here. If they needed them in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come back. Only the flesh incarnation fruit tree made Yang Kai extremely reluctant to part with it. There were already 3 small flowers on the fruit tree. Although he didn't know how many years it would take for it to bear new fruit, this kind of thing was extinct. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai felt like a cat was scratching at his heart. However, he had the sealed world bead, so if he handled it well, there was still a great chance that he could take this medicine garden. But now Gao Shueting was still here, so Yang Kai had to send her away first. If Elder feels that it's fine, then let's go. Then let's go out. Junior sister Lu Wen is still waiting outside. Yang Kai suggested. Okay. Immediately, the 2 came to the entrance. Yang Kai waved his hand and released a few strands of Emperor Qi to unlock the barrier. He then left with Gao Shueting. When they arrived outside, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. As far as the eye could see, there were several corpses lying haphazardly in the wilderness. All of them were incomplete and had died miserably. Gao Shueting was startled, thinking that there was an ambush outside. But when she looked carefully, she only saw 2 women standing there quietly. One of them was about 20 years old and looked extremely unfamiliar. Although she wasn't very old, she had a powerful third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. The other person was Lu Wen, a disciple of the temple. However, Lu Wen seemed to be a little frightened as her pretty face was a little pale. Seeing Gao Shueting and Yang Kai appear, the 2 women's beautiful eyes lit up, and they came forward to greet them. Elder Gao. Lu Wen's eyes were full of joy, as if she had seen a family member. Her face was rosy. Zhang Rua, she smiled slightly and said, Elder sister Lu, you can rest assured now. There will be no problem with Sir's help. Lu Wen smiled a little unnaturally and said, Thank you, Brother Yang, for your help. Yang Kai said, Junior sister Lu is too polite. I am also a temple disciple. When an elder is in trouble, I am duty-bound. Gao Shueting said, In any case, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise Speaking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Thinking back to the previous crisis, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Shaking her head, she said softly, Now that this matter is over, I plan to return to the temple. Lu Wen, come with me. Lu Wen's face lit up and she quickly said, "Yes." Although she was in the Eastern Territory on the orders of the temple, she was still wandering alone. She often missed her familiar brothers and sisters, and the familiar scenery. Now that Gao Shueting wanted to take her back to the temple, she was naturally overjoyed. "Yang Kai, what about you?" Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in the Eastern Territory, he must have something to deal with, so she didn't ask him rashly if he wanted to return to the Southern Territory with her. Sure enough, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I have to go somewhere to find a friend." Gao Shueting nodded lightly and said, "Then you must be careful. Although you are now an Emperor Realm Master, and your strength isn't weak, there are many capable people in this world. Many of them aren't as simple as they seem. Disciple will remember," Yang Kai said respectfully. "If you have time, go back to the temple and take a look. After all, you are still an unnamed disciple of the temple." "I will." He definitely had to go back to Azure Sun Temple, because he still had to go to the Divine Ascension Mirror and fulfill his promise to Tianyan. The fragrance was still there, but the person was no longer there. 100 kilometers away. Lu Wen looked at Gao Shueting in surprise and asked, "Elder, that brother Yang is so strong, so why is he only an unnamed disciple of the temple?" With the strength Yang Kai displayed, he was more than qualified to be an elder of the sect. She originally thought that Yang Kai was a top disciple like Xia Sheng and Xiao Baiyi, but she didn't expect him to only be an unnamed disciple. Gao Shueting thought for a moment and said, "Because he didn't join the temple willingly. His Azure Sun golden token was forced on him by this queen." Ah! Lu Wen was stunned. In the wilderness in front of the entrance to the small world, Yang Kai watched Gao Shueting and Lu Wen leave before taking out the 10,000 beast seal and tossing it to Zhang Ruoxi. "Refine this and use it for the time being." Zhang Ruoxi took it and looked at it carefully. She was immediately filled with joy and said crisply, "Thank you, sir, for giving me this treasure." Yang Kai had never given her any treasures, but Lu Yan, Hua Qingxi, and the embodiment all had emperor artifacts, all of which were given to them by Yang Kai. Although Zhang Ruoxi didn't say it out loud, she was looking forward to it. Moreover, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't discriminate. He just didn't have anything suitable for her for the time being. But she didn't expect Yang Kai to give her one so quickly. Not to mention a strange seal. Even if it was a weight, as long as it was given by Kai Yang, it would still be a treasure. Zhang Ruoxi turned the 10,000 beast seal over and over in her hand, and a smile bloomed on her small face. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "Your hostility seems to be very strong. Next time when you fight with someone, control it a little." Zhang Ruoxi heard this and stuck out her tongue. "I don't know what's going on. As long as I fight with someone, it's like I become another person." Sister Lu Wen seemed to be frightened just now. Lu Wen's pale face was probably not because she couldn't stand the blood here. She had also fought and killed people before, so this kind of scene shouldn't have frightened her. Her reaction was definitely because of Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai also didn't know why. Zhang Ruoxi was so young, so how could she have such hostility? It wouldn't be strange if this kind of aura appeared on a villain who killed people like flies, but it was very concerning when it appeared on Zhang Ruoxi. The only explanation he could think of was Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. If he had a chance to see Duan Hongchun again, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the brutal hostility might affect Zhang Ruoxi's future temperament. It would be terrible if she turned into a murderous monster. "Sir, where are we going now?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. "Nowhere. Wait for me to deal with things here first." Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small world again as he spoke, reached out, and brought Zhang Ruoxi in. In this ancient medicine garden, there was nothing else except for the 20 or so spirit herbs left behind by Yang Kai, so the world energy here was extremely rich. After entering, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to find a place to rest while he went straight to the 2 innermost medicine gardens. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. Next, he formed a seal with his hands and Emperor Qi surged all over his body. With a wave of his hand, he sent a stream of energy into the ground and disappeared. Although Yang Kai's movements were swift, he was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of destroying something. After working for an hour, Even though Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was sweating profusely. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, since the initial steps were taken care of properly, the rest was easy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged for a while, recovering a little bit of his strength, and then stood up again. His divine sense rushed out like a tide, directly enveloping the 2 medicine gardens in front of him. Then Yang Kai stomped his foot and shouted, "Rise!" With a rumble, the entire small world shook, and the 2 medicine gardens slowly rose under the support of a huge force.